Chapter 1. In the world of Dragon Balls, am I Gohan? Gohan, what are you doing? School has already finished. You've been sleeping since earlier. This simply want do classes have concluded, and your home isn't far. You must hurry back. Raising his head, Gohan surveyed his surroundings, a bewildered expression adorning his face. He distinctly remembered being at home, engrossed in watching the anime Dragon Ball Super. Just as the universe tournament concluded, he suddenly awakened to find himself in the world of Dragon Balls. And to top it off, he was in a school? Wait a moment. Casting a glance at his attire, he quickly realized that he had transmigrated into the form of the underwhelming Gohan. And not just any Gohan, but the young, pampered version. This meant he had just mastered Super Saiyan 1 and had already undergone the battle with Cell, transforming into the mightiest Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Unfortunately, the foes he would soon face were far beyond the capabilities of the Super Saiyan 2 form, especially considering that as a model student reported on daily by the school, how could he possibly comprehend Super Saiyan 3? His subsequent enhancements would rely solely on the potential unlocked by Elder Kaishin. The pinnacle of Gohan's power was indeed the mystic form. Yet even so, he would stand no chance against the impending threat of Majin Buu. Their power levels simply could not be compared. Overwhelmed by the realization, he couldn't fathom how he had transformed into Gohan at such a critical moment, especially with a crisis looming over Earth. Now, that ineffectual father of his, Kakarot, was idling away in hell. Coming to terms with reality, Gohan stood up, acclimating to his body, noting the remarkable strength it possessed. In truth, Gohan's physique had always been exceptional, inherently surpassing that of ordinary Saiyans, comparable to his father's prowess. Regrettably, due to a lack of training, he had fallen behind, even unable to match his younger counterparts, Goten and Trunks. It was truly a lamentable situation. He had no desire to live such a pitiful existence, having transmigrated into Gohan. He was determined to strive for self-improvement. As for pursuing academia and scholarly endeavors, nothing could compare to the thrill of saving the world. He simply could not comprehend why Gohan would choose the path of scholar in the Dragon Ball world. Strength reigned supreme. With the world on the brink of destruction, what purpose did academic research serve? All right, it's time to enhance myself. I must strive to comprehend Super Saiyan 3 or even Super Saiyan 4. Regrettably, finding Elder Kaishin on my own will be quite challenging. Lacking Goku's instant transmission, I can only seek Bulma's assistance. Lost in contemplation, he realized that being a Saiyan on Earth was indeed quite a hassle. Moreover, his father Goku was nowhere to be found in hell. Contacting him was simply impossible. While musing over these matters, a voice suddenly echoed beside him. Binding successful, you have acquired the lottery enhancement system. Gohan's eyes lit up at the prospect of the system he had just received, pleasantly surprised to have obtained such a boon. This was absolutely exhilarating. Host, Gohan. System, Lottery Enhancement System. Attempts, 2 Ability Enhancement 100, 1 Lottery Opportunity acquired. Abilities, Super Saiyan 1 100, Super Saiyan 2 100. Achieving 100 in ability enhancement grants a lottery chance. Since both his transformations into Super Saiyan 1 and 2 were already considered complete forms, the total output of 100 in Saiyan power allowed him to secure 2 lottery opportunities. To his astonishment, he had received 2 chances right off the bat, and his mood brightened considerably. He could only hope to draw a useful skill. Just give me instant transmission with that. I can locate Elder Kaishin and unlock my potential. Eagerly, he utilized both lottery chances, fervently wishing for instant transmission. If he succeeded, he could seek out Elder Kaishin, enhance his prowess, and potentially surpass Majin Buu in one fell swoop. As long as he didn't overreach, defeating the initial form of Majin Buu should be within reach. His eyes gleamed as he watched the lottery wheel spin, utilizing both chances in rapid succession, various skills flashing before him. Suddenly, 2 abilities materialized. Acquired Keyblade, a lethal technique that ignores the enemy's defense. Isn't this Krillin's ultimate technique? This ability is quite impressive. After all, ignoring defenses is no trivial matter. At one point, Krillin, with a combat power of several 100,000, posed a threat to Frieza, who boasted millions. This could certainly be a useful ability. He could only hope that the second lottery draw would prove even more beneficial. Acquired Ultra Instinct Sign, the foundational technique of angelic beings. This second lottery ability left Gohan utterly astonished. He had drawn the most formidable technique, Ultra Instinct Sign, in one go. He remembered that this was the form Goku assumed when transforming into a white-haired Saiyan, even more potent than Super Saiyan Blue. With this ability, he could potentially obliterate Majin Buu. This was simply exhilarating. Just then, he noticed that the Ultra Instinct Sign had a development progress bar. Ultra Instinct Sign. Understanding progress 0.01 can enhance combat power by 1 million. What nonsense with only 0.01 progress. It merely provided a boost of 1 million combat power. What good is 1 million combat power? Transforming into Super Saiyan already escalated combat power into the tens of millions, surpassing billions. Without a standard of over 100 million combat power, it was utterly insufficient. He realized that simply obtaining this ability required diligent training to refine it, and only by reaching a progress level of 100 could he acquire the next lottery opportunity. It appeared he must diligently hone the skills he had obtained otherwise. This 0.01 was akin to a useless trinket. Reflecting on all this, Gohan left the school, now nightfall, eager to return home. However, as he stepped outside, before he could use flight to soar home, a girl with braided pigtails approached him, her charming face set in a cool expression. Gohan, are you aware of the recent happenings regarding the city's heroes? Don't think you can brush me off. I recall your home is on the mountain. You can't afford to be late for school. What's the reason behind that? Videl stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at him. Her round, cherubic face was undeniably adorable during her school days. Videl, with her long hair, was indeed quite charming. He remembered that Gohan had acted as a city superhero on several occasions, helping to apprehend criminals and uphold justice. He truly had no time to waste on idle pursuits. With a calm demeanor, he looked at her and replied, Videl, are you waiting for me here? Did you come here specifically to wait for me? Are you interested in me? Faced with Gohan's teasing expression, Videl's previously assertive demeanor faltered, her round face flushing bright red. Blushing, she stammered an explanation. Not at all. 3 just happened to pass by here. You don't say such nonsense. Her flushed face and hesitant speech were indeed somewhat endearing. Gohan chuckled softly, casually gesturing behind her. Look, your father is he to pick you up? Videl's expression shifted immediately as she turned around. Dad? Yet upon glancing back, she found no one in sight, and when she regained her composure, she realized Gohan had already vanished. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from her view, leaving her utterly unable to sense his presence. Clenching her fists in frustration, Videl exclaimed, Gohan, how dare you deceive me? Just you wait. I will expose your true self. At that moment, soaring through the skies, Gohan had other matters to attend to and truly had no time to spare on Videl. Although school-age Videl was undeniably charming, the imminent resurrection of Majin Buu loomed large. For now, his priority was to enhance his own abilities. Aside from Majin Buu, there was also Golden Frieza. He simply had no time to waste as Gohan. His training lagged significantly behind others, necessitating urgent catch-up. Having acquired Ultra Instinct Sign, he certainly needed to practice diligently. This ability was something even Goku had yet to master. It's time to strengthen my Ultra Instinct Sign. Ideally, I should reach 100. If I can achieve that, not only would I be able to contend with Majin Buu, but I could also stand a chance against the God of Destruction. Feeling a surge of energy within him, Gohan smirked as he released his energy. In that instant, it became evident that his body was flooded with energy, yet regrettably, this energy was quite minimal. It felt like a faint breeze, almost imperceptible unless one was acutely aware. Moreover, his hair hadn't turned white. This was clearly the underdeveloped Ultra Instinct Sign, rendering his enhancements severely limited. After all, enhancing his combat prowess by a mere 1 million was utterly insufficient for his physique. With not even a single unit to spare, it is only natural that my battle capability remains stagnant. What I need to do now is to practice diligently, allowing my body to acclimate to this newfound ability. He realized that controlling this surge of energy was quite challenging. Mastery could only be attained through rigorous training. A moment's inattention could lead to the surrounding energy dissipating entirely. To harness this power required an exceptionally high level of mental fortitude. Thus, training proved to be quite taxing on one's mental resources. Without heading directly home, he swiftly located a suitable training ground, and upon landing, he sensed the presence of another individual. This person had followed him all the way, evidently observing him from the shadows. He did not need to ponder who it was given his current need for a training partner. He wasted no time in addressing the air. "Uncle Piccolo, you've been tailing me. Why not emerge now and serve as my training partner? I wish to hone the skills I have recently grasped." As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure materialized in the air. It was none other than Piccolo, the ever-dedicated caretaker. Indeed, he had been shadowing him from the very beginning. As a caretaker, Piccolo was remarkably committed. Moreover, the ambiguity surrounding Piccolo's gender remained a mystery to all. It was said that Namekians were androgynous beings capable of reproduction. Thus, Piccolo's role as a caretaker was undeniably commendable. Piccolo glanced at the noticeably different Gohan before him, but did not dwell on it. He simply remarked, "Shishi has been waiting at home for quite some time. Are you certain you don't wish to return? I cannot assist if you find yourself in trouble." Chapter 2. A lottery of mastery and ultra instinct? Gohan was hardly concerned. His sole focus was on enhancing himself. As a scholar, he could not save the earth. He spread his hands in a gesture of resignation, saying, "Truth be told, I have little affection for academics. I am merely compelled to pursue them. To be frank, Uncle Piccolo, I believe the earth remains perilous, and it is indeed prudent to strengthen myself further." Upon hearing Gohan's words, Piccolo's eyes brightened, a smile gracing his lips. This was the very demeanor he longed to witness in Gohan. Seeing him finally attain enlightenment filled him with satisfaction. While it may not bode well for Shishi, it is certainly wise for you to enhance your capabilities. I can serve as your sparring partner, although my training regimen is rather grueling. Piccolo's abilities were formidable, particularly with the techniques of the Namekian race as a training opponent. He was the ideal choice for Gohan. Thus, he harbored no reservations and immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. With a surge of power enveloping him, he reveled in the exhilarating sensation. He had not anticipated that transforming into a Super Saiyan would be such a liberating experience. He could only imagine how exhilarating it must be to achieve Super Saiyan Blue. "This is perfect. I need not hold back. After these years of inadequate training, I must compensate. I'm coming at you." With a swift movement, in his Super Saiyan form, he felt an explosive surge of power coursing through him, merging with Ultra Instinct. In an instant, he covered hundreds of meters, arriving before Piccolo in the blink of an eye. However, it was evident that Piccolo remained unfazed in the face of Gohan's Super Saiyan form. To him, no matter how strong Gohan had become, he was still training. As long as Gohan did not transform into his strongest Super Saiyan 2 form, Piccolo believed he could handle the situation. Thus, he initially had no intention of unleashing his full strength. Yet, to his surprise, as Gohan closed the distance, a punch came flying at him before he could even react, as if Gohan had anticipated his every move. The punch transformed into a kick, and before Piccolo could fully relax, he was sent flying. Crash! With the force of the kick, Piccolo's expression soured. He had observed Gohan for quite some time, and, after years of minimal training, he had only engaged with petty criminals. His strength should have diminished, yet he had underestimated Gohan, who now seemed like an entirely different person. Moreover, Gohan had acquired some ability that allowed him to predict his attacks, making their previous encounters pale in comparison. "Uncle Piccolo, your face appears a bit green." Gohan, exhilarated by his successful strike, could not help but comment, further darkening Piccolo's countenance. "You little rascal, my face has always been green." Infuriated, Piccolo charged forward without holding back, engaging Gohan in combat. Gohan now sensed that Ultra Instinct was far more than a mere enhancement of 1 million in combat power. This 1 million was contingent upon where it was applied, particularly regarding his evasion capabilities. He could now predict Piccolo's impending attacks if Piccolo did not exert his full strength and only used 80%. Gohan could foresee every move. It seemed that this 1 million in combat power had significant utility. Of course, this was only effective against Piccolo, as he was known for his sharp tongue but soft heart. Even when angered, he would hesitate to unleash his full power. Approximately 80 or so, he wholeheartedly assisted him in training. This allowed him to gradually acclimatize to the feeling of Super Saiyan 1. After half an hour, he astonishingly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The emergence of Super Saiyan 2 caused Piccolo to furrow his brow in concern, watching Gohan's transformation with an expression of shifting emotions. After all, Super Saiyan 2 had once defeated Cell, and with all his might. Piccolo knew he was no match. His complexion visibly darkened as he observed Gohan's metamorphosis in a Super Saiyan 2 on high alert. He could not anticipate Gohan's opening move, which was a technique he never expected. The key sphere slash. Piccolo's expression altered dramatically, shock evident on his face. What? With a single hand movement, Gohan unleashed a key sphere slash that sent a shiver through Piccolo's entire being, forcing him to summon all his strength to evade. Yet, he remained visibly shaken. After all, the key sphere slash disregarded defenses and could easily cleave his body in two. He was genuinely furious. You little brat. How did you learn the key sphere slash? Are you trying to kill me? Gohan chuckled nonchalantly, replying, Uncle Piccolo, don't you have regenerative abilities? As long as you don't hit your head, you can always come back to life. Noticing Piccolo's troubled expression, Gohan realized that using Piccolo as a practice partner meant he couldn't unleash his full power. Currently, Piccolo's abilities were insufficient. He could only revert from Super Saiyan 2 back to Super Saiyan 1, which finally relieved Piccolo. Watching the fiercely determined Gohan, Piccolo puzzled over why Gohan suddenly felt the urge to diligently hone his skills. Was Gohan's earlier mention of an impending crisis on Earth genuine? Were there even stronger foes than Cell lurking? Alas, he couldn't fathom just how formidable they might be. After all, Cell had nearly obliterated the Earth and had taken Kakarot away. If there truly existed a threat greater than Cell, Piccolo found it hard to imagine. After 2 hours of training together, Gohan had exhausted all his energy, only to discover that his Ultra Instinct had increased by a mere 0.1, not even reaching 1. The progress was painfully slow. With that increment, he had only gained an additional 10 million in combat power, which was utterly insufficient. At this rate, the current 0.1 had yet to reach the threshold of Ultra Instinct mastery. He felt that only upon reaching 1 could he truly consider himself initiated. Although his Ultra Instinct remained below 1, his key sphere slash had progressed through continuous practice to a proficiency of 10, suggesting that it would likely reach 100 far more swiftly than Ultra Instinct. He genuinely had no idea how long it would take to fully comprehend Ultra Instinct. The pace was indeed excruciatingly slow. Presently, he accompanied Piccolo back home. They arrived as the sun began to set, and it was evident that Chi-Chi was growing impatient. Upon Gohan's return, she immediately launched into a tirade, with Piccolo receiving his fair share of reprimands as well. Despite Piccolo's formidable combat prowess, he dared not utter a word in Chi-Chi's presence. After all, she was the wife of Son Goku. After chastising the two, Chi-Chi's demeanor softened as she turned her concern towards Gohan, saying, I've already prepared dinner. You've only just returned to eat. Goten has fallen asleep waiting for you. Not far away, little Goten emerged, rubbing his eyes with a weary expression. Brother, what were you doing? Why did you take so long to come back? Glancing at his younger brother, Gohan suddenly realized that Goten possessed considerable potential. He could be developed into a training partner. After all, they both shared Saiyan blood, and Goten could easily attain Super Saiyan 2, proving to be much stronger than Piccolo. Currently, Piccolo could only contend with Gohan's Super Saiyan 1, unable to unleash his Super Saiyan 2 prowess. Gohan knew he needed to find a more formidable training partner. In truth, the person he most desired to train with was Vegeta. However, considering Vegeta's arrogant nature, a sparring match could easily escalate into a life-and-death struggle. He ultimately dismissed that thought. He had yet to fully master Ultra Instinct in his own Super Saiyan form. so there was no need to challenge himself with such high stakes right away. Resolving this in his mind, Gohan approached little Goten and affectionately ruffled his hair. "Goten, how about I take you out for some fun tomorrow?" Little Goten's innocent mind brightened at the mention of play, completely shaking off his fatigue. "Really, brother? Then it's a promise. Wow. I haven't gone out with you in ages. This is wonderful. I want to go out with you tomorrow." Little Goten eagerly clung to his brother, his playful nature evoking a smirk from Gohan, who discreetly concealed his amusement. Piccolo, observing from the side, could only empathize with Gohan's intentions. However, he refrained from intervening. After all, he was acutely aware that his current strength could not keep pace with Gohan's training regimen. Understanding that Gohan needed to strengthen himself by seeking out talented individuals, Piccolo, as Gohan's loyal supporter, naturally wished to see him grow even stronger. Early the next morning, Gohan fabricated an excuse to leave for school early, directly taking little Goten with him to a vast grassland. The bewildered little Goten gazed at the endless plain, pondering why his brother had brought him there. "Brother, is there something fun here? I thought we were going to the city. Why are we here?" Gohan, with a serious demeanor, looked at little Goten and said, "Goten, I'm going to teach you the art of combat. You know, we are of Saiyan lineage, and Saiyans are known to be the strongest fighters in the universe. As Saiyans, we must never forget our combat skills." Little Goten remained perplexed, his face filled with confusion. "But Mom says that those who always want to fight are bad kids." Gohan raised a hand, adopting a stern expression as he began to educate him. Little Goten was still quite innocent. Developing him would be a breeze, considering he was merely a little child. No, this is for the sake of justice and peace. You must understand that there are many villains in this world. To prevent them from bullying us, we must become strong ourselves. With a serious look, Gohan inspired little Goten's enthusiasm. "We fight for world peace, and to protect ourselves." Goten's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Brother, you're so cool. I also want to fight for world peace." This little boy was indeed easy to persuade. Now, Gohan had found his second training partner, and with Goten's potential, he was certain he surpassed Piccolo. If developed properly, Goten would undoubtedly prove to be a valuable asset in training. This was simply too easy to manage. Ideally, he could also coax Trunks into joining them, making it even more perfect. Concealing a mischievous smile, Gohan commenced his earnest teaching. "All right, I will begin by teaching you how to transform into Super Saiyan 1. Hearing Gohan's words, Piccolo could not help but chuckle. How could this be? "Gohan, Goten is just a child. Why start with such a challenging concept?" Piccolo laughed heartily, believing Gohan was joking. However, little Goten was barely of school age, and even being the son of Son Goku did not mean he could instantly become a Super Saiyan. Yet Gohan completely disregarded Piccolo's concerns, earnestly instructing little Goten. After spending 10 minutes explaining the sensation of becoming a Super Saiyan, he encouraged Goten to give it a try. "Now, gather your anger and give it a shot." With a surge of determination, little Goten's expression shifted, and he trembled with energy. The aura surrounding him made Piccolo's eyes widen in astonishment. In an instant, little Goten transformed into Super Saiyan 1. "Brother, is this how it's done?" "Wow, that was so easy. I did it right away." His hair changed color as he successfully achieved Super Saiyan 1. Piccolo stood in disbelief, utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? Is this truly Super Saiyan? A young child, yet able to grasp the teachings with remarkable ease, left Piccolo utterly astonished, as his worldview crumbled before him. In contrast, Gohan maintained a serene demeanor, fully aware of the situation, and nodded with a smile. "Indeed, it is time to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Upon uttering this phrase, Piccolo could no longer contain himself. His beliefs were shattered. Transforming into Super Saiyan 1 was one thing, but now there was a demand for Super Saiyan 2. Was this truly no jest? Wait a moment, Gohan, that I believe that transforming into a Super Saiyan is already quite impressive. And no matter how formidable Goten may be, he cannot possibly transform into Super Saiyan 2. This matter surely required a gradual approach to teaching. Alas, Gohan had little time for such lengthy instruction. Goten's innate talent would allow him to achieve Super Saiyan 2 with relative ease. Even Super Saiyan 3 could be attained with some additional training. It was simply that Goten remained oblivious to his own potential, and even if he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his current strength would render him incapable of fully harnessing its abilities. Nonetheless, achieving Super Saiyan 2 would provide Goten with a significant boost, and, as a demonstration, Gohan decided to showcase the transformation technique. Essentially, Super Saiyan 2 would enhance raw power, albeit at the cost of some speed. Thus, Super Saiyan 2 represented absolute strength, while Super Saiyan 1 allowed for more balanced development. It was not guaranteed that Super Saiyan 2 was superior to Super Saiyan 1. Indeed, while Super Saiyan 2's combat power would see an increase, it was merely a matter of raw strength, which could inadvertently diminish speed. Against an opponent adept in speed, Super Saiyan 2 was not necessarily more effective than Super Saiyan 1. This was also the reason why Vegeta had never transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Goten, absorbing Gohan's teachings with utmost seriousness, was genuinely intrigued by the transformation, and with a bit of guidance, he was able to comprehend it fully. Remarkably, it took merely 10 minutes to achieve the transformation from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 2. In one vigorous effort, Goten completed the transformation. In just 10 minutes, Piccolo's complexion shifted dramatically, as he now understood that the entire Saiyan family was a collection of anomalies. How terrifying! Oni-chan, I've done it. Wow. The difference between Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 1 is astonishing. I feel an incredible surge of power throughout my body, Goten exclaimed, bouncing with elation at having successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Observing the spectacle, Gohan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, a playful smile gracing his lips, which sent a shiver down Piccolo's spine. He understood that Gohan's intent in guiding Goten towards Super Saiyan 2 was likely motivated by his own training objectives. A moment of silence was given for the naive Goten. The exuberant young Saiyan, however, remained blissfully unaware of the challenges that lay ahead after mastering Super Saiyan 2, despite Goten's current power not surpassing Piccolo's. The duo combined could still serve as formidable training partners. Gohan was eager to elevate his mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique to level 1 concurrently, him to raise his Ki Sphere Slash to 100, thereby earning another opportunity for a lottery draw. With an amused gaze at the exuberant Goten, Gohan remarked, "All right, Goten, let us now embark on practical combat training. This will teach you how to confront adversaries, enabling you to protect yourself from any threats that may arise. This is the essence of our training." Goten nodded, somewhat bewildered. Gohan was pleased with his response and initiated the training in Super Saiyan 1 form. Addressing Piccolo beside him, "Piccolo, you and Goten will attack me together without holding back. Unleash the full extent of your power," Gohan assured. "I can handle it." Having witnessed Gohan's prowess the previous day, Piccolo felt no doubt about his capabilities. Nodding in agreement, Piccolo's expression turned serious, and without hesitation, he gathered his energy, unleashing a force of 100. The overwhelming energy left Goten agape, as he began to realize he had unwittingly stepped into a rather precarious situation. Observing Gohan's demeanor, he questioned whether this was merely practice or a genuine confrontation. After over an hour of morning training, Gohan had elevated his Ki Sphere Slash to 99, just shy of perfection. Achieving a score of 100 would allow him to utilize it flawlessly, executing rapid-fire strikes with both hands. Upon reaching the coveted completion of 100, Gohan, eyeing Goten and Piccolo, retreated to create distance and, without hesitation, unleashed his newfound ability. He was eager to witness its true power. With a score of 100, he executed 10 rapid-fire strikes. Whoosh! With fluid movements, the 10 strikes were executed seamlessly in under a second. The barrage struck with great force, causing Piccolo's expression to shift dramatically. Reacting swiftly, he dashed towards Goten, seizing him just in time to evade the relentless onslaught of Ki Sphere Slashes, which obliterated several mountains in their wake. The ground shook violently as the mountains collapsed. Goten, grasped tightly by Piccolo, finally registered the chaos unfolding behind him, his face paling in terror, on the brink of tears. "Oni-chan, that last attack nearly killed me." Piccolo, perspiration beading on his forehead, couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. After all, even Krillin would struggle to withstand such a ferocious barrage of 10 strikes. He sensed that Gohan's progress was alarmingly rapid. With a stern expression, he admonished, Goten is still quite young. Having just grasped Super Saiyan 2, this 10-strike barrage is far too formidable. Even Frieza would have been annihilated by such an attack, or not use it recklessly. At the very least, wait until Goten can fully control Super Saiyan 2. Goten nodded vigorously, having narrowly escaped disaster, now acutely aware of the perils of training alongside his brother. The previous 10 strikes had indeed left him with a significant psychological scar. Gohan chuckled, pleased to see his key sphere slash reach 100, granting him another opportunity for a lottery draw. He eagerly anticipated the abilities that awaited him. Regrettably, while his key sphere slash had reached a completion time of 0.1 seconds for 10 strikes, his Ultra Instinct technique remained at 0.5, still far for the coveted level 1. The gap was substantial, as mastering Ultra Instinct proved exceedingly challenging. Presently, he had yet to break through to level 1. Leaving him to ponder how long it would take to reach 100, was it possible that his training intensity was insufficient? After all, engaging in combat against Piccolo and Goten would not likely push him to his limits. The Saiyan bloodline's inherent characteristics made it difficult to enhance their abilities without facing dire challenges or intense battles that forced them to confront their limits. He began to contemplate methods for self-improvement. As the morning training session concluded, Gohan requested Piccolo to escort Goten home, noting that the time was growing late and he needed to return to school. With a swift motion, he executed the instant transmission technique. Dashing towards the school to avoid tardiness, in his haste, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant. Watching this unfold, Piccolo exhaled in relief. After these past few days, he had grown somewhat apprehensive about training with Gohan. The boy's power had surpassed his own in a flash, and that key sphere slash was beyond the capability of anyone else on Earth. However, if anyone could withstand it, it would be that fellow, Vegeta. Smirking, Piccolo couldn't help but wonder how Vegeta would react upon discovering Gohan's rapid advancements. Now nearing his own level, he eagerly anticipated the day when Gohan would surpass both Vegeta and Goku. Once feeling hopeless, he now glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Goten, exhausted from training, sat on the ground, displaying an expression of utter fatigue. Oni-chan, you are truly remarkable. Are you now even stronger than Uncle Vegeta? Though Uncle Vegeta is quite formidable too. Piccolo chuckled, then recalled something. By the way, Goten, aren't you supposed to be playing with Trunks? How about I take you there now? Goten's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face instantly brightening. Really? Trunks has so many toys. I want to go find him, but Mom said I have to do my homework first. Piccolo chuckled heartily and said, no worries after all. Gohan can help explain things over here that I could take your Trunks right now. Little Goten nodded eagerly, unaware of Piccolo's true intentions. His innocent mind simply believed that he would be able to play with toys, and he joyfully agreed, that's wonderful. Uncle Piccolo, you and my brother are so kind to me. I'm going to Trunks. Piccolo was quite pleased and did not return little Goten home. Instead, he took him to Bulma's house. His purpose for doing so, of course, was to provide Gohan with some training. He was still very considerate of Gohan. Chapter 4. Another lottery draw for Shadow Clone Technique. The draw was successful, and he obtained a Shadow Clone Technique, allowing him to use the technique of creating clones. Please note, if the completion does not reach 100, the clones will reduce his combat power. What a bizarre lottery ability. How could he possibly draw the Shadow Clone Technique? This must be a joke. Can this really be used? However, although the clone technique would reduce his combat power, if not perfected at 100, achieving the completion of 100 means he could create clones without sacrificing his own strength. That would be invincible. Of course, the combat power of the clones would still be inferior to that of the original self. Based on the current clone technique, producing 2 clones would yield a combat power of around 10, which is quite decent. If he were to create 100 clones, they would collectively possess less than 1 combat power. In other words, even if he reached the completion of 100, creating 100 clones would only yield a combat power of 10 to 20. These clones could be useful for dealing with minor foes, but if he were to face a formidable opponent, such worthless clones would only serve as expendable fodder. Regardless, having acquired the skill, Gohan was determined to enhance it. For this technique could yield impressive results when used strategically. At school, Gohan endured a lengthy period of study, though he sensed someone watching him intently since earlier. Nonetheless, he paid it no mind and focused on finding a way to elevate his ultimate technique to level 1. Otherwise, his strength would not undergo any significant enhancement. The morning classes swiftly came to an end. After class, Gohan wished to leave promptly. However, before he could exit the classroom, a girl abruptly blocked his path, drawing the attention and amusement of other passing classmates. Wow, Biddy is quite bold, blocking Gohan's way. She must have feelings for him. How infuriating. Gohan is my idol, and Biddy is trying to steal him away. What is going on? Is Biddy interested in Gohan? How frustrating. Biddy, unfazed by her classmates' gazes, looked at Gohan with a serious expression and declared, "You lied to me yesterday. Don't even think about deceiving me today. You left so suddenly yesterday, and this time, I won't let you escape so easily." The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, but Biddy seemed oblivious, her determination unwavering. Gohan smiled and couldn't help but say, "Biddy, even if you want me to accompany you on a date, there's no need to be so enthusiastic. I genuinely had other commitments yesterday, but how about we schedule a time to meet another day?" Upon uttering these words, other classmates gasped, their mouths agape in disbelief. This statement led many to indulge in wild speculation that, in a way, Biddy is actually pursuing Gohan. And she asked Biddy, "I remember that Biddy's father is a world champion. Doesn't she prefer those stronger than him? Could Gohan be stronger than the world champion? Impossible. Gohan is too slender. He can't possibly compare to Mr. Satan." It seems like Biddy has a preference for pretty boys. Biddy's face flushed crimson upon hearing her classmates' banter. Especially in response to Gohan's words, she clenched her fists in embarrassment and anger. "Why, you better not joke around. I want to know if you're the city hero. Were you the one behind those incidents? How dare you try to evade the truth?" Gohan shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "As I said, I don't know anything about those events. However, if you want to go on a date with me, I could spare a day. My free time is quite limited, and if I miss this chance, it may never come again." Indeed, he was currently engrossed in training, making it challenging to carve out time. Hearing Gohan's words, Biddy was momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at Gohan's teasing expression. Unbeknownst to her, he intended to provoke her, hoping she would give up. Yet, she was not one to easily relent. With a stern face, she readily agreed. "All right, I'm free this weekend. When do you have time? I'll accompany you on a date." I'll see if you reveal your true identity." Upon hearing Biddy's agreement, many classmates gasped in disbelief, and several boys glared at Gohan with jealousy. Gohan, however, appeared unperturbed. "Let's do this then. This Sunday, which is the day after tomorrow, I have some special assignments to complete these 2 days. On Sunday, I'll take you out on a date." "It's settled, Biddy-chan." After speaking, he waved and left, leaving Biddy blushing furiously. The nickname made her cheeks burn, especially under the gazes of her classmates. She could hardly believe she had agreed to accompany him on a date. After a moment, she finally regained her composure. This was her first date. Why did she suddenly agree so foolishly? No way. This guy is nowhere near as capable as my father, Mr. Satan, and I will absolutely not fall for him. Clenching her small fists, Biddy resolutely believed that Gohan could never measure up to her father, who was undeniably strong. Returning home after evading Biddy, Gohan discovered that Goten had not yet returned. After inquiring about Goten's whereabouts, he learned that he intended to continue training. Kiki sighed helplessly. It seems Goten went to find Trunks, and Piccolo took him there. Who knows what Piccolo is thinking? By the way, Gohan, you should bring Goten back. He hasn't finished some of his family assignments, and he must complete them properly. Kiki spoke earnestly to Gohan, who had no choice but to agree. After all, without Goten, Piccolo's training would be significantly less effective. What exactly was Piccolo taking Goten to Bulma's house for? Gohan found himself perplexed and set off once more toward Bulma's residence. The Bulma's family was renowned as the world's wealthiest, developing various functional capsules. And they were truly affluent. He originally intended to borrow some money from Aunt Bulma to indulge himself, wondering why Goku always seemed short on funds despite having such a resourceful ally. Maintaining world peace required financial support as well. Soaring into the sky, Gohan covered the distance to Bulma's house, which was several hundred kilometers away, in mere minutes. However, during his journey, he passed by Master Roshi's home. Spotting Krillin in midair, he raised his hand in greeting with a bright smile. Gohan, what are you up to? Hey, it's been a while since I've seen you. Seeing Krillin, Gohan halted his flight and landed. And Krillin approached him with enthusiasm. I heard you got sent to a university in the city. It must be tough. Kiki is something else. Traveling to and from the city must be a hassle. But you've managed to stick it out. Having fought together during the Namek saga, Gohan and Krillin shared a good rapport. In response to Krillin's teasing, Gohan replied casually, university life is quite enjoyable. It offers a nice change of pace and helps with spiritual training. By the way, Uncle Krillin, how has your training been going lately? It is evident that Krillin has long forgotten about his training. He touched his bald head and chuckled. I have completely lost track of my training lately. However, I have just started dating a girl, and I would be happy to introduce you to her. Gohan looked on with curiosity. Is it Android 18? Krillin's expression shifted, revealing a hint of discomfort as he laughed awkwardly. Just kidding. It's not her. It's a girl named Human Marin. I will introduce you to her later. Haha. Unexpectedly, it appears that Krillin has not yet pursued Android 18 and is still entangled with his ex-girlfriend. This implies that Android 18 is still single. Though her whereabouts remain unknown, it is worth noting that Android 18 is quite the beauty. Possessing the qualities of a devoted partner, it seems somewhat wasteful for her to be matched with Krillin. Observing Krillin's cheerful demeanor as he reconciled with his ex, Gohan realized that, given Krillin's current prowess, there is no hope of him becoming a training partner as the strongest human. He simply cannot compare to the Saiyans. After uttering a brief farewell, Krillin took his leave. Uncle Krillin, I must pay a visit to Bulma's house. Let's chat next time. Krillin nodded and waved goodbye, allowing Gohan to set off. Upon arriving at Bulma's residence, Gohan immediately sensed a powerful surge of energy, the most formidable he had encountered thus far. This energy was exponentially stronger than Piccolo's, exuding an almost piercing intensity that alerted its source to his presence. The energy attempted to probe him mentally, but Gohan's ultra instinct manifested, enabling him to evade the probing. Leaving the other party visibly astonished, they had not anticipated his ability to dodge such immense energy scrutiny. Currently, the strongest individual on Earth is undoubtedly Vegeta. After all, Goku is still training in the afterlife, and Vegeta's potential is on par with Goku's, making him incredibly formidable. Known for his ruthless and merciless demeanor, Prince Vegeta was keenly aware of Gohan's arrival, even if he did not physically appear. Instead, he used long-range energy to assess Gohan, clearly recognizing him as Gohan, yet exhibiting no hostility at this moment. Gohan chose to disregard this silent observation, understanding that it was premature to seek Vegeta as a training partner. As Gohan approached, he spotted Bulma's father and raised his hand in greeting. Gohan, are you here to pick up Goten? He is currently with Trunks. Let me call his grandmother to bring him over. Dr. Briefs greeted him with a warm smile, inviting Gohan to take a seat. Let's have some tea. The robots have already prepared it. Gohan, feeling no need for formality, stepped forward, just as he reached for a teacup. A figure appeared before him, nearly catching him off guard. In that moment, he acutely felt the vast gap between himself and Vegeta. Even if he could transform into Super Saiyan 2, there was no way he could match Vegeta's unique Super Saiyan form. Vegeta had taken Super Saiyan to its utmost limit, achieving a transformation known as Super Vegeta. Should he continue to develop this form, he could rival even Super Saiyan 3 in strength. As Vegeta arrived, his icy voice reached Gohan's ears. Gohan, your training seems to be progressing well. You were able to evade my energy detection. Vegeta's demeanor was frosty, clearly testing Gohan's abilities. Truly, he was the prince of all Saiyans. Although Gohan yearned to gauge his strength against Vegeta, he understood that the time was not right. Engaging in combat with Vegeta would not be mere training. It would be a life-and-death struggle. Such an encounter would offer little assistance to his current training, as he needed to hone his skills gradually without suffering undue humiliation. Maintaining his composure, he lifted his teacup and took a sip, saying, Uncle Vegeta, your strength has grown immensely. I could feel it upon my arrival. It seems you have perfected the Super Saiyan transformation. Vegeta, filled with pride, acknowledged this, for he had indeed mastered the Super Vegeta form. a stark contrast to the regular Super Saiyan. This form represented a special power of Super Saiyan 1, 200. Thus, Vegeta, with a haughty demeanor, remarked, "It's a pity that Kakarot isn't here. I initially intended to make you my training partner. But I heard you've been attending school. It seems you haven't trained in years. You're probably quite out of shape." With that, he turned to leave. Gohan exhaled, relieved yet somewhat dissatisfied. Indeed, he recognized the significant gap in combat capabilities between himself and the elite fighters. Currently, he could only muster about 50% of Vegeta's strength. Even if he exerted all his effort, he would merely brush the threshold of 50. Reaching 100 seemed a distant dream. He hoped that once he achieved the first level of Ultra Instinct, he might glimpse a glimmer of hope. His spirit renewed. He understood Piccolo's intention for Goten to visit. It was to highlight the disparity with Vegeta and encourage him to intensify his training. Before long, Goten and Trunks arrived together. Upon spotting Gohan, Trunks eagerly bounded over, brimming with enthusiasm. "Gohan, I want to learn how to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Goten has already learned it. Why can't I? It's so unfair." Goten was just showing off in front of me. Gohan observed Trunks' impatient demeanor, clearly envious of Gohan's ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Amused, Gohan replied, "Isn't your father also capable of transforming into Super Saiyan? Why not ask him to teach you? Surely he can guide you." At the mention of his father, Trunks visibly flinched, revealing his apprehension. He had trained with Vegeta a few times, and a shadow of fear cast by Vegeta loomed large over him. With a dejected expression, Trunks admitted, "I asked my father, but he said I am too young to learn." Vegeta evidently doubted Trunks' potential to transform into Super Saiyan. Considering Trunks' eagerness, Gohan conceived an idea that brightened his expression. "All right, I will share with you the method of transformation that I can teach you not only Super Saiyan 1, but also Super Saiyan 2. Trunks, overjoyed, cheered, "Really? That's amazing, Gohan. You're even better than my father. I knew coming to you would be the right choice." Seeing Trunks so ecstatic, Gohan raised a finger and said, "However, I have a condition." Without hesitation, Trunks nodded eagerly. "Whatever it is, I'll agree. Just tell me, Gohan." It was clear that Trunks' family was not lacking in resources, yet Gohan had no intention of asking a child for money. What he desired was something else. With a serious expression, he stated, "I would like access to your father's battle footage, specifically the kind of training simulations that mimic his fighting style. I know you can produce them. But obtaining your father's battle footage is no small feat. I will need your assistance." Despite his trepidation regarding his father, the prospect of learning the ability to transform into Super Saiyan spurred Trunks to clench his fists in determination. Agreeing to help Gohan acquire Vegeta's training footage, this would undoubtedly aid his upcoming training. After convincing Trunks, Gohan decided to train alongside him. Unfortunately, Trunks and Goten had yet to master fusion. Otherwise, they could have honed their skills together without needing Vegeta's battle footage. As it stands, contacting Goku to learn fusion techniques proved to be an exceedingly challenging task. Little Trunks possesses quite remarkable comprehension abilities and is on the path to mastering Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2. Compared to little Goten, he finds it easier to grasp these transformations, and in terms of combat power, he surpasses little Goten. He has inherited his father's combative bloodline. Yet, all of this pales in comparison to Gohan, who remains a formidable presence. And no matter how much potential Trunks possesses or how powerful his transformations may be, he is still just a child. A mere energy sphere slash could render him trembling on the ground. Unable to rise, he watched a mountain split in two behind him. Little Trunks wore an expression akin to that of little Goten's at the time, one of sheer terror. Gohan's technique is astonishing. Capable of obliterating a mountain in an instant, just as formidable as my father. Little Goten, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Is Uncle Vegeta truly that powerful?" Reflecting on the matter, little Trunks displayed a lingering fear. "Yes. I've trained with my father, but each time he subdued me with a single move that hurts quite a bit. Sometimes my father shows no mercy at all. It's true, the proud Vegeta would hardly know the meaning of leniency. It would be a miracle if Trunks were not outright eliminated." This left Gohan eager to see the training footage of Vegeta, as he could not spar with the real deal at the moment. So he decided to battle against the footage to enhance his skills. He turned to Trunks and began to entice him. Trunks, remember your promise to me. Once I teach you how to achieve Super Saiyan, you must fulfill my request. If you succeed, I can impart even more powerful techniques to you. Trunks' eyes lit up immediately, and he joyfully replied, Really? That's fantastic, Gohan. I promise I will return right away and acquire my father's training footage for you. Just wait for my good news. With that, Trunks hurriedly departed, eager to learn Gohan's special techniques. After all, Gohan's teachings are considerably easier to comprehend than those of his father, and Trunks' desire for combat far exceeds that of little Goten. Upon returning home, he set out to pilfer his father's training data. Even if Vegeta discovered this, it wouldn't be a significant issue. He would have no idea who was behind the theft within Capsule Corporation. Little Trunks stealthily emerged from the simulated training room, clutching a chip and a combat simulation machine. In fact, these items were specifically designed by Bulma for Vegeta. The fully simulated combat robots emulate the fighting styles of Saiyans, allowing for practice without the need for other opponents, making them exceedingly useful for Vegeta. Utilizing such technology, even Goku's fighting style could be replicated, which explains why Vegeta's power has increased so swiftly. This must be what Gohan desires. I wonder what he intends to do with it. Could it be that he wishes to simulate a battle with Father? Trunks pondered, bewildered as to why Gohan would want this. For fighting his father was an extraordinarily daunting prospect. He knew Gohan was formidable, yet he still could not match his father, Vegeta. Just as he contemplated sneaking away, unbeknownst to him, someone in the vicinity had already locked onto his presence and seized his combat data. At that moment, Vegeta made no sound to intervene. After all, he too was curious about why his son sought to steal his combat training data. It was clear that Trunks had no need for it. Having long since ceased to train with his father, and giving it to Piccolo was out of the question. Piccolo had no use for it whatsoever. The only possible recipient was Gohan, who had recently come by, and Vegeta sensed something different about him. Could Gohan be aspiring to surpass him? Humph, what a joke. With a scoff, he dismissed the matter entirely. A mere combat training data file was of no concern to him. He was utterly unconvinced that Gohan could surpass him with this. It was an impossible feat. His ultimate goal remained Kakarot. A triviality like Gohan could not hinder his pursuit of Kakarot. Chapter 9. Vegeta's training method. Little Trunks proved to be quite resourceful. Promptly acquiring the footage of Vegeta's combat training, he also brought back the machine, which elicited a gratifying commendation from Gohan. Well done, Trunks. You have not wasted my guidance as your mentor, the exhilarated little Trunks exclaimed. Master, reflecting on the future world, it was amusing that the older Trunks and Gohan shared a mentor-student relationship. Having taken on a young apprentice was indeed intriguing, especially since this apprentice was the son of Vegeta. Gohan affectionately ruffled Trunks' hair and began to delve into the combat footage, which would greatly aid in enhancing his fighting prowess. After all, both Goten and Trunks were still children, and Piccolo's strength was insufficient. On Earth, the only being with extraordinary combat power was Vegeta. Only by mastering Vegeta's combat footage could he train his various abilities and strengthen two techniques. Activating the machine, the entire space was enveloped in a protective membrane, creating an independent environment in this technologically advanced world. Such devices were truly impressive. Soon, as a figure generated by the machine appeared, it was none other than Vegeta, arms crossed, materializing before Gohan. The holographic projection technology, combined with high-powered combat robots, was not far inferior to those of the androids like Cell. In this holographic representation, Vegeta retained his haughty demeanor, gazing down at Gohan with a disdainful smirk, standing still. He exhibited not a hint of movement, perfectly embodying Vegeta's proud personality. Due to his arrogant nature, even as a combat projection, the robotic Vegeta was not quick to engage. After all, he was the Prince of Saiyans. Typically, he would not consider ordinary foes worthy opponents. Gohan observed Vegeta's arrogance and smirked. I never expected this projection to be just as conceited as the real deal. Even though it could not compare to the genuine article in strength, it still reveled in grandstanding. The combat projection possessed only about 50 of the original's power, yet was still far beyond that of common fighters. Particularly Piccolo and the like. It was utterly impossible for them to withstand a 50 projection of Vegeta. At this moment, only Gohan dared to confront it head-on. and he was more than eager to do so. Let me see just how much power a 50 Vegeta possesses. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, activating his Super Saiyan form and charging straight ahead. As the stationary Vegeta sensed Gohan's Super Saiyan power, he smirked, continuing to sneer. With a single hand raised, he unleashed an energy blast. However, Gohan deftly evaded it, causing the projection of Prince Vegeta to momentarily change expression, revealing a look of incredulous humanity. Gohan chuckled. Typical physical attacks are ineffective against me. Taste my perfect Kamehameha, channeling energy. He unleashed a flawless Kamehameha wave directly at Vegeta. The terrifying energy caused the projection of Vegeta to change color, and he instantaneously teleported away, narrowly avoiding the perfect Kamehameha blast. It struck the ground with a thunderous explosion. The earth trembled violently, the moment akin to a nuclear detonation, shaking the very ground and causing the sky to change hues. Nearby, little Goten and little Trunks stood in awe, their mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes. Amazing, Gohan. This truly is Father's projection. I wonder how much more powerful he would be in person. Indeed, even if it is merely a projection, the clash between the two individuals is already terrifying. Were to involve real people, this entire area would undoubtedly be utterly annihilated. With a swift evasion of Gohan's flawless Kamehameha, Vegeta's body moved at once. No longer merely posing, but clearly acknowledging his adversary. He charged forward, unleashing a tempest of strikes with both hands and feet in a ferocious onslaught. Alas, countless attacks, akin to raindrops, were effortlessly dodged by Gohan, leaving Vegeta furrowing his brow, visibly perplexed as to why his close-range assaults bore no fruit. Gohan was indeed tempted to reveal that his Ultra Instinct technique granted him an extraordinary capacity for close-quarters combat, enabling him to predict his opponent's attack patterns with remarkable precision. Evading Vegeta's strikes without transformation was far from a trivial task. Observing that his attacks were ineffective, Vegeta was compelled to create distance once more, gathering his energy before transforming into Super Saiyan 1. This revelation startled Gohan. He had not anticipated that a combat projection could also achieve the Super Saiyan state. While it paled in comparison to the transformation of Super Vegeta, it nonetheless represented a formidable opponent. This was indeed promising, as it provided an opportunity for him to hone his skills. Shadow Clone Technique. Utilizing this ability, Gohan summoned the power he had just acquired, controlling the number of clones he created. Instead of a multitude, he conjured just 2 duplicates. As Gohan appeared to multiply before him, Vegeta's projection furrowed his brow, a look of bewilderment crossing his face, clearly momentarily baffled by this peculiar technique. However, in the next instant his pride surged, and he charged forward with renewed vigor. He aimed an attack at Gohan, only to be intercepted by the 2 clones, which quickly engaged him. Having inherited Gohan's combat prowess of 20, they immediately entangled with Vegeta's projection. Gohan realized that the utility of these clones was not insignificant. They were indeed capable of holding back an opponent. The 2 clones, able to contend with Vegeta's power level of 50, genuinely surprised him. Nodding in determination, he resolved to enhance this ability to 100. Achieving such a feat would undoubtedly require extensive training. And the projection of Vegeta served as an excellent training target. 97, 98, 99, 100. Perfect, alright, the Shadow Clone technique has reached 100. A spark of brilliance ignited within him, and he chuckled, observing the increasingly beleaguered Vegeta as he grappled with the clones. With a triumphant shout, Gohan refrained from prolonging the torment and recalled all the clones back into his own body. The perfected 100-level Shadow Clone technique had bestowed upon him newfound strength. There was no longer a need to utilize 2 clones to confuse his opponent. Once the clones re-entered his form, without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a technique at hand. Kamehameha. With 100 clones, the Super Kamehameha was amplified 100-fold. As he amassed energy, Vegeta's residual image had yet to comprehend Gohan's next move. In an instant, he split into 10, and those 10 clones multiplied into hundreds. With a united front, the countless Gohans released the perfected Kamehameha, coalescing their energy into a colossal sphere. The sheer magnitude of the energy wave caused Vegeta's projection to tremble, rendering him utterly astonished, unable to fathom the terrifying potency of the Kamehameha. The massive energy orb enveloped the surroundings, threatening to pierce through the very earth itself if unleashed. Boom! The terrifying hundredfold perfected Kamehameha struck Vegeta's form, leaving no room for a scream as he was vaporized into a cloud of smoke, leaving only shattered earth in his wake. Even the clouds above were dispersed, suggesting that the entire planet had shuddered from the impact. Nearby, two young onlookers stood in stunned silence, utterly dumbfounded. Wow, Gohan, Brother Gohan's Kamehameha is terrifying. If that were aimed at Earth, it would surely be doomed. Daddy's projection has vanished without a trace of resistance. This was a training session against Daddy's 50 power. Indeed, just moments ago, had it been the real Vegeta, he would not have dared to withstand such an attack. Who would dare to contest with a member of the Sun family in a beam struggle? If it came to measuring beam capabilities, Gohan was undoubtedly formidable. Even Goku might think twice. After all, the instantaneous release of the perfected Kamehameha by 100 clones possessed enough force to obliterate a planet, as Gohan concluded this battle. The potential for destruction weighed heavily on his mind. It seemed evident that he would need to choose a different location for future training, for the recent hundredfold perfected Kamehameha had nearly brought Earth to its knees. Even the ozone layer had been compromised, and if he were to unleash another devastating technique, Earth could very well face annihilation. Shaking his head, he resolved to tidy up before returning, reluctantly acknowledging the usefulness of Vegeta's combat data. After successfully achieving 100 clones, he was rewarded with another chance at a lottery draw. Moreover, his Ultra Instinct prowess had advanced rapidly, surging from a mere 0.5 to an impressive 0.9, just a hair's breadth away from attaining the coveted one. This was the source of his utmost joy. With another round of training against Vegeta's projection, he was certain to reach one in Ultra Instinct. Gohan prepared to leave after tidying up. A number of individuals not far away sensed the overwhelming energy waves. The sudden eruption of the hundredfold perfected Kamehameha caused Piccolo, who had been training elsewhere, to furrow his brow, recognizing the familiar energy. A smile soon graced his lips. Gohan, that rascal, managed to release such immense energy in one go. Even Vegeta would struggle to match that. Not only Piccolo, but even Vegeta, who was engaged in gravity training within the training room, felt the colossal energy surge, his expression one of disbelief. Impossible. This energy belongs to Gohan. How could this kid suddenly unleash such a vast amount of power? It is utterly inconceivable. What on earth is he doing with my combat data? At this moment, Vegeta was genuinely perplexed, unable to comprehend how Gohan, utilizing his combat information, could generate such a staggering amount of energy, instilling a profound sense of unease within him. Chapter 7. Breaking Through One in Ultra Instinct. On the weekend, during a rare school holiday, Gohan had initially intended to seek a more convenient training location. However, having made plans with Videl, she arrived at his home early in the morning, pulling him out without hesitation. Even more enthusiastic than he was, Gohan, you promised me. You said you would accompany me today, Videl declared with a playful glimmer in her eyes, a radiant smile adorning her face, for she had already devised her plan. Since he was reluctant to admit his feelings, she would follow closely behind him, perhaps uncovering something in the process. Thus, she had taken the initiative to find Gohan and embark on a leisurely exploration of the city. With no choice but to accompany her on this outing, Gohan felt a rare respite from his rigorous training. Today was a precious moment of leisure, allowing his spirit to relax considerably, which would benefit his mental cultivation as well. While strolling alongside Videl, his Ultra Instinct, which had previously reached 0.9, unexpectedly surged to 0.95 due to their casual outing. This was indeed curious. The cultivation of Ultra Instinct seemed to hinge not solely on training, but also on the elevation of one's mental state. Much like Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan God, the enhancement of strength in later stages transcended mere combat prowess. It also required the refinement of one's mental faculties. This outcome had taken Gohan by surprise, and he felt a sense of gratitude towards Videl. Sensing Videl's scrutinizing gaze upon him, he found it amusing. Throughout their walk, she had been keenly observing him, eager to uncover his true strength To express his appreciation for her role in enhancing his ultra instinct. He spotted a nearby stall and, taking her hand, led her over. "Hey, you've accompanied me for a while now. Let me give you a gift as a memento of our first date." Upon finishing their conversation, they entered a quaint shop where he diligently sought out a beautiful gemstone for Videl. It was not overly expensive, a modest item priced under 200 yuan, yet when he adorned Videl with it, her cheeks flushed with evident delight. Videl was utterly taken aback by the gift from Gohan, which clearly signified his earnest regard for their date. Reflecting on her earlier doubts, she realized she had failed to embrace the joy of their outing, instead allowing her suspicions about Gohan to cloud her enjoyment. This realization filled her with a sense of guilt as she gazed at the faux gemstone necklace, lifting her head to say, "I am so sorry, I don't deserve such a gift. From the very beginning, I have doubted you, I shouldn't have questioned you. I never regarded this as a proper date, and that is entirely my fault." She felt a deep regret, confronted by Gohan's sincerity, and she now sensed that she had deceived him. As she apologized, she clenched her fists, resolving to cherish this gift dearly. However, not far away, a sudden explosion shattered the moment. Boom! There are robbers. The robbers are robbing the store and taking hostages. Get out of the way if you want to live. All of you move aside. A gang of thieves brazenly committed their crime in broad daylight, causing Videl's expression to change dramatically, her demeanor turning serious. "Gohan, wait for me." Videl's strong sense of justice compelled her to rush forward without a second thought upon seeing the robbers. Gohan watched in concern, his brow furrowed. After all, she was merely an ordinary human, and now, Videl was far from being a warrior, utterly incapable of defending against firearms. Yet, without hesitation, she charged forward, confronting the robbers before the police could arrive. The robbers, who were in the midst of taking hostages and wielding submachine guns, were momentarily caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a girl. When one of the robbers was swiftly knocked to the ground by Videl, their leader's face darkened with anger as he raised his weapon to fire at her. Damn it! Where did this little girl come from? Die! A barrage of bullets flew toward her, but Videl relied on her agility to dodge them. Unfortunately, she was grazed by a bullet on her leg, causing her to stumble unsteadily. Even without falling, she clutched her bleeding leg, unable to stand, and looked up at the leader with a pained expression. He aimed his submachine gun at her, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "You want to be a city hero? You're simply courting death." In such close proximity, Videl was unable to evade the imminent danger. Gohan observed everything, particularly the moment he saw Videl injured, igniting an unexpected surge of concern for her. After all, she was to be his future wife. No one but him should ever harm her, especially as he noticed the blood flowing from her delicate leg. A fierce flame ignited within him. At the same time, the of自在极意功sensed this fiery emotion, enhancing his power further. His mental state, now fueled by both calmness and anger, combined with the determination to protect someone, reached a breakthrough. He understood the essence of of自在极意功, and in that instant, transcended the previous limitation of 1. Achieving a level of 1.1, he had completed the foundational mastery of of自在极意功, augmenting his combat strength by 100, enabling him to evade in close combat, and becoming a master of hand-to-hand combat. Indeed, the close-quarters combat of of自在极意功was unparalleled. A smirk of confidence crossed Gohan's lips as he felt the transformation within him. Without a hint of hesitation, he unleashed of自在极意功, and in that moment, an aura enveloped him, his hair nearly turning white. As he moved, the ground beneath him shattered. Ordinary humans could not possibly perceive his speed. The surrounding onlookers remained oblivious to the swiftness of his actions. For them, it all transpired in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Videl was still grappling with the reality of facing a submachine gun, pondering how to evade the threat. In the next second, amidst the splatter of blood, the 10 robbers, including their leader, were instantly severed in half. Standing before her was Gohan, having effortlessly appeared at her side and eliminated the attackers with ease. Videl was astounded, especially as she noticed the energy swirling around him. Though she had yet to comprehend the concept of chi, she recognized Gohan's formidable prowess, far surpassing her expectations. It dawned on her that he was indeed a city hero, possibly even stronger than her father. No, he was likely far superior. Her father had never exuded such an intimidating presence. Gohan's overwhelming aura left her breathless and filled her with a deep sense of trepidation. Was this truly the harmless Gohan she had known? Chapter 8. My little girlfriend Videl opened her mouth, struggling to find her voice, overwhelmed by fear due to the vast disparity in their combat abilities. Even without transforming, Gohan, having activated Zai Ji Gong, posed a threat that would incapacitate any ordinary person who dared to approach him. She felt utterly uncomfortable in his presence. Fortunately, within mere seconds, Gohan retracted Zai Ji Gong, returning to his seemingly harmless demeanor. He cast a concerned glance her way. Are you all right? Only then did Videl realize that her injury had prompted Gohan's genuine concern for her. While she was still processing this, Gohan effortlessly scooped her up and soared into the sky. In that moment, it struck her that Gohan could indeed fly. His strength exceeded her imagination. She felt a rush of sweetness in her heart as she observed Gohan's serious expression, pondering where he intended to take her. Unable to contain herself, she cautiously inquired, her previous fierceness replaced with a gentle tone. Gohan, where are you taking me? Gohan examined Videl's leg injury. Although it was not severe, it could leave a scar. He recalled a remedy that could assist in her healing and resolved to retrieve it. I'm going to get some Senzu beans to help treat your injury. Videl's curiosity piqued as she questioned. Senzu beans? Gohan nodded, calmly explaining, yes, they're found beneath the heavenly temple, with Kirin, the Kirin sage. They are remarkable. Just one can fully heal any injury, while half a bean can restore one's vitality. Videl had never heard of such a miraculous item, but as Gohan ascended into the air with her, she began to understand that this world held many unknown wonders, even beyond her father's comprehension. Clinging to Gohan's arm, she remarked, my dad always said flying was a magic trick. Now I realize it's not magic at all. Gohan, I want to learn how to fly. Will you teach me? Pouting slightly, it was evident that Videl was quite taken with him. Gohan smiled gently and replied, of course, learning to master the flight technique is quite simple. But we must start with understanding Chi. I'll teach you what Chi is first. Videl nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as she was keenly aware of the importance of learning, especially after experiencing Gohan's incredible speed, which far surpassed that of an airplane. In an instant, they soared into the clouds, prompting her to gasp in awe and cling tightly to him. Before long, they reached Kirin Tower, suspended in mid-air, which left her utterly fascinated. As soon as Gohan descended and approached, the wise Master Kirin raised his staff and immediately greeted him. Hello, Gohan. What brings you here? It's quite a surprise to see you visiting me, by the way. Has Goku gone to the underworld? I haven't seen him around lately. Upon landing, Gohan gently set Videl down, prompting her to notice the talking Master Kirin. Astonished, she exclaimed, a cat can talk? Wow, how adorable. With that, she reached out to stroke the fluffy Kirin, inciting his furious response, I am not a cat. Stop that. You brat. Gohan, your girlfriend is quite the troublemaker. Recovering from his initial shock, Kirin shot a glare at Videl, who promptly ceased her actions, sticking out her tongue in playful defiance. Finding the cat sage amusing, Gohan, unable to contain himself, said, Master Kirin, I wonder how many Senzu beans we have left. I came here to collect some. We can't let them all be consumed. Kirin had already noticed Videl's injuries and retrieved a jar filled with Senzu beans. Without a second thought, he tossed one to Gohan. Fortunately, I've got two on hand. Your girlfriend seems to be injured. However, her wounds are minor, so half a bean should suffice. You can keep the remaining 1.5 for emergencies. Senzu beans are exceedingly rare. If we had a whole bunch, we could treat them like candied at that point. Forget about Majin Buu. Even the gods of destruction could be defeated in an unending state of power. With 2 Senzu beans in hand, Gohan promptly took one, split it in half, and personally fed it to Videl. She could distinctly feel the effects of the bean as her leg healed instantly, transforming from needing assistance to being able to walk and jump freely. She was amazed and filled with joy. Wow, is this what a Senzu bean does? My injuries are completely healed. I felt exhausted before, but now I feel invigorated. Senzu beans are incredible, Gohan. Thank you so much. Videl, now fully recovered, bounced around excitedly, unable to fathom the existence of such a miraculous item. She wondered if her father would even comprehend it if she told him. Seeing Videl restored to health, Gohan held on to the remaining 1.5 Senzu beans for emergencies. All right, let's head back home. Videl nodded, not declining his offer, and happily embraced Gohan. This girl was quite clingy, prompting Gohan to shoot her a playful glare, to which she responded with a sweet smile that he couldn't help but wonder if it was intentional. Shaking his head, he decided to escort her home. On the way, Videl made a pact to learn the instant transmission technique from him, prepared to visit even if he declined her request. Regardless, she was determined to stick by him. Gohan, without refusing, took her in his arms and flew off. Reaching Mr. Satan's mansion in about 10 minutes as they landed, they caught the attention of a servant at the mansion. The servant, alarmed, rushed inside, exclaiming, "Mr. Satan, Miss is back from the sky with someone." The servant hurried to inform Mr. Satan, while Gohan had no intention of lingering, wanting to leave promptly. Just then, Videl playfully grabbed his arm and smiled, leaning in to peck his cheek, leaving him with a meaningful remark. "Gohan, this is my first date gift to you." "It's my first kiss." Gohan touched his face in surprise, wanting to explain that a first kiss shouldn't be like that. However, sensing Mr. Satan's presence approaching, he felt a sudden urge to leave. Mr. Satan hurriedly arrived in front of her. He expressed his concern. "Videl, are you all right? I heard you were injured in the city. Are your wounds healed? Who brought you back?" "Someone who can fly." Mr. Satan, deeply concerned for his daughter, bombarded her with questions, leaving Videl helplessly responding. "I'm fine, and I'm going to rest now. By the way, please arrange a helicopter for me tomorrow. I want to go hang out with my classmates." Watching his daughter depart, Mr. Satan felt a sense of loss. Gazing up at the sky, puzzled about who had brought her back and why she needed a helicopter to meet someone, that he couldn't fathom it. Did his daughter really know someone who could fly? Impossible. Those who perform magic tricks could never deceive his daughter. Mr. Satan was reluctant to believe it, determined to find out whether Videl's classmates were boys or girls. If they were boys, he needed to be cautious. His precious daughter must not be deceived. Early the next morning, Chi-Chi excitedly burst into Gohan's room, brimming with joy as she announced something that jolted Gohan awake. "Gohan, there's a wealthy girl outside in a helicopter looking for you." "Wow, Mom is thrilled that you're dating such a beautiful girl." Chi-Chi was quite superficial. If Videl hadn't arrived in a helicopter, she might have driven her away. But now, knowing Videl was wealthy, she quickly woke Gohan up. Gohan, still groggy, hadn't expected Videl to come so early. He had wanted to train and hadn't even used his shadow clone technique yet. Yawning, he leisurely made his way out of his room. Videl, sporting 2 ponytails, spotted him and greeted him with delight. "Gohan, don't forget what you promised me yesterday. I asked my dad for a helicopter to come find you this morning. By the way, how do you like my outfit today?" She twirled around to showcase her cute dress, accentuating her charming figure. Gohan glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, "It looks nice, but wait a moment. I haven't had breakfast yet." With a beaming smile, Videl produced a bento box, saying, "I brought you breakfast. I had the chef prepare it. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I had to make a little bit of everything." This thoughtful gesture and her pleasant demeanor made it hard for Gohan to refuse her. After enjoying breakfast under Videl's warm gaze, he resolved to take her to train in the instant transmission technique. Originally, Goten wanted to tag along, but Chi-Chi prevented him from being a third wheel, insisting he stay at home. Chapter 9. Gohan's True Power. After a successful draw, he obtained the 3-Tomo Sharingan, capable of entrapping opponents in illusions. Effective only against those with combat power less than twice his own. Drawing the Sharingan was great, but did it truly hold value in the Dragon Ball universe? Gohan felt it was rather useless. A Mangeki Sharingan would have been preferable. The 3-Tomo Sharingan could at most confuse opponents with significantly lower combat power than his own. Generally, opponents with average strength would be immune to the Genjutsu. If only he had obtained the Rinnegan, that would have been remarkable. He hoped this 3-Tomo Sharingan could evolve into a Rinnegan, which would certainly prove more useful. Now, with his newly acquired skill, he accompanied Videl to a secluded area to guide her in training her ki and learning the instant transmission technique. These were skills Videl was completely unaware of, Being Mr. Satan's daughter, she had initially thought flying was utterly impossible. Through Gohan's training, she began to understand that the instant transmission technique allowed for free flight. Unfortunately, it was incredibly challenging to master. She concentrated her energy, managing to hover in the air for 10 seconds, showcasing her commendable human physique. Gohan observed and praised her. Not bad. Being able to hover in the air at this stage is quite impressive. A rather unattractive Videl landed after a considerable pause. Exhaling deeply, it was evident that the previous 10 seconds had pushed her to her limits. She was utterly fatigued. However, I felt that I still paled in comparison to you. When you previously took me soaring, we ventured far beyond. Pouting in dissatisfaction, she cast a glance at Wu Fan, who smiled gently and approached her. Offering some words of comfort, he remarked, "My physique differs from yours. You possess a human constitution, and reaching this level is commendable. Saiyans are altogether different. Nevertheless, now that you have learned to harness your energy, you will surpass Satan." Videl looked utterly bewildered. Incredulity etched across her face as she processed Wu Fan's words. Am I truly stronger than my father? Indeed. Even if Videl had yet to master energy manipulation, she was still significantly more powerful than Satan, whose combat power was a mere 5. Wu Fan nodded affirmatively, stating, currently, among humans, the strongest is someone named Krillin, whose combat power is nearing the 1,000,000 mark. For an ordinary human, that is the pinnacle. However, to alter a human-esque physique, one must seek the Super Dragon Balls. He pondered that if Videl wished to grow stronger, searching for the Super Dragon Balls to effect a change was not out of the question. Videl, lost in thought, eventually lifted her head and declared, I wish to understand the extent of the disparity between my power and Wu Fan's. Her seriousness conveyed her determination to grasp the measure of his strength. For a moment, Wu Fan was at a loss for words in response to Videl. Realizing he would have to let her witness it firsthand, I cannot explain it to you. I must train now, so you'll have to see for yourself. Please stand back, as I am about to begin. He had no intention of concealing his prowess from Videl, knowing that this intended girlfriend would eventually learn of his capabilities. Thus, he opted to let her gain an early understanding. He instructed Videl to step back, as he prepared to commence his training, continuing his battle against the 50 projection of Vegeta, just as he had the day before. This would aid him in adapting to the 1.1 level of the Ultra Instinct technique. As the projection of Vegeta was unleashed, his haughty demeanor, coupled with his terrifying combat power, would undoubtedly instill a sense of urgency in Videl. Vegeta's combat power was unmistakably overwhelming. The 50 version alone possessed the potential to obliterate Earth. Videl's expression darkened as she realized that Wu Fan intended to engage in combat with such a formidable opponent. Concern etched her features as she could not refrain from exclaiming, Wu Fan, that person, is he really that powerful? I feel as though I can hardly breathe. His combat power is simply terrifying. Please do not act recklessly. At that moment, Wu Fan had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan nor activate Ultra Instinct. Hence, Videl was unable to sense his true power. Hearing her worried words, he chuckled lightly. His demeanor relaxed. Oh, not worry. For me, this battle should conclude in about a minute. Videl was taken aback. She found it hard to believe Wu Fan would make such a claim. Ultimately, she lacked a comprehensive understanding of his actual strength. All she knew was that Wu Fan was a city protector, capable of soaring through the skies and dispatching ordinary foes with ease. However, this was nothing compared to the fearsome Vegeta robot before them, whose terrifying combat power posed a constant threat to Earth. The idea that Wu Fan could potentially defeat such a menacing machine in under a minute left her in awe. If he could truly achieve that, just how powerful was he? Soon enough, Videl would comprehend the true extent of Wu Fan's combat prowess. Transforming into Super Saiyan 1, he revealed his hidden strength without reservation, determined to secure a swift victory in order to surpass his limits. He was acutely aware of the combat power of the 50 Vegeta and aimed to overwhelm it completely. If he could not accomplish this, he would never catch up to the top tier, let alone surpass Kakarot, Son Goku. Taking a deep breath, he activated his white god state, a form that significantly drained his mental energy. For him, maintaining it for even a minute would be an achievement. With a rush of energy, Super Saiyan 1 was already immensely powerful, and when combined with Ultra Instinct, his once yellow hair transformed into shimmering white strands. The surrounding electrical currents crackled around him, making it impossible for Videl to divert her gaze. The 50 Vegeta, sensing the change, immediately initiated an attack, launching an energy blast toward Wu Fan. Boom! The energy blast struck true, and Videl gasped, nearly rushing to intervene. Wu Fan. As the smoke cleared, Wu Fan stood unscathed, a smirk of disdain curling his lips. You are beneath my notice. I need not transform into Super Saiyan 2 to overpower you. Come, test my strength. Sharingan, activate. With the awakening of his Sharingan, his close-quarters combat skills were enhanced, rendering him nearly invincible in hand-to-hand encounters. Even a true Vegeta would not stand a chance against him in such a manner. Wu Fan moved like a streak of light, landing a crushing blow to the abdomen of the 50 Vegeta before it could even react. The impact sent the robotic warrior flying, blood spewing forth, as it crashed into a nearby mountain, shattering it to pieces. Videl's mouth fell agape. She had not anticipated Wu Fan's explosive power, utterly dominating the 50 Vegeta with a single strike. Wu Fan pressed the attack, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the 50 Vegeta, who was left without the means to retaliate. Ultimately, he delivered a decisive kick that sent the opponent crashing to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled as the 50 Vegeta smashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. In less than 90 seconds, under Wu Fan's onslaught, the robot was obliterated, reduced to mere sparks, alongside the nearby combat simulator, which was also destroyed. Wu Fan had surpassed the 50 Vegeta entirely, leaving him astonished at the sheer magnitude of his own strength. Taking a deep breath, he descended to the ground, surveying the devastation around him. Mountains crumbled, the landscape in ruins, but it was a significant improvement from the last encounter. Thankfully, there were no energy blasts this time. Otherwise, this area would have been irreparably damaged. After a moment, Videl regained her composure, utterly astonished by the revelation of Wu Fan's formidable combat power. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "Wu Fan, you are incredible. I now understand. It was not my father who saved the world last time. But you, wasn't it?" Observing Wu Fan's golden hair restored, coupled with his tremendous destructive capability, Videl could no longer harbor any doubts. The thought of her father claiming credit for their achievements ignited a spark of anger within her. "Father, how could you be so unfair, stealing credit for your accomplishments? I must have a serious talk with him." Wu Fan, noticing her earnest expression, gently approached Videl, who was momentarily taken aback by his swift movements. By the time she registered his presence, Wu Fan had lifted her into the air. Soaring rapidly, as they flew, she felt exhilarated, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and her adorable determination to defend Wu Fan was evident. Lowering his gaze, Wu Fan decided to teach Videl the true meaning of a kiss. She did not resist, wrapping her arms around his neck as he planted a few sweet kisses on her lips, filling him with joy. Satan has his merits, too. At least he genuinely cares for the earth. That if I were to date Videl, he would be my father-in-law, which wouldn't be so bad. When it comes to Kakarot, he is solely focused on fighting, utterly oblivious to other matters. Expecting him to become a hero is a futile endeavor. It would be far more beneficial to support Satan, who is a true hero of the earth, with exceptional earning potential. Having such a father-in-law could be quite advantageous. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Videl felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. Girls in love often possess a simplistic mindset, and she nodded in agreement, too timid to voice a contradiction. Whatever Gohan said or did, she wholeheartedly supported. Such was Videl's nature. Fiery, yet capable of embodying the gentle demeanor of the ideal girlfriend. Most importantly, she was exceptionally clingy. Chapter 10, Vegeta's Battle Desire. In recent days, Gohan had been instructing Videl in the understanding of Ki, simultaneously enhancing his Sharingan to the 3rd Tomo level. He aimed to reach 100 in order to unlock the next lottery ability. Furthermore, he had thoroughly grasped Vegeta's fighting style, relying on his combat imagery to become intimately familiar with it. Now he sought additional battle data and approached Trunks, requesting his assistance in procuring the information. Tricked by Gohan's persuasion, Trunks promptly returned to gather the data. However, this time, it was not as effortless as before. Just as Trunks secured the information, he was halted by a voice. "Trunks, where do you think you're going?" Vegeta's icy gaze pierced through him, causing Trunks to shiver involuntarily as he turned to face his father. Not daring to confront Vegeta directly, he forced a smile and stammered, "Dad, I made plans with Goten, and I'm heading over to play with him now." Vegeta, knowing his son too well, narrowed his eyes as he noticed the data Trunks was holding. "Oh, is that so? But does that little brat Goten really need you to bring my data along? Last time, who did you give my battle data to?" "I already know it was Gohan who wanted it for some reason." To Vegeta's surprise, Trunks could only offer a wry smile, admitting it was Gohan. "He wants to use your battle data for training." Vegeta was aware it was for training, but he remained puzzled. "Gohan took my previous data, and now he wants this one too. Does he no longer require the last set?" Trunks nodded, suddenly excited as he exclaimed, "Gohan is amazing. He can now defeat your battle imagery in just a minute." Vegeta's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected Gohan to surpass his battle imagery so swiftly. Intrigued, he smirked. "Oh, is that so? I shall see for myself." "Very well, Trunks. I will deliver this data myself. Just leave it to me." Trunks was taken aback. "Dad, you're going to take it there?" Vegeta nodded, taking the battle data from Trunks and dismissing him. The moment Trunks departed, Vegeta crushed the data into oblivion. With a disdainful smirk, he thought, "Gohan wants my battle imagery for training. Fine, I shall oblige, but not with the battle imagery. Instead, I will provide him with a unique training experience." Zeroing in on Gohan's ki, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light and sped off. He intended to offer Gohan a special training session while also gauging the extent of Kakarot's Son's abilities. Could he truly defeat his battle imagery in a minute? Vegeta remained skeptical that on the plains, Gohan had kept his Sharingan activated for 2 days and nights without pause. Even during meals, he had maintained it. And now he had finally reached the third Tomo at level 100. This meant he could ensnare those with lower power levels in an illusion, confounding his opponents while controlling them. This ability was auxiliary, not particularly useful against formidable foes, but effective against ordinary humans. Though the Sharingan had reached level 100, his mastery of the Zenki technique remained stagnant at 1.2. Achieving level 2 was exceedingly difficult, and Zenki was not solely reliant on training. It required opportunities to enhance his mental fortitude. Contemplating this, he descended from the sky, reverting from Super Saiyan 1. Videl, impatiently waiting nearby, approached him with a bento box. Her face radiant with enthusiasm. "Gohan-kun, this time, I had the chef prepare your favorite dishes. And I even made some of my own cooking just for you, which Dad hasn't tasted yet," observing Videl's eagerness. Gohan smiled and accepted the sumptuous bento box. However, just as he was about to indulge, he sensed a powerful energy approaching, causing him to furrow his brow. In 30 seconds, it would arrive. This energy was rare on Earth. It could only belong to Vegeta. No one else could instill such a sense of danger in him. Surprised that Vegeta would seek him out, Gohan paused, momentarily halting his actions before closing the bento box. Videl, puzzled by Gohan's sudden stillness, expressed her concern at Gohan-kun. "Don't you like this food?" Noticing her slight disappointment, Gohan gently replied, "It's not that, I'm just waiting a moment. Someone is coming to see me in about half a minute." Videl was perplexed. Her energy was still weak, and she couldn't sense anything in the sky. Moreover, Vegeta's speed was astonishing. He arrived in less than 30 seconds, in fact, just 25, like a flash of light. Vegeta descended, stirring up a whirlwind as he crashed into the ground. In an instant, the plains were enveloped in a fierce gale, shaking even the distant hills. That Vegeta's aura was overwhelmingly potent. He was a battle maniac, devoid of familial sentiment, solely focused on surpassing Kakarot. He was determined to grow stronger and engage in combat, unwilling to allow any Saiyan to eclipse him. That Vegeta's ferocity was palpable, and had Gohan not shielded Videl, she would have been swept away by the force of his descent. Videl could distinctly feel the terrifying energy emanating from him. Her complexion paled as she trembled. The Vegeta before her was far more fearsome than the battle imagery she had previously witnessed. Akin to a nuclear weapon poised to detonate, capable of reducing everything to ashes. Nestled in Gohan's embrace, Videl shuddered. Gohan, he's not the battle imagery you trained with. His aura is far too terrifying. Gohan glanced at Videl, then turned his cold gaze toward Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta, your sudden arrival. Was there something you needed? Can't you see I'm on a date with my girlfriend? If you have matters to discuss, couldn't you wait until I finish? Vegeta, however, had no intention of waiting. He dismissed Videl entirely, stepping forward with an oppressive aura that bore down on Gohan. Listen, Gohan, Trunks mentioned you could resolve my battle imagery in a minute, that I'm curious to see if that is true. It appeared Vegeta was aware that Gohan had utilized his battle imagery for training. After learning from Trunks about Gohan's ability to defeat his imagery in a minute, his interest was piqued, prompting this visit. Recognizing there was no escape, Gohan glanced at the distressed Videl in his arms before raising his head, maintaining a calm demeanor. Indeed, Uncle Vegeta, I understand you wish to test my abilities. I can accommodate that, but my girlfriend is here, so it wouldn't be appropriate to spar here. How about we head over there? Pointing towards the sky, Vegeta smirked, and though he didn't verbally affirm Gohan as suggestion, he turned and shot into the air, indicating his agreement. As Gohan observed Vegeta's arrogant demeanor, particularly the overwhelming energy radiating from him, Videl's expression turned anxious. She grasped Gohan's hand tightly, concern etched on her face. Gohan-kun, his aura is too terrifying. Are you really going to fight him? Please be careful. Videl understood the implications of facing someone as formidable as Vegeta, a warrior capable of obliterating Earth if he so desired. To truly annihilate the Earth, there exists no one capable of halting him. Yet even so, it is unlikely that Gohan would be intimidated. In fact, he has awaited this day for an extended period. He is trained by observing the holograms of Vegeta, simultaneously adopting Vegeta's combat techniques to enhance his own prowess. However, all this training pales in comparison to engaging in actual combat with Vegeta. For Saiyan to transcend their limits, what they seek is genuine battle. Relying solely on training is futile. He must fortify himself. He cannot afford to miss this opportunity, but if he cannot even keep pace with Vegeta, he is unworthy of pursuing Kakarot, unworthy of entering the ranks of elite combatants, and unworthy of contending against the future Majin Buu, let alone chasing after the god of destruction. Thus, he gently patted Videl's head and, with a soft smile, uttered a few words. Wait for me here for a moment. Do not worry, I shall be fine. This fellow is exceedingly rude, and I will go teach him a lesson. With a casual remark, Gohan took off, his entire body propelling him forward. Videl wished to follow using her flight technique. But before she could move, a sudden figure appeared and seized her arm. Piccolo materialized before her, momentarily startling her into silence. She could only hear Piccolo calmly instructing, "Stay put over here. Gohan may not necessarily lose." Having long observed Gohan, Piccolo was keenly anticipating this battle. Having witnessed Gohan's growth, which rivaled Vegeta's, the provocation of Vegeta was indeed linked to him, and he watched with a knowing smile. Aware that he could never be Gohan's training partner, he deliberately sought to incite Vegeta to become Gohan's opponent. The outcome was favorable, as now only Vegeta was capable of challenging Gohan. He could only hope that Vegeta would not unleash his full power. Of course, it all depended on Gohan's capabilities. Chapter 11. Vegeta's ultimate flash. Vegeta's prideful demeanor remained unchanged, despite having gleaned much from the combat holograms. However, witnessing Vegeta standing still, with no intention of transforming, was indeed a sign of utter disdain, especially as Vegeta emerged indifferent to the onlookers, challenging Gohan, leaving him without even a chance to eat his lunch. Gohan's expression turned frosty. "Uncle Vegeta, do you intend to fight me in your base form without transforming into Super Saiyan?" Vegeta scoffed, retorting, "Against you, a regular form is sufficient." Indeed, such arrogance. Gohan's expression darkened as he wasted no time and transformed into Super Saiyan, charging forward. "Then do not blame me for being impolite. Underestimating him would have its consequences." In an instant, Gohan's transformation elevated his combat power. His body became a radiant beam, colliding directly with Vegeta, who observed with a disdainful smirk that him. Gohan's Super Saiyan form was riddled with flaws, utterly lacking in substance. Especially as Gohan charged in for close combat, This lad had made no real progress. In close quarters, defeating him was impossible. As Gohan approached with a punch, Vegeta effortlessly raised a hand to intercept it. The moment he grasped Gohan's fist, Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle. He failed to notice any anomaly. Not far away, Piccolo also chuckled. Looks like Vegeta has fallen for Gohan's trick. Videl, however, was perplexed. It was evident that Vegeta had caught Gohan's strike. Yet Gohan's technique was far from easy to handle. With Gohan's fist firmly in Vegeta's grasp, he smirked, unleashing his ultimate technique. His previously yellow hair transformed to white, half of it now gleaming in a brilliant hue. Vegeta's countenance shifted as he sensed something was amiss. He couldn't comprehend this transformation ability. In the next moment, he attempted to react, but it was already too late. He realized that the Gohan before him was merely an afterimage. What? Vegeta gasped, utterly bewildered, having grasped only a phantom of Gohan. Not the real deal. Gohan's speed in close combat rendered him invincible. Not even Kakarot could match him here. Without transforming, Vegeta found himself struck hard in the abdomen by Gohan's powerful kick. Boom! Vegeta spat out a mouthful of water, momentarily suspended in midair, his face paling. That kick was excruciating. Yet, Vegeta gritted his teeth, enduring Gohan's assault. He was now utterly furious. Damn it, you little brat! In a fit of rage, Vegeta roared, his entire body trembling as he completed his transformation. The Super Saiyan form manifested instantly, prompting Gohan to retreat, creating distance to evade Vegeta's next strike. Now in a frenzy, Vegeta unleashed his Super Saiyan form, charging at Gohan with relentless aggression. In the distance, Piccolo watched with furrowed brows. The scenario he had anticipated was unfolding. Vegeta, in a fit of rage, exhibited no restraint. Presently, Gohan's ability to contend with Vegeta in his Super Saiyan state was uncertain. It was a matter of how long he could endure. The two soared from the heights to the ground and back again, their movements a blur of afterimages. Engaged in close-quarters combat, they were evenly matched. Although Vegeta could not land a hit on Gohan, Gohan found it equally challenging to strike Vegeta. The close combat had reached an impasse. After several minutes of aerial acrobatics, Gohan, having become familiar with Vegeta's techniques, executed a significant retreat that he realized that continuing their close-quarter skirmish would result in a stalemate for days on end. This time, he resolved to hold nothing back. Activating his Sharingan, he unleashed his illusion technique. The three-tomo Sharingan pulsated, projecting an illusion that caused Vegeta to tremble. Yet, it was evident that he was only momentarily halted for a mere 0.5 seconds. With a furious roar, Vegeta swiftly broke free from the illusion. Damn it, what trickery is this? How can such a trivial thing bind me? As he had suspected, Vegeta's overwhelming power rendered the three-tomo Sharingan ineffective. If he couldn't even be restrained for 0.5 seconds, it was merely an experiment. Now, he would proceed with his true intentions. Shadow Clone Technique. Gohan created 2 clones this time, knowing that having 2 would allow them to wield 50 of his power, which was far more effective than 100 clones at 5 each. However, before Vegeta, even this was insufficient. With a derisive sneer, Vegeta scoffed, "Gohan, is this all you can do? What use is this? Even if you become 2, it is still no match for me." Yet, acknowledging Gohan's earlier performance in close combat, Vegeta decided to reveal his 100 Super Vegeta transformation. This time, he had no intention of holding back, for the previous encounter had led him to recognize Gohan's strength. If Gohan regarded him as a training partner, then Vegeta would reciprocate. He unleashed his 100 Super Vegeta transformation, a display of power that left Piccolo in shock from a distance. No, this is impossible. Vegeta, has this guy truly surpassed Son Goku? No, absolutely not. Vegeta's energy is terrifying. Gohan, do not continue this fight. You cannot win. Piccolo began to worry. He had instigated this, but he had not anticipated that Vegeta had attained such terrifying power, surpassing the original Son Goku. If Goku had not mastered Super Saiyan 3, he would undoubtedly fall short. Now, Vegeta had achieved the perfected Super Saiyan form, 100 Super Vegeta. The surging energy coursing through Vegeta transformed him into a true Super Saiyan. Surpassing even the first level, manifesting a form of unparalleled power unique to him. His entire being crackled with a chaotic tempest of lightning energy, flaring wildly alongside his ki. Nearby, Piccolo's astonished expression served as a testament to the sheer terror of Vegeta's energy. Gohan, however, felt no fear. Instead, he smirked, fully aware that Vegeta's transformation was something he had anticipated. This made the encounter all the more thrilling. Had Vegeta remained his previous state, victory would have been far too effortless for him. Gohan's words elicited a disdainful snort for Vegeta, who realized that this young man shared a similar overconfidence with Kakarot. His Super Vegeta transformation was a masterpiece of self-assurance, meticulously crafted to contend with Kakarot. This display was merely a means to test Gohan's mettle. Vegeta assumed that Gohan was oblivious to the true might of his Super Vegeta form. Gohan, you are just as arrogant as your father. Yet let me enlighten you. This transformation was specifically designed to counter Kakarot. Although I reveal it to you now, I shall still take on the role of your father, providing you with a lesson. The proud Vegeta unleashed his most formidable transformation, convinced of his invincibility. Little did he realize that Gohan, taking a deep breath, transitioned from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 2, sacrificing speed to bolster his strength. Vegeta dismissed Super Saiyan 2 as flawed, exclaiming, "Gohan, surely you must know this." Gohan, now infused with newfound power, remained undaunted, calmly replying, "I am aware of that, but my Ultra Instinct can compensate for it, that I can predict any close-range assault. Even without speed, N01 can approach me for close combat." Indeed, with the supreme prowess of Ultra Instinct, even in the absence of speed, Gohan was an indomitable fortress, standing firm as he faced the impending clash. Vegeta, observing Gohan's confidence, felt a shift in his perception, realizing that Gohan was stronger than he had anticipated. Opting against close-quarters combat, he raised his hands, adopting the stance for his ultimate flash energy wave. Piccolo, alarmed by the impending danger, urgently called out, "Vegeta, don't do anything reckless. If you unleash that now, Gohan won't be able to withstand it and will be obliterated." Vegeta, however, was impervious to advice, dismissing Piccolo with a cold glare. "Silence, Gohan. If you can endure my attack, I shall acknowledge your strength and your prowess in close combat. But can you withstand my ultimate flash under the might of Super Vegeta?" As he accumulated energy for the ultimate flash, Vegeta's signature technique, Gohan felt an intense pressure. Yet this very pressure propelled him to elevate his combat prowess. The challenges he faced recently paled in comparison to the formidable Vegeta, whose battle aura was suffused with an overwhelming intensity. In that fleeting moment, under the weight of pressure, Gohan's Ultra Instinct surged, inching closer to a new threshold. Gohan, brimming with confidence, declared, "Uncle Vegeta, I eagerly anticipate your ultimate flash that in preparation to face you. I have also developed a technique." Vegeta, taken aback by Gohan's boldness, retorted, "You impudent brat, don't feign prowess." With a cataclysmic burst of energy, Vegeta unleashed his ultimate flash, irrevocably aimed at Gohan. Piccolo, witnessing the explosive confrontation, was aghast, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. As Vegeta's expression shifted to one of disbelief, he realized Gohan was charging directly into the heart of the ultimate flash. "Nanny, you seek death?" Vegeta thought, torn between the instinct to protect Kakarot's son and the impending disaster. Yet Gohan, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, penetrated the tumultuous energy wave, his Ultra Instinct instinctively flaring to life. He absorbed the rampant energy, embodying the first principle of Ultra Instinct, the ability to absorb. As he confronted the overwhelming energy, Gohan felt his Ultra Instinct break through barriers, ascending toward a new pinnacle. Despite the exertion, he adeptly utilized the absorbed energy to shield himself from the onslaught. In an instant, he identified a vulnerability within the ultimate flash and raised his hands, channeling energy for his own attack. Kamehameha 100, Ultimate Perfect Kamehameha. Harnessing the energy absorbed from Vegeta's ultimate flash, Gohan unleashed a devastating blast. The ground trembling beneath the force of his attack, to his astonishment, the system acknowledged his mastery of the ultimate perfect Kamehameha, granting him a chance at a reward. The ultimate flash detonated violently. Leaving Vegeta in shock and Piccolo utterly bewildered, Gohan emerged from the remnants of the explosion. He unleashed the ultimate perfect Kamehameha. The oncoming energy sent a chill through Vegeta as he resolved not to flinch. I, Prince Vegeta, shall not retreat from Kakarot's son. You think you can surpass me? I shall not allow anyone to overshadow me. With a roar, Vegeta raised his hands, bracing himself against Gohan's formidable attack. The collision of energies unleashed a cataclysmic force, shaking the very earth as Vegeta gritted his teeth, determined to withstand the onslaught. Despite the toll it took on him, Vegeta's pride, a quintessential aspect of Saiyan nature, compelled him to endure in a remarkable display of will. He absorbed the full brunt of Gohan's Kamehameha, albeit at a great cost to his own stamina. That a colossal sphere of energy was entirely compressed and fully resisted, transforming into a mere speck of starlight after 10 seconds. With a sinister grin on his face, he vanished it from his grasp, his lips curling upwards as he triumphantly exclaimed, "Is that all there is? Ha ha! If Kakarot's son can endure it, then so can I. I'm the mightiest Super Saiyan." Observing Vegeta's ecstatic demeanor, Gohan shook his head, a hint of exasperation in his expression. With an air of calm, he looked over and stated, "Uncle Vegeta, you have lost." Vegeta lifted his head. Displeasure etched on his face upon hearing Gohan's words. With a cold huff, he retorted, "You little brat, don't spout nonsense. I withstood your Kamehameha, and we are merely getting started. The battle begins now." However, despite his bravado, he bore an expression of fatigue. He had the capacity to evade, yet his pride compelled him to endure the attack, resulting in a significant depletion of his energy. Under such circumstances, victory was out of reach for Vegeta. With a scoff, Gohan continued nonchalantly, "Uncle Vegeta, had you chosen to evade earlier, perhaps I might not have been able to defeat you. It is your arrogance that led to your downfall. I anticipated you would utilize energy to counter my Kamehameha. Hence, you have lost." Vegeta, still fuming and gritting his teeth, retorted, "What do you mean, you little brat? Even with my energy diminished, I still possess 50% of my power, and you hardly have much left yourself. What makes you think you can defeat me?" Gohan shrugged, replying casually, "My energy is hardly a concern, Uncle Vegeta. This ultimate Kamehameha originally belongs to you." He then gestured, and in that instant, 2 of his duplicates appeared beside him. Upon their return, the shocking revelation for Vegeta was that Gohan had his duplicates replenish his energy, restoring the 100 units he had assigned to them. As the duplicates vanished, Gohan regained his full energy, exuding vitality and vigor. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta, now reduced to 50 energy units, felt as if he might vomit blood. This boy was utterly shameless and infuriating. From the outset, the emergence of those 2 duplicates was solely to replenish his own energy. How despicably cunning. "You little brat, you schemed against me," Vegeta seethed, fists clenched, ready to charge forward, but Gohan raised a hand. The posture combined with his words caused Vegeta's expression to shift dramatically, halting him in his tracks. Paralyzed by fear, seeing Vegeta remain motionless, Gohan chuckled, energy still accumulating in his hands, and said languidly, "Uncle Vegeta, would you care to receive my second ultimate Kamehameha of 100? The prospect of a second attack sent chills down Vegeta's spine. Gohan, now fully replenished, could indeed unleash another 100-unit Kamehameha. With Vegeta's energy at a mere 50, evasion was impossible, and should he choose to endure the attack, he would surely be obliterated. Grinding his teeth, Vegeta found himself paralyzed with fear. Beside them, Piccolo's expression reflected resignation. He understood that Gohan had indeed triumphed. 200 units of energy overwhelmingly surpassed Vegeta. Vegeta's initial arrogance had led him into a trap. Having taken the first hit, he was now at a disadvantage. There was no way he could withstand Gohan's ultimate Kamehameha a second time. As Gohan gathered energy for the Kamehameha, the sphere swelled, causing beads of sweat to form on Vegeta's brow. Rooted in place, he was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Gohan, noticing Vegeta's immobilization, smiled, but ultimately refrained from releasing the energy, merely feigning an attack. Terrified, Vegeta instinctively retreated, only to realize that Gohan had not launched an actual assault. Infuriated by the ruse, Vegeta glared at Gohan, who appeared utterly unfazed. "All right, Uncle Vegeta, let's call it a draw this time that I employed a trick and there's no need for a life-or-death struggle. This ultimate perfect Kamehameha is extremely taxing on me, and I prefer not to exhaust myself." After all, he could only execute the technique once more. Overcoming Vegeta was still a formidable challenge. The odds were around 80%, but if the remaining 20% came into play, Vegeta could evade and counterattack, leading to potential complications for Gohan. Thus, he proactively proposed a draw, much to Vegeta's relief. The prince regarded Gohan with a deep gaze before letting out a cold huff of acknowledgement. Turning away without uttering a single word, eager to leave the scene. Vegeta was indeed powerful, and it seemed he had acquired yet another training target. As Gohan watched Vegeta depart, he mused about the prince's arrogance. Had he known, he would have gambled on that 80% chance, either obliterating Vegeta or exhausting his own energy and facing defeat. With a slight grimace, he gathered his energy, reflecting on how much he had learned about his own strength through this intense battle. He realized that with his current capabilities, he could still contend with Vegeta, albeit falling short of the princess' full power. Winning through trickery was one thing, but in the Dragon Ball universe, true strength was paramount, that he needed to bridge that remaining gap of 30% to surpass Vegeta and ascend above him. More effort was required, ideally to elevate his Ultra Instinct to level 5. Such an advancement would quintuple his combat power. Now, that would be exhilarating. Chapter 13. A chance encounter with Android 18. Upon returning, Gohan was met with a look of astonishment from Videl, who rushed forward, concern evident on her face. That Gohan-kun, you were amazing. Are you injured? You scared me to death just now. I thought you were throwing caution to the wind by charging him like that. Videl's worry was palpable as she recalled Gohan's reckless dive into the energy sphere. Even Piccolo wore a serious expression, taken aback by Gohan's audacity. After all, it was Vegeta's ultimate attack, and it was impressive that Gohan had devised a way to absorb the energy and unleash the ultimate perfect Kamehameha. "Listen, Gohan," Piccolo cautioned, his tone grave. "That move was far too perilous. While you can absorb energy and utilize it for yourself, controlling such power must be incredibly taxing. Don't act so recklessly next time. Vegeta's strength is not to be underestimated." Gohan understood that Vegeta's hubris had led him to withstand the ultimate perfect Kamehameha this time. Had it been anyone else, like Buu, they would have effortlessly evaded it. He nodded in agreement with Piccolo's words. "Yes, I realize now that my strength is still insufficient to overpower Vegeta. I've yet to reach his level. Absorbing his energy indeed carries substantial risk. That was why I took the gamble, but the outcome was favorable." Indeed, the result was satisfactory. He had successfully executed the ultimate perfect Kamehameha and earned a chance to draw rewards. Now, with 2 opportunities to draw, he was eager to see what he might obtain. Feeling hungry after the exertion, he grabbed a bento from Videl and began to eat while utilizing his 2 draws. With the first draw, he acquired 2 abilities: Nature Fruit, Thunder Fruit. Harnessed the power of thunder. The second draw yielded proficiency in hidden weapons, enhancing the capability of any hidden weapons he might wield. While proficiency in hidden weapons was somewhat lackluster, the Thunder Fruit was indeed valuable. With the power of thunder, he could transform his body into lightning, evading typical physical attacks. Naturally, in the Dragon Ball universe, this would not be effective against energy-based attacks. Dodging physical assaults did not equate to evading combined energy and ki strikes. Given that Vegeta and Kakarot infused their attacks with their ki, the power from a nature fruit would serve merely as an auxiliary. Could he rely on a natural ability to contend with beings capable of obliterating planets and boasting billions in battle power? Absolutely not. Thus, Gohan viewed this skill as a means to bolster his combat power, enhancing the Thunder Fruit's potency to 100, thereby granting him the power of thunder. This would afford him an increase of over 20 in combat strength. Indeed, it would only amount to approximately 20 additional units. To enhance his combat prowess by double seems implausible, given that his current fighting capabilities are already formidable, augmented by the mastery of his of zai Ji Gong. With a combat power that commenced in the millions, it is evident that a mere natural-type fruit could hardly confer such an increase. An enhancement of 20 would be commendable. he intends to refine this skill to 100, at which point he shall evaluate the results. Presently, he must continuously hone his abilities, and he does not disdain a 20 increment. Over the past 2 days, apart from accompanying Videl to her classes, he has devoted himself to training in of zai极意功. After just 2 days, he has once again reached a level of 1.8, tantalizingly close to 2. His recent battle with Vegeta has granted him considerable insight, confirming that Saiyans are indeed warriors at heart. Any opportunity for conflict allows them to elevate their skills. Despite his initial plan to enhance the 2 abilities he had acquired to 100 for a chance at 2 lotteries, he discovered that mastering hidden weapons was exceedingly challenging due to their limited variety. Training in this ability proved arduous, with only the Honglei natural type fruit available for practice. Yet after 2 days, he had only achieved a training level of 50. And the lack of training partners rendered his progress painfully slow. He contemplated seeking Vegeta again as a sparring partner. Perhaps another bout would ignite his potential and enable him to complete an ultimate technique. While he pondered this, Videl, having mastered the art of flight, approached him from a distance, her ponytail swaying gracefully as her skirt fluttered. With enthusiasm, she waved at Gohan, expressing her delight at their established relationship. Nowadays, Videl is quite the affectionate girlfriend, frequently gravitating towards him. Gohan, appreciating her companionship and the assistance she provides in preparing bento, finds her presence agreeable. However, her strict upbringing mandates that she return home punctually each evening, which indeed poses a bit of a hassle, but he realizes that meeting Satan is necessary. Gaining the approval of his future father-in-law is essential for truly winning Videl's heart. As Videl landed, she eagerly grasped Gohan's arm and exclaimed, "Gohan-kun, I have something to tell you. My father intends to participate in a martial arts tournament, just like the previous tournaments, which is set to commence soon. Fighters from around the world will participate. You will attend too. One to you?" Gohan's eyes lit up at the mention of the tournament. He felt a surge of excitement, knowing that his father, Kakarot, would undoubtedly return. There were many techniques he wished to learn from him, such as instant transmission and the Ko-kin. This news from Videl was indeed splendid, prompting him to respond with a beaming smile. "Is that so? This is wonderful. With the tournament taking place, I can inform my father. He will surely be interested." Videl, curious, looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Gohan's father? But I thought he had passed away. How will you notify him?" Gohan replied nonchalantly, "Not quite. This world still has a realm of the dead. Although my father is no longer among the living, he must be training in the afterlife." That he then recalled that he could seek out Baba the fortune teller to relay the message, remembering that she and Master Roshi were siblings. With this in mind, he decided to find Master Roshi and subsequently contact Baba to reach his father. Videl, intrigued, expressed her desire to accompany him, but Gohan hesitated at the thought of introducing her to Master Roshi, fearing the old pervert might inadvertently cause trouble. Thus, he asked her to wait while he set off to find Master Roshi. Informing Kakarot about the tournament would surely prompt him to return from the afterlife. With that thought, he took off into the sky. As Videl waved her hands, she called out, "Gohan-kun, I'll be waiting for your return." Gohan transformed into a streak of light, flying towards Master Roshi's seaside abode. His speed was remarkable, and in nearly no time at all, he arrived at Master Roshi's residence. Just as he was about to approach, he spotted a figure advancing toward him, exuding a notable energy. Initially, he thought it was Krillin, but to his surprise, it was Android 18. Clearly, her demeanor was less than cheerful, likely due to her entanglement with Krillin. She had come specifically to see Krillin, curious about the little human who aspired to pursue her. However, upon witnessing Krillin's lingering connection with his ex-girlfriend, she felt discontent and decided to leave without a word. The icy and aloof 18 had no intention of competing for attention. She would wait for Krillin to break things off with Marin first. Yet, just as she was about to depart, she noticed Gohan, causing her to pause momentarily, particularly due to the distinct aura he projected. With a frown, she blocked Gohan's path, prompting him to stop in confusion. 18, what brings you here? Are you looking for Krillin? At the mention of Krillin, 18's beautiful features twisted in displeasure as she gritted her teeth. Don't be ridiculous. Why would I want to see that little dwarf? He asked, busy chatting away with his ex-girlfriend. and I have no interest in getting involved. Gohan silently mourned for Krillin, realizing he had missed an opportunity. As 18 scrutinized Gohan, her interest peaked, not out of attraction, but rather due to his evident improvement. Gohan, it's been years since I last saw you that I can sense your power has increased significantly. At your current strength, you could easily match me. Couldn't you? I thought you would have weakened from all that studying. Gohan chuckled. I've been training diligently and have indeed gained considerable strength. 18 surveyed him once more, this time without uttering a word. Instead, she suddenly lunged at him, throwing a punch. The unexpected attack was clearly a test of his abilities, but Gohan assessed that 18's strength was still no match for Vegeta's, even with her sudden assault. He effortlessly sidestepped, causing a smile to form on 18's lips. Subsequently, she launched a flurry of blows at Gohan. Her love for combat was undeniable. To be precise, after being stood up by Krillin, she sought an outlet for her frustrations. And upon spotting Gohan, she unleashed her pent-up energy upon him. However, she was wholly unprepared for the fact that Gohan had significantly strengthened himself. Vegeta would certainly think twice before facing him now, as her current prowess was simply insufficient in the face of Gohan's newfound abilities. Chapter 14. Kakarot in the afterlife. In the midst of their exchange, before Android 18 had the chance to unleash her energy sphere, Gohan, with a surge of determination, charged forward. Caught off guard, 18 found herself suddenly confronted by Gohan, who closed the distance in an instant. As her expression shifted in alarm, she had no time to evade. A powerful punch was already hurtling towards her face, the force of which she could distinctly feel. Above the tumultuous sea, fierce winds howled. Holding her breath, 18 felt a sudden rigidity envelop her, frozen in place, paralyzed by the impending blow. This strike was unavoidable. If it connected, it would surely inflict severe damage. Regret began to seep in her mind. She never anticipated Gohan's remarkable progress, achieving such superiority without resorting to transformation. In his presence, she felt diminutive, as if reduced to a mere child. Their combat prowess was on entirely different levels. As she involuntarily shut her eyes, she was taken aback when Gohan's fist halted mere centimeters from her face. The abrupt stop stirred the sea beneath them, whipping up waves. Boom! Enormous splashes erupted, as the force of Gohan's punch sent ripples across the water surface. With a playful smirk gracing his lips, Gohan's expression revealed to 18 that she had become the subject of his jest. This rascal was purposefully toying with her. How infuriating! All right, Android 18, I have no desire to mar your beautiful visage. I must seek Master Roshi, he declared. Let this bout end here. Releasing his fist, Gohan waved a casual farewell, seemingly unperturbed by the encounter. This left 18 feeling somewhat disheartened, akin to a petulant child held down by a stronger hand, utterly powerless to retaliate. Realizing the vast chasm between their abilities, she became intrigued by Gohan's newfound strength. What kind of training had he undergone? How had he attained such a level? Her curiosity was genuinely piqued. Gohan soon resumed his journey, swiftly arriving at Master Roshi's quaint abode, observing Krillin still entangled with his ex-girlfriend. He shook his head in bemusement before landing on the ground. He greeted the giant turtle by the entrance. Hello, I have a matter to discuss. Could you inform Master Roshi that I wish to speak with the fortune teller? The giant turtle promptly scuttled inside to relay the message. Moments later, Master Roshi emerged, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Gohan. Ah, Gohan. It has been years since we last met. How is Chi-Chi? By the way, it seems Goku is currently in hell. Are you seeking my sister to contact him? With a knowing nod, Gohan replied, Indeed, the new martial arts tournament is about to commence, and I believe my father would be quite interested. If you could let him know, perhaps he could return from hell to participate. Upon hearing about the tournament, Master Roshi's face lit up with nostalgia. The martial arts tournament. It has been ages since I last took part. If Goku joins, it will surely be an intense competition. I will contact the fortune teller right away. Without hesitation, he set about reaching out to her. Within half an hour, the fortune teller arrived at Master Roshi's humble dwelling. Cradling a large crystal ball as she landed, she addressed Gohan immediately. Goku has been training in King Yama's realm and recently participated in a tournament there. He is still honing his skills in hell. Gohan's eyes brightened. Yes, that's so. Is there any way we can contact him? The fortune teller took the crystal ball in hand. Let me see what I can do, that I have some connections in hell. It has been a while since I checked on him. With that, she began to search for Goku's whereabouts using the crystal ball. Before long, she located him deep in hell, training alongside a group of deceased martial artists. Despite currently being a spirit, Goku's presence was formidable, his aura stronger than ever. Through the crystal ball, Gohan sensed that his father, Kakarot, had mastered Super Saiyan 3. In truth, when Majin Buu was born, Kakarot had the power to vanquish him, but chose instead to train the next generation. Unfortunately, he did not eliminate Buu in time, leading to the chaos that ensued, compelling him to intervene. Having personally defeated Buu, Goku was now undoubtedly on par with the likes of him, having fully grasped the power of Super Saiyan 3. As Goku sensed someone observing him, he halted his training, furrowing his brow. Upon recognizing the familiar aura, a broad smile spread across his face. I asked that the aura of the fortune teller and a Master Rashi. Oh, and Gohan, I didn't expect to sense you. Your power has grown tremendously. I am quite impressed. Have you been training diligently these past years? Despite the great distance, Kakarot could feel Gohan's strength. He was undeniably the mightiest Saiyan, far surpassing Vegeta, who had remained the perennial second best. With a calm demeanor, Gohan articulated his purpose for seeking Goku. Father, it has been a while that I came to inform you that the martial arts tournament, which has not been held in years, is planning to resume. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement at Gohan's words. Really? A tournament? It has been too long since I participated. Haha, I should be able to take a day off from hell. Fortune teller, will you allow me to return for the tournament? Goku inquired eagerly. With a nod of affirmation, the fortune teller responded, yes, I can come to retrieve you on the day of the tournament. Goku, are you truly planning to participate? Goku's fists clenched with fervor. Absolutely. I cannot believe how strong you have become. Gohan, I am thrilled at the prospect of competing with you and witnessing the results of your training. Gohan was equally eager to engage in combat with his father. Knowing that Kakarot was not like Vegeta, he would not hold back, making him the ideal training partner. With a grin, Gohan replied, indeed, I look forward to the chance to spar with you during the tournament. Seeing the earnest determination in Gohan's eyes, Goku beamed with delight. I am genuinely excited. Gohan, I never anticipated that you would possess the potential to surpass Vegeta. I eagerly await the battles that lie ahead. With their conversation concluded, Gohan's perception of Kakarot shifted. The sheer magnitude of Kakarot's strength was formidable. He could easily sense that Kakarot had surpassed Vegeta. Yet, Gohan remained in the dark about Kakarot's full capabilities. He had no idea how powerful Super Saiyan 3 truly was. The disparity between them was evidently vast, and to bridge that gap, Gohan understood that his first step was to surpass Vegeta. If he could not even surpass Vegeta, how could he hope to catch up to Kakarot? Filled with newfound resolve, Gohan was determined to hone his skills before the tournament, striving to elevate his mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique to a level beyond 2. Then, the power of the Thunder Fruit must reach 100 to be effective, with an additional 20% strength to be grasped. Only then can he adequately contend with Kakarot. Having settled this matter, he greeted the surroundings and promptly departed from the humble abode of Master Rashi. That on his journey back, he remained oblivious to the fact that someone was trailing him closely. He could not fathom why Android 18, rather than seeking out Krillin, had taken an interest in him instead. She had followed him all the way to Master Rashi's hut and was now accompanying him. He mused about Android 18's motivations, but considering her persistent following, Gohan was not averse to using her as a training partner. He called upon Gotenks and Piccolo, gathering the 4 of them to serve as his training subjects. With this arrangement, having 4 individuals join forces against him would provide a splendid opportunity for rigorous training. With this thought in mind, he welcomed Android 18's presence and led her to his training grounds. Chapter 15. 1 against 4 is no small feat. Upon returning, Gohan, intent on his training, specifically requested Piccolo to bring Goten and Trunks along. Simultaneously, he beckoned the concealed Android 18 to join them. As he faced the 4 of them, Gohan's opening words left them exchanging puzzled glances. Perfect. Android 18, Uncle Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks, I would like you all to assist me in honing my new abilities that do not hold back. Just surround and attack me, that I will not employ any clone techniques. So feel free to unleash your full power in my training. The group exchanged glances, and while Piccolo remained composed, Android 18 frowned, displeased at being summoned after trailing him. She found it particularly infuriating that she was expected to accompany two youthful boys, a green-headed creature, and face Gohan alone. This felt like a gross underestimation of her capabilities. Piccolo, understanding Gohan's strength, was less concerned, but Android 18's formidable abilities made him apprehensive. He sensed her irritation, especially evident in her expression of disdain. Gohan, aware of Android 18's reluctance to cooperate, knew that enticing her would be relatively easy. With a smile, he raised a hand and said, "How about this, Android 18? If you can land a hit on me, I will reward you with 1,000,000 zeni. What do you say? Just one touch. And it's yours." Android 18's eyes lit up, clearly intrigued by the monetary incentive, and she coldly retorted, "Oh, you have 1,000,000. You aren't deceiving me, are you?" Gohan, appearing relaxed, gestured towards the nearby watching Videl and chuckled. "My girlfriend's father is Mr. Satan. Surely, you understand that the world's hero, Mr. Satan, possesses wealth, right? Do you really think I can't produce 1,000,000? In truth, if he approached Mr. Satan, he could easily acquire several billion." A mere 1,000,000 was trivial. Android 18 glanced at Videl, furrowing her brow as she looked back at Gohan, coldly stating, "I didn't expect you to have the potential to live off someone else. I despise people like you." With that, she charged at him. Gohan found it amusing. How could Android 18 abhor someone living off others? After all, Krillin was the ultimate soft rice man. Nevertheless, now that Android 18 was on the offensive, he felt quite pleased. As she lunged at him, he swiftly dodged her strike. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Goten stood in shock as Gohan took the initiative to engage. Since they hesitated to attack, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Creating a 1-against-4 scenario, Gohan actively participated, prompting Piccolo and Goten to join the fray. The ensuing chaos of combat left Videl in awe. Over the past few days, her perspective on the world had been thoroughly transformed, especially since she had just learned to harness ki from Gohan and could now perform flight techniques over vast distances. However, her speed left much to be desired, and prolonged flight would soon wear her out. This was her limit. Yet, what she now witnessed was a terrifying spectacle. For individuals were darting around, relentlessly attacking Gohan. The agility of the two boys had reached a level of mastery, their movements so swift that Videl could hardly perceive them. Even so, Gohan maintained control of the situation, evading their every attempt to touch him, including Android 18, who could not land a single hit on him as he unleashed his full strength. This display was truly eye-opening for Videl. Reflecting on her father, she couldn't help but smile wryly as a sense of concern washed over her. If he were to encounter any of these formidable opponents at the martial arts tournament, would he survive? As the day's training came to a close, Gohan felt a newfound confidence. He had gained experience in handling a 1-against-4 scenario without the use of clones. If he truly employed his clone technique, he wouldn't even fear facing 100 opponents. This cloning technique was incredibly formidable. At the end of the training, he noted with satisfaction that his Thunderfruit power had reached a progress level of 50. He smiled at the slightly breathless Android 18, who had failed to earn her 1,000,000 zeni, her frustration evident. Gohan waved at her, still smiling. "By the way, Android 18, the bounty of 1,000,000 is still valid. Anytime you can touch me, I will pay you that amount, no matter when." Android 18 gritted her teeth, feeling as though Gohan was deliberately trying to provoke her. With her pride, she scoffed and turned away, although she left with an air of dissatisfaction, muttering, "Just you wait, you brat. Be careful." Watching her depart, Videl expressed her concerns, sensing that Android 18 posed a potential threat. "Gohan, do you think that girl might try to ambush you?" Gohan shook his head, reassured. "No, Android 18 is far too proud. If she wishes to battle me, she will confront me directly. I'm not worried about an ambush. With her strength, she wouldn't stand chance." Then his gaze fell upon Videl, and an idea sparked in his mind. By the way, Videl, I haven't accompanied you to meet your father yet. With the martial arts tournament approaching, I should pay him a visit. Since the tournament would require Mr. Satan's assistance with certain matters, it was only prudent to meet him in advance. Hearing Gohan's willingness to accompany her home to see her father, Videl's eyes brightened with joy. Really? That's wonderful. My dad will be so pleased to meet you. Gohan, you're even more impressive than my father. He will surely be thrilled to see you. Indeed, with such a powerful ally, how could Mr. Satan not be delighted? Moreover, this was also a strategy to quickly win Videl over. Approaching the charming Videl, Gohan did not hesitate to sweep her into his arms. Lifting her effortlessly, he soared high into the sky. As she wrapped her arms around his neck, he leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her lovely cheek. Noticing her bashful reaction, he smiled and said, "Actually, I have one more favor to ask of you." Videl, curious and unaware of what Gohan was about to say, inquired, "Gohan, is there something you need my help with?" Leaning in closer, Gohan whispered, "Help me conceive a Saiyan baby." Videl's face flushed crimson, her shyness rendering her momentarily speechless. Gohan burst into laughter. "This is quite an important matter. Once you're pregnant, I can take the next step." In an instant, Videl was bewildered, uncertain if Gohan was jesting. Gohan could not yet reveal to her that to transform into a Super Saiyan God, a collective effort from multiple Saiyans was necessary. Currently, their numbers were insufficient to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan God, which is why he needed to create more Saiyans, and Videl was the perfect candidate. Having a child was essential for enhancing his power. With a light-hearted jest at Videl, it wasn't long before Gohan arrived at Satan's residence. Mr. Satan, there is someone who can fly, and he has returned with a young lady," exclaimed a butler. Rushing into the opulent villa, he fell from the sky, bringing the young lady back with him. "I truly saw him flying in the heavens, Satan, in the midst of his boxing training." Sneer at the butler's words, unable to fathom such a claim. "Stop your nonsense. How could anyone possibly fly? This is merely a trick, and I wonder who has deceived my dear Videl. If I find that scoundrel, I shall give him a proper thrashing." At that moment, Gohan entered, holding Videl's hand. The butler, startled, fell to the ground, his expression one of utter disbelief as he raised a trembling finger to point at Gohan. His jaw dropped in shock. It's him. It's him who flew in the sky. Mr. Satan. It's this fellow." Satan had already taken note of Gohan, and upon witnessing him holding his beloved daughter's hand, rage coursed through him, causing him to tremble. Clenching his fists, he charged at Gohan without hesitation. "How dare you steal my precious daughter? You scoundrel!" Caught off guard, Videl gasped, "Daddy, no." But Satan paid her no mind. "Videl, don't worry. I shall teach this boy a lesson." Before Videl could utter another word, Satan's punch landed squarely on Gohan's body. Yet to everyone's astonishment, Gohan remained unscathed while Satan was sent flying backward, crashing through a wall with a resounding boom. The butler was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend how the invincible world champion, Satan, had been so easily dispatched. As Videl rushed forward, concern etched on her face, she checked on her father's injuries. She had feared this confrontation might arise, and now it had come pass. How could a mere human hope to breach Gohan's defenses? It was only natural that Satan, with his limited prowess, would be sent reeling. "Papa, are you all right? I wanted to stop you from acting rashly. Gohan is incredibly powerful, and before I could even call out to you, you charged in." Videl pouted, a look of reproach on her face, which left Satan with a lingering psychological scar. It dawned on him that his daughter had found a formidable partner. Observing Gohan at a distance, realization struck Satan. This young man was indeed exceptional. He leaped to his feet, a newfound enthusiasm lighting up his face. "Kid, I acknowledge your strength. Now, I accept your relationship with my daughter. However," he added, "you must become my disciple." Chapter 19. Vegeta's bid of withdrawal. Satan beamed at Gohan, delighted at the prospect of having such an impressive son-in-law as his disciple, envisioning the prestige it would bring him. He could hardly contain his excitement, laughing heartily at the thought of having a disciple capable of flight and immense power. Understanding Gohan's strength, he felt no trepidation about his daughter as choice. With their relationship now openly established, he was more than willing to embrace Gohan's identity. Gohan smiled calmly at his future father-in-law, recognizing that despite Satan's past accolades, he had indeed made significant contributions to the earth. Gohan saw the inherent goodness in Satan. He was a worthy hero of the planet. Most importantly, Gohan perceived an opportunity to benefit from having such a powerful father-in-law. I don't mind promoting myself as your disciple, Uncle Satan, but I do have a favor to ask. Satan's eyes lit up at Gohan's response, his joy palpable. Anything you desire, as long as you agree to be my disciple. Gohan, feeling quite satisfied, casually sat down. You see, my current residence is rather far from the city. Since Videl is my girlfriend, I plan to live with her, and it's inconvenient to travel back and forth from the mountains. Therefore, I would like a villa in the city. Satan chuckled heartily, showing no hesitation. A world champion with numerous endorsements. The cost of a villa was trivial to him. Of course. Even as a dowry for Videl, I would gladly provide a luxurious villa. I have a 1,000 square meter mansion that would suit you perfectly. How about it? Satan's generosity was astounding, offering a sprawling mansion worth millions without a second thought. Gohan nodded appreciatively, not one to decline such a generous offer. 1,000 square meters will be more than sufficient for my training, Uncle Satan. Thank you. By the way, Gohan continued nonchalantly, I would also need some pocket money that a casual 10 million should suffice. Satan broke into a cold sweat at Gohan's audacity. Realizing this young man was not shy about asking for what he wanted. However, considering that he had already committed to providing a villa and that his daughter was genuinely fond of Gohan, he was willing to accommodate his request. Without hesitation, Satan instructed someone to bring him 20 million, adding an extra 10 million as a gesture of goodwill. Well, 10 million is nothing to me. I must ensure you are well taken care of, especially since Videl will be relying on you. The butler arrived, dragging 2 large cases and placing them on the ground. Gohan approached, opened the cases, and confirmed the presence of 20 million. His eyes sparkled with satisfaction at Satan's understanding. Indeed, it felt exhilarating to secure such a sum. It was merely the payment for his impending assistance in saving the Earth from the threat of Majin Buu. Receiving 2 million and a villa was far from unreasonable. With the cash in hand, Gohan and Videl set off to inspect the luxurious 1,000 square meter villa, which had originally been purchased by Satan for his own training retreat. The expansive garden, swimming pool, and martial arts arena were all situated in a prime location in the heart of the city, offering an excellent environment. The villa was newly decorated, a perfect sanctuary for Gohan's training. He envisioned consulting Bulma to construct a training protection shield, allowing him to practice at home daily without concern. With plans to relocate to this magnificent abode, Gohan decided he must first discuss the matter with Chi-Chi. With 10 million in cash, he flew home and presented the money to Chi-Chi. From today onward, I plan to move to the city. This is 10 million in cash, a gift from Videl's father. IT should suffice for me and Goten for the time being. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Chi-Chi gazed in astonishment at the 10 million cash that lay on the ground. Utterly dumbfounded, she had never anticipated that Gohan would bring such a substantial sum of money. Overwhelmed with joy, Chi-Chi wept tears of happiness, embracing Gohan and exclaiming her delight. This is wonderful. With this 10 million, Goten and I can lead a good life. Gohan, you've grown up so fast to earn such a fortune. I'm truly gratified. This was Chi-Chi's nature. With cash in hand, she thought little of anything else. Accepting Gohan's decision to relocate, he smiled and left the 10 million behind, reassured that another 10 million awaited him. He then turned and made his way to Bulma's residence. Upon arriving at Bulma's grand villa, he was fortunate to find her there as well. Spotting Gohan, Bulma's eyes lit up, and she seized him, furtively dragging him to a secluded spot with a conspiratorial expression. Gohan, I've heard that you fought with Vegeta. He hasn't emerged from the training room in days, not even to eat. Please, can you think of a way to coax him out? Bulma implored, her face a picture of earnestness. It was clear that after their previous encounter, Vegeta had become withdrawn, isolating himself in training, neglecting his basic needs. This relentless training was severely affecting their relationship. Hence, seeing Gohan, Bulma beseeched him, knowing he had played a role in Vegeta's current state. After contemplating, Gohan replied, Bulma, here's the thing. I've acquired a villa from my girlfriend's father, but the training grounds there are rather inadequate. I'm concerned that if I train there, I might inadvertently cause destruction. Therefore, I was hoping you could assist in enhancing it. If you do, I will find a way to persuade Vegeta to leave the training room. To his surprise, Bulma's face brightened at this seemingly simple request, and without hesitation, she agreed, with a playful glint in her eye. She inquired, "By the way, when will you introduce me to your girlfriend? You found a partner so quickly. I'm curious to see if she's as beautiful as you claim." Understanding Bulma's personality, Gohan chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Sensing Vegeta's intense energy still surging from the training room, he realized the Saiyan prince was indeed entrenched in his rigorous regimen. Days of relentless training had undoubtedly enhanced Vegeta's strength, yet signs of uncontrolled fury were evident. Currently, Vegeta's emotional state was precarious, teetering on the brink of volatility due to the inner conflict of familial obligations and the desire to surpass Kakarot. This turmoil rendered him the most perplexed. As a formidable warrior, Vegeta's strength was crucial for Earth's protection, and Gohan believed it necessary to guide him. Resolute in this thought, he unleashed his energy fully. The surge was explosive upon sensing Gohan's power. Vegeta abruptly halted his training and emerged from the chamber, his gaze fixated solely on Gohan, a flicker of instability evident in his eyes. Bulma, brimming with excitement, attempted to approach, but Vegeta disregarded her completely. "Vegeta," Gohan initiated, "the martial arts tournament is approaching in a week. My father Kakarot will return from the other world for a day. I trust this piques your interest?" Vegeta's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his excitement palpable as he clenched his fists. A cold smile spreading across his face. "Yes, that's so. Excellent. I will participate in the tournament. Be sure to inform Kakarot. I will surpass him this time and truly defeat him with my own strength." Gohan couldn't help but laugh. "Unfortunately, Vegeta, my father has little interest in you. Your training still lacks depth. If you focus solely on strength, you will find it challenging to achieve a breakthrough. The gap between you and my father is far greater than you realize." This remark evidently irked Vegeta, who clenched his fists, teeth gritted in frustration. "Gohan, you may speak when you can surpass me. You hold no authority to lecture me." With that, Vegeta turned and returned to the training room. Chapter 17. The Arrival of the God of Thunder. Bulma sighed, watching Vegeta re-enter the room, uncertain of when he might emerge again. Resolute, she decided to assist Gohan in enhancing the training facility. Accompanying Gohan back to his villa, they set about improving the training grounds, ensuring it could withstand considerable destruction, akin to Vegeta's training area, as long as they avoided unleashing enough power to obliterate the Earth. Everything would be manageable. After dedicating half a day to this endeavor, Bulma proved her remarkable capabilities, a testament to the genius behind the time machine. However, Gohan held no romantic interest in the middle-aged Bulma. Choosing to refrain from flirtation, Bulma, with a beaming smile, brought up another topic of curiosity. By the way, is Kakarot returning before the tournament begins? Upon receiving Gohan's confirmation, her face radiated joy, prompting Gohan to wonder if Bulma harbored feelings for Kakarot. A week swiftly passed since Gohan had moved into the villa. The expansive residence was now staffed with a butler and maids, in addition to Biddy Lee's assistance in organizing the place. Living in the villa was indeed comfortable. Every morning, Gohan found it difficult to rise from the plush bed until Biddy Lee would come to rouse him. Today was no exception. Noticing Gohan's reluctance to get up, Biddy Lee chuckled softly, approaching him. Before she could greet him, Gohan playfully grabbed her, pulling her onto the bed. Coming to her senses, Biddy Lee found herself ensnared, yet a blush crept across her cheeks as she quickly accepted the situation. Throughout the week, she had surrendered herself entirely to Gohan. Their bond grew closer, allowing Gohan to freely indulge in their playful antics. They finally rose together at noon, hands intertwined as they headed to breakfast. In the midst of their meal, Biddy Lee, with evident concern, brought up a pressing matter. "Gohan, isn't your father supposed to return before the tournament? It starts in just a few days, and my dad has mentioned it." Gohan, somewhat distracted, replied, "Yes, he should be aware. With the fortune teller around, he'll surely be picked up in advance." After saying this, he embraced Biddy Lee, feeding her with a cheerful smile. Then, shifting the topic, he inquired, "By the way, Biddy Lee, have you noticed any changes in your stomach lately?" He gently touched her flat abdomen, but alas, he felt no energy fluctuations. Biddy Lee, sensing Gohan's touch, blushed and shyly replied, "I'm not sure, it's been a week." It should be soon, right? Gohan nodded in agreement. Yes, it's been about a week. We've been diligent every night. I feel it should be happening soon. With Saiyan physiology, conceiving a child was relatively effortless, particularly having secured approval from Videl father and spending each day together. Their relationship deepened significantly. After their intimate moments, Videl's affection grew stronger, declaring him her first lover. Videl, blushing, looked at him and said, I hope it's a boy, someone as strong as you, Gohan. Do you prefer boys or girls? Upon contemplating the prospect of their first child, Gohan instinctively envisioned a daughter. However, he was not one to resign himself to mere speculation. With a playful smile, he planted a tender kiss on Videl's cheek and continued. It would be wonderful to have both a boy and a girl. After we welcome our first, we can certainly consider a second. What do you think? Videl, playfully sticking out her tongue, chuckled at Gohan's words. I'm not a machine. How could I possibly give birth to multiple children all at once? The mention of machines struck a chord with Gohan, as he had been persistently harassed by an android of sorts lately. Just as they had finished a delightful meal together, he sensed the presence of 18 for the sake of that 1 million. She had been quite diligent, visiting him every day for a week to challenge him. Her goal was to face him and seize that prize. Sometimes, she even appeared at night, leading Gohan to wonder if she might be eavesdropping outside his room. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Krillin. But as he detected 18's energy, he gently set Videl down and smiled. All right, it's time for me to begin training. Please find Den and ask him for a few tickets to the World Martial Arts Tournament. When my father returns, I shall hand them to him. This time, many formidable fighters will participate. Videl nodded, aware of the numerous skilled individuals competing. With a radiant smile, she gazed at Gohan, stood on her tiptoes, planted a kiss on his lips, and said, I believe in you, Gohan. You will surely emerge as the champion. As he watched Videl walk away, Gohan refrained from disclosing that this tournament would entail unforeseen events. After all, sharing such matters with Videl would only serve to worry her, and he had no intention of revealing that he needed to further enhance his abilities. His mastery of the Thunder Fruit was nearing the 100 mark. Observing the progress at 95, he resolved to elevate it to 100 in one go to prepare for the impending arrival of Majin Buu. Having finished his breakfast, he rose swiftly and made his way to the training room. It was an open space, akin to the martial arts arena, specially modified by Bulma, surrounded by protective barriers, making it exceedingly difficult to unleash energy blasts that could escape. It was an ideal training ground. Upon arrival, Gohan quickly noticed 18, standing poised with her arms crossed, awaiting him. Her striking appearance was undeniably captivating, particularly her eyes, which held an icy allure that could easily attract many suitors. Gohan, acknowledging her punctuality, greeted her with a hint of nonchalance. My apologies for keeping you waiting. I overslept a bit due to my morning workout. You weren't kept waiting too long, I hope? Hearing Gohan's words, 18 let out a dismissive huff. Clearly aware of the situation, as she had arrived well in advance. Her cheeks flushed briefly, but she regained her composure and looked at Gohan. Can we commence now? Rather than hastily engaging, Gohan felt a surge of curiosity. 18, are you truly so fixated on that 1 million? You've been here daily for the past week. Don't you have anything else to occupy your time? 18's expression darkened at Gohan's inquiry, and with gritted teeth, she retorted, I simply seek an opportunity to teach you a lesson. With that, she lunged at him with surprising speed. Gohan had grown accustomed to her training style over the past week, having learned her combat techniques. He understood that androids were not entirely robotic. They were enhanced humans. Their most formidable trait was their infinite energy, which, while having a fixed upper limit, replenished continuously. It was this characteristic that bestowed 18 with her impressive combat prowess, exceeding Super Saiyan level. Unfortunately for her, Gohan was unconcerned by her Super Saiyan strength. He didn't even need to transform. As 18's fist swung toward him, it merely passed through his form. Frowning in frustration, 18 exclaimed with irritation, what kind of strange technique is this? She realized that Gohan's moves were perplexing. Despite several training sessions, she had yet to land a single hit on him. With a smile, Gohan reappeared behind her and casually remarked, I must express my gratitude for assisting me in harnessing the Thunder Fruit's power, allowing me to reach 100 progress. With a swift motion, he summoned dark clouds to gather in the sky, transforming the atmosphere as 18 looked up in awe. Above her, a colossal bolt of lightning pierced the heavens, descending toward her with tremendous force. Boom! The lightning struck like a massive beam, and 18's expression shifted as she instinctively raised her hand, channeling her energy to confront the incoming strike. The clash produced a cacophony of sounds as the two forces met. Crackling, countless currents of electricity danced around them, and gritting her teeth, 18 braced herself against Gohan's overwhelming power. Despite her infinite energy, the relentless assault of lightning grew increasingly fierce. Gohan, seizing the moment, escalated his attack from 1 trillion volts to 5 trillion volts. The explosive thunderclaps rained down upon 18, compelling her to exert every ounce of her strength in defense. Yet, the onslaught was unyielding, and even her boundless energy struggled to withstand the sheer magnitude of the lightning. In a single breath, Gohan amplified his power to 10 trillion volts. The ground trembled as the god of thunder descended. And in that moment, 18's expression shifted to one of sheer realization. She now comprehended that Gohan's mastery of lightning had reached terrifying new heights. A single bolt shattered her infinite energy barrier. The energy sphere encasing her was penetrated, and the resulting explosion sent shockwaves through the protective barriers, reducing them to mere fragments. 18's body was sent hurtling backward, and only then did Gohan realize the gravity of the situation. The might of 10 trillion volts was too overwhelming for her to endure. He rushed forward just in time to catch her before she hit the ground, embracing her tightly to prevent any injury. "Are you all right?" he inquired, concern etched on his face. Though his surprise, 18, gritting her teeth and catching her breath, seized him in return. Expecting her to unleash her frustration, he was taken aback when she wore a radiant smile instead. 1 million. Remember your promise. Chapter 18. Instant transmission. The ultimate technique. Gohan found himself at a loss for words. His worry for her safety had inadvertently cost him 1 million. Observing her beaming expression, he could only shake his head in resignation, realizing that he had been rather careless this time. Losing 1 million wasn't a significant issue for 18, especially considering the time she had devoted to training with him. At last, he had awakened the powers of the Thunder Fruit, achieving a strength level of 100. Retrieving the cash, he presented the 1 million to 18, who lit up at the sight of the stack of bills. With a smile playing on her lips, she clutched the box and prepared to leave. As she turned it apart, a thought struck Gohan, prompting him to ask, "By the way, do you plan to come again tomorrow?" Upon hearing his question, 18 glanced back at him, a playful smirk gracing her features. "Oh, are you willing to give me another 1 million? This time, Gohan couldn't help but chuckle, responding, "As long as you continue training with me. I assure you, 1 million is nothing. I can offer you 10 million. Without hesitation, 18 agreed, her decisiveness evident. "All right then, 10 million it is. You promised." With that, she turned and left, and Gohan couldn't help but acknowledge how easily she could be persuaded. Securing her commitment for 10 million in exchange for her training companionship was an astute bargain indeed. Although he currently does not possess 10 million, the martial arts tournament is about to commence. There are indeed monetary rewards associated with the tournament. Even securing second place could yield a substantial prize. Furthermore, he plans to extract some funds from Satan, aiming for no less than 100 million this time. Gohan has learned that the tournament's preliminary rounds are officially underway. Next, he is set to head to the training grounds. He has also successfully drawn the power of the Thunder Fruit, acquiring a new ability. The lottery was fruitful, granting him the Wood Release bloodline limit. Wood Release techniques? Another special skill from the Naruto universe, and a rather commendable ability, indeed. However, while this holds merit in the Naruto world and the Dragon Ball universe, it can be deemed somewhat trivial. Without obtaining the Rinnegan, other skills seem rather lackluster. The Wood Release techniques do not significantly enhance his current prowess, and he is not in a hurry to elevate it to level 100, as there are other matters demanding his attention. Rising early, he accompanies Videl, taking a vehicle towards the bustling metropolis, where he is finally set to meet someone. His estranged father, Kakarot, has returned from the afterlife, and Gohan has numerous requests to make of him. Upon entering the vehicle, Gohan can barely contain his excitement. Meanwhile, Videl gently arranges his martial arts uniform, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the combat outfit acquired from Bulma. With a playful smile, she exclaims, "Gohan, you look so handsome. Hee, I'm certain you will secure first place in this tournament." She then adds, "By the way, Gohan, I would like to participate in the tournament as well." "If that is all right." Videl glances at him with interest, as she genuinely wishes to join the tournament and practice alongside Gohan. However, Gohan's expression darkens, and he earnestly replies, "This tournament features many formidable opponents. It would be unwise for you to engage. If you wish to train, I can accompany you later. You understand? If you happen to be carrying our baby, it would be detrimental to sustain any injuries now." Faced with Gohan's genuine concern, Videl smiles sweetly, nodding in agreement, as she tenderly touches her abdomen, as if sensing the presence of a child within. She is more than willing to heed Gohan's advice. Meanwhile, Gohan is acutely aware that Majin Buu is set to emerge, and he cannot allow Videl to take unnecessary risks. He has no intention of using her as bait. When Majin Buu appears, he is determined to confront him with sheer strength. He believes he can single-handedly vanquish Majin Buu, viewing this as an opportunity for personal growth that will enhance his Ultra Instinct. Currently, his Ultra Instinct is at 1.9, and breaking through to 2 is proving to be quite the challenge. Gohan understands that only through greater trials can he elevate his Ultra Instinct, and he has awaited this opportunity for a long time. As the vehicle progresses, he gazes out the window at the vibrant city, alive with the excitement of the tournament. Alas, these individuals remain blissfully unaware that a calamity from the underworld is imminent. With Majin Buu's birth threatening to eradicate humanity from the face of the earth, this truth is known only to Gohan. Upon reaching the training grounds, Gohan immediately senses two distinct auras. One belongs to Vegeta, whose piercing energy is unmistakable. The other is a formidable force, emanating a gentler essence, representing the strongest energy he has encountered thus far. The opposing entity has even restrained their power, yet it remains overwhelmingly potent. Gohan now comprehends that Kakarot has indeed attained the level of Super Saiyan 3 and can transform into IT. It appears his father has arrived, and he has much to inquire of him. The prospect of seeing Kakarot fills Gohan with exhilaration, for he believes that by consulting him on various techniques, he will become even stronger. How could he not feel this thrill? Meanwhile, Videl, curious, glances around and asks, "Gohan, where is your father? I do not see him anywhere." Videl's ability to sense energy is still lacking, and thus she cannot perceive Kakarot's presence. Just as she speaks, a figure suddenly flashes into view. Goku appears with instantaneous movement, catching Gohan off guard. He realizes that instantaneous movement is indeed an extraordinary technique, comparable to the abilities of an angel beside a god of destruction in that instant. Gohan is momentarily stunned. Had Kakarot chosen to attack him at that moment, he would have surely lost, illustrating the disparity in their strengths. Clenching his fists, he resolves to master instantaneous movement, no matter the cost. "Hey Gohan, you've changed a lot since the last time I saw you. Is this your girlfriend?" Goku greets him with a broad smile, stepping forward to address Videl, who is taken aback, completely unaware of how he approached her. Hearing his words, her cheeks flush as she stands beside Gohan, clinging to his arm in an endearing manner, which prompts admiration from Goku. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Gohan suppresses his understanding of Goku's power. Smiling as he replies, "Father, it has been years since we last met. I have missed you dearly." With that, he reaches out to embrace Goku, who is momentarily taken aback by Gohan's warmth. After all, it has been years since he last engaged with Gohan, and witnessing his son's growth evokes a sense of nostalgia. Despite Kakarot's emotional shortcomings, he remains deeply attached to his lineage. "Gohan, I sincerely apologize for leaving you and Chi-Chi here. That was indeed my oversight." Sensing Goku's remorse, Gohan's lips curl into a faint smile as he raises his gaze, his expression earnest. Unable to contain himself, he exclaims, "Father, I truly wish to visit you more often in the future. If only I could learn instantaneous movement, I would certainly come to see you every day. Alas, I do not possess that ability." Gohan's lamentation particularly resonates with Goku, who suddenly brightens at the mention of training. "Ah, Gohan, you can learn instantaneous movement. Once you master it, You can visit me in the afterlife daily. Haha, this is wonderful. I will teach you the technique, and from now on, we need never be apart. With laughter, Goku takes the initiative to instruct Gohan in the art of instantaneous movement, prompting an even broader smile from Gohan, who never anticipated Kakarot to be so easily persuaded. This is splendid. He is about to acquire instantaneous movement with minimal effort. Goku holds nothing back with his son, employing a direct teaching method as he places a hand on Gohan's head. Gohan feels the surge of energy from Goku, who is now approaching the level of a divine being. Though not quite at the divine level, among the Saiyans, Goku stands as the closest to divinity. Gohan, I am now imparting to you the technique of instantaneous movement. Absorb the memories I am providing you. You should grasp it effortlessly, as you are my son. Learning this ability will not require much effort. Gohan nods, allowing Goku's energy to flow into him without resistance, welcoming it into his body. A warm current courses through him. The voice in his ears signals that he has now comprehended instantaneous movement. He has acquired the ability. Instantaneous movement. Mastery level 1. Mastery level 10. Enabling him to detect another's energy and teleport to their side. Regardless of distance, this skill is indeed a genuine divine technique. Even if the target is light years away, as long as he can sense their energy, he can instantly traverse the distance, disregarding geography, having obtained such a remarkable ability. How could he not feel elated? Moreover, the mastery of instantaneous movement can be further enhanced, potentially up to level 100. This also provides more opportunities for draws, with the mastery of instantaneous movement secured. Gohan contemplates how to extract another divine technique from Kakarot. That technique is the Kaioken. The Kaioken amplifies one's limits, enhancing strength, and can be layered with transformation boosts. For instance, a 20-fold Kaioken would further augment the power gained from transformations by an additional 20-fold. Gohan is absolutely certain that the Kaioken will not conflict with his Ultra Instinct. Chapter 19. The Ignorant and Fearless Satan. In other words, by relying on the combination of Kaioken and Ultra Instinct, he can become invincible. He certainly wishes to learn the Kaioken, but at this moment, he finds himself at a loss for how to approach it. Just as he hesitates, he notices Chi-Chi and others not far away, who have come to greet Goku along with a considerable entourage. Goku, where did you suddenly run off to? Wow, Gohan, you came? Why didn't you say anything? Chi-Chi exclaimed joyfully, her face beaming with happiness as she approached Gohan. She then recalled something with a wide smile. By the way, the last time Gohan gave me $1 million, I used it all for Goten's education. Thank goodness for that $1 million Gohan gave me, or we would have been financially strapped. With that, she shot a glare at Goku, who scratched his head, clearly intimidated and unwilling to utter a word in Chi-Chi's presence. After all, she is the universe's most formidable matriarch. While Goku may be deemed the strongest in the universe, it is Chi-Chi who is truly the most powerful. Goten, having met his father for the first time, timidly hid behind his mother. It was only when Chi-Chi pulled him forward that Goten dared to acknowledge Goku. Goku's arrival drew the attention of many, all eyes focused on him. However, not far away, a cold snort was heard, and a pair of indifferent eyes scrutinized him, then shifted to Gohan. The furious aura emanating from Vegeta was palpable, even from a distance where Gohan could feel it. Vegeta, that proud warrior, remained aloof even now, standing aside without a word of greeting, persistently observing them. His reluctance to approach was unmistakable. It was nothing short of pride. Goku could sense this as well and approached Gohan, whispering about Vegeta. Gohan, do you have some sort of grudge against Vegeta? I feel like he looks at you differently, as if there is something more between you two. Have you battled him? Gohan nodded and replied nonchalantly. Yes, I managed to win against him once with technique, though it was a victory based on power. It was more of Vegeta's oversight. Upon hearing this, Goku gasped in astonishment. No way, Gohan. You actually defeated Vegeta? That's incredible. His exclamation caught the attention of Master Roshi, Bulma, and Yamcha, who were equally astonished. They could hardly fathom that Gohan had triumphed over Vegeta. Instantly, the crowd erupted into chatter. Yamcha, ever the opportunist, sidled up to Gohan, throwing an arm around his neck and laughing heartily. Gohan, you're truly impressive. Who would have thought you could beat Vegeta? This means you're definitely a contender for the runner-up in this martial arts tournament. The Sun family is destined to sweep the top 2 spots. With a conspiratorial whisper, he added, Gohan, help me take care of the other competitors, and I'll snag 3rd place. That way, I can impress some girls. I'll even share my prize money with you. Yamcha was far too familiar with Gohan, and even expected him to assist in securing 3rd place. This remark implied that if Goku claimed 1st place, Yamcha could aim for 2nd, while Vegeta, currently being chided by the crowd, was unlikely to hear Yamcha's words. Enraged, he unleashed an energy blast that struck a nearby wall. The wall was utterly devastated, as the crowd turned to see the destruction. They were oblivious to who had caused it. Meanwhile, an infuriated Vegeta had already departed, not pausing for even a moment as he headed towards the tournament. Vegeta's pride was undeniable. He intended to prove himself through sheer strength rather than engage in petty arguments. At this moment, he was indeed in a foul mood. Wow, Vegeta just smashed someone else's wall. His temper is quite something, Goku remarked, prompting the crowd to realize it was Vegeta's doing, though Vegeta was now considered an ally. Those who had previously faced him recalled his ferocious power and were apprehensive. Even Yamcha began to fret. If Vegeta caught wind of his earlier comments, there would be repercussions. Only Gohan remained unfazed, scanning the surroundings until he spotted the person he was searching for. Indeed, the East Kaishin had arrived to participate in the tournament. His presence signified the imminent emergence of Majin Buu, the East Kaishin. Still brimming with confidence, approached along with his subordinate, Kibito, and spotted Goku. As they drew near, their gazes were unmistakably fixed on Goku, the one who had vanquished Frieza, and they were genuinely interested in him. Goku, I didn't expect to see you here. I'm eagerly anticipating your match, the East Kaishin remarked, smirking, which took Goku by surprise. Turning to face him, Goku scrutinized the East Kaishin, sensing a peculiar energy. The East Kaishin, still carrying an air of arrogance, maintained his haughty demeanor as he spoke before departing with his entourage. Who is this guy? He seems quite formidable. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the East Kaishin's identity, while only Goku and Piccolo's expressions shifted noticeably. Piccolo's shock was evident, leading the crowd to misunderstand the situation. Who are these two? Piccolo exclaimed, his words trailing off, while Bulma wore an odd expression. What is going on, Piccolo? Are these two really that powerful? Observing Piccolo's reaction, Yamcha appeared exasperated, his face betraying his frustration. Well, there goes my dream of securing 3rd place. I never anticipated such formidable opponents in this tournament. Krillin couldn't help but laugh heartily, patting Yamcha on the shoulder with amusement. Yamcha, claiming 3rd place won't be easy. You might as well follow my lead and forfeit. Krillin had already resigned from the competition, his training sessions having dwindled. Without Android 18, he had become a despondent little bald man. Gohan shook his head and instructed Videl to stay with Bulma and watch the proceedings carefully. As for him, he needed to report for the tournament, following Kakarot backstage. This tournament was set to proceed smoothly, but before it began, there was yet another test to undergo. The organizers had already set up a punching strength tester on the arena. Unfortunately, this device could only measure up to 1,000. Anyone wishing to participate in the tournament had to pass this test, and the most dazzling participant was none other than Satan, who strutted in with his championship belt, provoking cheers from the crowd. With a flourish, Satan raised his hand, striking a pose, though he noticeably glanced at Gohan, tempering his flamboyance. The audience erupted in excitement, chanting, Satan, Satan, Satan will undoubtedly take 1st place. He is a hero. Go, Satan! Defeat all the competitors, the crowd cheered. After completing his pose, Satan approached Gohan, and before Goku could express his confusion, he gently pulled Gohan aside and said, Gohan, don't exert yourself too much during the match. We would want you to break the tester. Also, let me take 1st place this time. Aiming for 2nd would be ideal for you, especially for Videl. What do you say? With a pleading expression, Satan's request drew a chuckle from Gohan as he glanced at Goku. Uncle Satan, whether I can secure 2nd place depends on my father. Satan was taken aback, confusion etched on his face. I thought your father had passed away. Gohan nodded. Yes, but he took a day off from the afterlife to accompany me to the tournament. Satan was utterly bewildered, completely unable to comprehend how the deceased could return from the depths of hell. As Sun Wukong listened to the two engaged in idle chatter, it was evident that he held a modicum of interest in Satan, prompting him to lean in and inquire, "Gohan, what is Satan to you? By the way, do we need to secure a top 2 position in this martial arts tournament?" To his surprise, even Kakarot approached him with questions. Gohan, a loss for words, could only respond, "This is my girlfriend's father, who happens to be Biddy Lee's DAS for this tournament. Let's just hope it proceeds smoothly. Father, haven't you already met the Kaioshin? Do you really believe this martial arts tournament will run without a hitch?" Upon hearing Gohan's retort, especially as he discerned the Kaioshin's true identity, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. With a hearty laugh, he remarked, "Indeed, I hadn't anticipated the Kaioshin's presence here. They must have some important matters to attend to. The tournament may very well face disruptions." With that, his expression turned serious, his gaze intense, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. Gohan felt a distinct disparity in power between himself and Sun Wukong. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his determination not to concede easily. Meanwhile, Satan remained perplexed, unable to grasp the situation. Scratching his head, he glanced at Sun Wukong and then at the halo above him. Curiosity piqued, he asked Gohan, "Gohan, who is this person? And what is that halo above his head?" Almost forgetting Satan's presence, Gohan offered a sympathetic glance and patted the oblivious man's shoulder, reassuring him, "Fear not, dear father-in-law. Your first place is secure. Just focus on your own performance, and I assure you, you will claim the top prize. However, regarding the prize money for first and second place, I can guarantee that it is a must for my father and me." Upon hearing Gohan's promise, Satan's eyes lit up, and he responded joyfully, thumping his chest with conviction, "Rest assured, I have no intentions regarding the prize money for the first and second places that I will definitely provide it for you, Gohan. This time, the championship title is solely dependent on you." Satan's words left Gohan at a loss for a reply. This man was rather childish. Shaking his head, he contemplated how to discuss the Kaioken with Kakarot. However, a loud crash interrupted his thoughts. Boom! The measuring device, intended to assess the contestants' punches, was obliterated by a single strike from Vegeta, an explosive display of temper from someone clearly uninterested in theatrics. The device was instantly reduced to rubble, leaving the surrounding spectators in stunned silence, unable to fathom the sheer magnitude of power displayed. What just happened? Did the measuring device get completely destroyed? Who is this person, daring enough to challenge Satan? Observing Vegeta's expression of animosity directed at Satan, they speculated that he was there to stir trouble. Feeling the overwhelming power emanating from Vegeta, Satan trembled, nearly losing control of his bladder, instinctively seeking refuge behind Gohan. "I asked this guy here to cause me trouble. Is he trying to usurp my title as world champion? Gohan, you must stop him." Yet, Satan was overthinking. Vegeta's rage was merely due to his rivalry with Kakarot. Unfortunately, Vegeta was entirely oblivious to the impending turmoil that the martial arts tournament would face. Ignoring the anxious Satan, Gohan scanned the crowd for the two brothers under Babbidi's control, who were likely there to absorb energy, particularly that of the Saiyans. Besides Kakarot, he himself was a target, undoubtedly hidden within the throng. As he surveyed the area, he still found no sign of them. However, he was certain they were blended into the crowd. "Gohan, you seem rather distracted. What is it that has captured your attention?" Sun Wukong inquired. Noticing Gohan's distant demeanor, before Gohan could respond, a fleeting figure caught his eye, and he realized that the two brothers were indeed within the crowd, clutching their energy-absorbing devices. However, before he could approach, Sun Wukong tugged at him, saying, "Enough of that. The Kaioshin must have other matters to attend to. Let's hurry and grab a meal." Eager to eat before the tournament commenced, Sun Wukong, ever the food enthusiast, was determined to enjoy a hearty meal. As he pulled Gohan along, the latter lost sight of the two brothers. Shaking his head, he resolved to address the matter once the competition began. The tournament's matchups were promptly revealed. After their meal, Gohan accompanied Kakarot to review the competitors. To his astonishment, several participants had been replaced, including Biddy Lee, who would not be competing this time. Gohan found that his opponent had unexpectedly become Vegeta, and to make matters more intriguing, He was slated to fight him in the very first match. It felt as though someone was orchestrating events behind the scenes, setting him up for a confrontation with Vegeta right from the start. Kakarot, noticing the first match was between Gohan and Vegeta, chuckled heartily. Gohan, you sure have luck on your side. Right off the bat, you get to fight Vegeta. Wow, I'm genuinely envious. I'd love to take your place. In truth, Sun Wukong was eager to spar with Vegeta, but had been sidetracked by other events, leading to Vegeta's pent-up frustration. Now, with the opportunity to face Gohan, Vegeta wore a proud smirk, clearly relishing the prospect. His gaze locked onto Gohan, radiating determination. Gohan, however, had reservations about the match proceeding smoothly, given the presence of the two brothers controlled by Babidi nearby. If a serious fight broke out, it was highly probable that they would absorb energy. But informing Vegeta of this concern would likely fall on deaf ears. Vegeta had been anticipating this tournament, eager to battle alongside Kakarot, and was wholly unconcerned about any potential disasters, even if the Earth itself were to be destroyed in the process. With the opponents confirmed, the original host took to the stage to announce the participants for the first battle. This host, having long awaited this event, greeted the audience with fervor. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome contestant Son Gohan and Vegeta for the inaugural battle. I've been eagerly anticipating this moment, and I am confident that this first match will be nothing short of exhilarating. Let's look forward to the performances of these two formidable fighters. As the host's words fell away, Vegeta had already positioned himself on the stage, eyes fixed on Gohan. With a serious demeanor, Gohan stepped onto the platform, regretting that he had yet to master the Kaioken, as he had planned to train with Vegeta after achieving it. However, it seemed Vegeta could hardly wait any longer. Noticing Gohan's presence, Vegeta scoffed coldly. Kid, this is the second time. Last time, I lost due to carelessness. This time, I will not make the same mistake, that I will defeat you and then take on Kakarot. Gohan couldn't help but interject. Vegeta, having you noticed the unusual audience present at this tournament, he gestured towards the East Kaishin, who wore a mischievous grin alongside his underlings. Additionally, the two brothers under Babidi's control loomed ominously nearby, their eyes fixed on the competitors. Vegeta was undoubtedly aware of these forces at play, yet he seemed unfazed, tightening his fists as his power surged, leaving the East Kaishin visibly astonished at the magnitude of Vegeta's energy. The brothers under Babidi's influence shared a glance of excitement, their focus shifting from Gohan to Vegeta. Fully aware that a storm was brewing, Gohan comprehended the situation. It seemed that Babidi had altered his target, now aiming to extract energy from Vegeta. The immense ki that Vegeta was currently emitting was so formidable that it caused Babidi to shift his focus. As Vegeta unleashed his power, the intensity shook the entire arena. In the audience, Yamcha and the others were visibly alarmed, completely awestruck by the overwhelming energy emanating from Vegeta, who appeared to be stronger than ever before. This time, it was evident that he was serious. Was he truly planning to engage with his full strength from the outset? Bulma, despite being Vegeta's wife, felt a wave of concern. She was uncertain of Vegeta's emotional state. I doubt he would go that far. Vegeta still has some sense of restraint, she reassured herself. Meanwhile, Oolong trembled uncontrollably, gripped by fear. Vegeta was terrifying. One misstep could potentially annihilate the Earth. Bulma shot a glare at Oolong, as she too was uncertain whether Vegeta would act recklessly. Only Biddy looked on with deep concern for Gohan. Confronted by Vegeta's fierce energy, Gohan furrowed his brows, but maintained a calm demeanor. Vegeta's complete release of energy was indeed unlike anything from before. He genuinely perceived Gohan as a worthy opponent deserving of his full strength in battle. Especially against capable foes, Vegeta would not hold back. The transformation into Super Vegeta was immediate and without hesitation. The arena trembled once more, and the announcer was nearly swept away by the forceful winds. Yet he persevered, narrating Vegeta's transformation with astonishment. The contestant Vegeta has transformed into a golden-haired warrior. I can sense his energy is utterly terrifying. The power of contestant Vegeta is indeed formidable. Gohan frowned as he observed Vegeta's transformation into Super Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta, you've gone straight for the Super Saiyan transformation without holding back at all. There are still many spectators here. Vegeta gritted his teeth, fury etched on his face. Who cares about those fools? How infuriating! Gohan, I know your concerns. Someone is lurking around us, spying on our energy. But what of it? If anyone dares to interfere, I shall eliminate them without hesitation. Right now, I simply wish to gauge your strength. Let's fight to our heart's content. Vegeta had sensed something amiss, yet he dismissed it. He was determined to showcase his princely might. With Vegeta's insistence, Gohan wasted no time in transforming into Super Saiyan 2, fully capable of harnessing that form with his current strength. Not far away, Goku watched the two unleash their full powers, his brow furrowing in worry. S's expression shifted. The East Kaishin approached him, speaking directly to, "So, you're Goku." Initially, we believed Babiti's target was Gohan, but now it seems he has redirected his focus towards Vegeta. Is there any way to prevent Vegeta from recklessly releasing his energy? I fear that Babiti's minions may strike first. Goku chuckled ruefully, observing the unfolding situation that I cannot restrain Vegeta. Moreover, after these past few days of training, his strength has surpassed my expectations. Especially Gohan. His growth has exceeded my imagination that I'm afraid that with my current prowess, I might not even be able to suppress Gohan. The East Kaishin was taken aback, unable to fathom that even Goku, who had defeated Frieza, could not contain the two. That were these two truly that extraordinary? Chapter 21. Kakarot was astonished. Vegeta, transformed into Super Vegeta, charged forward without a hint of hesitation. He had awaited this day for far too long. Regardless of the Kaishins or any other lurking threats, he was solely focused on surpassing Kakarot and Gohan, disregarding all else. Thus, upon his arrival, he unleashed his full power, shocking Goku, who realized that Vegeta, fueled by Gohan's combat, was stronger than he had anticipated. Vegeta's rigorous training had indeed astonished Goku, compelling him to acknowledge that Gohan had once again unlocked Vegeta's potential. The battle prowess of Super Vegeta had escalated significantly. Of course, Vegeta's power surge was attributed to Gohan, which made Goku more concerned about Gohan's current state. Why was Gohan worth Vegeta's enhancement? Now he understood. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in close combat. In his Super Saiyan 2 form, Gohan matched Vegeta blow for blow. They ascended from the ground to the sky, their explosive battle strength causing widespread devastation. The shockwaves affected the audience, leaving some in stunned silence. Nearby, Mr. Satan clung to a pillar, trembling uncontrollably. He was relieved he hadn't provoked the creature known as Vegeta. He also realized that his son-in-law was a monster as well. The clash between two titans was incomprehensible to ordinary spectators, with only the announcer excitedly narrating the events. Contestant Vegeta has taken to the skies, and contestant Gohan has followed suit. It's incredible. The energy from their battle has reverberated throughout the arena. The chaotic energy surrounding the two had thrown the entire arena into disarray. For them, the arena was inconsequential. Indeed, the two soared high, engaging in fierce combat. From the very beginning, they had held nothing back, unleashing their full strength. Each strike resonated with the collision of their might, resulting in a deadlock. The East Kaishin watched in shock, unable to maintain his previous composure, realizing just how formidable the Saiyans were. Were these truly the same Saiyans who had been annihilated by Frieza? Either one of them could easily overpower the entire Frieza race. The East Kaishin was astounded, overwhelmed by their sheer power, which exceeded his wildest imaginations. What left him paling further was Goku's ominous remark. Goku, with a frown, observed the two and solemnly declared, "This is merely the beginning. Gohan's energy is still escalating, and Vegeta has yet to fully unleash his power. They are indeed formidable, both holding back, and this is likely just a warm-up." Indeed, their close-quarters combat was merely a prelude. They were testing each other, each holding back, for Vegeta knew Gohan had many hidden capabilities, which is why he refrained from revealing his full strength too soon. Unlike before, he was no longer careless. He was keen on deciphering Gohan's techniques. Gohan felt the same, eager to discern the extent of Vegeta's strength. Thus, the two gracefully descended back onto the arena, causing the ground to tremble upon their landing. Boom! The arena sank several meters beneath their weight, and upon touching down, they exchanged blows. This time, they refrained from close combat, opting to create distance. The spectators held their breath, and the referee, with a serious expression, stepped onto the stage, resolutely prepared. Being the closest, he sensed the overwhelming, repressed energy from both contestants. With Vegeta and Gohan now separated, it appeared they were gathering energy, seemingly intent on a different form of competition. True to this notion, as the referee began to speak, Gohan seized the opportunity, launching the first attack, .100 Ultimate Perfect Kamehameha. The flawless Kamehameha of Gohan was unleashed with an astounding swiftness, completing its execution in less than a second, culminating in a colossal energy blast that shot forth with incredible speed. The sheer magnitude of this terrifying energy beam left even Sun Wukong astonished. Eliciting an involuntary expression of admiration, Gohan's Kamehameha surpassed even my own prowess. This ultimate perfection at level 100 is truly formidable. If directed at Earth, it could obliterate the entire planet. The immense Kamehameha left the audience in a state of shock. Yamcha and his companions gasped in horror as they felt the overwhelming force of the Kamehameha approaching, their expressions turning pale with fear. They were genuinely terrified that if Vegeta dodged, it might crash into them. Oolong and the others huddled together, exclaiming, "Please, we don't want to die. Vegeta, don't evade. If you do, Earth is doomed. Protect it." Wow. What is Gohan doing, unleashing such a massive Kamehameha? Is he planning to eliminate the entire audience? Vegeta, realizing the threat posed by Gohan's Kamehameha, harbored no intention of sacrificing himself for the spectators. He swiftly maneuvered to evade the attack, narrowly escaping the blast. Unlike last time, he had no desire to withstand the energy head-on. As he dodged, Bulma and the others huddled together in fear, worried that Gohan might inadvertently involve them in his attack. That we're doomed. What has Gohan done? Why does he seem more agitated than Vegeta? Gohan, don't act recklessly. We're still here. Your Kamehameha is far too immense. Only Videl regarded the situation with a serious expression, fully aware that Gohan would never act without purpose. Clearly, as Vegeta evaded, Gohan's smirk indicated he had anticipated this outcome. With a swift motion, Gohan raised a hand, instantly teleporting in front of his Kamehameha. He lifted both hands and, harnessing his own might, effortlessly caught the perfect Kamehameha. With a casual flick, he redirected the ultimate Kamehameha, altering its trajectory by a 180-degree turn, sending it hurtling towards the descending Vegeta. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Gohan could redirect his own energy wave. He gritted his teeth, seething with rage. "Ah, you insufferable brat. Witness my ultimate flash." With a swift motion, Vegeta unleashed all his energy to counter Gohan's ultimate Kamehameha, expending a significant amount of power to completely nullify the attack. The two energy spheres collided with a thunderous roar, dissipating into starlight in midair. Gohan surged forward. Even as he released his ultimate Kamehameha, he felt the drain on his energy. Yet Vegeta appeared similarly fatigued. However, Gohan still possessed other abilities. Awakening the Thunder Fruit, he invoked the power of the Thunder God, summoning a Thunder Dragon. The sky darkened ominously as lightning crackled, enveloping Gohan in a tempest of electric energy, his entire being charged with trillions of volts of lightning. Though Vegeta may not have comprehended the nature of this power, he could see the crackling lightning surrounding Gohan, and he understood that a mere touch could prove fatal. This kid truly has hidden depths. How despicable. Not far away, Sun Wukong marveled at Gohan's capabilities, astonished that he could summon such power even without energy remaining. What is this? Lightning embodiment. That could certainly be lethal. If I don't transform into Super Saiyan 3, I wouldn't dare engage. Even he was cautious, let alone Vegeta, who watched in disbelief as Gohan summoned a Thunder Dragon to charge at him. Avoiding a direct confrontation, Vegeta soared into the air, aiming to strike the Thunder Dragon with an energy blast. Unfortunately, the attack had no effect. Gohan's Thunder Fruit power completely negated it. Gohan smirked with pride, stating, "Vegeta, my lightning is a force of nature. Unless your energy is sufficiently powerful, you cannot breach my Thunder Dragon. Unless you unleash another ultimate flash." Vegeta, grinding his teeth in frustration, realized his energy had not yet recovered. How could I possibly unleash another ultimate flash? Understanding that Vegeta needed time to regain his energy, Gohan sent the Thunder Dragon hurtling toward him, crashing into Vegeta's body. The thunderous impact sent shockwaves through the air, enveloping Vegeta in a plume of smoke as he gritted his teeth, stubbornly resisting the overwhelming current. In the end, he endured, earning Gohan's respect. Vegeta had indeed withstood the force of the trillions of volts from the Thunder Dragon. As the Thunder Dragon dissipated, the residual lightning surrounding Vegeta began to fade. With clenched teeth, he raised his hands, preparing one final ultimate flash. Gohan was taken aback, not because he couldn't resist, but because he sensed Vegeta's escalating desperation. Unable to contain himself, Gohan remarked, "You still haven't regained your energy. Are you planning to expend your life force to unleash the ultimate flash? This is reminiscent of your strategy against Majin Buu. But I never anticipated you would resort to it now." Vegeta's face contorted with rage, unperturbed by Gohan's words. "Silence. My goal is Kakarot. If I cannot even defeat Kakarot's son, I am unworthy of being the prince of the Saiyans. I am not Vegeta." Chapter 22. Kakarot finally makes his move with a furious roar. Vegeta prepared to unleash another surge of energy. Witnessing Vegeta's madness, Kakarot furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, the two brothers controlled by Babidi sprang into action, targeting Vegeta, whose energy explosion was far too formidable. Moving with astonishing speed, they charged forth, wielding their magic bottles. In a blink, they struck, but Vegeta, with a contemptuous smile, dismissed them without a second thought. "Get lost!" A single energy blast sent them reeling. They were taken aback by Vegeta's overwhelming strength. These Saiyans are far too volatile. Vegeta's display of power alarmed the East Kaishin, whose plan was to locate Majin Buu and deal with Babidi. To do this, he needed the brothers to extract energy from Vegeta, intending to use Gohan to lure Babidi out. However, with Vegeta's fearsome battle prowess, he realized he would be unable to subdue him. The East Kaishin's expression darkened as he turned to Sun Wukong, stating, "Sun Wukong, those two are Babidi's minions. Babidi is engaged in something wicked. I must stop him, and I need to ascertain his whereabouts." Vegeta's energy serves as bait to draw Babidi out. Sun Wukong paused, then nodded, understanding the East Kaishin's intentions. "All right, I'll intervene. Vegeta is in a frenzy, and if this continues, countless innocents in the audience will suffer." The rampaging Vegeta showed no concern for the ordinary humans in the stands. If this escalated, many lives would be at stake. With this thought in mind, Sun Wukong sprang into action. After Gohan had severely injured Vegeta, he transformed into Super Saiyan 1 and leaped forward, landing directly in front of Vegeta, who was momentarily surprised by his arrival. "Kakarot, you've come at the perfect time." Clenching his fists, Vegeta was eager for a showdown with Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong raised a hand and delivered a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen. "My apologies, Vegeta." With that punch, Vegeta's body contorted in pain, and with a look of utter disbelief, he collapsed, rendered unconscious. Gohan, watching from a distance, felt a jolt of realization. Kakarot had undoubtedly employed the Kaioken technique. Super Saiyan 1 combined with a 20 times Kaioken. The instantaneous execution was nothing short of miraculous. Undoubtedly, the mightiest warrior among the Saiyans. When Goku becomes serious, is truly invincible. His full-powered punch brought Vegeta, who was already low on energy, crashing to the ground. Indeed, he is Kakarot. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others outside the arena were left utterly astonished, completely baffled as to why Goku would ambush Vegeta. As soon as Vegeta fell, the two brothers controlled by Babidi seized the opportunity and rushed into the arena at lightning speed, unhindered by Goku. They swiftly produced a magic jar aimed at Vegeta, completely siphoning off his energy. This unexpected turn of events left Bulma and her companions in the audience exchanging bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the situation. Vegeta, Bulma nearly leaped onto the stage, but Yamcha restrained her, sensing that these individuals were not ordinary fighters. Bulma, remain calm. Goku must have his reasons for this. Piccolo nodded in agreement, his brow furrowed and expression grave. These two possess an unusual aura, exuding a sense of malevolence, as if they are under some form of control. It seems there is another player behind them. The brothers, having absorbed Vegeta's energy, took flight with their filled magic jar in hand. The audience gazed upward, mouths agape, as the two suddenly soared away. Gohan was genuinely taken aback, unable to fathom why Goku would assist the East Kaishin in such a foolish endeavor. Indeed, having absorbed Vegeta's formidable energy, the terrifying power of the Super Saiyan could potentially resurrect Majin Buu in a much shorter time than before. The East Kaishin was indirectly responsible for the revival of Majin Buu. Gohan furrowed his brow and stepped forward, unable to contain himself. "Father, have you considered that this enemy we face may not be like those we've encountered before? The resurrection of Majin Buu poses the greatest challenge due to his immortal nature. It is precisely this that renders his combat prowess frightening. Ultimately, Earth was obliterated, and it was only on other planets that we managed to defeat Majin Buu. Even then, Kakarot nearly failed despite his utmost efforts." Before Goku, who seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, could respond as he watched the two depart, he spoke seriously. "Gohan, we must pursue them immediately. Regardless of the enemy, if we eliminate them, we can avert disaster for Earth." The East Kaishin approached, accompanied by his servant, to aid in replenishing Vegeta's energy. With the assistance of his servant, Vegeta's energy was completely restored, akin to the effect of a Senzu bean, in less than 10 minutes. Vegeta revived, fully energized. Upon awakening, Vegeta clearly harbored a grudge against Goku for his earlier ambush. "Kakarot, you scoundrel!" He unleashed a punch, only for Goku to intercept it, raising his hands in a placating manner. "All right, Vegeta, I had no choice. You must have noticed that Earth is in a bit of trouble. There may be a formidable foe on the horizon, and to identify that individual, I had to allow them to absorb your energy." Despite understanding, Vegeta remained obstinate, gritting his teeth in anger. The East Kaishin could no longer hold his tongue. "Gentlemen, let us cease this bickering. That individual has already fled. We must hasten our pursuit lest we lose track of him. Babidi is certainly somewhere nearby, and if he successfully resurrects Majin Buu, the situation will grow dire." Upon hearing the name Majin Buu, both Vegeta and Goku turned their gazes sharply. They reached an unspoken agreement. And with a huff, Vegeta ceased his aggression, merely stating, "I will settle the score with you later." After a final, intense glance at Gohan, Vegeta launched into the air, pursuing the fleeing adversaries. Goku scratched his head, grumbling to Gohan, "Gohan, let us hurry and catch up. We cannot allow Vegeta to take down the enemy on his own." Gohan, however, was unperturbed, knowing that Majin Buu would undoubtedly be resurrected, and any attempts to stop it would be futile. With Vegeta now possessing that tremendous energy, the birth of Majin Buu was inevitable. Unable to intervene, he turned to Goku and said, "Father, I wish to learn the Kaioken technique. This time, Majin Buu is unlike any enemy we have faced before. His power exceeds that of Cell, and I must master the Kaioken." Goku was momentarily stunned, not merely by Gohan's desire to learn the Kaioken, but by his assessment of Majin Buu's strength, acknowledging Gohan's considerable prowess. He realized that this enemy was indeed formidable. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I'll teach you the Kaioken on our way. Regardless, we need to see what this Majin Buu is truly like." With Kakarot's affirmation, Gohan nodded and surged forward to follow Vegeta's lead. Goku quickly followed, with the East Kaishin trailing behind, of course. Given the East Kaishin's limited power, he was merely along for the ride and could not offer any assistance this time. The three soared into the sky, disappearing into the distance. Bulma and the others remained in stunned silence, while Piccolo hesitated momentarily before deciding to follow, taking Krillin along with him. Seeing this, Videl immediately joined the pursuit. Gohan's departure piqued her curiosity, and she felt compelled to uncover the unfolding events alongside Piccolo and the others. "Gohan, what do you mean when you say Majin Buu is even more formidable than Cell?" Goku was still somewhat concerned about Majin Buu's power. While the prospect of facing a powerful foe excited him, he was not naive enough to overlook the potential devastation such strength could bring to Earth. Gohan remained silent for a moment, glancing back at the East Kaishin. Noticing Gohan's icy demeanor, the East Kaishin shuddered before hesitantly speaking. "Majin Buu is a creature manipulated by Babidi's father. Initially, in seeking revenge against us Kaishins. 3 of the 4 Kaioshins were defeated, leaving me as the sole survivor. Now that Babidi has resurrected Majin Buu, it is clear he intends to target us Kaioshins in essence. Majin Buu is an exceedingly malevolent entity. With a sudden realization, Gohan regarded the East Kaioshin with a mix of disdain and amusement, finding it laughable that Majin Buu would dare to challenge the East Kaioshin. After all, if the Kaioshins perished, the destroyers would meet the same fate. The lives of the destroyers and the Kaioshins were inextricably linked. Ignoring the East Kaioshin's ramblings, Gohan turned to Goku directly. "Father, your strength has surely surpassed Super Saiyan 2 by now. You must have mastered the transformations beyond that level, correct?" Goku was once again taken aback. He anticipated Gohan's insight. Nodding, he confessed, "Indeed, I have mastered Super Saiyan 3, but unfortunately, I cannot utilize it recklessly. The Super Saiyan 3 transformation consumes an immense amount of energy, and in my current state, I can only maintain it for a few hours at most. The limited duration would hardly suffice to defeat Fat Buu." Chapter 23. Kakarot at 50-50. Goku looked at Gohan, utterly perplexed by his son's transformation. By the way, Gohan, your strength should now exceed that of Vegeta, but I can't shake the feeling that you are capable of even more. Is the Kaioken truly beneficial to you? For the original Gohan, the Kaioken would have provided little advantage, as his ultimate form was the mystic Gohan state, an awakened form that did not require transformation. Yet now, having mastered the Ultra Instinct, the Kaioken proved immensely beneficial to him. He smirked, clearly relishing the moment. "Father, the Kaioken has significantly enhanced my abilities. If I can master it, I might even be able to measure up against you." This revelation astonished Goku, as he could sense Gohan's sincerity. Furthermore, Gohan was making this claim after acknowledging Goku's Super Saiyan 3 form. Could a mere technique like the Kaioken truly elevate Gohan to such heights? At present, he has only reached the limit of 20 times the Kaioken, and any further increase would impose a significant burden, thus restricting his power enhancement. Yet, when one combines the 20 times Kaioken with the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, the resulting combat prowess is undeniably astounding. However, Gohan claims he can surpass this. How can he achieve such a feat? Can the Super Saiyan 2 transformation coupled with the Kaioken truly exceed his father's strength? This piqued son Goku's interest, a smile creeping upon his lips that, "Oh, is that so, Gohan? I eagerly anticipate witnessing this. Just wait a moment, and I will teach you the Kaioken." Gohan nodded, his gaze sweeping across the vicinity, where he unmistakably noticed an alien spacecraft not far away. It was Babidi's ship, which had long since settled on Earth, where it had located the sealed Majin Buu and commenced the process of breaking his seal. Vegeta awaited at the site for Goku, Gohan, and the East Kaioshin to arrive before leading them into the vessel. The East Kaioshin, still apprehensive, had already sensed the imminent resurrection of Majin Buu, which would be exceedingly difficult to thwart. Upon entering the ship, they discovered its immense size, with multiple layers descending downward. Each layer was guarded by sentinels. The first layer housed alien beings known as Pui, who thrive in 10 times Earth's gravity. Akin to Frieza, they awaited the arrival of the group, declaring, "To obstruct Lord Babidi, you shall all perish before me." This creature, whose power was utterly incomparable to Frieza, bore a sinister grin that left Gohan utterly speechless. Babidi's minions, including the Demon King, were nothing but trifles. Before Gohan could make a move, Vegeta had already surged forward, engaging in combat. Goku wore a look of regret. Vegeta had seized the opportunity, thwarting his desire to test his skills. Gohan, disinterested in these minor foes, turned to Goku and asked, "Father, can you teach me the Kaioken now?" He was eager to master this technique, as developing it to its full potential would require time. Goku, unhurried, replied with casual ease, Gohan, just hold on a moment. Once we confront the next opponent, I will teach you slowly." Observing Goku's relaxed demeanor, Gohan felt a twinge of exasperation. Kakarot had a penchant for underestimating adversaries. This was not the first instance. The East Kaioshin, observing their exchange while Vegeta continued to battle in the distance, could no longer contain himself. "You two, cease your chatter. Vegeta alone might not stand a chance against that creature. We must all fight together." His concern for Vegeta's potential defeat was palpable. However, the idea of Vegeta losing was unfathomable. Even with Majin Buu's emergence, Vegeta possessed the strength to contend. Mere minions were no match for him. The battle unfolded swiftly, with Vegeta utterly dominating within a mere 5 minutes, dispatching his opponent without a hint of mercy. The East Kaioshin watched in astonishment, while Gohan and Goku casually followed Vegeta into the second layer. As they entered the second layer, Goku appeared restless, clearly eager for a fight. "Vegeta, you took the first layer's opponent. The next one should rightfully be mine. Gohan, just wait a moment, and I will teach you the Kaioken. Just observe," he said, rolling up his sleeves as they proceeded into the second layer. There they encountered a second foe, an alien warrior capable of devouring various forms of energy. This time, Goku intended to teach Gohan the Kaioken, initiating with a twofold Kaioken. In its untransformed state, the Kaioken emitted a faint red glow. This technique enhanced one's potential, igniting energy to boost both speed and combat strength. The twofold Kaioken, under normal conditions, yielded a twofold increase in power. Naturally, when applied during transformations, the effect varied. It wouldn't achieve a twofold boost. In transformation, it would yield approximately a 1.5-fold increase. Therefore, the 20 times Kaioken in Super Saiyan 1 form would result in merely a 10-fold boost. When used in Super Saiyan 3, the results would differ. This was the unique Kaioken of Son Goku. As he commenced the battle against the alien warrior, the two found themselves evenly matched. Truly, Kakarot was known for maintaining a 50-50 balance in any confrontation. Regardless of the opponent, he either matched their strength or faltered against weaker foes. Fighting a minor adversary felt akin to battling a boss. Gohan shook his head, choosing not to focus on Kakarot's tussle with the minor foe. Instead, he intently observed the transformation states of the Kaioken. Mastery required time. Inheriting Kakarot's bloodline, he aimed to learn the Kaioken and was determined to comprehend it. Indeed, he watched as Kakarot transitioned from the twofold Kaioken to the 20-fold Kaioken. Finally grasping the essence, Gohan inhaled deeply, feeling Kakarot's red transformation, and began to accumulate his own energy. Mastery achieved, the Kaioken was now his, and he could directly activate the twofold Kaioken. He sensed that training in the Kaioken was progressing at a slower pace compared to typical abilities. This divine technique was arduous to practice. The two skills he learned from Kakarot were inherently challenging to refine. Following his mastery of the Kaioken, Kakarot unleashed the Super Saiyan 1 transformation alongside the Kaioken, ultimately defeating the formidable creature before him. Due to the diminutive nature of the foe, Kakarot appeared undeniably fatigued. This prompted Vegeta to mock him. "Kakarot, you truly remain as childish as ever." Kakarot laughed, scratching his head, and replied, "My apologies, I never anticipated this creature would be so troublesome." With a huff, Vegeta clearly expressed his displeasure with Kakarot's demeanor, acutely aware that Kakarot was concealing his true power, particularly after witnessing the overwhelming strength he had unleashed earlier. It left him feeling disgruntled. In that moment, Kakarot's energy had been nearly depleted, yet the power he had displayed was astonishing. Vegeta found this irksome, especially as he recognized Kakarot's potential to surpass him while deliberately holding back. This was infuriating. Moreover, Gohan, Kakarot's son, was consistently enhancing his training, drawing ever closer to his father's level. Following their skirmish, Vegeta began to take Gohan seriously. Glancing at Gohan, he smirked and said, "Next battle will be your turn. Gohan, I'm curious to see how you fare against others." Kakarot patted Gohan on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Gohan, give it your all." Gohan rolled his eyes at the two, bemused that with Majin Buu on the verge of resurrection, they remained blissfully naive. Soon, the trio continued their descent to the third layer. Observing the unsettling demeanor of Babidi, they encountered his most formidable servant, the Demon King Dabura. Upon reaching the third layer, the empowered Dabura stood before them. It was evident that both Vegeta and Kakarot sensed a distinct aura emanating from him, leading them to furrow their brows in seriousness. I never imagined that Gohan's opponent would be the most powerful of the lot. His luck seems to be rather unfortunate. Vegeta felt a tinge of sympathy for the adversary before him. for despite Dabura's formidable energy, Vegeta possessed the capability to vanquish him, not to mention Gohan's superior strength. Dabura was hardly a challenge. Meanwhile, Kakarot, with a hand on his head, expressed his discontent. Ah, what a miscalculation! Had I known earlier, I would not have engaged that creature. The foe before them was indeed formidable. Kakarot lamented. If only I were the one fighting. Gohan, you must give it your all. Gohan chuckled lightly at Kakarot, maintaining a calm expression as he remarked, Father, do you truly believe this individual is strong? The Demon King Dabura is merely a weakling with a power level of 5. How can he be considered formidable? He was effortlessly slain by Majin Buu in an instant. Kakarot seemed to have developed a habit of excessively praising others, claiming they were powerful without justification. As the three engaged in conversation, the East Kaishin's countenance darkened, his pallor evident. After all, he was in the presence of the king of the demon realm. The East Kaishin, his expression shifting, urged, Everyone, let us not act recklessly. This is the king of the demon realm, the ruler of the entire demon race. Dabura possesses formidable combat strength. Why don't we unite and fight together? Upon hearing the East Kaishin propose collaboration once more, Gohan waved his hand dismissively, exuding impatience. Kaishin, this guy's fighting ability is utterly pathetic, merely slightly stronger than a common minion, a weakling with a combat power exceeding 100 million. I could finish this battle in a second. The East Kaishin's eyes widened in disbelief at Gohan's words. 1 second to end the fight? Meanwhile, Kakarot's eyes gleamed with intrigue, eager to witness how Gohan would achieve such a swift conclusion. Vegeta, arms crossed, stood by with a disdainful smirk, retorting, Kid, don't boast. Even I would take around a minute. The dialogue among the few had driven Dabura to the brink of fury. He, after all, was the king of the demon realm. How dare this insolent brat claim he could conclude the battle in a second? And that diminutive figure beside him dared to assert he would require only a minute. Such audacity! Dabura's expression fluctuated between anger and incredulity. Humph. Lord Babidi intends to resurrect Majin Buu to deal with you lot. But I see no need for that. I alone can handle all 3 of you. Dabura's arrogance was palpable as he spoke of confronting 3 opponents. Gohan observed this with a sneer, his disdain evident. Such trash was hardly worth his attention. He declared he needed only a second, and now having mastered the Kaioken technique, he intended to use it to test his own strength. Taking a deep breath, Gohan began to elevate his energy, enhancing his own state. Patience, I shall first allow you to experience what true fear feels like. At last, the moment had arrived for him to strike. And Gohan wore a mocking expression. He was not merely seeking to instill fear in his adversary, but rather to showcase his prowess to one individual, Kakarot, demonstrating that he had surpassed him in strength. He first transformed into Super Saiyan 2, the most potent state for unleashing explosive combat power, sufficient to obliterate several planets. Upon completing his transformation, Vegeta snorted disdainfully, sensing Gohan's pretense. Kakarot, intrigued, turned his attention to Gohan. Aware that he possessed more than just Super Saiyan 2, his understanding of Gohan's capabilities was far less than Vegeta's, and he yearned to witness the extent of Gohan's hidden strength. The Saiyan blood surged through Kakarot as Gohan's second transformation ignited his excitement. This was Super Saiyan 2, brimming with energy, perfect for unleashing various energy attacks, albeit at the cost of speed. However, Gohan had a means to maintain his velocity. This was the White God state. Ah, the Ultra Instinct. With a tremor coursing through his body, Gohan's hair transformed, half turning white, the interplay of white and yellow energy enveloping him. His power surged to over double its previous magnitude. Kakarot furrowed his brow, realizing that Gohan had used this ability to defeat Vegeta, yet he remained unprepared for what was coming. Gohan unleashed a formidable and oppressive aura, causing Kakarot's expression to shift dramatically. Was this truly the Gohan who had once lagged behind in training? Now, Kakarot sensed Gohan catching up and perhaps even eclipsing Vegeta. Was he next? The Saiyan blood within him burned with competitive spirit, compelling him to focus intently on Gohan's forthcoming Kaioken, with the White God state activated. Gohan had fully compensated for the drawbacks of Super Saiyan 2. He then pushed his power further, enhancing his speed and accumulating energy. Even without mastering Super Saiyan 3, his strength had reached its level. And now, with the Kaioken, his current power level allowed for a five-fold increase. More than sufficient to resolve this encounter in a second. 5 times Kaioken. The entire spaceship trembled as Gohan's energy coalesced, shaking the vessel violently, with the upper levels shattering under the strain. Gohan's aura, now terrifying, illuminated the surroundings with a fiery red glow, threatening to incinerate the ground beneath him. Vegeta's expression shifted as he realized that Gohan, upon mastering the Kaioken, had ascended to a level that fully compensated for his previous shortcomings in a direct confrontation. Even without employing any additional tricks, Gohan could easily surpass Vegeta. Vegeta comprehended this reality, his expression betraying his unease. Meanwhile, Kakarot was equally astonished. Gohan's speed had far exceeded his expectations. All of Kakarot's focus was on Gohan, his Saiyan blood boiling with excitement. If one were to speak of the strongest opponent and the most formidable training partner, it could only be Gohan. No one else could compare. During his time training in Hell, Kakarot had encountered numerous foes, many powerful beings, yet in comparison to Gohan, they paled into insignificance. Each of Gohan's displays of combined abilities continually astonished Kakarot, igniting a profound interest that even surpassed his previous fascination with Majin Buu. Inside the spaceship, through the surveillance monitors, Babidi watched in shock as Depura was obliterated with a single punch, his head shattered in an instant. Babidi's mouth gaped open, unable to process what had just transpired. His strongest subordinate had been defeated in a heartbeat. This individual was truly terrifying. He checked Majin Buu's energy levels. It was now sufficient. But Buu had yet to be revived, and it would take a bit longer. With no subordinates left, where could he find someone to delay Gohan? He refused to let his father's dying wish end in failure. They were so close to the final step. Majin Buu would soon awaken, and he would not allow anyone to thwart his plans. Curse be it. Majin Buu is on the verge of resurrection, and I will soon exact my revenge. I shall dominate the entire Earth. I will not allow anyone to sabotage my plans. The expression on his face fluctuated unpredictably as Babidi's gaze settled upon the trio of Saiyans. He meticulously narrowed his focus onto Vegeta, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. He sensed a hint of malevolent energy emanating from Vegeta, initially intending to enlist him as a subordinate to serve as an obstacle. However, before he could make his move, he became aware of another presence. The ferocious Saiyan bloodline ignited. At that moment, Kakarot unmistakably exhibited a fierce competitive spirit toward his own son. Babidi's attention sharpened, a smile creeping upon his lips. He realized, to his delight, that this fool had developed a sense of rivalry with his own offspring. This was an opportunity he could exploit to manipulate Kakarot, whose power was unparalleled. If he could gain control over him, it would undoubtedly delay the resurrection of Majin Buu. He swiftly redirected his efforts, casting his control spell upon Kakarot. Had it been the original Kakarot, he would have been impervious to such magic. But now, invigorated by his Saiyan heritage and driven by the desire to test Gohan's strength, he was vulnerable. Babidi seized this moment, employing a cunning enchantment to usurp Kakarot's inherent goodness. Kakarot, he proclaimed, I present you with an opportunity, a chance to challenge your son without a care in the world. You wish to ascertain the extent of son Gohan's prowess, do you not? Listen to the voice within your heart. The one you most yearn to battle is none other than son Gohan. Seize this chance, and you shall witness his true strength. As Babidi unleashed his control incantation, a unique energy signature enveloped the air. Gohan, sensing the disturbance, furrowed his brow in confusion, suddenly realizing that Babidi was not targeting Vegeta. What could this mean? Vegeta was undoubtedly the easiest to manipulate. Could it be that Babidi sought to control him instead? Alas, with his Sharingan, he could not fall prey to mental subjugation, rendering Babidi's attempts futile. But if it were not him, then who? His gaze shifted, and he suddenly recalled Kakarot, who was not far off. Clearly, both Vegeta and the East Kaishin had also noticed Kakarot's unusual behavior. Kakarot, clutching his head, appeared to be in immense pain, desperately resisting the influence. Kakarot, what on earth are you doing? Gohan exclaimed, Mr. Son Goku, are you all right? What is happening to you? Vegeta's expression darkened. Sensing something was amiss, the East Kaioshin, too frightened to approach, was caught off guard by Son Goku's cry of anguish. A sinister mark materialized upon his brow, heralding the birth of the first generation of Black Goku. Shut up. Chapter 25. The Corrupted Kakarot Boom. Boom, boom. The spaceship erupted in flames as the rampaging Son Goku transformed into Black Goku, his entire being crackling with dark energy. In an instant, the ship collapsed entirely, prompting Vegeta to recoil in shock. The East Kaioshin, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground. Had Gohan not intervened, he might have been buried alive. The East Kaioshin was flabbergasted, unable to fathom how Son Goku had fallen under control. How could this be? Kakarot, you fool! You absolute fool! Vegeta was rendered speechless, for Black Goku stood before him, utterly transformed, his previously gentle gaze now shrouded in darkness. Gone was the loquacious demeanor. The current Son Goku bore an uncanny resemblance to Black Goku. Facing the stunned Vegeta, Black Goku raised a hand and unleashed a devastating energy blast. Boom! The merciless Black Goku displayed formidable power. His energy blast forced Vegeta to raise his arms in a desperate attempt to shield himself. Yet he was still propelled backward, gasping for breath, nearly plummeting from the sky. The sheer might of Son Goku left Vegeta astounded. It was evident that Kakarot had concealed a significant amount of strength. Now, having transformed into Black Goku, he exhibited no mercy whatsoever. Despite his eagerness for a confrontation, Vegeta recognized that he stood no chance against Black Goku. With a smirk, Black Goku noted Vegeta's feeble defense. And as Vegeta prepared to counterattack with a Kaioken, Black Goku struck him squarely in the abdomen. Just like in the tournament, the blow landed with a cold smile and a dismissive expression, exuding an air of dominance. The next moment, boom! Vegeta was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into several mountains without the slightest hope of halting his momentum. Witnessing Vegeta's flight, the East Kaioshin's face turned pale with dread. Contemplating how to persuade the controlled Son Goku to regain his senses, Mr. Son Goku, that is Vegeta. What are you doing? Your goodness cannot be manipulated so easily. You mustn't let yourself be controlled. Black Goku continued to chuckle darkly, his gaze settling upon the East Kaioshin as he raised a hand, preparing to unleash a colossal energy blast that threatened to annihilate both him and the Earth. Gohan's brow furrowed as he dashed forward, just in time to shield the East Kaioshin from the impending doom. To be frank, he cared little for the East Kaioshin's fate. What truly mattered was preventing the energy blast from obliterating the Earth. Kakarot had truly fallen under control. Otherwise, such a massive energy blast would be inconceivable. Boom! Gohan deflected the blast, sending a hurtling away, prompting Black Goku to smirk, a grin spreading across his face. Oh, Gohan, you have not disappointed me. Haha, my Saiyan blood is exhilarated. You must understand why I have succumbed to control. I yearn to compete with you. You are my son, yet I cannot unleash my full might, so I must acquiesce to this force of domination. Gohan's expression hardened, his tone icy. What about Majin Buu? Black Goku smirked, his pride unabated. Majin Buu poses no threat. Gohan, you know that I have already been held. I have only one day in the mortal realm before I return. Defeating Majin Buu will offer you no assistance. Truly, Kakarot had considered everything. He possessed the power to defeat Majin Buu, but chose not to do so, intent on nurturing the next generation instead. Gohan quickly grasped Son Goku's intentions. As a time traveler, he had witnessed many tales from Dragon Ball, and he understood that Son Goku's intellect was far from lacking, that he was not merely a battle fanatic. His current state of control stemmed from a genuine desire to engage with his son. Gohan chuckled, a smile breaking through the tension. Father, you are indeed quite clever. You had anticipated that if you were to become corrupted, all that would be required was for someone to defeat you, thus alleviating the need to fear Majin Buu, correct? Black Goku laughed heartily. Gohan, you are astute. I did not foresee you grasping this so quickly. Indeed, if you can triumph over me, you will surely prevail against Majin Buu. That if you cannot, then perhaps you may join me in hell. In that instant, Black Goku surged forward. Gohan, sensing the urgency, chose not to engage directly, but instead leaped aside. He felt the imminent revival of Majin Buu was unavoidable. With Kakarot fully transformed, he had no desire to engage in battle here. Instead, he propelled himself into the air, intending to relocate the clash. This was unmistakably in line with Son Goku's character, and as dark energy radiated from him, he swiftly pursued. Their speed was astounding, and they soon found themselves clashing in mid-air, a fierce battle of both physical combat and strategic repositioning. Observing the spectacle, the East Kaishin realized he could not keep up. With Babbidi's appearance not far off, he had no choice but to abandon the two fighters and focus on preventing the resurrection of Majin Buu. He had to eliminate Babbidi. Boom, boom. The sounds of their fists and feet colliding echoed, as Gohan felt the tremendous explosive power behind Son Goku's punches. With Black Goku's complete transformation, he unleashed Kakarot's true potential without reservation. No wonder he could send Vegeta flying with 2 punches. As they clashed in close combat, neither gained the upper hand. Their struggle became a fierce stalemate. From the rugged terrain, their battle transitioned into the vast expanse of the ocean. Each exchanged blow created massive whirlpools in the water, and the explosive spray soared to heights of dozens of stories. The intensity of their conflict left those who had just arrived, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, and even Videl, utterly astounded. As the flight continued, I found myself momentarily stunned, gazing ahead and noting the astonishing scene before me. Even Piccolo seemed unnerved. What in the world is happening? Goku, what has happened to you? Gohan, what are you all doing? Piccolo's expression shifted as he approached, only to witness Goku, amidst the battle, halt in his tracks upon seeing him. With an unmistakable look of displeasure, he raised his hand and unleashed an energy blast. Boom! Piccolo narrowly evaded, the energy blast striking the water, causing it to roil and churn violently, culminating in an explosive eruption. The entire sea appeared to cave in. Cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead. He was certain that Goku's energy blast had been intended to kill him. How could this be? What on earth is wrong with Kakarot? Gohan, observing all this, furrowed his brow as he stood upon the surface of the sea, addressing Piccolo and the others. Kakarot is under control. Do not approach. Leave this to me. Majin Buu is about to be born. You all go check on the situation. Vegeta must be confronting Majin Buu by now. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Piccolo nodded, intending to assist, yet still harboring concern for the situation at hand. Krillin and the others also attempted to reach out to Goku, but alas, Goku remained unyielding. He fired several energy blasts directly at Krillin and Videl, prompting Gohan to teleport in front of Videl, deflecting the energy blast with a mere gesture. Videl appeared utterly shaken, having had no time to react. A single hit from that energy blast could have been fatal. Gohan, thank you. Gohan cast a cold glance and replied icily, what are you doing here? Go find Bulma and head straight to the sacred world. Majin Buu has been revived. The situation here is perilous. Inform Bulma to go to the sacred world and leave the matters on the ground to us. Videl was taken aback, though she did not comprehend what Gohan meant by the sacred world. She understood that she could not be of assistance at present. She nodded, expressing her concern with a brief remark before turning to leave. Gohan, be careful. With that, Videl flew away slowly. That Videl's strength was still insufficient. He truly needed to devise a way to protect her, especially since she might be carrying their child. He could not allow anything to happen to her. The thought of caring for her led him to consider Android 18. She would make an excellent caretaker. Yet for now, he needed to address the threat posed by Black Goku. Glaring at the distant figure of Black Goku, Gohan's expression hardened. That last incident had truly angered him. He had initially intended to use Majin Buu as a training target. However, he had changed his mind. His anger surged to its peak, and Gohan showed no intention of holding back. Moreover, feeling an overwhelming sense of crisis, his Ultra Instinct surged to 2, achieving a level of 2.1, entering the White God state. His Ultra Instinct received a threefold enhancement. A thunder surged around him as he unleashed his power, his hair turning white once more. He charged forward and delivered a powerful punch at Kakarot. This time, Kakarot had intended to counter, but upon impact with Gohan's fist, he felt as if struck by lightning. Crackle! In that moment, Kakarot trembled, letting out a cry of anguish. Gohan couldn't help but sneer at the sight, casually raising his hand to unleash an energy sphere slash, which he sent hurtling toward Kakarot. Ignoring all defenses, the energy sphere slash caused Kakarot's expression to shift dramatically. With a tremendous effort, he executed a teleportation just in time to evade the attack. Gasping for breath, he paused momentarily, providing Gohan with the opportunity to unleash a perfectly executed ultimate Kamehameha, targeting the suddenly reappeared Goku in midair. This move was preemptively calculated, perfectly exploiting Goku's moment of vulnerability. Kamehameha, the ultimate Kamehameha, with its long tail, struck true. Chapter 29. 100 times Super Kakin. This time, the hit landed squarely. Even Kakarot couldn't help but cry out in agony. His shouts echoing as Gohan's Kamehameha inflicted severe damage. Kakarot was seen being pummeled by the energy, gritting his teeth as his cries transformed and toned to boom. A jolt coursed through his body. In that instant, under Gohan's Kamehameha, Kakarot completed his transformation into Super Saiyan 3 at this point. He had no intention of concealing his power any longer. Rumble, a colossal column of water erupted from the sea, shooting skyward and radiating outward from Black Goku's position. The previously pained Kakarot now stabilized. Upon achieving the Super Saiyan 3 state, his energy surged back, countering Gohan's ultimate Kamehameha, leaving Gohan momentarily astonished. Oh, Super Saiyan 3's energy has negated my perfect Kamehameha. Kakarot truly is remarkable. If he were not a spirit right now, maintaining the Super Saiyan 3 form indefinitely, no one could defeat him. Majin Buu would hardly stand a chance. Kakarot, now transformed into Super Saiyan 3, possessed strength that could match Majin Buu. Coupled with Kaioken, defeating Majin Buu was not out of reach. However, at this moment, he could not unleash Super Saiyan 3 or Kaioken, for the halo above his head constrained him. Each time he released energy, his time in the mortal realm diminished. The transformation into Super Saiyan 3 was a last resort. The once golden hair had turned black as Black Goku completed his Super Saiyan 3 form, crackling with ominous lightning. With a disdainful smirk, he looked at Gohan and declared coldly, "Gohan, I must admit, your strength has surprised me. Had I not transformed into Super Saiyan 3, that last blow would have been lethal." "Truly, you are my son," Gohan chuckled softly, responding, "Father, this has nothing to do with being your son. It is solely my own strength that allows me to surpass you. Beyond that, there is no other reason." Indeed, if it were the original Gohan, he would never have been able to contend with Kakarot, not even in his Super Saiyan form, let alone provoke Kakarot into transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Kakarot grinned again, and in the next moment, he lifted a hand, beginning to charge a Kamehameha. Gohan frowned, sensing the gravity of the situation, and braced himself. It was evident that Kakarot had completed the Kamehameha, and the energy around him shifted dramatically. Teleporting Kamehameha? Whoosh! In an instant, Kakarot appeared directly behind him. The proximity of the Kamehameha left Gohan with no chance to evade. He could only raise his arms to absorb the brunt of the Kamehameha. Whoosh, 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 the tumultuous waves roared above the sea. And although Gohan managed to withstand the Kamehameha, he was forced back, sliding across the water for a considerable distance before coming to a halt. Observing all this, Goku smirked, pleased with his energy release, and he understood Gohan's limits. "Gohan, it seems you still cannot reach the level of Super Saiyan 3. What a pity. If you could surpass me, then defeating Majin Buu would be a mere formality." Gohan lifted his gaze, meeting Kakarot's confident stare with a cold smirk. "Father, you are overly confident. This is just the beginning in an instant, he amplified his energy, pushing it higher, causing Goku to furrow his brow in surprise. Still unable to fathom Gohan's resilience, the two stood face to face, and in the next moment, they both initiated their Kamehameha simultaneously. The two waves of energy collided, creating massive rifts upon the sea. Boom, boom, boom. The titanic energies clashed against each other, and this time, it was a true contest of energy. Gohan held nothing back as he pursued Kakarot. His energy blast could still sustain for 3 minutes. Even against Super Saiyan 3, he could withstand 3 minutes without issue. And that was all the time he needed to. As Gohan gritted his teeth, he summoned every ounce of energy within him, causing Kakarot to furrow his brow. The usually composed Kakarot now bore a serious expression, casting aside any pretense of restraint. 20 times Kaioken. Gohan exclaimed, "I never anticipated you could compel me to utilize Kaioken. You truly are remarkable." Kakarot, genuinely impressed, felt his power surge exponentially as the overwhelming Kamehameha wave surged forth, relentlessly advancing towards Gohan. Feeling the escalation of his opponent's energy, Gohan, with a cold smirk, clenched his teeth and declared, "Do not forget. I too possess Kaioken. 5 times Kaioken." The Kamehameha momentarily faltered, yet the fivefold Kaioken was insufficient to counter Kakarot's might. Kakarot's Kamehameha continued to press forward, shaking his head in resignation. "Unfortunately, Gohan, your 5 times Kaioken pales in comparison to my current 20 times Kaioken." Gohan's smirk remained as a minute passed, and he heard a voice whispering beside him, prompting him to laugh heartily. "Oh, not so fast. You think I cannot surpass you? Watch as I do just that." With newfound determination, he activated his 20 times Kaioken, ready to clash with Kakarot. The enhancement of Kaioken surged dramatically, providing an excellent opportunity to hone his skills against such a formidable opponent. With the 20-fold Kaioken engaged, he barely managed to withstand Kakarot's Kamehameha, causing Kakarot to momentarily stagger, forced to acknowledge Gohan's burgeoning strength. "Haha, Gohan, you truly live up to your reputation. Under the 20 times Kaioken, you can endure for another minute." Gohan chuckled in response. "Indeed, we are at 2 minutes now. Just one more minute and victory will be mine." Upon hearing Gohan's words, Kakarot's expression shifted dramatically as realization dawned upon him. His face contorted with anger, revealing his frustration. Currently, he remained under Babedi's influence and was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. "Gohan, you are more formidable than I had anticipated, yet I refuse to accept this fate. I have only a few minutes left in this Super Saiyan 3 state, and my energy is depleting rapidly. In mere moments, I shall return to hell, and I cannot bear the thought of it." Kakarot's unwillingness to accept defeat intensified his resolve, and he began to channel every ounce of energy he had left. "I refuse to vanish without a trace. Gohan, you have surpassed Vegeta, and this exhilarates me. I long to return to Earth and defeat you, my son. I must win." With a tremendous surge of energy, Kakarot unleashed his final Kamehameha. Gohan clenched his teeth, determined not to relent. As he pushed his Kaioken to its utmost limits, he felt a piercing sensation coursing through his muscles, a sign that he was transcending his own boundaries. 30 times Kaioken, 40 times Kaioken, 50 times Kaioken. With the 50-fold Kaioken activated, Kakarot was taken aback, unable to believe his eyes as Gohan's radiant red energy erupted, shattering the heavens. In that instant, Kakarot's Kamehameha was repelled. He could hardly fathom that he had lost this clash against Gohan. "How is it possible that I could be bested by you? My Super Saiyan 3 energy is not as potent as yours." 60 times Kaioken, 70 times Kaioken, 80 times Kaioken, 100 times Kaioken. Gohan's energy glowed brilliantly, illuminating the skies. The complete realization of the 100-fold Kaioken allowed him to redirect Kakarot's Kamehameha back towards him. Kakarot's expression morphed through a spectrum of emotions: regret, frustration, and ultimately, pride in Gohan's growth. "Gohan, you're truly extraordinary. 100 times Kaioken. Your prowess fills me with excitement. Alas, it is a shame that I have exhausted my energy. Should you ever come to hell, I would relish the opportunity for a proper duel." As Kakarot's form faded, Gohan felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, realizing he had sent Kakarot back to hell. The duration of his opponent's energy was far too brief. A mere spirit could not triumph. Should Kakarot truly return, the outcome remained uncertain. The toll of the 100-fold Kaioken weighed heavily on his body, and he felt the ache in his muscles. To alleviate the discomfort, he retrieved his Senzu bean from his pocket, swallowing it without hesitation. The warm energy surged from his stomach, alleviating the pain from the 100-fold Kaioken. With the Senzu bean's restorative properties, he felt revitalized, his power restored. In that moment of battle, he had once again ascended, enhancing his combat abilities. Most importantly, he had grasped the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3 transformation achieved. He realized that during the fierce exchange, he had fully comprehended the essence of Super Saiyan 3, a feat made possible by Kakarot's influence. Chapter 27. The transformation into Super Saiyan 3? Gohan pondered the implications of Kakarot's control. His father, despite facing defeat, had gifted him something invaluable, a chance to grow stronger. Shaking his head, he resolved to check on Videl. With only half a Senzu bean remaining, he knew he had to conserve it wisely. Moreover, he sensed the formidable energy of Majin Buu, and his gaze drifted towards the horizon where Vegeta's power suddenly swelled. Clearly, Vegeta had unleashed his full strength, opting for a self-destructive attack against Majin Buu. This time, Majin Buu appeared unscathed, while Vegeta likely met his end. The aura of Majin Buu vanished entirely, making it exceedingly difficult to track him. Gohan decided against confronting Majin Buu at that moment. He had just mastered Super Saiyan 3 and needed further training to enhance his abilities. After achieving the 100-fold Kaioken, he intended to utilize his newfound power to confront Majin Buu at a later date. Let him bask in his moment of triumph. Even if the people of Earth perished, the Dragon Balls could revive them. His immediate concern was to locate Videl, ensuring her safety amidst the chaos. As he searched for her energy, he suddenly detected another presence. Was that the East Kaishin? He realized the East Kaishin had survived, and it might be beneficial to seek him out for further training. Gohan's goal was not merely to confront Majin Buu, but to surpass Kakarot. With renewed determination, he abandoned his search for Videl. Confident she was safe in the heavenly realm, he needed to elevate his power to protect her. In the heavenly realm, the resurrection of Majin Buu sent shockwaves through the congregation, especially after the report of Vegeta's demise. The group exchanged glances, astonished that even Vegeta could not thwart Majin Buu. Vegeta, they lamented. Bulma could no longer contain her tears. Beside her, Yamcha, Krillin, and the others wore equally grim expressions. However, it was Videl who stepped forward, utterly unconcerned with Vegeta. Her foremost worry lay with Gohan. Without a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Gohan, how is Gohan faring now?" Dondi attempted to sense Gohan's energy, but he was unable to detect it at all, shaking his head in despair. "I do not know Gohan's whereabouts. I have lost track of his energy." Videl could not help but burst into tears as well. Approaching her, Android 18 gently patted Videl on the shoulder. In response, Videl embraced 18 tightly, seeking solace in her arms in that moment. 18 tenderly patted Videl's back, her expression complex. From a distance, Yamcha and the others observed with a mix of confusion and concern, prompting Yamcha to speak to Krillin. "Krillin, don't you find the relationship between Android 18 and Gohan somewhat peculiar?" Completely oblivious to the implications of his words, Krillin shook his head. "For the past few weeks, Android 18 has trained with Gohan and hasn't even sought me out. I truly cannot comprehend her feelings." Unbeknownst to him, Android 18's affection for Videl surpassed his own. Within the forest, Gohan's sudden appearance caught the attention of the East Kaishin, who lit up with joy. "Gohan, you've come. How wonderful! Are you unharmed? By the way, what of son Goku? How is he?" Gohan shrugged, replying, "My father expended all his strength and returned to the afterlife. Now, Majin Buu should have been resurrected." The Kaishin, fully aware of the dire situation, wore a troubled expression, trembling with agitation. "Damn it. In the end, I failed to prevent Majin Buu's resurrection. And furthermore, Mr. Vegeta sacrificed his life but still could not vanquish him." Gohan, having anticipated Vegeta's sacrifice, merely sighed and interjected. "East Kaishin, only I possess the ability to defeat Majin Buu, but I need to enhance my power. You must know a way to help me, right?" The East Kaishin's eyes brightened with realization that I remember. On the Kaishin planet, there exists a legendary holy sword. Perhaps it can help us defeat Majin Buu. Gohan wished to correct him, knowing that it was not a holy sword but rather the object that had sealed the old Kaishin. As a time traveler, Gohan deduced that it surely had to do with the Destroyer God. The lives of the Destroyer and the Kaishin are intertwined to prevent the Kaishin from being killed. He was sealed away. Such a thing could only be orchestrated by the capable Beerus. Observing the East Kaishin's ignorance, Gohan shook his head, silently mourning the Kaishin's naivety. Yet he truly required the old Kaishin's assistance to elevate his strength without delay. "Where's the Kaishin planet? Take me there at once." The East Kaishin nodded, recognizing that the last hope rested on Gohan's shoulders. He was the sole strongest individual. Without hesitation, he seized Gohan and teleported them directly to the Kaishin planet. Upon arriving, Gohan startled the attendants, who were about to reprimand him for being a mere mortal on the Kaishin planet. Gohan, uninterested in idle chatter, demanded, "Where's the holy sword?" The East Kaishin promptly pointed to a nearby location. "There it is, Gohan. Take up the holy sword and familiarize yourself. It should aid in combating Majin Buu." Gohan, dismissive of further explanations, approached the sword embedded in stone. With a swift motion, he grasped it firmly and unleashed 100 times Kaioken. With a resounding boom, he transformed and effortlessly extracted the sword, leaving the East Kaishin's attendant, Jebet, dumbfounded. The East Kaishin, however, beamed with delight. "Splendid, Gohan. I knew you could pull out the sword. With it, our hopes are significantly greater." Observing Gohan's nonchalant demeanor, Gohan raised the sword and, without a second thought, channeled energy into it, cleaving it in two with a single stroke. The East Kaishin stood in shock, utterly dumbfounded. "Gohan, what are you doing? You've destroyed our holy sword." Gohan waved dismissively, casting the remnants aside, and calmly stated, "Old Kaishin, I need to speak with you." The East Kaishin was baffled, questioning why Gohan was addressing the air. Suddenly, a figure materialized before them, the sealed Old Kaishin. Appearing frail yet adorned in the distinctive attire of a Kaioshin, it took a moment for the East Kaishin to realize this was their ancestral figure, the first generation of Kaishin. How could it be possible that he had been sealed within the holy sword all this time, unknown to everyone? How did Gohan come to know this? The Old Kaishin yawned, awakening after thousands of years, slowly fixing his gaze on Gohan. "Ah, young man, how did you know I was within the holy sword? What brings you to seek me after such a long time? After a millennium, I finally have the chance to emerge, and I owe you my gratitude." Gohan, unwilling to squander time, swiftly replied, "I wish to enhance my potential. Please assist me in unlocking it quickly." The Old Kaishin, maintaining his languid demeanor, chuckled, "Ah, young man, do not be too hasty. In gratitude for your rescue, I can aid in your potential development. But what is in it for me?" The Old Kaishin regarded him with a mischievous grin, clearly seeking some benefit. Understanding the Old Kaishin's character, Gohan smirked and leaned closer, whispering, "What do you think Beerus would think if he learned you were freed from your seal? By the way, we have a sealed item on Earth, a rice cooker, that might be more comfortable than the holy sword." The Old Kaishin shivered, bursting into laughter, and cast a meaningful glance at Gohan. "I certainly do not wish to be sealed again, that I never expected you to know Beerus's name. Very well, I shall assist you in unlocking your potential. Let us expedite the process." This old fellow would not take action without a hint of intimidation. Invoking Beerus's name proved quite effective. The Old Kaishin instructed Gohan to sit before him, this time without any lethargy, as he raised his hand to help Gohan unlock his energy and awaken his potential. However, even with haste, it would still take several hours to complete. During this time, Gohan remained attuned to Videl energy. Should she find herself in peril, he was prepared to intervene. For the moment, with Videl accompanied by Android 18, she was safe. That he patiently awaited the Old Kaishin to fully unleash his potential, thus allowing him to master the ordinary form of his divine strength. Chapter 28. Majin Buu Stage 2. It must be admitted that the Old Kaishin's potential unlocking was indeed slow, requiring at least 2 hours or more. Gohan awaited the completion of the enhancement. He sensed the energy of Majin Buu. Currently, the birth of Majin Buu, in his first form as the Pudgy Buu, was not particularly malevolent. He had no intentions of annihilating the entire Earth. However, upon reaching the second stage, after Majin Buu's division, things would truly commence. The release of a malevolent aura heralded the arrival of the second stage of Majin Buu, who would devour the pudgy Majin Buu, resulting in a significant evolution. To attain formidable combat prowess, one might assert that this represents Majin Buu's most powerful form. As for the third transformation, the diminutive Majin Buu possesses relatively limited strength. His stature may be short. Yet he embodies pure malevolence that he strikes without mercy, unleashing a barrage of energy capable of obliterating planets, which is precisely why he can be confronted. However, Gohan has already devised a strategy. He intends to confront Majin Buu directly and relocate the battle away from Earth, thereby eliminating the threat of planetary destruction. He is thoroughly prepared and eagerly anticipates his confrontation with Majin Buu. The second stage of Majin Buu is poised to emerge shortly, with his capabilities. Upon absorbing Gotenks, he will undergo a qualitative transformation. His power could rival that of Goku, that a single battle with Son Goku granted him a 100-fold increase in the Kaioken, and he even grasped the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. It remains uncertain what enhancements this Majin Buu could bestow upon him. Each passing minute of the 2-hour wait feels interminable. As the first hour concludes, the old Kai visibly succumbs to drowsiness. Aware that the transformation is still in progress, Gohan patiently monitors the energy signatures emanating from Earth. It becomes evident that Majin Buu has finally split. The two souls within him are in conflict. The benevolence absorbed from the Supreme Kai initially instilled a sense of morality within Majin Buu, but now, having been disrupted by humanity, the malevolent Majin Buu has detached himself. The two iterations of Majin Buu begin to quarrel, both exuding an equally formidable aura. Unexpectedly, upon his division, both entities share identical energies. This separation proves more potent than mere replication, though he can utilize a clone technique that can only sustain 50 of his power. If he were to create multiple clones, their strength would dwindle to around 10. However, Majin Buu's division is a different matter entirely. In less than 10 minutes, the evil Majin Buu consumes Fat Buu, transforming him into candy. The swiftness of this act catches Gohan off guard. As Majin Buu enters his second stage, the malevolent Majin Buu gains the upper hand and the initiative. In that instant, his body undergoes a transformation, and his power amplifies significantly. The two auras combine, resulting in an impressive enhancement, as if 1-1-2. Majin Buu achieves a 2-fold increase in strength. The current Majin Buu has likely reached the level of Super Saiyan 3. And it is conceivable that even a fully powered Kakarot would struggle against him. Indeed, the second stage of Majin Buu exhibits a variety of absorption techniques, making it exceedingly difficult for Kakarot to contend with him even if revived. In just under an hour and a half, Majin Buu completes his second transformation, now endowed with intellect. He is aware of Gotenks and seeks to confront him directly. Moreover, Videl is present, causing Gohan's expression to darken with concern. He had intended that even a mere increase in power would suffice for the opponent, yet he is interrupted by a voice that reaches his ears. Gohan, where are you now? Kakarot has returned to the afterlife, and the control over him has been lifted, indicating he intends to come. After a moment's hesitation, Gohan decides to allow Kakarot to be revived. After all, having Kakarot as a training partner would be beneficial. Gohan concentrates his mental energy and establishes communication. Father, your control has been lifted. Kakarot chuckles heartily, seemingly unconcerned. My apologies, Gohan. You must be aware of the current situation on Earth. I never anticipated that Majin Buu could evolve. Even I find him difficult to handle. Fortunately, Kakarot still manages to laugh, despite the fact that the second stage of Majin Buu has reached Super Saiyan 3 strength. Kakarot changes the subject. However, Gohan, we have other methods to secure victory. I have something to discuss with you. With that, Kakarot instantaneously teleports from the afterlife to the Supreme Kai's planet, startling the East Kai. Oh, Supreme Kai, it's a pleasure to see you again. Kakarot greets, leaving the East Kai flabbergasted, nearly stumbling over in shock. Son Goku, no, don't come any closer, he exclaims, clearly terrified. Kakarot scratches his head and laughs. East Kai, I truly apologize for the last incident. I never expected I would be controlled. Seeing Kakarot appear to be in good spirits, the East Kai breathes a sigh of relief. Kakarot then inquires with curiosity, Gohan, what are you doing here? Gohan, not lifting his gaze, replies, awakening potential. Kakarot, intrigued, leans in closer, almost interrupting the old Kai's enhancement process. The 2-hour enhancement must not be interrupted. Observing Kakarote's meddling, Gohan grows impatient. Father, there's trouble on Earth. Shouldn't you ensure that the others can hold out for half an hour until I finish awakening my potential? Kakarote suddenly brightens up. Right? I can contact Piccolo and have Gotenks fuse. Gohan, realizing the potential of fusion, acknowledges its extraordinary capabilities. While it requires two individuals of similar power levels, he contemplates the various applications of this technique. Oh, fusion? I recall that it necessitates two individuals with comparable strength, correct? Kakarot nods, grinning. Exactly, Gohan. You and I are quite compatible. If I were alive, we could have tried fusing, that would undoubtedly yield the strongest combat power. Gohan casts a disdainful glance at Kakarote, feeling that he currently has no need to fuse with him. Chapter 29. Acquiring the summoning technique, Gohan disregards Kakarote, focused solely on having him instruct Gotenks on fusion, ensuring they can hold out for half an hour. After that time, he anticipates fully awakening his potential. In this final interval, he attempts a lottery draw for the Kaioken 100, acquiring a new ability. Upon completion, he gains the summoning technique, Beast Summoning. Beast Summoning. In the Dragon Ball universe, summoning beasts seems like an invitation to instant annihilation. However, if he could summon the Ten Tails, it would indeed provide a fighting chance. He plans to train further, hoping that if his summoning technique reaches level 100, he might be able to summon the Ten Tails. That would truly be impressive. Now, every second of the half hour feels excruciatingly slow, as Majin Buu has already located the Supreme Kai's temple. With a burst of speed, he charges directly towards it. In the next moment, he appears before the occupants of the temple, startling the already weak individuals present. Piccolo struggles to maintain the situation, but he cannot hold out for long. Now under the malevolent control of Majin Buu, his sole desire is to annihilate everyone. No one can stand in his way. Even if Piccolo manages to lure him into the time chamber, Majin Buu would still be capable of breaking through the fabric of space-time. As he escapes from the time chamber, Majin Buu is furious, intent on exterminating the inhabitants of the Supreme Kai's temple, including Videl. Gohan, with only 20 minutes remaining, can only resort to a shadow clone technique. There is no time left for Kakarote to fuse. He must rely on his 50 clone technique to buy some time. Currently, Kakarote is indeed at a disadvantage. Shadow clone technique. With 50 of his combat power, this clone can also transform into Super Saiyan 3. As the clone emerges, it mirrors Gohan's own form. With a shudder, it instantly transforms into Super Saiyan 3. Without hesitation, Gohan commands, "Go to Earth and hold out for 20 minutes. The clone Gohan focuses his energy and teleports to Earth. Kakarote watches in astonishment, his curiosity piqued. "Gohan, what is this ability? Wow, it's incredible. Your clone can transform into Super Saiyan 3 too. I've never seen such a technique. Had you employed this last time, you might have already bested me. The combat prowess of 50 is hardly of any significant use. Even if it could transform into Super Saiyan 3, its fighting capability remains woefully inadequate. Moreover, it is vulnerable to destruction upon the slightest contact. It serves little purpose now, merely prolonging the inevitable. After all, he still requires 20 minutes to fully unleash his potential at 100. Enough, all of you shall perish here." In the second phase, Majin Buu's temperament was exceedingly volatile. He had no desire to wait any longer. With a cold gaze, he scanned the crowd. His eyes landed on Videl, and without a moment's hesitation, he struck at her. In the next instant, Android 18 surged forward, surprising everyone as she bravely intervened. Rushing to confront Majin Buu, she delivered a swift kick to his head. Unfortunately, Majin Buu hardly flinched. He effortlessly seized 18's leg and hurled her away. Raising his hand, he unleashed an energy blast aimed at annihilating her. Android 18. Videl's face paled in horror as she attempted to rush forward, only to be restrained by Piccolo. No one could save 18 now. Just as it seemed 18 would be obliterated, a figure materialized in an instant, standing protectively before her. Raising a hand, he deflected the incoming energy blast. Boom! The energy blast erupted nearby, and the appearance of this figure caused a stir among the onlookers, their expressions shifting to excitement. "Gohan! It's really you, son Gohan, you've come." Regrettably, The figure standing before them was not Gohan himself. The aura was distinctly different, prompting furrowed brows from Piccolo and Videl. It was clearly Gohan's doppelganger. The doppelganger gazed calmly at Majin Buu, who responded with a mocking grin. Gritting his teeth, he remarked, "So, at last, someone capable of fighting me has emerged. However, your energy is peculiar. You are not human, merely a specter. Where is the true you?" The doppelganger Gohan, brimming with a fighting spirit, coldly returned his gaze as he transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and initiated the Kaioken technique, charging forward. Though his combat power was a mere 50, his strength was formidable. Indeed, he was significantly stronger than the combined efforts of Piccolo and the others. As he soared in, delivering a kick that caught Majin Buu off guard, the impact sent Buu reeling backward. Seizing the opportunity, the doppelganger Gohan stood side by side with Majin Buu, leaving the spectators in a state of disbelief. They had not anticipated Gohan's doppelganger to be so powerful. Gohan had indeed utilized his doppelganger, and what a remarkable one it was. Yet the whereabouts of the true Gohan remained uncertain. Android 18, are you all right? Videl approached to help 18 to her feet. After all, 18 had rescued her, and she felt immense gratitude. Videl realized that 18 was not as aloof as she appeared. Her inner kindness shone through, significantly enhancing her regard for Android 18. Android 18 lifted her head, focusing on the doppelganger Gohan, whose terrifying power, transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and utilizing the Kaioken, was enough to keep Majin Buu at bay, forcing him to retreat in a swift moment, as Majin Buu was sent flying again. The doppelganger Gohan raised both hands and unleashed a Kamehameha wave, piercing through Majin Buu. Boom! A massive hole appeared in Majin Buu's body, and the sight elicited cheers from the crowd. Marvelous! Gohan's doppelganger is formidable. However, Piccolo's expression darkened. He understood Majin Buu's true nature. Gritting his teeth, he warned, "It won't be that simple. This creature is immortal." Majin Buu's physiology was unlike any other. Even with a gaping hole in his abdomen, it would heal within 10 seconds. Unfazed, he shook his head with a carefree demeanor. "That was merely a warm-up. You are doomed." With a wicked grin, he unleashed his full might, extending his arms toward the doppelganger Gohan with lethal intent. Yet, the force behind the punch was overwhelming, far beyond what the doppelganger could withstand. Sending him crashing back, he collided heavily with the Supreme Kai's palace, causing the entire structure to tremble, as a corner of the vast hall was obliterated. The onlookers were left in shock, finally grasping the extent of Majin Buu's power. Chapter 30. Ascending to the realm of the divine, you are impressive, but still not my match. Haha. Once I absorb all of these fools, my strength will be unparalleled. Majin Buu's gaze swept over Piccolo and the others, his face alight with excitement. It was clear he intended to absorb them to bolster his combat power. The doppelganger Gohan was beyond his reach. Majin Buu sensed the dreadfulness of his strength and understood that the true Gohan was even more formidable. Realizing the might of his adversary, Majin Buu sought methods to amplify his own power. In this second phase, Majin Buu was undoubtedly the most formidable. If he continued to absorb, even Kakarot would not stand a chance. The doppelganger Gohan surged forward, pouring all his energy into resisting Buu. Although it was impossible for him to match Buu's strength as they clashed, Majin Buu could not simply eliminate him in one blow. Their battle raged from the sky to the ground and back into the heights. The crowd remained in awe, with Gotenks astonished by Gohan's prowess, unable to keep his mouth shut in disbelief. Brother Gohan's doppelganger is incredible. If even his doppelganger is this strong, then the real Gohan must be extraordinary. Piccolo nodded in agreement, sensing the overwhelming strength of Gohan's doppelganger, and he surmised that the true Gohan must be even mightier. Yet, the question lingered. Why had Gohan not yet arrived? With Piccolo's intellect, he could not discern that the doppelganger was merely stalling for time. After a prolonged 20-minute battle, Majin Buu's patience waned, his expression darkening as he grew increasingly incensed. "Enough! I shall turn you into candy and devour you." With a swift motion, he aimed a transformation spell at Gohan's doppelganger, but in the next moment, the doppelganger vanished. The spell failed, leaving Majin Buu bewildered. The cold voice echoed. Your magic is ineffective against a doppelganger. It exists solely as energy without a physical form. Thus your spell dissipates. You wish to absorb me, but it is not so simple. This voice startled Majin Buu, who looked up to see the true Gohan appearing. This time, it was not a mere doppelganger, but Gohan himself. Piccolo and the others shared expressions of exhilaration, with Videl joyfully exclaiming, Gohan! Gohan smirked. Upon completing his potential enhancement, he had located Majin Buu's energy signature and instantaneously teleported here. He had observed the battle between Majin Buu and his doppelganger. To his surprise, he found Majin Buu to be less formidable than anticipated. This creature's strength was considerably weaker than he had imagined. With his potential fully realized, Gohan felt that Majin Buu would no longer pose a challenge, unless this creature managed to absorb Kakarot. The Gohan's smirk revealed a hint of intrigue. If Kakarot were absorbed, it might elevate Majin Buu's strength to a level worthy of training against him. Indeed, the thrill of battle without a worthy opponent is rather dull. Gohan mused, his demeanor casual, which irked Majin Buu, who could not fathom the extent of Gohan's current power. You deceived me, and now I shall consume you. With that proclamation, Majin Buu charged forward, his speed astonishing, reaching Gohan in the blink of an eye. He raised a hand to strike at Gohan's true form. Unfazed, Gohan looked on with a mocking smile. Can't you see the vast disparity in our combat powers? In the next moment, he delivered a swift kick, sending Majin Buu flying. Boom! The rampaging Majin Buu collided violently with a towering mountain, causing it to crumble into dust in an instant. Majin Buu grimaced in pain, evidently suffering from the blow, which left Piccolo and the others visibly shaken. They comprehended that Gohan's strength had indeed surpassed that of Majin Buu. One by one, they were overwhelmed with excitement. This fellow, Gohan, had completely eclipsed Majin Buu's power. Truly remarkable. Go, Gohan! Defeat this fiend swiftly. Gohan, avenge humanity. The shouts from behind were relentless, while Gohan maintained an air of calm, distinctly different from his former self. Majin Buu could not hope to absorb him. Observing Buu's evasive demeanor, Gohan smirked coldly. Enough with the tricks. My power is so formidable that even Kakarot would fear it. You would need to absorb both Kakarot and Vegeta to stand a chance against me. Majin Buu sneered, his expression dark and sinister. Not necessarily. If I absorb you, I shall be invincible. With a swift motion, Buu had already dispatched a detached portion of himself to envelop Gohan from behind. The enlarged mass of flesh swiftly engulfed Gohan. Buu's grin widened, but it was short-lived. A moment later, he trembled throughout his body, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. No, it can't be. Why are you unscathed? Gohan, trapped yet unfazed, replied with irritation. I told you. The gap between us is insurmountable. You cannot absorb me. Your tactics are utterly ineffective against me. In an instant, he unleashed his energy completely, making Majin Buu comprehend the sheer magnitude of Gohan's power. In his normal state, Gohan had already reached the level of Super Saiyan God Gohan, meaning his base form was comparable to that of Super Saiyan 3. In truth, there was little difference between transforming into Super Saiyan 3 and remaining in his base form. His potential was fully tapped, allowing him to fight effectively in his normal state. However, now he intended to instill a sense of dread in Majin Buu, releasing his energy in full force in that moment. He transformed into Super Saiyan. Even without transforming, you cannot match my strength. However, I shall show you my ultimate combat prowess. This is Super Saiyan 1. With that transformation complete, Gohan immediately ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Following that, he transitioned into Super Saiyan 3. In an instant, the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 was complete, his hair lengthening significantly. Yet in truth, his battle power had not increased drastically with this form. His fully developed potential equated his normal state to that of Super Saiyan 3. Albeit Super Saiyan 3 granted him a slight increase in speed, akin to true lightning. Once the transformation was complete, Gohan continued to elevate his power. Next, he invoked the Kaioken times 100, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy. The 100-fold Kaioken surged forth, making his entire being tremble as the unleashed energy erupted. The mask that had encased Majin Buu was torn to shreds as the dust settled. Majin Buu gaped in astonishment, having been shaken by Gohan's overwhelming power. Initially, he felt nothing, but now the disparity was glaringly apparent. Gohan's combined might of Super Saiyan 3 and the 100-fold Kaioken far exceeded anything Buu could contend with. He was simply no match for him. Seeing the astonished expression on Majin Buu's face, Gohan continued with a wicked smile. This is not the end. The pinnacle of my potential lies in my white god state. Something I had not anticipated. It has truly astonished me that I never expected the Ultra Instinct technique to reach a level of 3.5, elevating by more than a point. The potential unleashed is extraordinary. Indeed, after activating his potential to 100, he achieved the transformation of Ultra Instinct 3.5, nearing the threshold of 4. It was exhilarating. In this moment, he concentrated his energy, ascending to a higher level once more. Approaching the realm of divinity in his normal state, he declared, I do not require Super Saiyan God. I can reach divine mastery as well. Ultra Instinct 3.5, unity with the divine. In a flash, the sky erupted with explosive energy. Countless energies detonating in an instant, only for Gohan's energy to vanish entirely, replaced by a form with flowing white hair, hovering high in the air. Majin Buu gazed at this spectacle, his expression shifting. Though astonished, he could no longer sense Gohan's energy. He was utterly dumbfounded. What have you done? Why? Why can I not feel your energy at all? Have you completely released your energy? Gohan chuckled derisively. Perceiving Buu's naivety, after all, as a monster, he could not discern the divine energy he now possessed. He teased, I have no energy left. Would you like to test that? Majin Buu's expression turned defiant, unable to fathom why he could not detect Gohan's energy. With a casual flick of his hand, he unleashed an energy blast aimed directly at Gohan. Yet Gohan merely waved his hand. Boom! The energy blast was effortlessly deflected, leaving Majin Buu in disbelief as he raised both hands, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. The frenzied energy blast surged forth, yet Gohan stood unmoving, simply raising his hands. With a series of fluid motions, he deflected every single energy blast with ease. Not only was Majin Buu dumbfounded, but nearby Piccolo and Yamcha were equally astonished. They, too, could no longer sense Gohan's energy and were bewildered by how he could become even more formidable without any energy. What on earth was happening? Gohan, what has happened to him? He exudes no energy whatsoever, yet he is incredibly powerful. Indeed, moments ago, there had been a trace of energy, but now they could sense none of his battle power. Gohan had ascended to the realm of the divine, a level of energy that only deities could perceive. He had surpassed all limits. Piccolo furrowed his brow, for he alone, as a former deity, could sense it. Of course, apart from Piccolo, another individual trembled, acutely aware of Gohan's unfathomable power. Then, terrified, collapsed to the ground, wishing to kneel before Gohan. The divine aura emanating from Gohan was utterly terrifying. Remarkable! Gohan had achieved the divine realm. The power he wielded was capable of obliterating an entire galaxy with ease. Yamcha and the others were left in disbelief, struggling to comprehend Den's words. What kind of power was this, the divine strength to annihilate galaxies? It was utterly terrifying. It was evident that Majin Buu stood no chance against Gohan. Gohan, with a playful demeanor, effortlessly batted away Buu's energy blasts, relishing in the sight of Buu's frustration. However, as time wore on, he found himself somewhat fatigued from the constant motions. Enough. This is utterly pointless, if you wish to play. Then transform into your third stage. Irritated, he raised his hand and hurled an energy sphere at Majin Buu. Buu's expression shifted as he attempted to evade, only to find the energy sphere changing direction, striking him squarely. With a shuddering gasp, Majin Buu fell to his knees, blood spilling forth. In a single blow, Buu found himself brought to his knees. Now Majin Buu comprehended the insurmountable gap between their battle powers, one that no technique could bridge when the disparity was so vast. No ability or strategy could compensate for such a chasm. Majin Buu understood all too well that he was no match for Gohan, and he had been driven into a corner. I will consume you. I will kill you. The frenzied Majin Buu's declaration elicited a satisfied smirk from Gohan. Very well. Let the third stage commence. To truly eradicate you, I must begin with this transformation. The encounter was truly devoid of meaning. Although the third stage represented the weakest form, the frenzied state undeniably served as the finest training ground. He awaited the transformation of his opponent into the most malevolent Majin Buu of the third stage. And now, with the transformation complete, the figure clutched its head, a visage contorted in agony. Fat Buu was forcibly extracted from its body. In the blink of an eye, the once tall Majin Buu had morphed into the diminutive form. A sight evident to all. Krillin and the others observed as Majin Buu split, his aura clearly diminished, yet they could not suppress their laughter. This fellow had been so thoroughly beaten by Gohan that he had retreated into himself, leading to this unexpected division. Beside them, Android 18 shot a knowing glance at one of them. She sensed something amiss to know this creature had actually grown stronger. The aura it emanated was somewhat terrifying. This third stage was undoubtedly its most formidable form. Piccolo's expression darkened as he felt the sinister aura of Majin Buu's third stage, fully aware that this diminutive entity was a formidable threat. Gohan, exercise caution. In an instant, the small Majin Buu locked onto Piccolo and the others, charging at them without a second thought, entirely disregarding Gohan's presence. Gohan furrowed his brow, finally grasping why this smaller version of Buu was the most troublesome. This creature possessed no intellect whatsoever. It was purely primal. Speaking of primal, the Saiyan transformations, in their initial primal state, were also exceedingly powerful. With a grim determination, he propelled himself forward to intercept the diminutive Buu. Your opponent is here. Do not run amok. Seizing the foe, he crushed it effortlessly with one hand, sending it hurtling through the air. Boom! The creature crashed into a mountain, rising in scathe, yet showed no interest in continuing the fight, abruptly turning to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, it dashed away, leaving Gohan visibly displeased. This entity was indeed a nuisance. Attempting to flee, he unleashed the Kamehameha. Unfortunately, before he could launch it, Piccolo's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "Gohan, do not act recklessly. If you strike now and miss, the Earth will explode." Piccolo could clearly sense that Gohan's previous power had the potential to obliterate the planet, awakening Gohan to the reality he had neglected. He had not been adequately mindful of whether Earth could withstand the strain. The risks were far too great, for if the Earth were destroyed, survival in the cosmos would be impossible without oxygen. Gohan, now aware, dashed forward to pursue the small Majin Buu, while Piccolo and the others exchanged glances of disbelief. None of them had anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. They had no desire to follow. Their powers were insufficient to catch up with the two fleeing entities. The small Majin Buu was remarkably swift. Gohan relentlessly pursued it. Unable to unleash an energy blast, he could only aim to capture it alive, which proved to be quite a challenge. He suddenly realized his lack of any acceleration abilities. Otherwise, he would have apprehended it long ago. A thought struck him. There was indeed a method to capture it. Suddenly recalling a newfound ability, his eyes brightened, and a brilliant smile graced his face. Yes, he could summon a spirit beast and feed this creature to the tailed beast. After all, it possessed an immortal essence. To eliminate, it would require the ability to obliterate the entire planet. Thus, it would be far more advantageous to utilize its energy for his own purposes. With a smile, he resolved to feed the small Majin Buu to the tailed beast. With an amused grin, he watched the fleeing figure, took a deep breath, and raised a hand, executing an instantaneous movement. Whoosh! In the next moment, he appeared directly before the small Majin Buu, whose expression shifted as it raised a hand to fire an energy blast. Gohan swiftly deflected the energy blast with a wave of his hand. Maintaining a calm demeanor, forming a single-handed seal, he exuded an air of ease. Summoning technique, tailed beast summon, 10 tails summon, devour him, engulf him within your belly. 10 tails, the 10 tails emerged, albeit weakened, for even in its prime, it would struggle to rival Majin Buu's might. It opened its maw, swallowing the Majin Buu whole. preventing any chaos from ensuing within the confines of the spirit beast's belly in a subsequent instantaneous movement. Gohan also entered the Ten Tails body, effectively sealing it. Now, both he and the small Buu were trapped within the tailed beast's belly. Escape was utterly impossible for the tiny Buu. Gohan gazed at the creature's anxious expression, chuckling as he taunted, "Run, keep running, but alas, you cannot flee now." The energy this creature possessed was remarkable, a continuous source of power, and with its immortal form, it was perfect for nourishing his spirit beast, allowing it to achieve its ultimate form. Chapter 32. The Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. The small Majin Buu, in rage, pounded its own belly as it was sealed within, unleashing waves of energy that clearly disturbed the Ten Tails, causing it to quake incessantly. This internal realm began to swirl violently. The surging energy within the body threatened to overwhelm, and Gohan knew that if he did not suppress the small Majin Buu before him, the entire Ten Tails summoning would be obliterated. Understanding this, he charged forward, raising a hand to strike. Yet, the small Buu wholly ignored his attack, retreating to continue pounding its chest, attempting to disrupt the energy field within the summoning beast. Gohan's cold laughter echoed as he regarded the creature. This space was no ordinary realm. Any attempt to release energy and break free was futile. Ten Tails, absorb all its energy. I will lower the barrier and allow it to continue releasing energy. If the opponent desired to unleash energy, then let it do so. Gohan raised his hand, and in that instant, chains manifested within the belly of the Ten Tails, binding themselves around the small Majin Buu. Its face paled as it attempted to escape, but Gohan appeared before it in a flash, delivering a powerful kick that sent it flying. Boom! The Majin Buu hurtled through the air, ensnared by countless chains that began to voraciously absorb its internal energy. The sheer force of the small Majin Buu was formidable. Being an immortal being, even as chains pierced its body, it remained unscathed. This meant it could not die. All its energy was now nourishment for the Ten Tails, gradually enhancing its form. Gohan observed this spectacle with satisfaction. His summoning technique was leveling up. The Ten Tails, absorbing boundless energy, had awakened to a full potential of 100. Not only that, but it surpassed its limits, reaching a power of 200. The moon's cataclysmic force. With the summoning technique at 100, the Ten Tails awakened its lunar abilities, granting Gohan the power of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. This was exhilarating. The Ten Tails' power had surpassed its limits, bestowing upon him the transformation of the Jinchuriki. All of this was made possible by the small Majin Buu, whose energy was now fully absorbed, leaving nothing behind. The small Majin Buu let out a final cry of despair as its form disintegrated, all of its energy converted into sustenance for the Ten Tails. It left nothing, not even a trace of its former self. With everything concluded, Gohan took a deep breath, his body solidified. In another instantaneous movement, he emerged from the Ten Tails, feeling the immense power of his spirit beast. The transformation into the Ten Tails Jinchuriki allowed him to command the mightiest tailed beast's power. Raising a hand, he channeled that power into himself, integrating it within, further amplifying his strength. With a casual gesture, he unleashed a devastating attack. Tailed Beast Bomb, Super Energy Blast. Boom! The colossal tailed Beast Bomb, trailing a lengthy stream of energy, obliterated an entire mountain, cleaving the earth in twain. Most importantly, this did not deplete his own energy. It drew solely from the Ten Tails' power, and the sensation was exhilarating. He could attack without exhausting his own energy. And the impact was utterly astonishing. With the launch of the Tailed Beast Bomb, Tailed Beast orbs materialized behind him, capable of autonomous attack. Upon collision with an adversary, they would detonate, and even after the explosion subsided, they would regenerate without consuming his energy, entirely deriving from the power of the Ten Tails. He possessed two distinct energies within himself, showcasing the formidable prowess of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Regrettably, no one had the opportunity to experiment with this. What a pity it was. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Gohan, lifting his gaze, immediately noticed Kakarot approaching. Kakarot, having been granted new life by the old Kaishin, had come to confront Majin Buu. However, upon reaching this location, he realized that Majin Buu's energy had entirely vanished, and Gohan's aura had transformed into something peculiar. Noticing the ominous energy enveloping Gohan, Kakarot's expression shifted. "Gohan, are you all right?" Gohan raised his head, and in that instant, the tailed beast orbs sprang into action, launching themselves toward Kakarot. Kakarot's expression changed dramatically as he took flight, only to find the orbs pursuing him relentlessly, regardless of his altitude. This left Kakarot utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the nature of these entities. "Gohan, what are you doing? What on earth are these things?" As Kakarot soared upward, clearly distressed by the relentless pursuit of the tailed beast orbs, Gohan observed with amusement how effective they were. Unimpeded, he was eager to witness the extent of damage the orbs could inflict upon Kakarot. It was unlikely that a fully revived Kakarot could be harmed by them. Boom! The tailed beast orbs caught up to Kakarot, colliding with him in a spectacular explosion that shook the very earth, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. Within the haze, a flickering yellow light illuminated the scene, indicating that Kakarot had transformed into Super Saiyan 3. It was only in this state that he could withstand the onslaught of the orbs. Coughing, Kakarot wore a grim expression. "The explosive power of these things is terrifying. If I hadn't transformed into Super Saiyan 3, I would have been injured." "What? They regenerate on their own? Gohan, don't mess around." As Kakarot watched five-tailed beast orbs regenerate behind Gohan, his expression turned grave, filled with concern as he addressed Gohan. Just as the orbs were about to descend upon Kakarot once more, Gohan waved his hand, ceasing their automatic assault. He had come to understand that the orbs could autonomously track and attack enemies like homing missiles. Furthermore, their explosive force far surpassed that of conventional missiles. The fact that 5 could explode simultaneously, forcing Kakarot to utilize Super Saiyan 3, was a testament to their incredible power. Moreover, after each detonation, within less than a second, 5 more would emerge, continuing their pursuit of the enemy. They were akin to an endless barrage of tracking projectiles, persistently harassing foes. Gohan found this ability quite delightful. Chapter 33. The power of 200-tailed beast. Kakarot observed as Gohan retracted the tailed beast orbs, stepping back from a form of the 10 tails Jinchuriki, causing the malevolent energy to dissipate once more. Returning to his original state, Kakarot was filled with curiosity. Looking around, he remained puzzled about Majin Buu's whereabouts. "Gohan, where is Majin Buu? Did you defeat him?" "No, that can't be right. Majin Buu is capable of perpetual resurrection. He can't be so easily vanquished." Kakarot understood the horror of Majin Buu well. His most troublesome trait was his ability to regenerate as long as a fragment of him remained. This was the essence of Majin Buu's formidable nature. Kid Buu had pushed this ability to its limits. Thus, Kakarot was genuinely concerned about the absence of Majin Buu's energy, perplexed by how Gohan had dealt with him. Waving his hand nonchalantly, Gohan responded, "I drained all of his abilities. Without any combat power, he simply vanished." Kakarot was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. "What? You absorbed all of Majin Buu's energy? Wait, that aura earlier, it was indeed Majin Buu's." "Gohan, you must be cautious. Don't let Majin Buu control you." Kakarot looked at Gohan with deep concern, fearing that if Gohan were to lose control, it would be beyond Kakarot's ability to manage. Upon arrival, he had sensed the terrifying energy emanating from Gohan. After unlocking his potential and enhancing his power with the Kaioken, Gohan had surpassed even Kakarot. He had never anticipated that Gohan could outshine him. Gohan, however, was untroubled by the prospect of being manipulated by Majin Buu's essence. If anyone were to be controlled, it would be the 10 tails. Currently, the 10 tails had perfectly absorbed energy, achieving a power level of 200-tailed beasts. The earlier attack on Kakarot was merely the tailed beast protecting its master. With a smile, Gohan reverted from his Super Saiyan 3 form, his white hair returning to its original state. "Don't worry, Father, there's nothing to be concerned about. Majin Buu has been dealt with. Let's return and see if we can find the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone on Earth." At this thought, Kakarot's eyes lit up, and he nodded, his concern for humanity's safety evident. He accompanied Gohan back, eager to locate the Dragon Balls to revive all those who had perished. After all, Vegeta had also been slain and was currently in a spiritual state. They needed the Dragon Balls to bring Vegeta back to life. Simultaneously, Gohan wished to seek the Dragon Balls for his own purpose, as the Earth-S Dragon Balls had been modified by Dandy to grant 2 wishes. The first wish would be to resurrect all of Earth-S inhabitants. The second wish he intended to use for himself, as he sought to explore the possibility of enhancing his Ultra Instinct. Alternatively, he might ask the dragon to bolster his minor abilities. In truth, the dragon on Earth had limitations in granting wishes, falling short of the immense power of the Super Dragon Balls. The Super Dragon Balls, colossal like the universe itself, could fulfill any wished. In contrast, the Earth-S Dragon Balls could only grant ordinary wishes. For instance, if one wished for the dragon to achieve immortality, while it might seem feasible for an ordinary person, it would still fall to divine attacks. Thus, Gohan was not contemplating bestowing extraordinary powers upon the dragon, but rather focusing on enhancing his own capabilities. Upon returning, Kakarot announced that Majin Buu had been resolved, causing a collective sigh of relief among everyone present. Their gazes toward Gohan shifted, filled with admiration, for it was Gohan alone who had vanquished Majin Buu. Yamcha, Krillin, and Tin Shinhan expressed their astonishment. Even Piccolo was elated. Gohan's strength filled him with joy. Soon, another matter arose. By the way, we need to find the Dragon Balls to revive everyone. Dandy, can you confirm the location of the Dragon Balls? Dandy nodded, providing the coordinates of the Dragon Balls. Before Kakarot could act, Gohan spoke up. Father, leave the search for the Dragon Balls to me. The Dragon Balls can grant 2 wishes. The first wish is to resurrect the people of Earth, and for the second wish, I have something in mind. Upon hearing this, Kakarot hesitated for a moment, but it was Krillin and the others who spoke up. Haha, since Gohan defeated Majin Buu, he should be rewarded with a wish from the Dragon Balls. After all, it was Gohan's assistance that was pivotal in overcoming Majin Buu. Indeed, Gohan should be allowed to make a wish without question. All of humanity on Earth owes him a debt of gratitude. If it weren't for Gohan, we would all have perished. The sentiments of the crowd made Kakarot nod in agreement. Without further ado, he entrusted the task of locating the Dragon Balls to Gohan. Gohan obtained the Dragon Ball radar and, without a moment's hesitation, took off. Originally, Biddy wanted to accompany him, but he declined, stating that seeking the Dragon Balls was something he could handle alone. Taking flight, he headed toward the first location. With his current speed, half a day would suffice to gather all 7 Dragon Balls. However, as he hurried to a location to collect the Dragon Balls, he was followed by someone behind him. To his surprise, it was not Videl, but rather the enchanting android number 18, who seemed to possess a rather unique self-awareness. This made Gohan smirk as he slowed his pace to allow her to catch up. Noticing her indifferent expression, Gohan spoke up. By the way, I haven't had the chance to thank you for shielding Videl from that attack earlier. If you ever find yourself in need of money, feel free to let me know. Number 18 glanced at him with her usual calm demeanor, letting out a dismissive huff as she proudly remarked, I merely wanted to prevent that guy from causing chaos. Such a proud woman. Gohan shook his head, dismissing any further thoughts as they arrived at their first destination, where he effortlessly obtained a Dragon Ball from beneath the water. This small glass orb was quite peculiar, containing a power that even he could not perceive. One could say that Shenron could be considered a deity, a type of auxiliary deity. As he picked up the first Dragon Ball, number 18 observed intently and could not help but inquire. So, what wish do you intend to make? Your strength is already formidable. Do you still wish to enhance yourself? Gohan nodded, maintaining a calm expression as he replied, Indeed, I plan to continue strengthening my abilities and further develop my potential. Number 18 looked at him with confusion. Why? You should have surpassed Kakarot by now. You are the strongest on Earth, no, the strongest in the universe. Upon hearing this, Gohan smirked and calmly stated, No, I may be the strongest on Earth. But as for the universe, I have yet to reach that level. Chapter 34. Summoning the Dragon of Earth. Number 18's expression was strange, as she could not comprehend what Gohan meant by the strongest in the universe. At this point, Gohan had gathered 3 Dragon Balls, leaving 4 still to be found. The Dragon Balls were scattered across the globe, and within just half an hour, he had traversed half the Earth. There was not a soul in sight, as Majin Buu had annihilated humanity, leaving no one alive. After flying for quite some time, he had failed to encounter even a single person. upon collecting the 9th Dragon Ball. He stumbled upon a lost Satan. Seeing him, Satan cheered with joy and insisted that Gohan take him along, soaring through the sky together. Satan was visibly excited, showering Gohan with enthusiasm. "Gohan, did you defeat that Majin Buu? He wasn't really a bad guy at heart. He couldn't have truly killed everyone, right?" Gohan casually responded, "Little Buu has vanished, but the split-off fat Buu still remains that I can introduce you to him later." This news thrilled Satan, who eagerly nodded, clearly attached to Fat Buu and hoping for his survival. After all, Satan could control Fat Buu, and Gohan had no concern over whether he lived or died, as Fat Buu's strength was no match for him. He could easily defeat him with a mere flick of his wrist. Together with Satan, Gohan proceeded to the location of the 7th Dragon Ball, diving into the underwater realm to search for it. Accompanied by number 18 and Satan, he emerged triumphantly from the depths, holding the final Dragon Ball with immense excitement. "Wonderful! I have collected all 7 Dragon Balls. Haha! Now I can summon Shenron." After a tiring journey across the earth, he had finally gathered them all. With a swift gesture, he tossed the 7 Dragon Balls onto a nearby patch of ground. Satan, observing everything with curiosity, was puzzled by Gohan's actions and wished to ask number 18, but her icy demeanor deterred him. He remained apprehensive around her, fully aware of her formidable nature. Currently, only Gohan had a good rapport with her. As they prepared to summon Shenron, number 18 stood guard, arms crossed, ensuring no one would interfere. "Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish." Raising his hand, Gohan called out, and the summoning of Shenron was instantaneously fulfilled with a thunderous roar. A bolt of lightning struck the Dragon Balls, causing them to radiate a blinding light. A magnificent multicolored beam shot into the sky, connecting heaven and earth as an eastern dragon coiled upwards. This spectacle left Satan awestruck, who plopped down on the ground in shock. "A monster! There's a monster here." Number 18 shot him an irritated glare, clearly disturbed by the interruption of Gohan's important task. "Be quiet." Satan, intimidated by her glare, immediately covered his mouth, not daring to utter a word. His expression one of pitiful regret. He knew full well that in front of number 18, he could easily be obliterated. He could only watch in silence as Shenron appeared, while Gohan, filled with joy and excitement, gazed up at the radiant dragon. 2 wishes could be granted, regardless of what they were. The prospect of utilizing both wishes was exhilarating. Nonetheless, he understood the urgency of the moment. As soon as Shenron manifested, he promptly made his request. "Shenron, revive all those who were killed by Majin Buu. Bring all the humans of Earth back to life." Upon hearing Gohan's words, Shenron took a deep breath and, within a second, fulfilled Gohan's first wish. "Your wish has been granted." In an instant, countless beams of light ascended from the earth as the souls of the deceased returned, bringing humanity back to life. Those resurrected likely had no understanding of what had transpired. As Gohan's first wish was realized, he began to hesitate regarding the second wish, contemplating how best to utilize it. Should he attempt to request immortality? However, he doubted the efficacy of Earth's Shenron's immortality, especially when faced with Beerus. The power of the god of destruction could negate any advantage. If immortality was off the table, then perhaps he could wish for vast wealth. A fortune beyond measure? Gohan glanced at Satan nearby, but ultimately dismissed that notion. With Satan around, he could borrow any amount he needed. He truly didn't lack for money in the end. He raised his hand and decided to proceed with his initial intention. "Shenron, I wish for you to enhance my Ultra Instinct to a level of 100. Shenron paused briefly at Gohan's request before shaking its head. "Your Ultra Instinct is a technique beyond that of deities. The true art of the gods. Yes, I am a mere deity myself. I am unable to elevate your Ultra Instinct." It appeared that Shenron was unable to fulfill such a request, and Gohan sighed, contemplating an alternative. He spoke once more. "Then can you allow me to transform directly into Super Saiyan God?" Shenron continued to shake its head. The transformation into Super Saiyan God requires the combined power of 5 Super Saiyans. It is a matter for your kind to resolve. Gohan understood this well, realizing that he would need to gather 5 Super Saiyans. However, with Little Pan not yet born and knowing that Vegeta would likely not cooperate, He required an additional participant. With this in mind, he glanced at number 18, recalling that she was also a human-augmented being, not a robot, and was capable of bearing children. A playful smile crept onto Gohan's lips as he addressed Shenron. In that case, can you help me unlock my Super Saiyan transformation to level 100? If even that was beyond its abilities, then Shenron truly seemed of little use. Shenron, somewhat embarrassed, admitted for Science, there's indeed very little I can do. I can give it a try. With that, Shenron gathered its energy, and in the next moment, countless rays of divine light surged into Gohan's body. His Super Saiyan transformation rapidly escalated, from a mere level of 10. It soared to a full 100, achieving the ultimate power of Super Saiyan 3. Gohan felt the transformation complete, and he was granted another opportunity for a reward. Satisfied, he waved his hand at Shenron and said, "All right, you've done well this time. You've managed to fulfill my wish. I'll come again to seek your assistance." Chapter 35, Preparing to Transform into the God of Super Saiyan the Dragon. With an expression of exasperation, took a deep breath and surged forward. Lacking the energy to maintain its form, it immediately transformed into 7 stones, scattering across the globe. That it would be nearly a year before the dragon could restore itself. Only after a year could it once again be summoned. Meanwhile, Gohan had acquired the formidable transformation ability of Super Saiyan 3, instilling him with confidence that he could contend with Kakarot. However, surpassing Goku was not his ultimate goal. He aspired to surpass the gods of destruction. Before he could achieve this, he needed to attain the transformation of Super Saiyan God, which required the combined power of 5 Super Saiyans. This would grant him the strength of a Super Saiyan God. Only by achieving this transformation could he draw closer to the true divine realm. Contemplating this, Gohan descended once more, facing Android 18 and Mr. Satan, and calmly stated, "All right, we can head back now. The people on Earth have nearly all been revived." The two nodded in agreement, with Mr. Satan still being dragged along by Gohan as they returned to the lookout. Upon their return, they discovered that Vegeta had already been revived. It was evident that Vegeta regarded Gohan with a distinctly different gaze. Clearly having learned of Gohan's victory over Majin Buu, it seemed Vegeta was quite concerned about Gohan's capabilities, his eyes never straying from him. Nearby, Kakarot, sensing that many had regained their energy, approached with a hearty laugh, draping an arm around Gohan's shoulders. "Gohan, you did remarkably well. By the way, what wish did you make with the dragon? You didn't wish for an endless supply of wealth, did you?" Hearing Kakarot's whisper, Gohan shot him an exasperated glance. "I'm not that trivial. With Mr. Satan around, as long as he remains the world's hero, we will have more than enough wealth without needing to wish for it." Kakarot paused, realizing Gohan had a valid point that he had overlooked. With a chuckle, he nodded and said, "All right then, let's attribute the credit for defeating Majin Buu to Mr. Satan. We can spread the word that he was the one who vanquished Buu." Many turned to look at Mr. Satan, whose expression shifted as he felt their scrutiny. Trembling, he cowered beside Gohan, genuinely fearful of the powerful individuals surrounding him at that moment. Mr. Satan finally grasped the reality of his own strength, yet he was still elated at the prospect of being a world hero once more. As Gohan's father-in-law, with Gohan bestowing the honor upon him, no one dared to voice their objections. The world began to return to normal. After some casual conversation, everyone prepared to depart. As Gohan was about to leave with Videl, he glanced at Android 18 and, with a smile, casually remarked, "By the way, 18, I recently asked the dragon to enhance my strength, and I'm curious to see how effective it was. Perhaps you could help me train?" Android 18 hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Kakarot had intended to accompany Gohan for training, but was abruptly halted by Chi-Chi, who was not pleased. "Goku, there are many things waiting for you to take care of at home. Now that you've been revived, you should focus on your responsibilities. Don't disturb Gohan." Caught in Chi-Chi's grip, Kakarot found himself unable to escape. His expression one of despair. "Oh, Chi-Chi, don't be like this. If I had known, I wouldn't have come back to life. Just give me a little time to train." But Chi-Chi was relentless, dragging Kakarot away, determined to prevent him from interrupting Gohan. It was clear that Gohan and Android 18's relationship was complicated, and Kakarot's meddling was unwarranted. Having successfully drawn the lottery, Gohan obtained the Conqueror's Haki. He also secured the Manjiki Sharingan. Conqueror's Haki. This ability can unleash an aura of superiority, instantly intimidating weaker foes, sending them flying. Manjiki Sharingan. An advanced form of the Sharingan with 3 Tomo, allowing the summoning of Susanoo after reaching a power level of 100. The Conqueror's Haki is a semi-passive, semi-active ability that cannot be enhanced, while the Manjiki Sharingan, upon reaching 100, can summon Susanoo, making it a highly practical skill. There is hope that it can eventually be elevated to the Rinnegan. After concluding his lottery, Gohan landed before Android 18, who had already assumed a stance, poised for his attack. Gohan looked up, smiling as he proposed, "How about we make a wager? This time, the stakes will be 10 million if you can touch me. I will give you 10 million if you manage to injure me. I will grant you 100 million. Don't worry. Mr. Satan will provide me with the tournament prize money." Considering the tournament, it was likely that he would emerge victorious. Securing a few hundred million from Mr. Satan would be quite effortless. Android 18 scoffed, fully aware that acquiring that sum of money would not be as simple as Gohan suggested. She gazed at him, a knowing smile on her face. "What are your real intentions?" Gohan raised a hand, speaking nonchalantly. "If I win, I would like your assistance in accomplishing a certain task." Android 18's expression turned inquisitive. "What task do you need my help with?" Gohan replied calmly, "Of course, this task is something that I cannot manage alone. You must have heard the dragon mention the conditions for transforming into a Super Saiyan God." Upon hearing this, Android 18's curiosity was piqued. What is a Super Saiyan God? She was familiar with Super Saiyan 3, but had no knowledge of what a Super Saiyan God entailed. Seeing her bewilderment, Gohan, as a time traveler, took the opportunity to explain. The Super Saiyan God, also known as the Super Pink Transformation, surpasses Super Saiyan 3 in power and signifies the first step into the realm of divinity. After attaining this form, one can continue to progress. Super Saiyan 3 has reached its limit, and to ascend to Super Saiyan 4 or 5 would not be as effective as achieving the Pink Transformation. Android 18 nodded, somewhat understanding yet still puzzled. "What does that have to do with me?" Gohan smirked playfully. "IT matters greatly. You know, the transformation into a Super Saiyan God requires the gathering of 5 individuals to channel their power into one. In total, that makes 9. Consider this: my father, Kakarot, myself, Goten, and Vegeta, which only accounts for 5. Android 18 had not anticipated this realization. It seemed that they indeed had only 5 Saiyan bloodlines. "What do you plan to do to fill those 2 vacancies?" she inquired. Gohan raised a hand, stating, "Videl is currently expecting my child, which counts as 1.as for the other vacancy. Well, you should understand quite well what that entails." In an instant, Android 18's face flushed red. In the next moment, she clenched her fist and charged at him in a fit of rage. "You want me to bear you a Saiyan?" Her speed was astonishing. She launched a full-force attack that caught Gohan off guard. As she approached, he casually lifted his hand, seizing one of hers. With a smile, he said, "Come now. I'm also protecting you. Consider it fulfilling one of my wishes. The Pink Transformation is incredibly important to me. So rest assured, I won't hurt you." Android 18's face continued to redden as she furiously attacked Gohan. He deftly dodged her strikes, effortlessly evading all of her attempts, finding her flustered demeanor to be particularly amusing. If Android 18 were truly incensed, she would certainly turn and walk away without hesitation. However, at this moment, she persistently assaults herself. This can only imply that she is quite prideful and will not verbally concede. Thus, a degree of coercion is required. In an instant, Gohan moved, teleporting so swiftly that 18 had no time to react before he seized her from behind. With one hand raised, Gohan effortlessly embraced her. A swift strike rendered 18 unconscious, cradling her exquisite figure. Gohan descended to the ground. Casting a satisfied glance at her sleeping visage, he chuckled, "Do not blame me. This is all for my transformation into a Super Saiyan." If he did not incapacitate her, he could not realize his plans before long. 18 awakened, glaring at him in fury. "What are you doing?" Gohan replied calmly, "As I stated, if you win, I will grant you 10 million. If you lose, you shall assist me in achieving the Super Saiyan God. 18 shot him an incredulous look, her face a mixture of shame and anger. "I never agreed to that." Gohan smiled. But you took my 100,000. Do you not recall? 18 had not anticipated this contemptible behavior. Yet, she was acutely aware that she could never rival Gohan. Even in his untransformed state, he could easily subdue her. Thus, everything unfolded as it should. Even if under slight duress, 18 could not resist. Everything concluded. Gohan raised his head casually and remarked, by the way, to avoid any complications, I will visit you every few days. 18's expression darkened. After all, she had been wounded, something unprecedented for an android. She glared at Gohan, initially intending to leave, but he stopped her. Gohan, still concerned, said, You've just been injured. Do not rush off. I will have a servant prepare some food for you, then I will discuss this matter with Videl. His serious demeanor gave 18 the illusion that he might indeed be a good man. How infuriating. Did he intend to play both sides? Yet he possessed the strength to understand 18's character. She was undoubtedly the type to endure and be a good wife, thus fitting him perfectly. With a cold expression, 18 remained immobile, her voice icy. 100 million. You promised me. I want to see it by tomorrow. Gohan nodded, smiling. Fear not, even if you assist me in raising a child. I will provide that. Some. 18's cheeks flushed as she realized how shameless he was. He had calculated everything, and had she known earlier, she would not have accepted that 100,000. With that 100,000, combined with the now promised 100 million, she felt as though she had sold herself. Moreover, she felt no internal resistance, for she was certain that should she bear a child, it would undoubtedly become the strongest warrior. If it were a boy, perhaps its genes would be extraordinarily powerful. Contemplating all this, 18 found herself secretly elated. It is a natural inclination for women to pursue powerful partners. Her feelings for Gohan had developed over time, stemming from her heartbreak over Krillin and their training together. Now, all she hoped was that Gohan would not be excessively callous toward her in the future. She did not desire any formal recognition. For her, it sufficed that someone treated her kindly. Her expectations were that simple. Chapter 39. Kakarot. Time passed swiftly, and about a week had gone by. In those days, Gohan trained with 18, both morning and night. As Videl needed rest during her pregnancy, he found this lifestyle surprisingly agreeable. He nearly forgot his goal of transforming into the Super Saiyan God, as the wait felt interminable. Finally, seizing a moment of leisure, he decided to visit Kakarot. Kakarot, commanded by Chi-Chi to tend to the fields, was currently operating an excavator, cultivating the land. Upon Gohan's arrival, Kakarot's eyes brightened, and he immediately greeted him. Gohan, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. I wanted to train with you, but Chi-Chi wouldn't let me leave to be by the way. I heard you got married. Congratulations. Kakarot, beaming with a smile, was well aware of Gohan's relationship with Videl. They were now publicly recognized as a couple. However, Kakarot was bewildered as to why 18 was also present, leaving him in a state of confusion. Leaning in, he asked, Gohan, what is going on? Why is 18 with you? How come you suddenly have such close relationships with two girls? No wonder Chi-Chi wouldn't let me find you for training. Kakarot, astonished, could hardly fathom how his son had become so extraordinary. After all, he could hardly manage Chi-Chi, so he was puzzled as to how Gohan had managed to win over two women. Nearby, 18 let out a cold snort, still icy toward everyone except Gohan. This only perplexed Kakarot further. He couldn't understand how Gohan had managed to win over the notoriously aloof 18 to Gohan. However, had no intention of discussing anything frivolous. He had come to Kakarot for a specific purpose. By the way, Father, Bulma's birthday party should be starting soon. How about you be my training partner beforehand? I have a feeling something will happen at the celebration. Kakarot was initially inclined to agree, but hesitated. Chi-Chi won't let me train, and I haven't finished planting here. Recently, I've only managed to sneak off to train on King Kai's planet. Kakarot sighed, feeling a bit restless, which made Gohan chuckle. In that case, it's simple. I can have Satan procure another 100 million. It will be fine. Chi-Chi won't say anything to Kakarot's face lit up with joy. Really? That's fantastic. If we get 100 million, Chi-Chi definitely won't object. However, upon hearing about the 100 million, 18 furrowed her brow, clearly sensitive about money. Approaching Gohan, she whispered, Last time, you took 100 million from Satan. Asking for another 100 million now might be a bit challenging. Previously, Gohan had secured an agreement for 100 million in alimony from Satan, already received. Asking for another 100 million might indeed provoke Satan's ire. Gohan pondered briefly before whispering, "At Bulma's birthday party, there will undoubtedly be numerous prizes, worth over 1 million. How about this? We can ask Bulma for some funds then." A smile crept onto 18's lips as they exchanged glances and reached a silent agreement. Gohan turned to Kakarot, who was blissfully unaware of their plan, and declared, "Leave the matter of the 100 million to me. Just accompany me for training, and I will ensure the money is delivered." Kakarot, trusting Gohan, nodded eagerly. He was already itching for a chance to spar with his son. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, he was ready to engage. "Gohan, the last time we fought was against Majin Buu. I was under control then. This time will be different. Let me test your strength." With that, Kakarot charged forward, throwing a punch. Yet Gohan effortlessly raised a hand to block it. Kakarot's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated Gohan's strength to have reached such terrifying heights. Even without transforming, Gohan could easily stop his punch. It seemed that after the battle with Majin Buu, Gohan had made remarkable progress, completely surpassing him. Watching the two spar, 18 observed with a smile as Gohan handled Kakarot with ease. She admired Gohan's formidable prowess. Otherwise, she would not have been willing to compromise and follow him. Boom! 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 As fists collided, the ground beneath them bore massive craters. Yet Gohan remained unfazed. He casually looked over at Kakarot and remarked, "Father, you won T-win like this. You should unleash your full strength. Surely, you know the level I have attained?" Upon hearing Gohan's words, Kakarot let out a hearty laugh, his entire being vibrating with energy as he gritted his teeth. After a moment of building tension, he declared, "Super Saiyan 3, 20-fold Kyoken. Here I go." With that, Kakarot completed his transformation, embodying the full power of Super Saiyan 3 augmented by the 20-fold Kyoken. The intensity of his aura surged dramatically, creating a tempest around him. This represented the pinnacle of Kakarot's strength. In the past, he might have felt a twinge of concern, but ever since he absorbed Majin Buu and fully grasped the realm of the divine, Super Saiyan 3 seemed utterly trivial in comparison. Even with the 20-fold Kyoken, it was simply inadequate. Indeed, it was rubbish. Gohan shook his head, sensing that Kakarot could not serve as a worthy training partner. His own efforts seemed somewhat squandered. "Father, your ultimate strength is no longer sufficient. It appears that without training, breaking through your limits is exceedingly difficult. The gap between us remains starkly evident. Without activating my strongest form, I could easily surpass you with just Super Saiyan 3 and Kyoken." With that, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 3, striking a pose identical to Kakarot's. Additionally, his Kyoken surpassed that of Kakarot's 100-fold Kyoken. The chaotic surge of energy overwhelmed Kakarot, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he regarded Gohan with a mix of bewilderment and admiration. "Gohan, you're incredible. You truly surpassed Majin Buu. This aura is something I cannot contend with." Gohan smirked, a playful glint in his eye. But that's not all. Kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Illusion Technique, Chapter 37. Unable to endure a single strike, Kakarot's expression changed as he found himself ensnared in an unexpected illusion. The sky around him darkened, transforming from day to night in an instant, and he felt as though he were being watched by countless eyes. With a furrowed brow, he lashed out at the illusory figures surrounding him, seemingly succumbing to Gohan's illusionary control. Although it lasted merely 10 seconds, that was more than enough time to be why the time Kakarot broke free from the illusion, Gohan had already assumed the stance for the Super Kamehameha. Kamehameha? A colossal beam of energy surged forth, prompting Kakarot to raise both hands in a desperate bid to block Gohan's attack. The sheer magnitude of Gohan's amassed power was overwhelming, even as Kakarot summoned all his strength to withstand it. He ultimately expended every ounce of energy from his Super Saiyan 3 transformation, reverting back to his original state. Utterly exhausted, panting heavily, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. In stark contrast, Gohan appeared relaxed and composed, revealing the immense disparity between them. I never imagined, Gohan, that I would be unable to defeat you. The gap between us is indeed vast. However, You have opened my eyes to new possibilities. All right this time. I shall surpass you. Give me one day, and we shall compete again. Kakarot, feeling the weight of his inadequacy, was determined to improve. Gohan, intrigued by his father's ambition, replied with a smirk, "Oh, if that's the case, father, I can grant you a day to attempt to surpass me. Otherwise, this training is meaningless, and I won't be able to improve myself. Don't let me down." With that, he departed alongside Android 18. In that moment, Gohan had come to understand the chasm between himself and Kakarot. Without transforming into Super Saiyan Red, Kakarot had no chance of matching him, that he was curious to see how Kakarot planned to surpass him. As he and Android 18 made their way home, she couldn't help but chuckle. Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3 is just like that. Gohan, your Super Saiyan 3 has already surpassed him. I believe that even if Vegeta joined forces with him, they would not be able to defeat you. Upon hearing Android 18's words, Gohan's eyes lit up with a sudden realization. Of course, the fusion technique. Haha, I understand now. Kakarot plans to use the fusion technique with Vegeta. How interesting. After their fusion, they should become Vegeta, the mightiest warrior in existence. The combined strength of the two would certainly enhance their power, but will Vegeta actually listen to Kakarot and agree to fuse? I truly hope Kakarot can persuade him. Otherwise, training alone would be utterly pointless. Without a formidable opponent, it becomes exceedingly difficult for me to elevate my own strength. That I might as well stay home and train with Android 18. As Gohan reflected on the impending arrival of his child, he felt a sense of fulfillment, knowing that his offspring would inherit his genes. Just as Gohan surmised, Kakarot recognized that he could not hope to match Gohan's prowess. The gap was insurmountable, and achieving a level of strength capable of contending with Gohan within a day would require seeking out Vegeta for fusion. The fusion of the two strongest warriors would yield results far exceeding expectations. 1 + 1 would surpass 2. They would undoubtedly possess the capability to challenge Gohan, as Vegeta was the true embodiment of unparalleled battle strength. Having even surpassed Black Goku. In a flash, Kakarot flew to Bulma's home, barely having the opportunity to greet Vegeta before Bulma seized him, her face alight with excitement. "Goku, my birthday party is in a few days, and I'm planning to prepare a few gifts that I initially thought about gathering the Dragon Balls, but it seems they are currently unusable. What would be the best grand prize?" Kakarot chuckled wryly, feeling utterly indifferent to such matters. "Bulma, your birthday celebration at over 40 years old. Gifts aren't all that important, right?" Bulma's expression darkened, her indignation palpable. "Goku, do you not realize that women despise having their age mentioned?" She continued, "I expect you to come up with a fantastic first prize. This time, I won't let you off easily." Kakarot, feeling helpless, pondered how to address Bulma's request. Suddenly, he thought of Gohan and exclaimed, "Ah, Bulma, I believe Gohan has been impressively strong lately. Perhaps he might have some good ideas. How about I ask him to help you prepare?" Upon hearing Gohan's name, Bulma's expression brightened. "Gohan, that sounds wonderful. He did defeat Majin Buu, so it makes perfect sense for him to assist me with preparations. Just let him know." Having inadvertently sold Gohan out, Kakarot exchanged pleasantries before heading into Vegeta's training room. The sudden appearance of Kakarot caused Vegeta to scowl, nearly launching a punch at him. Kakarot barely managed to dodge, catching Vegeta's fist instead. Seeing Kakarot, Vegeta disregarded all else and charged at him, unleashing a flurry of furious strikes. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of hundreds of blows, neither gaining the upper hand. As Kakarot's energy had diminished significantly, Vegeta stepped back, observing Kakarot's current state with a smirk. "Kakarot, it seems you truly are outmatched. Gohan has defeated Majin Buu without your involvement. You are no match for your own son." Vegeta's taunting expression prompted Kakarot to scratch his head, feeling a deep sense of despair. "Vegeta, your words wound me. You have no idea. Gohan has already reached the realm of the divine. Without his strength, even in my prime, I could not withstand a single blow." Vegeta's interest peaked. "Oh, is Gohan really that formidable? You can't endure even one of his attacks in your strongest form?" Kakarot nodded emphatically. "Indeed, Vegeta, I fear that should you face him, you would struggle to withstand even half a blow." Vegeta's frustration flared. "Kakarot, you truly have a knack for insults. Why must you say he can endure a strike while implying that I can't even handle half? Are you suggesting that I am weaker than you? Vegeta gritted his teeth and cast a glance at Kakarot, saying, Kakarot, you wretched fellow, are you attempting to humiliate me? Chapter 38. Has Vegeta been persuaded? This guy's words are too venomous. Why is it that he can withstand a full attack? Yet for me, not even half an attempt. Vegeta shot him an irritable glare. Upon noticing Vegeta's anger, Kakarot could only chuckle apologetically. Well, Vegeta, I'm merely stating the facts. All right. I brought you here because there's something important to discuss, Vegeta scoffed coldly. I have no time for this. Kakarot looked perplexed. No way, haven't you been training nonstop lately? How could you possibly be too busy? Vegeta shot him a disdainful glance. Bulma's birthday party is about to commence. Do you think I would be gallivanting around? Kakarot looked at him with a strange expression. Vegeta, I never expected you to be so concerned about Bulma. Vegeta's face flushed red as he retorted haughtily. Mind your own business. Now, do not disturb my training. Kakarot shook his head, and as he turned to leave, couldn't help but add, it seems I can't tell you how to deal with Gohan, who might surpass him within a day. His muttering instantly drew a frown from Vegeta, who shot him a sharp look. With a sullen expression, he inquired, what do you mean by that, Kakarot? Surpassing Gohan within a day? Do you realize he defeated Majin Buu? That second stage of Majin Buu was utterly overwhelming. Do you comprehend the terror of second stage Majin Buu? Even back in Hell, I could sense his presence. And he was able to obliterate Majin Buu. Gohan's strength is undoubtedly sufficient. Surpassing him within a day is utterly impossible. Yet Kakarot smiled and turned his head, raising a serious finger. Vegeta, you must understand. One-on-one, we cannot win. However, if it's 2 against 1, before he could finish his sentence, the proud Prince Vegeta, clearly displeased, interrupted, I will never team up with another to confront someone else. That is not the way of our Saiyan battles. Kakarot laughed heartily and continued, let me finish, Vegeta. Do you know about fusion? It is what I taught Gotenks. As long as we fuse, the two of us can become one. And at that time, our powers will combine. Upon hearing Kakarot's words, Vegeta's eyes lit up with interest. Oh, fusion. I remember that a technique of the Kaioshin that I've heard from Piccolo that fusion can transform 2 individuals with similar strengths into one formidable being. Kakarot, you truly are remarkable. Haha, our powers are indeed close. If combined, we have a chance of defeating that brat. Recently, Gohan had been rather arrogant, and Vegeta found it quite intolerable. Observing Vegeta's newfound enthusiasm, Kakarot quickly leaned in. Laughing, all right, Vegeta, let's train for fusion. I am certain that after we fuse, we will be the strongest Saiyan warriors. I have even thought of a name. Gogeta. Upon hearing this, Vegeta frowned and, gritting his teeth, replied, aren't we supposed to be called Vegeto? Kakarot sighed in resignation. How about we call it Gogeta, then? Once the name was settled, the two began to practice the fusion technique. Unfortunately, Vegeta forgot to ask Piccolo how the fusion technique actually worked. Watching Kakarot demonstrate in front of him, he instantly regretted it. Kakarot, you bastard, how dare you make me use such a humiliating technique with you? This is unacceptable. I will not agree to it. The entire Capsule Corporation echoed with Vegeta's dismayed cries. In the heart of the city, within a luxurious villa, the seldom free Satan brought Fat Buu to visit Videl. After all, the baby Videl was carrying would one day be his granddaughter, and Satan was quite concerned about his yet-to-be-born granddaughter. He had even brought a plethora of toys for the child. Videl, upon seeing them, wore a weary expression. Dad, I'm not even 1 month along. Why are you buying a crib? Satan chuckled, Videl. It's better to be prepared. Oh, and I plan to hire a few nannies as well. It's not enough to have just a few people in the villa. Recently, I've been getting a lot of advertising gigs and have earned quite a bit. If you and Gohan need money, just let me know. Videl smiled gently, her face radiating sweetness. With 18 around to help me, I don't need any nannies. Even if I run into trouble, 18 can handle it. Satan was momentarily stunned, not fully grasping the nature of Gohan and 18's relationship. But he wouldn't dare ask Gohan. He was exceedingly satisfied with his son-in-law. Gohan was exceptionally powerful and had helped him navigate many dangers. In Gohan's presence, he felt dwarfed, and he adhered to Gohan's words without question. knowing that his current status as world champion was entirely thanks to Gohan. While chatting with Videl, Gohan happened to return from training with 18. Upon seeing Satan, he raised a hand in greeting and settled onto the sofa to relax for a moment, while Videl promptly came over to massage him. Gohan smiled gently, patting Videl's hand and pulling her to sit beside him. Addressing Satan, he said, "By the way, Satan, how has the advertising shoot been lately? I still need a bit of money. Around 100 million. I'll have 18 come to collect it from you." Satan looked at 18, who wore a friendly smile, and replied, "Gohan, for 100 million, it will take some time. Didn't I just give you 100 million last time? Have you spent it all so quickly?" The last sum had already been given to 18. And glancing at her, he feared she would be reluctant to part with it, given her frugal nature. Gohan casually remarked, "In any case, my father Kakarot needs some funds as well. I'll give you time to gather the money. In a few days, Bulma's birthday party will commence, and who knows what might transpire." He smirked playfully, causing Satan to shiver slightly, his expression turning grim. After all, he understood that Gohan's mention of something happening was no trivial matter. Whatever Gohan deemed significant was undoubtedly serious business. Curiosity piqued, Satan pressed, "Gohan, what is it exactly?" Gohan chose not to elaborate further, saying, "Let's discuss it later." He preferred to keep it vague, knowing that revealing too much would be futile, as these individuals could not comprehend the vast gap between them and the God of Destruction. The disparity was monumental. The God of Destruction was genuinely an existence of unparalleled power. He needed to transform into a Super Saiyan God as quickly as possible. Glancing at Videl's belly, a smile crept onto his lips as he looked at 18. Filled with anticipation for the birth of two Saiyans, that time, they would assist him in achieving the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Unusually, this morning, Kakarot arrived at his luxurious villa. Upon landing, Kakarot surveyed the grand mansion, utterly astonished. After all, this villa, which Gohan had remodeled, was impressively spacious. All the funds from Satan had gone into the renovation, making it comparable to Capsule Corporation. Considering Satan's earning potential, it was not far behind Capsule Corporation. Gohan's foresight in making him a world champion hero was commendable. The villa spanned over 1,000 square meters, featuring not only a palatial residence and garden, but also a massive training ground. Kakarot couldn't contain his excitement upon seeing it. "Gohan, I never imagined you would create such a vast training area. This surpasses even Vegeta's training chamber. Gohan is truly remarkable." Just then, Videl emerged, her eyes lighting up as she greeted Kakarot. "Father, Gohan Cohen and 18 are at Daddy's place to collect money." After he finished speaking, he instructed the servant to usher in Kakarot, who was once again astonished by the opulence of the decor. In comparison to his modest dwelling on the mountain, this was truly a luxurious mansion. Upon entering, he barely settled in when a maid appeared to serve him tea. After taking a sip, Kakarot found himself reluctant to leave. The comfort of this place was overwhelming. Within the mansion, several maids attended to the daily needs of Videl and Gohan, handling minor chores that neither of them had to concern themselves with. As the pampered daughter of a wealthy family, Videl, especially in her current condition of pregnancy, was spared from any laborious tasks. However, she was beginning to grow weary of the tranquil lifestyle. Glancing at Kakarot, her curiosity piqued. She couldn't resist speaking up. "Father, I heard you and Gohan have arranged a duel. May I observe?" Kakarot pondered for a moment before nodding, responding with a smile. "Yes, it is indeed possible. I have finally managed to persuade Vegeta this time. I intend to showcase something truly remarkable to Gohan. He will be utterly astonished." Just then, Gohan returned from Satan's place, carrying 50 million in cash, while the remaining sum would be collected on his next visit. Upon entering, Gohan was taken aback by Kakarot's words. He was particularly surprised that Vegeta had agreed to employ such a rudimentary fusion technique. Unable to contain his astonishment, he remarked, "Oh, Vegeta is actually willing to fuse with you. That genuinely surprises me." Kakarot hadn't anticipated that Gohan was already aware of this, and he covered his head with his hands, exclaiming, "Ah, you guessed it. I had a hard time convincing Vegeta. I also promised him that I would help him prepare a birthday gift for Bulma." Oh, this is something I probably shouldn't have revealed. It was evident that after enjoying a peaceful life, Vegeta had become quite attentive to his wife and child, so different from Kakarot's personality. It was surprising that Kakarot's agreement to such terms had ultimately swayed Vegeta. Gohan, satisfied, placed a box containing 50 million on the table and stated, "By the way, here's 50 million. Please take it back to Chi-Chi. The remaining 50 million will be gathered soon." Chapter 39. The birth of Gogeta Kakarot was taken aback by the weight of the hefty box, not expecting it to be so heavy. Staring at the stack of bills, he was astonished. Satan truly knows how to earn money. He actually managed to hand over several million. By the way, Gohan, the first prize for Bulma was originally the Dragon Balls. However, since the Dragon Balls require a year to regenerate, I wanted to ask if you have any other good ideas? At this mention, Gohan's eyes lit up with inspiration. He planned to take Bulma to search for the Super Dragon Balls, knowing she was acquainted with someone who could assist in locating them. This was indeed an excellent opportunity. No matter what, he was determined to find the Super Dragon Balls and fulfill several wishes. Perhaps he could enhance his Ultra Instinct to a perfect level or even attain immortality. Nodding, he agreed, "Yes, I will discuss this with Bulma. I have some good ideas regarding the first prize." Delighted, Kakarot agreed, relieved not to have to ponder such matters himself. He was eager to train with Gohan. "That I assure you, I will devise a method to defeat you within a day." "What do you say? Are you interested in testing that?" Gohan could hardly wait. He was eager to see if the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta could make him a worthy opponent. Otherwise, waiting for the God of Destruction to arrive would be terribly dull. As a thought crossed his mind, Gohan proposed, "In that case, how about we place a bet? Father, if I win this duel, I want you and Vegeta to help me with something." Kakarot, curious, inquired, "What is it?" Gohan smiled mysteriously. "That's a secret for now, but it will serve as a wager for our duel. Please discuss it with Vegeta." Without hesitation, Kakarot agreed, also relaying the message to Vegeta. "All right, I will take care of it. Just mention it to Vegeta, and he will undoubtedly comply." Indeed, Kakarot was Vegeta's nemesis, effortlessly persuading him. When the time came, he would transform into a Super Saiyan God. He was already filled with anticipation. He uttered a brief statement and led Kakarot to the training grounds for a duel. As they made their way, Videl hurriedly followed, her interest piqued. "Gohan, I'm so bored at home every day. Please let me come watch. I beg you." Videl still had a fondness for combat, but due to her pregnancy, she couldn't engage in any roughhousing, which left her feeling restless. Gohan glanced at Videl, then at the nearby android 18, and with a smile, he nodded in agreement. "All right, as long as 18 is with you, there won't be any issues." Videl cheered joyfully. Turning to 18, "I'll be counting on you this time." 18, maintaining her calm demeanor, nodded in acceptance. The harmonious relationship between the two women stemmed from the previous battle against Majin Buu, where 18 had protected Videl. Their amicable bond was indeed a blessing, especially since neither had any reason to quarrel, as both were no match for Gohan, with Gohan capable of easily overpowering both women. His strength allowed him to juggle multiple relationships effortlessly. Meanwhile, Kakarot couldn't help but feel envious, questioning why Gohan seemed to possess significantly higher emotional intelligence than him, that as fellow Saiyans. He pondered why such a disparity existed. The training ground was significantly improved, utilizing Bulma's advanced technology to create a 5-layer protective barrier, safeguarding the area in a semi-spherical dome. Under normal conditions, as long as no cataclysmic energy waves were unleashed, everything would remain intact. Kakarot marveled at the protective arena. "Gohan, this place is truly fantastic. With this 5-tiered shield, we need not worry about any accidents." "Indeed," Gohan replied with a calm demeanor. He too was eager to discover just how powerful Gogeta had become. With the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta, their combined strength would undoubtedly reach new heights. Based on his initial estimations, Gogeta, through the use of the Patera earrings, will be capable of overpowering the Majin Buu who had absorbed Goku. What did this imply? It indicated that Gogeta had ascended to the realm of deities, possessing the power of a Super Saiyan God without needing to transform. Gohan was certain of this, and it sent a surge of exhilaration through his Saiyan blood. He felt invigorated. The battle against Majin Buu posed no challenge for him, as his growth had been too rapid. He had completely crushed Buu, failing to ignite his Saiyan lineage. Now, with Kakarot having persuaded Vegeta, he would finally witness the awe-inspiring strength of the top-tier fighters. Gohan was currently more excited than Kakarot. Kakarot was in the process of contacting Vegeta, who was busy tending to family matters and preparing a birthday celebration for Bulma, to join them in training. Upon arriving at the training ground, Vegeta noticed the protective barrier and felt a twinge of jealousy. That Bulma, she actually set up this training ground for Gohan, and I was completely unaware. He grumbled, "How infuriating. My gravity training room doesn't even compare to this." Feeling somewhat envious, Vegeta was determined to teach Gohan a lesson. The two reached a consensus and prepared for their first transformation. Gohan stood patiently to the side, arms crossed, maintaining a calm demeanor. Behind him, Videl waved her hands excitedly, unexpectedly shouting, "Gohan-kun, do your best." Gohan found her enthusiasm amusing. Those words were meant for Kakarot and Vegeta, after all. Now, Kakarot and Vegeta assumed their stances, their movements mimicking a crab as they interlocked their fingers. It appeared they had practiced this numerous times, though Vegeta still bore a flush of embarrassment from the ridiculous pose. In the next instant, boom! In an instant, a brilliant light pierced the sky, shattering the first layer of the protective barrier with astonishing force. Gohan was momentarily taken aback, sensing the aura of Vegeta ahead. His Saiyan blood surged with excitement. This was precisely the opponent he had longed for. He was not mistaken. After their fusion, even in a normal state, Vegeta was already nearing the divine. If he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, he would completely ascend to the realm of the gods. Before the God of Destruction arrived, he could spar with Vegeta. Otherwise, he would truly be insufficient to thwart the God of Destruction. Chapter 40. You're just a fraction away, haha. Gohan, what do you think? Am I not formidable now? This is merely my normal state, yet I can already feel my astonishing battle power. Vegeta exclaimed, brimming with confidence that I can still transform further. I can hardly imagine the extent of my power after transforming. It's incredible. Indeed, even Kakarot himself was astonished by the sheer terror of his current strength. The fusion of Vegeta had transcended the pinnacle of combat power, reaching unparalleled might. In future battles against Black Goku, a single fusion would allow him to surpass the immortal Black Goku, demonstrating just how outrageous Vegeta's battle power truly was. Fusion was indeed a divine technique. The overwhelming power of Vegeta filled Gohan with exhilaration. It was clear that he surpassed Majin Buu by leaps and bounds. Even the energy-absorbing Majin Buu was no match for Vegeta. Without needing to transform into Super Saiyan God, Vegeta had already attained the level of Super Saiyan Red. This exemplified the distinction between a god and an ordinary warrior. Intrigued, Gohan sprang into action, launching himself forward with a punch, but Vegeta effortlessly dodged. Both combatants remained in their normal forms, using this encounter to gauge each other's strength. They exchanged blows in a fierce contest. Despite the intensity of their struggle, Videl knew they were merely playing a game, and this was far from genuine combat. Their movements were so swift that she could hardly track them, with only Android 18 managing to catch glimpses of their fierce exchange. "Gohan is incredible," Videl exclaimed, but Android 18, with an impassive expression, countered, "No, those two, even in their normal state post-fusion, are superior to Gohan. Right now, Gohan is being overwhelmed." Indeed, even in a regular combat stance, Vegeta was undoubtedly the strongest, dominating Gohan. This made Gohan realize that he needed to enhance his close-quarters combat skills. Clearly, he had yet to reach his ultimate limits. He would have to strive even harder. After about 10 minutes of close-quarters combat, he honed his martial arts and quickly created distance again. Not far away, Vegeta smirked, unmistakably echoing Vegeta's voice. "Humph, you don't want to play anymore, do you? Transform into Super Saiyan 3 and show me your strength against Majin Buu. I don't have much time to waste." With that, Vegeta's body trembled, and in an instant he transformed into Super Saiyan 1. His aura becoming overwhelmingly fearsome. Even as Super Saiyan 1, defeating Majin Buu was hardly a challenge. Understanding this, Gohan took a deep breath, prepared to give his all. Vegeta was his finest training partner, and he aimed to strengthen himself. He was determined to break through his limits. Super Saiyan 3,100 times Kaioken. Tail Beast, 10 Tails Unleashed. Boom! Gohan's energy surged into the sky, shattering the clouds and reaching for the heavens, without employing flight techniques. His entire body floated in midair, and upon summoning the tailed beast ball, Vegeto's brow furrowed in concern. Kakarot knew all too well the potency of the tailed beast ball. Vegeta, be cautious. Those orbs behind Gohan will track you. However, Vegeta within him disregarded the warning and charged forward recklessly. Who cares about that? Vegeta moved with astounding speed, directly confronting the tailed beast ball with a fist. Boom! The explosion upon impact was colossal. While it didn't injure Vegeta, he was sent reeling, appearing somewhat disheveled. A rift emerged between them as Kakarot voiced his frustration. Vegeta, I told you not to charge in recklessly. Gohan's tailed beast ball is formidable. Vegeta retorted, irked, Kakarot, it's your fault. If you had controlled the body, I could have easily dodged it. Kakarot sighed helplessly. Vegeta, we are fused. We need to cooperate. Observing the bickering voices from within a single body, Gohan crossed his arms. Watching the spectacle unfold, he smirked and couldn't resist interjecting. Your fusion time is limited to mere minutes. Time waits for no one that once the fusion ends, even together, you won't stand a chance against me. Upon hearing this, Kakarot finally realized I almost forgot. Vegeta, hurry, we must coordinate effectively this time. Vegeta understood that only by working together with Kakarot could they unleash Vegeta's true power. Kakarot, this time, you command me to defeat this guy. After this, don't even think about fusing with me again. Super Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Boom! A massive wave of energy surged into the sky, obliterating the second layer of the protective shield. As their energy surpassed all limits, it seemed this arena might not withstand such power. Watching Vegeta's ultimate transformation into Super Saiyan 3, Gohan's curiosity piqued, and he inquired with a smile, Father, is this Super Saiyan 3 transformation your strongest form? Can you use Kaioken now? If you can, that would be truly remarkable. Regrettably, Vegeta was unable to use Kaioken, rendering it impossible for Kakarot to employ it either. Kakarot lamented, I currently possess no Kaioken power at all. But in this Super Saiyan 3 state, I'm already at my peak. Gohan acknowledged, conceding that Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 form had indeed surpassed him, though he was not at his strongest. Reverting from Super Saiyan 3, Gohan resumed his original state. Father, I've been diligent in my training and have elevated my white god state to 4.5, soon to reach 5. This means I can directly amplify my battle power 5-fold. Followed by the 100 times Kaioken. This is the realm of true divinity. Vegeta furrowed his brow, attentively regarding Gohan, aware that he was on the cusp of divinity. He had not witnessed Majin Buu firsthand, but now he was genuinely eager to see it. Not rushing into action, Vegeta stood by, awaiting Gohan to maximize his energy. Gohan understood that Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 was extraordinarily formidable, approaching the power of gods. Yet Vegeta was still a hair's breadth away from divinity. Just a fraction, really. Meanwhile, Gohan, having reached the 4.5 level of Ultra Instinct, was grazing the divine realm, closing in on the spheres of angels and gods of destruction. He maximized his battle power, a process that required considerable time to build up his energy. This period took him 10 minutes. In the first minute, starlight radiated from his entire body, his energy gradually emanating. By the second minute, his hair began to change color under the myriad stars, further elevating his energy. By the fifth minute, half of his hair had turned white, and his gaze shifted. In the seventh minute, his hair became entirely white as countless stars surged into his body. Finally, at the 10th minute, his energy erupted explosively, vanishing entirely into his being. Then his aura dissipated. Boom! The explosive energy left no remnants, devoid of any trace. Leaving Vegeta nearby utterly astonished, he had never witnessed anything like this with Majin Buu, but now he was a first-hand witness. The experience was undeniably miraculous and awe-inspiring. Gohan, why? Why can I no longer sense your energy? Is this what you call the divine realm? Wu Fan, you are truly extraordinary, having ascended to a divine level, to the point where even your breath seems to have vanished. This the white god of your 5. Wu Fan smirked, sensing the profound mastery of the ultimate technique that had surged during their recent battle. He replied nonchalantly, No, I am merely at 4.9. I have yet to reach 5. I have made a slight advancement just now. But I have not yet broken through to 5. Once this battle concludes, I shall achieve it. Vegeta chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Very well, let me witness the might of your 5-fold battle power." With that, in his Super Saiyan 3 state, Vegeta lunged forward, delivering a fierce punch. His astonishment, as his fist drew near, Wufan suddenly vanished. In an instant, he reappeared behind Vegeta, raising a leg to deliver a kick. Boom! Vegeta's reflexes were quicker. He turned just in time to raise his arms and block Wufan's strike. However, the force sent him crashing against the protective barrier behind him. Crack! The third layer of protection shattered, and Vegeta, gritting his teeth, felt the sting of pain from the blow. Damn it, I was careless. Your sudden surge of energy is astonishing. When you launched your attack, that power was truly terrifying. Wufan's aura was imperceptible during his usual hovering in the air, yet it appeared riddled with vulnerabilities. This perception led Vegeta to underestimate him, believing he was filled with weaknesses. Little did he know, upon approaching, he discovered that Wufan possessed no weaknesses at all, standing invulnerable. Vegeta was truly unwilling to accept this. I refuse to believe you have no flaws at all. Kakarot, relinquish control of the body to me. With that, Vegeta seized control and charged at Wufan with reckless abandon. His frenzied assault, however, was deftly evaded by Wufan. Without even needing to clash fists, Wufan merely shifted his body to completely avoid the strikes. With an air of nonchalance, he regarded his opponent's futile efforts and chuckled. "Uncle Vegeta, you cannot touch me. In my 4.9 white god state, my evasion is at its peak. There is no way you can land a blow on me. But just a fraction short." Chapter 41, Vegeta's Psychological Shadow. Vegeta was so incensed he felt blood rising in his throat. This fellow was clearly mocking him, driving the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta to the brink of explosion. At this moment, Kakarot could no longer contain himself as Vegeta took full control. "Vegeta, don't act rashly. Are you trying to exhaust all our energy?" Vegeta was truly reckless. Unable to overcome Wufan, he resorted to burning through all their energy in a desperate attempt to bombard his opponent. Kakarot was the cautious type, always reserving some power, whereas Vegeta was impulsive, engaging in fights without holding back, unleashing his full strength. When faced with defeat, he would rather deplete all his energy than retreat. Thus, upon seizing control of Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy blasts in less than a heartbeat. The fourth layer of defense was obliterated. Wufan frowned, watching the chaos caused by Vegeta, and frowned deeper, not wishing to harm the nearby Videl. With her pregnancy, this was crucial. 18. Keep an eye on Videl. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Activate. 80-100. Susanoo. With a resounding roar, 18 raised her hand, shielding Videl from an energy blast. They retreated. Videl hadn't even the chance to express her gratitude. Her attention drawn to Wufan, who suddenly unleashed all his energy. The aura erupted from his body, coalescing into a colossal figure. An energy giant, Wufan utilized his entire energy to manifest the Susanoo of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, a towering giant that reached hundreds of meters in height, in the face of Vegeta's relentless bombardment. The energy of Susanoo entirely negated the onslaught, leaving no trace behind. Vegeta's expression shifted. Astonishment etched on his face, utterly baffled by the spectacle before him. What in the world is this? This thing is enormous. Nanny, what trickery are you employing? Earlier, I sensed none of your energy, and now you unleash all of it to summon this monstrous entity. What are you plotting? Wufan retorted with a smirk. The energy of Susanoo is an enhancement of all my power. If you can break through its energy, you may inflict harm upon me. Alas, my energy is far too formidable. Even if you expend all your strength, you cannot damage it. Thus, this time, you have lost. Indeed, once Susanoo absorbed his full energy, it became an indomitable super armor. Furthermore, this armor could fight autonomously, wielding an energy sword. With a mere flick of the wrist, the energy sword swung toward Vegeta, who barely managed to evade, only to be caught by a gust of wind that sent him flying. As Vegeta soared, Wufan commanded Susanoo to raise the energy sword once more, aiming it squarely at Vegeta for a devastating strike. This blow was poised to rend him asunder. Vegeta froze in place, Kakarot's voice echoing in his mind. As he realized Wu Fan was truly serious, was he genuinely intent on cleaving them in two? Wait, Wu Fan, don't go too far. Vegeta, this is your fault. Are we headed to hell together? Vegeta fell silent, taken aback by Wu Fan's terrifying resolve. He had never anticipated that Wu Fan would be this formidable when provoked, that it seemed he intended to send them off to meet the Grim Reaper. Who knows if they could even be revived afterward. Boom! The colossal energy sword swung down, striking the ground and cleaving a massive chasm. The fifth layer of defense shattered instantly. Wu Fan frowned, not due to the destruction of the barrier, but because, at the last moment, Vegeta's fusion unraveled, and Kakarot and Vegeta were instantaneously separated. In that fleeting moment, Wu Fan's energy sword swung wide. What a pity! Had it connected, he could have sent both of them to meet their end. Sensing the might of that energy sword, Kakarot looked at Wu Fan with lingering trepidation, forcing a bitter smile. Wu Fan, why didn't you hold back? If you had struck true, neither Vegeta nor I would have survived. Wu Fan let out a hearty laugh, casually replying, apologies, father. I couldn't pull back in time. Seeing Uncle Vegeta so agitated, I couldn't help but get swept up in the excitement. With that, he cast a glance at Vegeta, who felt an icy chill run down his spine, shivering involuntarily. This time, he was genuinely afraid. In the past, he could easily overpower Wu Fan, but now, Wu Fan completely surpassed him. When it came to serious matters, this kid was indeed capable of killing him. Most importantly, this kid was unequivocally intent on his demise. Had he not dispelled his clone, he would have accompanied Kakarot to the afterlife, leaving him with considerable psychological scars. Nonetheless, feigning calm, he snorted coldly and turned to leave. Just as he was about to depart, Wu Fan's icy voice reached him. Uncle Vegeta, you haven't forgotten the promise you made to me earlier, have you? I won this duel, and I require your assistance for a certain matter. Vegeta's expression darkened as he turned to Wu Fan, begrudgingly asking, what is it? Wu Fan, of course, could not attain the power of Super Saiyan God just yet. He glanced at Videl, noting that her baby had yet to fully form. It would undoubtedly take a few more days. After some contemplation, he finally said, how about this? Once I accompany Aunt Bulma on an errand, I will inform you of what I need. Vegeta gritted his teeth, forced to comply, for this was the wager he had lost, and he had to uphold his end of the deal. Yet he was left perplexed as to what Wu Fan sought from him. Kakarot, too, approached, brimming with curiosity. Wu Fan, what exactly do you want us to do that requires you to wait until after your outing with Bulma to reveal? With a mysterious smile, Gohan remarked, in due time, you shall see, father, at Bulma's birthday party. We will encounter a rather extraordinary guest. This time, even if we all band together, we will be unable to contend with this adversary. Therefore, to safeguard the Earth from destruction, I must further enhance my strength. Kakarot was taken aback, unable to fathom that Gohan suggested there existed an even more formidable foe. The implication that their collective efforts would be futile, even fusion would be of no use. Left and bewildered, what kind of enemy could evoke such concern in Gohan? He was at a loss for an answer. Chapter 42. The elite galactic patrolman Jocko within Capsule Corporation upon seeing Gohan. Bulma's face lit up with a radiant smile as she approached him with unrestrained joy. She had long anticipated Gohan's assistance in preparing her birthday gift, which only heightened her enthusiasm. After all, Bulma was always particularly warm towards those of great strength. Gohan, wow, I didn't expect you to help me prepare a top-tier birthday gift. Do you have any good suggestions? She exclaimed that I heard that you triumphed over both Vegeta and Goku in your recent competition. How impressive! Gohan can now be regarded as the true champion of strength. Bulma's expression brimmed with delight as she leaned closer. Continuing, by the way, Gohan, should you ever require my assistance, you must let me know. Of course, I will compensate you for your efforts. With her attempt to win him over through monetary means, Gohan readily smiled and acquiesced. Aunt Bulma, if I have some free time, I can lend you a hand. Bulma let out a hearty laugh, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Gohan, there's no need to call me Aunt. You can simply refer to me as Sister. Gohan, recalling that Bulma was already over 40, found the notion of calling her sister rather unsettling. He hastily concocted an excuse. By the way, I am looking for Jocko, the galactic patrolman who is quite friendly with you. Realization dawned upon Bulma as she recalled knowing Jocko since childhood as a galactic patrolman. He possessed a wealth of knowledge. If anyone could assist in locating a gift across the universe, it would indeed be Jocko. Her face brightened, and without further ado, she decided to reach out to him. Oh, I almost forgot. Jocko is well-versed in all things galactic. I'll give him a call to come to Earth. Having rummaged through her belongings for half an hour, Bulma finally retrieved her cosmic communication device and pressed the activation button. With a flash of light in the sky, a spaceship swooped down from above. However, the speed indicated that this was no mere summoning. What kind of peculiar device had Bulma installed on Jocko's spaceship? Boom! With a resounding crash, the spaceship landed heavily on the ground, shattering the earth beneath it. The vessel nearly exploded upon impact. Emerging from the ship in a disheveled state was Jocko, resembling a somewhat comical Ultraman, who immediately coughed and shouted at Bulma, "Bulma, are you trying to kill me? How dare you install such equipment in my elite bank spaceship?" While I was on a mission, the ship suddenly lost control and teleported straight toward Earth. "Bulma, you scoundrel!" Jocko was fuming. Having lost control of his ship mid-mission and crash-landed at Bulma's residence, he was fully aware that this debacle was undoubtedly linked to her. Bulma chuckled heartily, observing Jocko's furious approach, and quickly pulled Gohan closer. "Jocko, it's not me seeking you. It's Gohan who needs to speak with you." The galactic elite, upon seeing Gohan, scoffed and displayed an air of arrogance, with hands on his hips. He retorted, "Hey, what do you want with me? I'm quite busy as a galactic elite. I recently apprehended several super fugitives who pose a threat to the entire universe. I don't have time for trivial matters." Gohan remained calm and replied nonchalantly, "I wish to meet the omniscient Zuno." Jocko found this laughable and responded with disdain. "Meeting Lord Zuno typically requires waiting in line, and the queue is thousands of years long. How could it be possible for you to meet him without waiting?" Gohan, unfazed, replied, "Just take me there." He understood the necessity of waiting in line for those who adhere to the rules. However, those who did not, like Zamasu, could be dealt with swiftly and efficiently. His prowess was now unrivaled across the cosmos. As long as the god of destruction remained dormant, he was the strongest in Universe 7. Who would dare refuse his inquiries? Jocko burst into laughter at Gohan's words. Unable to contain himself, a galactic elite, how could I assist you in such a frivolous endeavor? My time is precious. Bulma, do not summon me for such trivial matters again. With an air of arrogance, Jocko turned to leave, his demeanor suggesting he believed himself to be Bulma's subordinate. Suddenly, Gohan raised his hand and, in the instant that Jocko attempted to walk away, fired an energy blast that struck the ground nearby. Boom! A loud explosion created a crater far larger than the impact of a spaceship. Jocko was startled, staring in shock at the massive hole. Turning his gaze back to Gohan, he began to reassess him. Could it be that this individual possessed immense power? Bulma stifled a laugh, leaning in to whisper to Jocko, "You're in trouble, D. Oh, you know where Gohan ranks in terms of strength on Earth." Upon hearing Bulma's words, Jocko appeared perplexed. When did this happen? Is this guy stronger than Vegeta? Bulma shook her head with a smile. Extending 2 fingers, he surpasses even 2 Vegetas. Kakarot, the Saiyan who defeated Frieza, and my husband Vegeta combined cannot match his strength. Jocko's mouth fell open in disbelief. The realization that Gohan's power was truly terrifying sank. I think that even those 2 formidable warriors together could not match him. Had that energy blast struck him, he would have surely been obliterated. Trembling, he quickly donned a smile, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Gohan, I didn't mean it like that. I suddenly remembered that I've been on vacation lately, and I have plenty of free time that I can take you to meet Lord Zuno right away. Shall we depart? Gohan smirked. Jocko was indeed a fickle character. With a calm expression, he replied, "Take me there." He promptly boarded the spaceship. As Gohan entered the vessel, Jocko let out a sigh of relief, turning to Bulma with a wry smile. "Bulma, you nearly got me killed. Why didn't you tell me sooner that this guy is so powerful? Even stronger than Vegeta?" I could have been obliterated. Bulma laughed heartily. Just wait and see if you dare ignore my words again. Gohan is now my aide, assisting me with preparations for the birthday party. Gohan, wait for me. I want to accompany you. Bulma chimed in, eager to join him. Jocko shook his head, realizing he dared not provoke Gohan. The very thought of facing someone stronger than Vegeta sent chills down his spine. As he took the pilot's seat, he frequently cast wary glances at Gohan. His curiosity piqued about the nature of Gohan's business with Lord Zuno. However, when the question hovered on his lips, he found himself lacking the courage to voice it. Whoever appears formidable may, in truth, be quite timid. Lacking any remarkable prowess, he can only display his bravado before Bulma. But in the presence of a Saiyan like Gohan, he resembles a well-behaved child, too intimidated to cause any ruckus. Bulma, observing this, couldn't help but chuckle. She leaned in playfully, teasing Jocko. Jocko, what's the matter? Suddenly a loss for words. Have you been frightened by Gohan? By the way, Gohan, what is it that you wish to find that fellow? It was then that Bulma realized she was curious about what Gohan saw from someone named Zuno. Gohan, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, to uncover the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls, I must inquire with him. I recall that there are several Super Dragon Balls in Universe 9 and Universe 7, that collecting all 7 can grant any wish, even those beyond the capabilities of the Eternal Dragon. Bulma's eyes lit up with excitement, her face aglow with joy. The Super Dragon Balls? Oh yes, splendid. Ha ha ha. Now we have a goal. For the birthday banquet, my grand prize will be the Super Dragon Balls. Grabbing Jocko by the head, she urged, hurry, let us seek out Lord Zuno to inquire about the Super Dragon Balls. Jocko, feeling utterly exasperated as Bulma clutched his head, sighed in resignation. Bulma, my spaceship is already quite fast. Please don't pinch my head. Why must I suffer such a tragic fate? With Bulma playfully kneading his face. Jocko piloted the spacecraft towards another planet. His ship was remarkably swift, making the journey between 2 planets a matter of mere moments, even across vast distances of light years. With Jocko's understanding of the galaxy, it would take merely half an hour to reach the planet where Lord Zuno resided. As the ship landed, he cast a wary glance at Gohan, unable to restrain himself from remarking, now, it seems we must queue to see Lord Zuno. I fear we may not even get through the door. Gohan disembarked and surveyed the planet before him, a smirk forming on his lips as he coldly declared, I will compel him to disclose the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls. With that, he strode forward. Bulma, ever the instigator, relished the excitement, feeling unafraid with Gohan by her side, and quickly followed, wearing a cheerful expression. Chapter 43. The quest for the Super Dragon Balls. Bulma, not one to be left behind, called out to Jocko, clearly undeterred by the situation. Jocko, come on. What are you afraid of? With Gohan here, who would dare harm us? He is the mightiest on our planet. Stick with him, and we shall be just fine. She forged ahead, her bravado surpassing even Gohan's. As they approached, 2 guards swiftly intercepted them, their expressions stern. Lord Zuno has guests. To meet him, you must schedule an appointment in advance. Bulma, smiling, inquired, oh, how long is the wait for an appointment? The guards, their faces icy, replied, currently, the wait is approximately 1,200 years. If you can wait that long, then you may proceed. Bulma's expression soured, her displeasure evident as she ground her teeth. 1,200 years. We Earthlings do not possess such lengthy lifespans. Is there no alternative? The guards simply shook their heads, refusing to grant them passage. Bulma's eyes darted about, and this time she decided against insisting. Instead, she took a step back and smiled. Gohan, I'll leave this to you. Gohan smirked disdainfully. In Universe 7, power spoke volumes. He held a certain admiration for Frieza, who operated without regard for rules. Rules are established by the strong. He stepped forward, unleashing his overwhelming presence. Step aside. Gohan raised his head with pride. And at a glance, the 2 guards trembled, their resolve crumbling as they fell unconscious. In the face of Gohan's sheer might, they were rendered powerless in mere moments. Nearby, Jocko gaped in astonishment, finally grasping the true extent of Gohan's strength. Frieza himself would stand no chance against him. These Saiyans are utterly monstrous. Meanwhile, Bulma, gleeful, exclaimed to the fallen guards, "See the consequences of denying us entry. Gohan, let us proceed and inquire about the Super Dragon Balls." She took Gohan's hand, pulling him along as they entered, Gohan following closely behind. With their entrance, chaos ensued on Zuno's planet. Not far away, the rotund Zuno floated above, relying on a levitation device due to his lack of combat ability, typically safeguarded by his guards. However, with the arrival of a formidable individual, those guards stood no chance. "Zuno, Lord Zuno, a Saiyan has come seeking you. He's terrifying. All the guards he encountered are incapacitated." Zuno's expression shifted as he lifted his gaze, and upon hearing the guard's report, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Feeling the overwhelming aura of the newcomer, he trembled in fear to "What is it that you desire?" Facing the omniscient Zuno, Gohan had no interest in idle chatter. He kicked the unconscious guard aside and stepped forward, directly asking, "I wish to know the whereabouts of the 7 Super Dragon Balls." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zuno replied, "The Super Dragon Balls you refer to, are they the ones from Earth or the cosmic ones? My protocol allows an ordinary individual to pose only a few questions. I can answer you two to hearing this." Gohan's expression hardened, and without uttering a word, he released his immense energy. The entire planet tremored violently, and the very rooftops of buildings were shattered by his overwhelming force. Zuno quickly interjected, "No. What I meant was, you may ask as many questions as you wish until you are satisfied. Please don't destroy my planet." Gohan, realizing the gravity of the situation, retracted his energy and cast a glance at Bulma. She, with an air of triumph, stepped forward and patted Zuno's cheek, smiling, "Very well, I will ask you. Where are the 7 Super Dragon Balls? And what are their purposes?" Zuno looked upon Bulma with resignation, then glanced at Gohan behind her, fully aware that any deceit would not be forgiven by the Saiyan. This Saiyan's aura was terrifying. Clearly one capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, far surpassing even Frieza, the Emperor of Universe 7, that except for the God of Destruction, Frieza was the most chaotic force, and Zuno feared provoking someone even more powerful. He answered obediently, "The Super Dragon is summoned by gathering 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a planet. When summoned, it can grant a single wish." Bulma's curiosity piqued. She understood that the Eternal Dragon could fulfill wishes, but was perplexed about the distinction between this and Earth Dragon Balls. The Super Dragon can only grant 1 wish, while the Dragon Balls from Namek can grant 3, and our Earth Dragon can now grant 2. What sets the Super Dragon apart? Zuno, still sweating profusely, explained, "The dragons of Earth and Namek have limitations on what wishes can be granted to ordinary beings. However, the Super Dragon imposes no such restrictions. For instance, if one wished for the destruction of an entire universe, it would vanish entirely, leaving nothing behind. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of the normal dragons." Bulma gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "I see. So the Super Dragon is indeed formidable. By the way, the Super Dragon Balls exist throughout the universe. Does that mean they're not confined to our universe?" Zuno nodded, confirming this crucial point. "Indeed, the Super Dragon Balls are not limited to Universe 7. They also exist in Universe 9, that you must gather all 7 Super Dragon Balls. One must venture across 2 universes in search." Bulma wore a look of dismay, feeling the daunting challenge of locating the 7 Dragon Balls, although they were as large as planets, scattered across 2 vast universes. It was a task beyond the capabilities of an average person. Meanwhile, Gohan displayed an eagerness for inquiry, continuing to pose questions. If one were to traverse 2 universes, how might that be accomplished? In matters of finding the Dragon Balls, it would suffice for Bulma to create a radar specifically designed for the cosmic Dragon Balls. Moreover, this individual before her undoubtedly possessed knowledge of the locations of the 7 Dragon Balls within Universe 7. Thus, the only remaining query was how to traverse the 2 universes, an endeavor that seemed to require divine intervention. Chapter 44. The creation of the Super Dragon Ball radar. Zuno appeared troubled, and after a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. To traverse 2 universes, one has 2 options. The first is to locate the King Kai's ring, the time ring, which allows for the manipulation of time and space. This ring can dismantle the laws binding the 2 universes, facilitating travel back and forth between them. The second option is the Angel's Staff. it is evident that only an angel possesses the means to traverse between the two universes. The angel staff not only accelerates movement, but can also pause time, enabling passage through the temporal fabric. Of course, its use is limited, and the true marvel lies within the King Kai's time ring. This ring grants access to both the past and future, and most importantly, it can shatter the laws governing the two universes. Gohan's eyes brightened at the mention of the time ring, nearly forgetting its significance. It appeared that a visit to the King Kai was essential to uncover a means of traversing time and space. Given the relationship between the King Kai and themselves, borrowing the ring should prove relatively uncomplicated. One merely needed to concoct a convincing reason. Understanding this, a smile crept across Gohan's face as he turned to Bulma. Bulma, I entrust you with the creation of the Super Dragon Ball radar. When the time comes, I will seek out the old Kai and obtain the time ring, which would allow us to gather all the Super Dragon Balls. However, before that, he must achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Otherwise, even if he were to obtain the King Kai's ring and traverse between worlds, it would surely attract the attention of the God of Destruction, lacking the strength to confront such a formidable opponent. Even if he were to find the Super Dragon Balls, there is a significant risk that they could be seized by the God of Destruction. In the realm of Dragon Balls, power reigns supreme. Without the strength to possess them, one would merely serve as a means for another's ambitions. He certainly did not wish for the arduous efforts of collecting the Super Dragon Balls to be in vain, only to have them snatched away by the God of Destruction from either Universe 9 or Universe 7. With a serious expression, he reaffirmed his determination to undergo the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. While Bulma assisted him in completing the Dragon Ball radar, he would focus on achieving the transformation. After departing from planet Zuno, they returned to Earth once more. Jocko was in a state of constant complaint. Genuinely fearing further trouble as a galactic hero, he found himself in the absurd position of threatening others. The thought of remaining in Gohan's company filled him with trepidation, for Gohan's power was quite formidable. Just as he was about to turn away, Gohan's unexpected request left him visibly perturbed. Next time, I need to travel to another universe. I may require your spaceship. Please provide me with your contact information. Reluctantly, Jocko handed over a communicator, his expression shifting. Press this communicator, and I shall come. However, I am usually very busy and have little free time. Gohan, gripping the device firmly, paid no heed to Jocko's concerns. Very well. Next time I call, you must arrive within minutes, regardless of your location. Understood? Jocko trembled, nearly on the verge of tears, realizing that Gohan was utterly indifferent to his feelings. The disparity in their power was overwhelming. He could only comply, hastily departing in his spaceship, unwilling to linger on Earth any longer. Upon learning that the universe still held Super Dragon Balls, Bulma was filled with excitement as she set to work designing the Super Dragon Ball radar. Having already developed a standard Dragon Ball radar, she was confident in her ability to create one for the Super Dragon Balls. With a clear direction in mind, she smiled mysteriously at Gohan and proclaimed, "Hee Gohan, give me 2 days, and I shall unveil something truly remarkable. I plan to integrate the Dragon Ball radar into a spaceship. Since the Super Dragon Balls are as vast as an entire universe, a spaceship will enable us to seek them out." Bulma's proposal was indeed sound. Even if he had attained the physicality of a god, traversing the oxygen-deprived void of space would be utterly impossible. A spaceship was essential. Without it, the quest for the Super Dragon Balls would be severely hindered. He eagerly anticipated Bulma's radar-equipped spaceship. Now, he had another matter to address. He would summon Vegeta to fulfill his promise, along with Kakarot and the 2 young ones, Goten and Trunks. This time, he aimed to complete the transformation into a Saiyan God using the Dragon Balls. He gathered the Saiyans at his residence. Vegeta, having lost a previous wager, found himself without a reason to decline this time. However, he was taken aback to see both Gohan and Trunks present, leaving him puzzled. "Hey, what exactly are you planning?" Summoning Trunks here as well. Sensing Goku's energy, Gohan prompted him to bring Goten along as well. "Just wait a moment, and you will see." Vegeta. As they spoke, Kakarot, having sensed Gohan's energy, teleported in with Goten, appearing in the martial arts arena of Gohan's lavish villa. Upon seeing Gohan, Goten rushed forward with joy, exclaiming, Brother, it's been so long. He excitedly embraced Gohan, who chuckled heartily and affectionately ruffled Goten's hair, with everyone gathered, including the child in Bulla's arms. They were now ready. The combined strength of these 9 Saiyans would surely enable the transformation into a Saiyan god. As Gohan began to prepare, he was taken aback by a sudden rupture in space. Emerging from the time-traveling chamber was Future Trunks, his unexpected arrival, leaving Gohan astonished. Boom! The time capsule landed, and as Future Trunks emerged, he immediately greeted Gohan with enthusiasm. Gohan, it's been ages. Father, what are you all doing here? Are you aware that Earth is facing a great disaster? This calamity will affect the entire planet. Upon hearing Gohan's words, the others remained unconcerned. Vegeta snorted dismissively, his expression cold. From Cell to now, when has there not been a great crisis? Well, Trunks, you are unaware that Majin Buu has already made an appearance and has been vanquished by Gohan. Kakarot chuckled, adding, Hey, Future Trunks, you have no idea that Majin Buu was defeated by Gohan all by himself. Future Trunks was taken aback, utterly astonished to learn that Gohan had single-handedly defeated Majin Buu. Moreover, he could distinctly sense that Gohan's energy was unlike anything he had encountered before. Gohan's power was clearly the strongest among them. The former pupil of Future Trunks had surpassed his wildest expectations, filling him with excitement. Gohan, Master, you are incredible. I never imagined your power could reach such heights, allowing you to defeat Majin Buu single-handedly. Surely, you can resolve the impending crisis on Earth as well. It seemed Future Trunks was only aware of the imminent danger facing Earth without comprehending its nature. Gohan, with a calm demeanor, replied, Not quite yet. Trunks, you are correct. Earth is about to face a crisis. Even though I have reached the realm of gods, I am still unable to resolve this predicament. Therefore, I must take one more step and transform into a true god, after which I will seek the Super Dragon Balls to further augment my power. Future Trunks stared at Gohan in disbelief, his gaze sharp as he realized the gap in their strengths. Yet, witnessing Gohan's might only filled him with joy. Due to the return of his master Gohan, he originally sought to learn the transformation into a Super Saiyan from Gohan, harboring profound feelings for him. Upon witnessing Gohan, who matched his imagination, he was filled with elation and exclaimed, Master Gohan, if you need anything, please do not hesitate to tell me. I will certainly assist you. Gohan observed Date's feelings and glanced toward the time machine not far away. Still believing that Date had considerable utility as his nominal disciple, this fellow was undoubtedly his devoted admirer. Seizing the moment, with everyone gathered, he smiled and spoke, By the way, Date Trunks, I have a task for you. Please help me achieve the transformation into the Super Saiyan God. Upon uttering these words, not only Date Trunks but also Vegeta and Kakarot displayed expressions of astonishment. They looked on in disbelief. With Date Trunks being the first to inquire, Master Gohan, what is the Super Saiyan God? Vegeta furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp as he added, Are you serious? Beyond Super Saiyan 3, there is still a way to progress further? Kakarot became excited, exclaiming, Yash, Gohan, can I achieve this Super Saiyan God? I'm thrilled. It seems there's a way to enhance beyond Super Saiyan 3. This time, Gohan had no intention of concealing the truth, as he required the cooperation of these Saiyans. Casting a calm glance at the group, he stated directly, To attain the Super Saiyan God, you must concentrate all your powers onto me. The combined strength of 5 individuals will enable me to transform. This is the closest transformation to divinity, though it merely grazes the edges of godhood. A true Super Saiyan God cannot contend with a god of destruction. In reality, the Super Saiyan Rose transformation lacks even the strength of a god of destruction, merely offering slight amusement to them, insufficient to be taken seriously. Thus, even if Kakarot transforms into Super Saiyan Rose, he merely becomes a plaything for the god of destruction. However, his transformation is distinctly different. He does not wish to be subjugated by a god of destruction. Chapter 45. Achieving the Super Saiyan God, 9 individuals stood together, with Gohan at the center. Although Vegeta was displeased that this fellow was allowed to transform ahead of time. After a moment of grumbling, he obediently concentrated all his energy onto Gohan. There was no need for Biddy to assist. Date's presence was sufficient to aid Gohan. After all, Biddy had not been pregnant for long, and success was not guaranteed. However, with Date's involvement, the odds of success soared to 100%. In an instant, Gohan soared into the air, his energy entirely gathered within his body. He could distinctly sense the changes occurring within him. As he transformed into a Super Saiyan God, his Ultra Instinct was also advancing rapidly. The breakthroughs were astonishing. Ultra Instinct level 5, 9, and 7, with Ultra Instinct reaching levels 8 and 9, he felt an immense accumulation of energy. This energy was overwhelming, the combined strength of 5 Saiyans flowing through him, propelling his Ultra Instinct to unprecedented heights, nearing level 10. Should he truly reach level 10, it would signify a new pinnacle. A novel realm. At that moment, he would possess the power to contend with a god of destruction. Presently, his strength surged, granting him a new transformation ability. He attained the Super Saiyan God, and the Super Saiyan Rose transformation reached level 50. Upon achieving this, his entire being transformed. His once ordinary hair erupted into a dazzling display of starlight, shimmering brilliantly. The radiance of his hair intensified dramatically. Boom! Daylight abruptly turned to night. An unusual phenomenon in the sky attracted Biddy and Android 18, who came out to investigate. They promptly witnessed Gohan completing his transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Biddy gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Gohan, your transformation is incredible." "What is this?" Android 18, discerning the nature of the transformation, smirked and remarked, "Oh, so this is the Super Saiyan God. It truly differs from Super Saiyan 3. It seems rather impressive." A rare smile graced her lips as she fixated on Gohan, unable to look away. With the completion of the Rose transformation, Gohan appeared even younger and remarkably more handsome. As he descended to the ground, Vegeta and the others cast him peculiar glances that Gohan's aura had vanished. They did not believe his power had diminished, for they had witnessed such phenomena before. This signified the completion of a divine transformation, marking the commencement of his divinity. Ordinary individuals could hardly perceive this aura. Date's face was filled with excitement. It was his first time witnessing such a spectacle, and he could not contain his joy. "Master Gohan, you are magnificent. This is the Super Saiyan God. It is astounding. Master Gohan, let me see just how powerful the Super Saiyan God is." Eagerly, Trunks grabbed the sword on his back, intending to assist Gohan in testing his newfound strength. However, as he raised his sword, he had yet to strike. Unbeknownst to him, Gohan cast a glance in his direction. In that instant, Trunks froze, unable to move. Even the sword in his hand remained suspended, for the disparity in their power was too great. Under Gohan's overpowering presence, Trunks found himself utterly immobilized. Gritting his teeth, Trunks activated his Super Saiyan form, but even in this state, he struggled to pose a threat to Gohan. Panting heavily, he managed to complete the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Upon achieving Super Saiyan 2, he finally swung his sword, yet the speed was painfully sluggish that it felt as though time had slowed dramatically, allowing Gohan to effortlessly evade with a sidestep. After Trunks' sword strike missed, he gasped for breath, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he comprehended the true might of the Super Saiyan Rose. The gap between them was insurmountable, and he genuinely felt that Gohan was at an utterly monstrous level of power. "Gohan, is this the strength of the Super Saiyan Rose?" Trunks exclaimed, prompting a cold snore for Vegeta as he observed his disappointing son, but he icily remarked, "You have barely tapped into 10 of your potential. Trunks, you do not realize that even without transforming into Rose, this guy can exert such power. Now, he has the ability to further amplify his transformation. Even if you were to fuse with Kakarot, you would still be no match for him." Kakarot nodded, gazing at Gohan's Rose transformation with excitement. His fists clenched. With a serious expression, he declared, "Yash, starting today, I will train to reach Gohan's Rose transformation to be the way. Vegeta, you should too. Only then can we compete with Gohan." Vegeta gritted his teeth, visibly displeased. "Kakarot, do not even think about fusing with me again." With that, Vegeta turned and strode away, casting one last deep glance at Gohan's Rose form. Gohan understood Vegeta's sentiments well. Despite his arrogance, he would undoubtedly intensify his training upon returning home to catch up with Gohan's Rose transformation. Vegeta possessed significant talent, akin to Kakarote's, with diligent training and knowledge of the Rose transformation technique. They would certainly be able to match him and achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Gohan eagerly anticipated this outcome. Now, having released the Rose transformation, he let out a long breath, realizing that mastering it entirely was indeed a daunting task. It seemed he would need to practice diligently in the future, for achieving the transformation alone posed considerable difficulty. With Trunks' assistance, transforming into a Super Saiyan God would undoubtedly become much easier. Gohan lifted his head, offering a gentle smile and greeting Trunks. "Trunks, has everything been smooth in your future?" Trunks nodded, clarifying that in his world, Majin Buu had been dealt with before his birth, that he had come to this timeline due to a significant crisis threatening Earth. "Master Gohan, Majin Buu has long been resolved by me. However, this timeline faces an imminent danger. It seems Earth is once again in peril, and this time, the enemy is unlike any faced before. Certainly, it is indeed quite different. The God of Destruction wishes to visit Earth for a while, and he's the most formidable force in the 7th universe. Not even all the Saiyans combined could withstand him." Gohan, now acutely aware of his own strength, spoke with utmost seriousness. "I am aware that it won't be long before the God of Destruction comes knocking at our door. Before that happens, I must intensify my training in mastering the Rose transformation. Simultaneously, I aim to locate the Super Dragon Balls to enhance my overall physical attributes." Chapter 49. The Great Trunks is a fanboy. The others, of course, were oblivious to the identity of the God of Destruction Gohan mentioned, though they recognized it sounded quite powerful. However, having encountered several deities, such as the Supreme Kai and the King of All, they felt that the strength of the gods was not all that impressive. Unbeknownst to them, the God of Destruction wields the mightiest power in the universe. How could he possibly be compared to ordinary deities? He is the deity responsible for maintaining the ecological balance of the entire universe. His strength far surpassing that of Frieza. Due to his prolonged slumber, awakening him is a rare occurrence, happening only once every millennium, while the lifespan of an Earthling is but a fleeting moment. Without elaborating further, Gohan began to prepare for his journey to other universes, starting with the quest for a ring that allows time travel. The time ring could be obtained from the Supreme Kai, and he intended to pay a visit to the Supreme Kai's planet. Afterward, he would acquire Bulma's Super Dragon Ball radar, which would facilitate the search for the Super Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Android 18 insisted on accompanying him, and Great Trunks decided to tag along as well, for he now comprehended his own strength. Understanding the significance of the Saiyan God transformation, he was eager to master it, and chose to remain by Gohan's side instead of returning to the future. It was evident that he wished to become Gohan's disciple. Great Trunks, filled with genuine joy at Gohan's formidable prowess, remarked, "Master Gohan, when I last visited, you had not yet achieved your current level of strength. I never imagined that in just a few days you would have grown so much. I had assumed you had ceased your training, which made me quite worried. Indeed, had it been the original Gohan, he would have long ceased his training. That if Great Trunks had encountered that gentle version of Gohan, he might have been quite disappointed. However, now, witnessing the Gohan who shared the closest bond with him in the future world, he felt a surge of excitement. The bond Great Trunks felt for future Gohan was even stronger than that he had for Vegeta, in the future world where Vegeta had long since perished. Only Master Gohan fought alongside him, thus deepening his affection for Gohan beyond that of Vegeta. It was no wonder that he expressed such enthusiastic admiration for Gohan. Android 18, observing this, couldn't help but chuckle as she leaned closer to Gohan, saying, "It's quite apparent that this fellow is your little fanboy. These past few days, he has completely disregarded his father, Vegeta, just to be with you." With a playful glimmer in her eye, Gohan shot a glance at the mischievous Android 18 before addressing Great Trunks. "Trunks, have there been any troubles in your future?" he inquired. With Black Goku yet to appear, Trunks shook his head, curiosity etched on his face that no. "Why do you ask, Master Gohan? Is something about to happen?" Gohan contemplated for a moment before offering a word of caution. "In any case, be vigilant in the future, particularly around someone like my father, Son Goku." Great Trunks, puzzled by Gohan's warning, nodded in agreement. Speaking of future events, his expression brightened as he exclaimed, "Master Gohan, in my future, after several crises, humanity has united, This latest emergence of Majin Buu led to the destruction of our entire Earth. Alas, future Master Gohan did not witness it. I truly wish you could see it with your own eyes. Intrigued by the prospect of visiting the future world, Gohan smiled and responded, "All right, when the time is right, I shall accompany you to see it." Trunks nodded eagerly, his excitement palpable that he recognized that he needed to enhance his strength to combat Black Goku and could not allow him to obliterate the future world. He felt that the future world would greatly aid his training, thus it was crucial to keep Trunks close. With a serious expression, he declared, "Trunks, during your stay here, I will teach you how to transform into Super Saiyan 3. You will be my training partner." Trunks' eyes lit up with enthusiasm as he replied without hesitation, "Really? That's fantastic. Master Gohan, I am eager to continue my training with you. Yes, I will remain here for a few days. I must master the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. If only I could transform into the Super Saiyan God like you." Gohan laughed heartily, not believing Trunks would succeed, for the energy required for the Super Saiyan God transformation was immense. Without mastering Super Saiyan 3, advancing further would be exceedingly difficult. It was more beneficial for Trunks to focus on mastering Super Saiyan 3 first rather than reaching too high too quickly and risking failure. He chuckled, "The Super Saiyan God transformation is too early for you. Even Vegeta and my father, Son Goku, would struggle to grasp it immediately. As of now, you are at most at Super Saiyan 2 strength. So let's first focus on achieving the Super Saiyan 3 transformation." Trunks nodded in agreement. That moment, an aircraft soared through the sky. With a thunderous roar, the engine's rumble announced the arrival of Bulma, who had long known Trunks was here. She had come to deliver the Super Dragon Ball radar, and upon landing, she joyfully embraced Trunks. "Hey Trunks, it's been ages, so have you found a girlfriend in the future? You little rascal, don't train all day. Look at Gohan. He has 2 girlfriends. When will you bring one back for me?" Bulma teased, making Trunks scratch his head, unsure how to respond to his youthful mother. Bulma refrained from teasing Trunks further and turned to Gohan instead. "Gohan, the Dragon Ball radar spaceship you asked me to make is ready. Here it is. How does it look? I've upgraded all its equipment. It's comparable to Jaco's spaceship." Gohan lifted his gaze and was astonished to find that the aircraft was indeed a Dragon Ball radar spaceship. The IT looked oddly familiar, resembling the spaceship of Pan from Dragon Ball GT. To his surprise, Bulma had crafted it herself, explaining the familiarity. The spaceship was spacious enough to accommodate several passengers comfortably, equipped with all necessary facilities. Gohan marveled at Bulma's prowess in crafting such high-tech devices, for she had meticulously arranged everything. "I've also prepared a year's worth of food for you. It should suffice for your travels, and no need to worry about provisions or water dough, and I included a gravity training room similar to Vegeta's. But I've amplified the gravity several times over. Just don't mention it to Vegeta. He gets jealous." Bulma winked with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, Gohan felt overwhelmed by the abundance of resources that he interjected. "A year is far too long, and if I truly spend a year away, won't that mean I miss your birthday party?" Bulma laughed heartily, delighted that Gohan remembered. "Yes, my birthday party is set to begin in about a week. Gohan, I need your help to find the Super Dragon Balls. It seems that within a week, the God of Destruction will arrive on Earth. This time frame is indeed quite tight. We must collect all the Super Dragon Balls and fulfill a wish within a week." Gohan's expression turned serious as he contemplated the spaceship, leading him to another thought. "Right, I need to find the East Supreme Kai to borrow a time ring. Trunks, please wait for me." With that, he raised his hand and, in an instant, vanished before their eyes, leaving great Trunks astonished and in shock. Turning to Bulma, he asked, "Mother, is Master Gohan truly much stronger than Father now? What is Father doing?" Bulma sighed in exasperation, remarking helplessly, "It seems that Gohan has been provoked into training. He has spent the last few days in the training room with no intention of stepping out. He keeps muttering something about mastering that so-called Saiyan God transformation." Understanding his father's personality, Trunks held his tongue, merely observing the nearby android 18 with admiration for Gohan's ability to maintain 2 romantic relationships. Alas, in this dystopian future, he had no time for courtship. Even if he encountered a delightful girl, their relationship had seen little progress. As a guardian warrior of Earth, Xiao truly had not interacted with him much at all. upon Gohan's unexpected arrival at the Supreme Kai's planet. He startled East Kai at first. Yet, in the next moment, the latter's expression transformed into one of joyous welcome, filled with uncontainable excitement. Gohan, last time you single-handedly dealt with Majin Buu, I owe you my gratitude. With that, our grievances with several other Supreme Kais have been avenged. The peril facing Earth has been averted. This is truly wonderful. It was evident that the East Kai was blissfully unaware of other looming crises. Gohan, with a solemn expression, remarked, East Kai, there's an even greater trouble now threatening the entire Earth that it is highly likely that our planet is still at risk of destruction. The East Kai, taken aback, gazed at him with trepidation. What do you mean? Is it possible that Majin Buu has not been completely eradicated? Or is there a being more terrifying than Majin Buu? Gohan uttered a single name. Destroyer. The mere mention sent shivers down the East Kai's spine, and even the Elder Supreme Kai's countenance shifted dramatically. After all, this was a name that evoked fear throughout the entirety of Universe 7. One that no one dared to speak lightly of. The East Kai's expression darkened. The Elder Supreme Kai grew solemn, stating, it is worth noting that we are nearing Beerus's sleep cycle. Every 1,000 years. He typically awakens. The East Kai, having only heard of this name, was oblivious to the true horror it represented, and he inquired with confusion, Elder Supreme Kai, is this Beerus truly so formidable? The Elder Supreme Kai offered a metaphor. If Beerus were to awaken, it would spell doom for the entire universe. With a mere sneeze directed at any planet he desires, he could obliterate it entirely if his sneeze were powerful enough. Entire solar systems, such as our own, could be annihilated. What a terrifying power it was. One sneeze could lead to the destruction of the entire solar system. The East Kai was left speechless. Beerus was indeed far more formidable than Majin Buu. In the presence of Beerus, Majin Buu was but a mere child. The power of the Destroyer was unrivaled in the universe, unless that omnipotent being, known as the Omni King, were to intervene directly. Beerus remained invincible. Gohan was acutely aware that within the confines of these dozen universes, the strength of Beerus as a destroyer ranked among the highest. Even Jiren could not rival him. Among the 12 destroyers, Beerus was truly formidable. The threat he posed was considerable, and Gohan did not believe he could persuade Beerus with the same luck that Goku had. Moreover, he had no intention of currying favor with Beerus, akin to Vegeta's servitude. His ambition was to surpass Beerus. Should the latter wish to lay waste to Earth, Gohan intended to thwart him with sheer force. With a serious demeanor, Gohan declared, Elder Supreme Kai, I wish to utilize the Time Ring. It is the sole means by which we can alter the fate of Earth from destruction. Once Beerus awakens, he will undoubtedly target Earth, and the entire solar system is at risk of annihilation, leading to chaos in the universe. The Elder Supreme Kai began to ponder, recalling Beerus's temperament. Given Beerus's nature, it was indeed plausible that he might commit such an act. Hesitating, he remarked, the Time Ring is a precious artifact of the Supreme Kai. If it were to fall into the wrong hands, it could pose a grave threat to the entire universe. This time, Gohan remained silent, but the East Kai spoke up on his behalf. Elder Supreme Kai, Gohan can be trusted without a doubt. He helped us vanquish Majin Buu, and he is certainly not a villain. For the sake of Earth's peace, we can entrust him with a ring. Perhaps he has a way to thwart Beerus. Upon hearing the East Kai's words, the Elder Supreme Kai nodded decisively and said, You make a valid point, young one, though I sense despair. We might as well give it a try. Wait here, and I shall fetch the ring for you. Gohan could hardly believe how easily he would obtain it. And a smile crept across his face. In less than 10 minutes. The Elder Supreme Kai returned from his storeroom with a singular time ring, a one-of-a-kind treasure in the universe. This ring indeed held great value, possessing abilities akin to that of an angel. Once activated, it could transcend time and space, though it came with numerous restrictions. With a serious demeanor, the Elder Supreme Kai handed it over, offering a few cautions. The time ring could alter time, traversing 2 timelines, but there were time constraints, and one could not recklessly change the past or future. Otherwise, it would fracture time and create unnecessary rifts, leading to immense consequences. This artifact was indeed intricate, and Gohan, upon receiving it, had no intention of altering the past or future, that he understood that in this timeline, any attempts to change the past or future would only create superfluous timelines, failing to impact the current world. Just like in the case of time travel with Dai Tai, even if you were to travel to this timeline and eliminate a certain monster upon returning, that monster would still exist in his original timeline. Therefore, time travel was not as straightforward as it seemed. At present, Gohan merely sought to leverage the ring's capacity to traverse parallel universes in search of the Super Dragon Balls. With the ring in hand, he had no intention of returning it. Driven by the desire to safeguard Earth, he simply took it with him. After a brief farewell, he vanished from the Supreme Kai's planet in an instant. All that remained were the two Supreme Kais, deliberating on the matter of Beerus's impending resurrection. Despite their limited abilities, they wished to intervene and prevent Beerus from wreaking havoc. Upon returning, Gohan found himself in the presence of Android 18. Dai Tai and Bulma, now adorned with the special ring that Bulma's eyes lit up as she was the first to notice the time ring, approaching with curiosity. Gohan, is this the time ring? Is it more useful than Trunks' time machine? Gohan smiled as he donned the ring, immediately sensing its many advantages. Indeed, this ring functions similarly to Trunks' time machine, but it possesses an additional ability. It can directly pierce through time and space, allowing travel between various universes. Bulma gasped in astonishment, while Dai Tai was equally taken aback by such a convenient artifact. With joy, he exclaimed, "Then, Master Gohan, can we use this ring to search for the Super Dragon Balls?" "This is fantastic. When shall we depart?" Dai Tai was truly relying on him now, and he noticed that Android 18 also seemed intrigued that if possible, perhaps Dilly could join them for some adventure as well. However, Gohan, with a serious expression, interjected, "Trunks, your priority is to diligently train for the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. I plan to venture into your future world. Before that, I must teach you the intricacies of achieving the Super Saiyan 3 form." Trunks' expression shifted to one of seriousness as he replied earnestly, "Understood, Master Gohan. I will focus intently on learning." Gohan could not deny that Trunks could sometimes be rather single-minded, yet unlike most Saiyans, he possessed a keen intellect and considerable ability, making him quite suitable for recruitment as his subordinate. Gohan resolved to provide thorough instruction before setting off to seek the Super Dragon Balls, calling Trunks to the training grounds. The first step was to help Trunks grasp the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. "Trunks, I will now guide you through the process of achieving the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, which differs significantly from Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 1. How to articulate this? Super Saiyan 3 is a synthesis of Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 1, yet far surpasses the mere sum of its parts. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, causing Trunks to change his expression as he witnessed Gohan's suddenly elevated energy. Although it may not rival the might of the Super Saiyan God, the aura was undeniably formidable, and he could genuinely sense its immense power. It completely transcended the strength of Super Saiyan 2, and it appeared that this transformation did not significantly compromise speed either. It was simply perfection. In Chapter 48, titled First Encounter with the Universe's Frieza Army, Dai Tai's expression turned serious as he observed Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 3. He fully comprehended why his father, Vegeta, was so infuriated that Gohan's current power was a source of immense jealousy. For Vegeta, no wonder it is said that Gohan does not even need to transform into a Super Saiyan God to attain the strength of one. For Gohan, the Super Saiyan God is merely a supplementary form. Dai Tai grasped this deeply and was filled with admiration. He had already decided to let Gohan continue as his master, to further instruct him in training and in transforming into Super Saiyan 3. "Gohan Sensei, I will strive diligently this time. I will truly study hard and succeed in transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Gohan observed this determination with satisfaction, realizing that teaching Dai Tai had proven quite beneficial, enabling him to surpass Vegeta directly. The thought made him unable to suppress a smile. The training for Super Saiyan 3 was brief. Gohan merely imparted the various techniques associated with the transformation. Whether Dai Tai could grasp these concepts would depend entirely on his innate talent. How long it would take to comprehend and to what extent he could master it remained uncertain. He had no time to linger. as he needed to search for the Super Dragon Balls, starting with collecting them from the 7th universe. Accompanying him were Android 18 and Videl. Videl, filled with anticipation, clung to him as they boarded the spaceship and exclaimed joyfully, "Gohan-kun, this is a date, isn't it? How wonderful. I haven't been out in ages." Exploring the universe together sounds delightful. With rare leisure time to accompany the two women, Gohan thought a cosmic outing was indeed feasible. With a smile, Gohan activated the spaceship, glancing at the curious 18 nearby, and initiated the launch. As the spaceship slowly ascended, Bulma waved from the ground, calling out to Gohan, "Remember to find the Super Dragon Balls. Also, my birthday party is just a week away. Don't forget to return." Gohan raised his hand in acknowledgement, quickly launching the spaceship into the cosmos. The spacecraft developed by Bulma was remarkable, achieving impressive speed that clearly exceeded light speed. Traveling through the universe, it would not take long to reach its destination. For instance, exiting the solar system would only require about 10 minutes in the blink of an eye. They left the solar system and entered the galaxy. Beside him, Videl, evidently experiencing the universe for the first time, sat in his embrace, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed out the window. Is this the universe? Incredible! Bulma Auntie's spaceship is truly extraordinary. By the way, Gohan-kun, where are we headed now? Cradling Videl, Gohan simultaneously checked the ship's controls and activated the Dragon Ball radar to locate the Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe. There were currently about 4 Super Dragon Balls, 2 of which were located only a few thousand light years away. Locating them would not take more than a day. However, the other 2 were much farther away, and based on the distance, it would be challenging to find them in under 2 to 3 days. It was a lengthy journey indeed. He reviewed the route and made some plans, then left the navigation to the spaceship. The first 2 Super Dragon Balls were positioned around 2 small stars. But Gohan found the geographical placement somewhat peculiar. The first 2 Super Dragon Balls should be located beyond the original Saiyan planet. I recall that the Saiyans had sent many individuals from various planets to other worlds. So these planets might still harbor remnants of the Saiyans. As he spoke, 18 furrowed her brow. Pointing at a distant star, it was evident that other spacecraft were present in this universe. Gohan, someone is approaching. Another spaceship is coming near us. In the 7th universe, many others were present, not just those on Earth with formidable strength. Gohan looked up just in time to see a reconnaissance ship approaching, and upon recognizing the insignia, he couldn't help but smile with amusement. I didn't expect to encounter Frieza's army here. I remember Frieza is about to be resurrected. This fellow will likely strive to become Golden Frieza upon revival. Just then, a ship from Frieza's army drew close, and several individuals emerged. Raising their hands, they directly blocked Gohan's spaceship. "Halt! You are in the territory of Frieza's army. Where do you think you're going? If you proceed any further, don't blame us for being impolite." Observing the peculiar spaceship, the 5 members of Frieza's reconnaissance team included a notably distinct pairing of an elder and a youth. One of them was a female alien, evidently dressed as a Galactic Patrol officer. Zilai, a thief who had stolen from the Galactic Patrol, was being pursued and had no choice but to join Frieza's army, a cosmic destruction force. Frieza's army wielded considerable power within the universe. She was here to execute a mission involving the plundering of resources from smaller planets, accompanied by an older member of Frieza's army named Remo. Remo was a junior officer in Frieza's army, having served for quite some time and possessing a keen sense of awareness regarding various matters. Upon noticing the spaceship, he immediately approached to investigate, though he felt that the ship was rather unusual, especially the pilot, who dared to intrude so boldly into Frieza's territory. The delay in response was indeed peculiar. "Hey, spaceship ahead, are you listening? You've encountered Frieza's army. If you don't flee now, hand over all the supplies aboard your vessel." A youthful voice echoed from the ship. This isn't the original Saiyan domain. When did it become Frieza's domain? Frieza has just been resurrected. And yet he is still indulging in such petty theft. Truly incorrigible. Remo's expression shifted as he realized that the person recognized Frieza and was aware of his resurrection. He felt something was amiss and attempted to stop his companions from escalating the situation. But it was clear that his teammates were a bunch of fools. How dare you insult Lord Frieza? Open fire immediately, Remo exclaimed. Damn it. Bring that spaceship down. To insult us, Frieza's army is to court death. Attack their ship. Remo's attempts to intervene came too late. Wait. Don't act recklessly, you fools. This individual knows about the Saiyans, so their identity must be significant. Don't act rashly. Remo's face was filled with urgency, catching Zillai's curious gaze as she leaned closer. Softly inquiring, Remo, what exactly are Saiyans? It seems Frieza's army is quite fearful of that name. Remo could only smile wryly, at a loss for how to respond as the spaceship unleashed its firepower. The attack struck the protective shield nearby, but alas, it was utterly ineffective against the ship's defenses. Bulma's shield had been designed according to Vegeta's strength. How could ordinary firepower breach it? This attack clearly irked one of the individuals aboard the other ship. Clad in a spacesuit, he stepped out onto the vessel, and the aura he exuded was overwhelmingly powerful. Suddenly, he gathered energy, unleashing it in an explosive display that illuminated the cosmos as if a sun had appeared. Casting away the surrounding darkness, Zillai's mouth fell agape in disbelief as she beheld the radiant figure emerging before her, emitting a dazzling golden light. Her expression was one of sheer astonishment. What is that? It looks incredibly powerful. This person's energy is illuminating the entire universe. As Remo suddenly came to his senses, his expression changed dramatically. He began to berate the group of fools beside him, who were still dazed. Hurry up and retreat. This guy is a Super Saiyan. You idiots, what have you done to provoke him? Even King Frieza would flee in his presence. Move it. It was only now that a few of the fools comprehended the gravity of the situation. They had no idea that this was the very Super Saiyan that Frieza himself feared. Frieza had once been defeated by a Super Saiyan. How could they possibly stand a chance? Terrified, they turned their spaceship around, desperate to escape. But could they truly flee? Having angered Gohan and frightened Videl, there was no way Gohan would let them go. Seeing the enemy's spaceship attempting to leave, Gohan smirked that he moved with swiftness. Even in the vastness of space, his power, though not fully realized, was still formidable thanks to his special spacesuit. With 50 of his strength in Super Saiyan form, he could easily handle such trash. With a surge of energy, he propelled himself forward like a beam of light. In the blink of an eye, he landed on Frieza's scout ship, raising a hand and transforming it into a claw. Seizing the ship's tail, the ship revved its engines, but it couldn't budge an inch. The entire vessel shook violently, and the crew inside was already screaming in terror. He actually caught our spaceship with one hand. Who is he? He truly is a Super Saiyan. No, don't kill me. King Frieza, save me. I warned you not to act recklessly, but you wouldn't listen. Now that King Frieza is coming, there's no hope for us. Incredible. This guy is truly astonishing. Far more powerful than King Frieza. Only Zillai cheered enthusiastically, her face alight with excitement, leaving Remo beside her utterly speechless. How could she still admire their adversary at such a dire moment? They were in grave danger. Such a terrifying Saiyan could end their lives with just a flick of his finger. Boom! The door of the spaceship was blasted open. Gohan refrained from destroying the ship outright. As he wanted to inquire about the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls, the radar indicated that they were in this vicinity, but pinpointing their exact location proved challenging. Thus, he needed to question someone. Encountering these beings provided an opportunity to gather information before eliminating them all. As he descended into the ship, he spotted a group of aliens huddled together, save for one female alien who approached him without a hint of fear, her face glowing with admiration. You are the Super Saiyan who defeated Lord Frieza. Wow, that's amazing. You can control a spaceship with just one hand. You must be far more powerful than King Frieza. Gohan glanced at her, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Suddenly, he recalled that she was the female alien who accompanied Broly. He hadn't expected to encounter her here. Not far away, an older alien approached with a look of trepidation and spoke up. My lord, I did not mean to offend you. Please spare us. I apologize for what transpired earlier. If you let us go, we promise to leave immediately and ensure that Frieza's forces do not approach you. Gohan calmly surveyed the alien, his expression serene as he inquired. What is your name? Remo, he replied, trembling. Gohan nodded, satisfied with the alien-esque demeanor, and said with a smirk, "Well then, you and her will guide me on your spaceship. I have some questions for you. As for the others." He glanced at the curled-up Frieza Force warriors nearby, the very ones who had attacked him earlier. They were so oblivious to their own identities that they dared to assault his ship. With a flick of his hand, Gohan unleashed a devastating energy blast. Boom! The terrifying blast struck the Frieza Force warriors, their mouths agape, yet no sound escaped as they were instantly turned to ash. The spaceship itself suffered a grievous wound, teetering on the brink of explosion. Gohan raised his hand, and the first to approach him was Tsilai, the female alien, her enthusiasm palpable as she grasped his arm with a radiant smile. Her eyes filled with admiration. Remo, not far off, wore a bitter smile, fully aware that he had no choice. This encounter had sealed his fate. He could not return to Frieza's forces, but surviving was paramount. With a sigh, he took hold of Gohan's hand. In the next moment, Gohan teleported into the spaceship. Upon his return, Videl rushed over, her face alight with joy. "Gohan, are you all right?" Gohan replied casually, "Yes, I encountered a few low-level foes and took care of them. By the way, these two are familiar with the area, so I've asked them to help us locate the Super Dragon Balls." Tsilai and Remo, forcibly brought along, realized they had no means of escape. However, Tsilai was intrigued by Gohan's spaceship, especially upon hearing about the Super Dragon Balls, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Wow, are the Super Dragon Balls some remarkable treasures? If even you Super Saiyans are searching for them, they must be something truly extraordinary. Something King Frieza cannot find." Remo's expression shifted, quickly deducing the significance of the Super Dragon Balls. Frieza had relied on the Dragon Balls to resurrect himself. It seemed these Super Dragon Balls were even more powerful. But how could they assist him? Remo remained composed, recognizing that he could be of use, possibly even a subordinate. Gohan casually pointed to the spaceship's radar. The radar indicates they are located here. The Super Dragon Balls are the size of a star, essentially small planets. Have you seen any unusual planets nearby? Remo pondered for a moment and recalled a couple of peculiar planets they had discovered. "Yes, I know of two bizarre planets in this vicinity that I can take you there." Gohan was pleasantly surprised. This alien was quite astute. "Oh, by helping me, you're betraying the Frieza Force. Are you truly prepared to abandon them?" Remo sighed, a wry smile forming on his lips. "That you've killed all my comrades. If I return unscathed, Frieza will surely suspect something that in that case, I would meet the same fate. It's better to assist you with your mission. Perhaps you'll offer me protection." Gohan laughed heartily, nodding in approval. "Excellent. If you help me find the Super Dragon Balls, I will protect you. You can serve as my subordinate." Tsilai, brimming with enthusiasm, chimed in, "Then I want to join too." "Hee, I have no fondness for Frieza either. Let me join your Super Saiyan army." Gohan found Tsilai's eagerness amusing and replied nonchalantly, "I'm the leader of the Super Saiyan army, and my name is Gohan. This time I'm only here to gather 4 Super Dragon Balls. First, let us collect the Super Dragon Balls in this universe." Tsilai, deeply intrigued by the Super Dragon Balls, readily agreed, eager to join the excitement. Now, with 2 aliens on board, Videl looked on with curiosity, and Android 18 approached quietly, whispering, "Gohan, can we trust these two?" As Gohan cast a glance at Remo, he recognized that this veteran of Frieza's army was undoubtedly well acquainted with the cosmos. Having him assist in the search for a spaceship was indeed a fortuitous advantage. The adversary's lack of strength rendered them hesitant to engage in any tricks before him. As for Tsilai, the alien woman, it was evident that she thrived in lively environments. Thus, she posed no threat whatsoever. With strength surpassing that of Videl, he felt entirely capable of managing any situation. He nodded and said, "Just keep an eye on them and ensure they don't cause any trouble." 18 readily agreed, casting a glance at Tsilai, clearly prioritizing her attention on her. The spaceship traversed the cosmos, heading toward a specific destination. Remo, adept at piloting, maneuvered the ship with commendable steadiness. Without his guidance, Gohan would have been utterly lost amidst the multitude of planets and stars, unable to discern which one to target. After all, obliterating every celestial body in sight would be a tedious endeavor. With Remo's vast cosmic knowledge, Tsilai, on the other hand, had been transformed into the ship's maid due to her raucous demeanor, promptly assigned to serve tea and water. Initially reluctant, she swiftly complied after witnessing 18's display of might, an overwhelming surge of energy that obliterated a nearby, small planet. In an instant, she became compliant, eagerly assisting with the tea service while donning a forced smile, albeit with an expression of dismay. "Oh dear, I feel as though I have been captured. Am I now a slave?" Silai lamented. Videl, amused, chuckled softly and reassured her. "Fear not. Being with us means you have nothing to worry about. Sister 18 will not overly burden you." Delighted by Videli's kindness, Silai joyfully dashed into her embrace. Exuding a sense of relief, Point One could not deny her knack for securing powerful allies. It was no wonder she had a history of petty theft. Recognizing Videli's elevated status, despite her weaker abilities, Silai sought to ingratiate herself, believing it would ensure her safety and garner numerous benefits. The ship was laden with delectable foods from Earth, and upon tasting them, she instantly fell in love, reluctant to leave even when urged. Indeed, she was a true foodie. In the world of Dragon Ball, one could say that almost everyone shared a passion for food. Gohan observed the two with a shake of his head, feeling a sense of exasperation. Suddenly, he recalled Broly, who was likely training on some distant planet. Broly's power was rumored to surpass even that of Super Saiyan Blue. If he could enlist Broly as a training partner, it would undoubtedly be advantageous. And he envisioned building his own network of allies within the universe. With this thought in mind, Gohan turned to Remo and inquired, "Are there any Saiyans left in Frieza's army? Or perhaps contacts with some lost Saiyans?" After a moment of contemplation, Remo replied, "If it's the main Frieza base, there might be a chance." A spark ignited in Gohan's eyes as an idea struck him. "Very well. Once we locate the two Super Dragon Balls, we shall raid Frieza's main base and seize some valuable items." Remo's jaw dropped in disbelief as he stared at Gohan, questioning if he had misheard. "You mean to raid Frieza's flagship?" Silai, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "That's splendid. I adore a good heist. Count me in. Let's steal everything from Frieza's base." Remo was at a loss for words, realizing he had truly entered a perilous situation with someone so audacious. Gohan, however, felt no trepidation towards Frieza. Even if Frieza transformed into his golden form, Gohan regarded him as no real threat. In truth, this was no longer Frieza's era. Compared to the power of Super Saiyan Blue, he was insignificant. With his own strength, Gohan believed that raiding Frieza's base was not only justifiable, but essential. There were undoubtedly countless treasures aboard Frieza's flagship, and it was a gross waste to leave them in his possession. Those treasures rightfully belonged to him. Chapter 50. Acquiring two Super Dragon Balls aside from Gohan, few dared to challenge Frieza's army. Yet it must be noted that the Frieza force was pervasive throughout the seventh universe, having obliterated numerous planets. Including the mightiest Saiyan world, they were in essence the true rulers of the cosmos, second only to the gods of destruction. Typically, they were the ones raiding others. It was rare for them to be robbed themselves. Silai was positively exhilarated by the prospect of chaos. She was determined to assist Gohan, having set her sights on many of Frieza's prized possessions. Meanwhile, Remo felt utterly helpless. He understood that engaging in such an endeavor would likely result in swift annihilation at Frieza's hands. However, he had no choice. Having boarded this vessel, he was trapped. Fortunately, the crew had yet to act against him, allowing him a moment's respite, as he pondered whether Gohan's protection might indeed deter Frieza. Remo continued piloting the ship, bringing Gohan to the two peculiar planets they had detected. Upon arrival, Gohan immediately noticed a distinct radar fluctuation, with bright points of light continuously magnifying. It was evident that the two Super Dragon Balls lay just beyond their reach, and the proximity of the two made his heart race with excitement. Indeed, this is the place. The two Super Dragon Balls are right here. Videl, intrigued, leaned in to inspect the surrounding darkness of space. Puzzled, "Gohan, I don't see any glowing orbs. That aren't Super Dragon Balls supposed to be large and radiate a brilliant light?" 18, equally curious, scanned the area, observing Gohan intently. Gohan smiled and explained, "The cosmic dust is too thick. It coats the entirety of the orbs. You see, these Dragon Balls are immense and exceptionally durable. Over time, they accumulate material, growing larger until they eventually resemble massive meteors. Upon hearing this, Videl gasped in astonishment. And 18 looked incredulous. Saiyan, struck by a realization, exclaimed, "You mean to say this planet is where you're searching for the Super Dragon Balls?" Gohan nodded, eager to clarify. "Indeed, the Super Dragon Balls are this large. And we have two right beneath us, as indicated on the display." It was unfathomable for most to conceive. Even if they knew, discovering these Dragon Balls would be impossible. After all, the two Super Dragon Balls, each the size of meteors, were buried beneath layers of rock. Who could possibly identify them? These orbs had likely slumbered for centuries, perhaps even millennia, merging with other meteors and becoming indistinguishable, without Bulma's knowledge of their true size. Gohan himself would have doubted their existence. As the group processed this revelation, Gohan donned his space suit once more, bidding them to wait. "Stay here. I shall retrieve the two Super Dragon Balls." Bulma had long prepared the necessary tools to acquire the Dragon Balls. From the cargo hold, he extracted a space capsule capable of compressing large objects into manageable sizes. Once the Dragon Balls were located, they would shrink to capsule size, making them easy to carry. Bulma's capsule company was truly remarkable. Such inventions saved him considerable effort. Now, as he re-emerged into the vastness of space, he took a deep breath and, in an instant, activated his Super Saiyan transformation. The golden radiance illuminated the entire universe, casting its glow over vast distances, transforming the void into a magnificent spectacle akin to a colossal sun. Gohan's aura once again left Zarbin astounded, while Remo suddenly grasped that this individual might indeed surpass Frieza in might. Seizing this opportunity to depart from Frieza's army seemed quite favorable for him. One could only witness Gohan release his energy in an instant. In the next moment, countless energy waves converged in his palm. And with a single motion, he unleashed the flawless Kamehameha, striking the surface of the planet with tremendous force. Boom! The immense wave of energy utterly obliterated the planet's surface, causing it to decay instantaneously. Countless fragments soared into the cosmos, revealing the planet's true visage. A golden orb emerged, adorned with a peculiar star. This was the one-star Dragon Ball. Gohan, thoroughly pleased, cleared away all the debris and lifted his gaze to another Super Dragon Ball not far away. With a swift motion, he unleashed another Kamehameha. Boom! The planet trembled violently, and in a heartbeat, it disintegrated, reducing all meteorites to mere dust. A dazzling orb of golden brilliance presented itself before the onlookers, far more resplendent than the one beneath their feet. Videl gazed at it with sheer excitement. This Super Dragon Ball was truly stunning. She had not anticipated such beauty to exist within the cosmos. Wow, this Dragon Ball is massive and so beautiful. Don't you think so, 18? It would be wonderful to take it home for our collection. 18 nodded in agreement, equally enamored with the sight that a smile graced her lips as she remarked, "Collecting the Super Dragon Balls is undoubtedly for our own use." With one 1-star and one 2-star Dragon Ball acquired, they were now halfway to their goal of 4, allowing them to gather swiftly. In the vastness of space, Gohan raised his hand and tossed out 2 space capsules. As the capsules appeared, they enveloped the 2 Super Dragon Balls, and in the blink of an eye, the orbs shrank into the capsules, becoming the size of pills, allowing Gohan to effortlessly retrieve them. Holding the 2 capsules in his grasp, he chuckled. Having secured 2 on the very first day, it seemed that collecting the 4 Dragon Balls from Universe 7 would take no time at all, perhaps merely 2 to 3 days. Once he had gathered all the Dragon Balls from Universe 7, he planned to venture into Universe 9. Now, having obtained the capsules, he returned to the spacecraft. Zarbin immediately approached, clearly intrigued by Gohan's capsules. However, she dared not steal. Her curiosity was merely to behold. "Wow. Let me see. You just managed to fit such large Dragon Balls into these capsules. How remarkable. It's truly impressive," taking the capsule in her hands. She examined it, bewildered as to how such an object could contain such enormous Dragon Balls. Gohan replied calmly, "This is an item from our Earth. Thankfully, Bulma provided me with these capsules, 7 in total. They're used for collecting Dragon Balls. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to transport them back." He placed the 2 collected capsules into a box and handed it to 18, who promptly secured it. She glanced at Zarbin, who, sensing 18's gaze, immediately stood still, not daring to act out of line. Gohan then spoke with a composed demeanor. All right, our next destination is Frieza's army. Frieza isn't present at the moment. Is he? Remo nodded before speaking up. Lord Frieza is currently in training, planning to enter a month-long seclusion to prepare for his visit to Earth and confront you Saiyans. That we're really going to go now? Gohan felt a tinge of disappointment at the thought of encountering Frieza. However, it was perhaps for the best, as a confrontation would waste precious time and hinder his search for the remaining Dragon Balls. He was determined to infiltrate Frieza's army and locate Broly, aiming to recruit him as an ally, for only Frieza's records would hold such information. With a grin, Gohan reassured, there's no need to fear. Even if Frieza arrives and has indeed transformed into Golden Frieza, I possess the means to prevail against him. Now, let's head straight to the headquarters and seize all the treasures we can. Reluctantly, Remo nodded and complied with Gohan's command, piloting the spaceship toward Frieza's army headquarters, a formidable cosmic base. Frieza's headquarters, established within the cosmos, was a sprawling space station of colossal proportions. The vastness of its domain was undeniably impressive. This individual had successfully constructed an expansive military stronghold within a single star system. The grandeur of the structures left Gohan in awe, pondering how many planets Frieza must have plundered and how many treasures he had amassed to establish such a formidable base. His expression brightened with delight. It seems Frieza has indeed pilfered a significant bounty. This fortuitously benefits me. However, Remo appeared tense, surveying their surroundings. He had sensed being watched and spoke earnestly. We might be under surveillance. Frieza's soldiers are likely approaching. We must venture deeper. Gohan, maintaining his composure, crossed his arms and replied, no need to worry. Just keep moving forward toward their storage area. By the way, you are Zarbin, right? You should know where Frieza keeps his valuable items. When the time comes, we shall retrieve them together. Zarbin raised her hand in excitement, exclaiming at your command, my lord. She was brimming with anticipation, ready to follow Gohan into an audacious endeavor. Gohan glanced at 18 and instructed, please keep an eye on Videl. However, there shouldn't be any issues. The protective measures of the spacecraft were formidable. Should any formidable adversary appear, he would eliminate them directly. As they delved deeper into the situation, the spacecraft, which bore no insignia of Frieza's army, quickly attracted attention. Frieza's patrol teams activated their communication devices to inquire, where are you from? Answer me, are you part of Frieza's army? Upon hearing the communication, Remo feigned calmness, donning a smile as he greeted, hey, Camus, don't you remember me? I just returned from a mission. By the way, we've commandeered this spaceship and plan to store it in Frieza's warehouse. The moment those words left his mouth, the opposing soldiers instantly believed him. They could never fathom that anyone would dare infiltrate Frieza's base to steal goods. This guy is audacious. How could anyone be so brazen? They assumed the spaceship was genuinely Remo's, laughing heartily in response. Remo, you've done splendidly. Lord Frieza will surely reward you. I'll help you access the warehouse. One of them continued, by the way, who is that fellow behind you? Did you capture him? Which planet does he hail from? Remo glanced at Gohan, swallowing hard as he replied, hey, it is a Saiyan. The others were taken aback, their expressions filled with excitement. I can't believe there are still Saiyans left. This is fantastic. If he joins Frieza's army, our Lord Frieza will surely be pleased. Hey, Saiyan, are you here to serve Lord Frieza? Gohan smirked, a playful glint in his eye as he replied, of course. I shall ensure that Lord Frieza remembers me forever. The soldiers beamed with delight, clearly satisfied with Gohan's response. Excellent. Lord Frieza seeks powerful warriors. I will recommend you to him. With that, they allowed Gohan's spaceship to enter the storage facility. Soon landing in the heart of Frieza's base, they touched down in an open area surrounded by protective shields, where oxygen was plentiful, allowing them to exit the spacecraft without the need for spacesuits. This time, it was Gohan who disembarked from the spacecraft, accompanied by Remo, with Zillai closely trailing behind. As soon as Zillai stepped down, she remained steadfastly beside Gohan, fully aware that he would undoubtedly take action. It was merely a matter of when. When the time came to engage in battle, she would require Gohan's protection. Remo, having descended alongside the spacecraft, encountered several members of the patrol team, all warriors of the Frieza force. Although the Frieza army was not as formidable as it once was, they still boasted a considerable fighting power, with many warriors reaching nearly 80,000 in combat strength. Camu was one such warrior, resembling an extraterrestrial creature akin to a praying mantis. Upon seeing Remo, he raised a hand in greeting, clearly familiar with him. Remo, you've achieved great merit this time. This spacecraft looked promising. It must contain an abundance of resources. By the way, is this a Saiyan? What is the combat power of this fellow? After speaking, he took a device from an aide nearby. Let me assess this guy as combat power. With that, he utilized the latest Frieza Force combat power scanner to examine Gohan. As the scanner processed, the numbers began to rise exponentially. Starting at 10,000, it soared to 100,000, then 200,000, 300,000, 100,000. Suddenly, the machine displayed a flurry of codes, leaving Camo utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. Remo, this guy has combat power. Could it possibly exceed 1,000,000? No way can this fellow transform into a Super Saiyan as well. Gohan found this notion laughable. In his eyes, a combat power of 1,000,000 was as trivial as that of a cockroach. With a disdainful smirk, he declared, "My base power exceeds 10,000,000,000. Are you jesting?" The group exchanged incredulous glances, and Kama was left speechless, unable to accept Gohan's words. Soon enough, they burst into laughter. What a joke. Even King Frieza does not possess 10 billion in combat power. Surely you jest? I wager you barely exceed 100,000, fit only to be Frieza's top warrior. We have warriors with combat powers of 500,000. I'm not afraid to tell you. The mention of 500,000 combat power piqued Gohan's interest, and he turned his gaze curiously to, "Oh, really? How many of your 500,000 combat power warriors do you have?" Kama chuckled. "There are 3 in total. These are warriors Lord Frieza has recently recruited. In 01 in this universe can rival them. Even Super Saiyans must tread carefully." Gohan found this amusing. 3 warriors with 500,000 power claiming superiority over Super Saiyans was quite the bravado. Raising a hand, he lost patience with their banter, for he had come to raid Frieza's base. "Then I shall see what your 500,000 power trash is capable of. You might as well bring them all out now." With energy surging in his hand, he aimed at the protective shield above, and in that instant, Gohan unleashed a devastating energy blast. Boom! It tore through several layers of the shield, striking a massive spacecraft not far away. The ship was pierced and exploded instantly. Smoke billowed as Gohan effortlessly dispatched an untold number of Frieza Force warriors. Kemu stood in shock, utterly unprepared for Gohan's immediate unleashing of energy blasts that not only breached their defenses, but also obliterated a nearby spaceship. This guy's power truly surpassed 100,000. What the hell are you doing? Remo, what's this guy's intention? Is he here to cause trouble? They finally realized that Gohan was not there to join the Frieza force. Gohan smirked disdainfully at the group before him, his laughter cold and mocking. "I'm here to loot. Zilai, you and Remo gather the goods. I'll keep watch and I'll slay as many as come my way. No one shall stop me." Super Pink transformation. Activate, boom. In that moment, Gohan initiated his Super Pink transformation, causing all their scanners to explode. They were left dumbfounded, realizing that the destruction of their devices signified an enemy combat power exceeding 10 million. This was terrifying. This transformation was even more impressive than that of a Super Saiyan. Chapter 52, A Bounty of Treasures with a Playful Smile. Gohan raised a hand, and his energy blasts erupted like fireworks toward Frieza's base. Unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy that surged into the sky, as it descended, terrifying energy blasts rained down upon the entire Frieza base. Boom! The Frieza fortress was devastated, countless structures crumbling in an instant. Explosive flames sent Frieza Force warriors scrambling for cover, their expressions filled with sheer terror as they struggled to comprehend what was happening. What is going on? What in the world is happening? No! My spaceship is destroyed. Who did this? Camu, what is happening? What is this guy doing? Who is he? Has he lost his mind? The group stared agape at Gohan soaring high above, their faces shifting in disbelief. Unable to fathom the magnitude of his power, within the Frieza force, who could possibly contend with him? Camu was left in shock, overwhelmed by Gohan's sheer presence. He did not dare to confront him. Meanwhile, Zilai was bursting with excitement, laughing heartily as she supported Gohan, proudly commanding the others. This is the mighty Super Saiyan. He is the one who defeated King Frieza. Haven to you heard? Kneel and beg for mercy at once. Camu and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Gohan's rampant energy blasts had disturbed several of the Frieza force's strongest warriors, that a trio of warriors, each with combat powers of 500. 000 rushed towards Gohan, clearly intent on intercepting him. This gave Camu a glimmer of hope, and he exclaimed joyfully, "The new Ginyu Force warriors have arrived? Excellent. With them here, we need not fear this brat." The Ginyu Force warriors had long since noticed Gohan and immediately locked onto him as they approached. Fists clenched in anger. "What are you doing in the Frieza force? Do you think so little of us Ginyu warriors? Stop right there. Are you seeking death?" They confronted Gohan, demanding he cease his destructive actions within the Frieza force. Gohan, regarding the three 500,000 power warriors with a sneer, was utterly unimpressed. How audacious of them to challenge him. He found it amusing, smirking coldly as he cast a glance at them, causing the trio to freeze in place. In that instant, their expressions turned pale, realizing Gohan's power was anything but ordinary. What was his combat power again? "I don't know. The scanners exploded earlier. Our latest devices wouldn't even explode until they reached 10 million. Could this kid possibly exceed 10 million? Impossible. That would put him on par with Lord Frieza." Listening to their exchange, Gohan couldn't help but chuckle coldly, his voice laced with ice. "What is Frieza? Even if he were to attain Golden Frieza, he wouldn't be worth even my pinky finger. Get lost, you trash. Bring Frieza here. Even if he comes, I could rob his base right in front of him." The three warriors exchanged incredulous looks, unable to comprehend Gohan's arrogance. The very notion of robbing their base in front of King Frieza was absurd. Infuriated, the trio charged at Gohan, furious. "You scoundrel! Even without King Frieza? We can take you down. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Gohan was thoroughly pleased with the cosmic map and the accompanying probe, wearing a broad smile. Beside him, Videl and the others could not help but exclaim in astonishment. "Wow, this natural gemstone is enormous. And look at all these jewels, Gohan. These treasures are truly remarkable." Zilai had seized a considerable number of jewels, and their display left Videl and Android 18 equally astonished. Upon picking up some jewels, Videl immediately discerned their immense value. Android 18 also took a liking to these exquisite items, casually picking up a few, knowing full well that they could fetch billions on Earth. With such a bounty, the total value could easily amount to hundreds of billions. In a buoyant mood, she praised Zilai, saying, "Well done. If we bring these back to Earth, we could sell them for several hundred billion. Or even over 1,000 billion. Zilai chuckled appreciatively, eager to ingratiate himself. "Sister 18, I collected all of these. Originally, that fellow Remo didn't want them, that I thought you and Lady Videl would certainly want them. So I brought them all back." That a smile graced 18's lips as she casually tossed 2 pieces of jewelry to him. "That you've done well. This is your reward." Elated by the 2 pieces he received, Zilai cheered joyfully. "Thank you, Sister 18. This is exactly what I wanted." Having acquired 2 jewels, he was already ecstatic, for even one would suffice to exchange for a significant amount of universal currency. 2 would ensure a lifetime of comfort. After all, these were treasures from Frieza's vault. While 18 and Videl examined the jewels, Gohan directed Remo to pilot the spaceship toward a certain planet. Observing Gohan's instructions, Remo's expression shifted as he spoke up. Saiyan Lord, are we truly going to seek out this individual named Broly? I've heard he harbors a grudge against your kind. His father has been a follower of Frieza and is one of those responsible for the destruction of the Saiyan homeworld. Broly was indeed tied to the devastation of the Saiyan planet. His father's temperament was notoriously harsh. However, Broly himself was commendable, possessing exceptional strength. His formidable combat prowess would make for an excellent training subject. As Gohan sought to further enhance his own abilities, with renewed determination, he declared, "Do not fear. I wish to challenge him." After all, he is the mightiest Super Saiyan transformation among the Saiyans. I am eager to witness the raw power of this transformation. Gohan exuded confidence, rendering Remo speechless, fully aware of Gohan's capabilities as he piloted the spaceship. Following the navigation, they set course directly for Broly's planet. With the speed of the spacecraft, they would arrive within half a day. Upon landing on a desolate and inhospitable planet, they were met with gargantuan creatures, resembling dinosaurs, roaming the surface. This planet was inhospitable to ordinary beings. Only the Saiyans possessed the fortitude to survive here. Broly had been abandoned on this planet since childhood to train, with his father intent on having him rival Prince Vegeta. This relentless pursuit of strength came at a grave cost, as his father neglected Broly's well-being in favor of cultivating his combat abilities. Gohan truly came as a savior, believing that if Broly could be trained effectively, he would undoubtedly become the strongest warrior under his command. Even Frieza in his golden form would stand no chance against Broly's might. Such was a measure of Broly's power. As the spaceship came to a halt, swirling sand enveloped them, and the door opened. Gohan was the first to emerge, followed closely by Zillai, who approached cautiously, clearly intimidated by the monstrous inhabitants of this planet. Upon descending, she sensed the planet's unusual nature, filled with terrifying creatures. "Gohan, my lord, is the person we seek truly here. I can't fathom how anyone could survive in such a place," she exclaimed. Remo nodded in agreement, his expression serious. This can only be described as a genuine death planet, teeming with formidable beasts. If someone has managed to survive here, their combat strength must be extraordinary. Indeed, Broly had grown up in this perilous environment. Gohan raised his head, surveying the surroundings, and soon detected a powerful energy signature. Exactly the person he sought. Chapter 54. The original Super Saiyan Broly, a creature, lay on the ground, its body marred and battered, clearly having undergone a fierce battle before its demise. Broly, a towering figure akin to a small mountain, was in the process of dissecting the monster's carcass, seeking to replenish his energy with its flesh. As he worked, he sensed a powerful gaze upon him, compelling him to look up toward the source of the intense scrutiny. Beside him, Paragus observed with a furrowed brow, perplexed. "What is it, Broly?" he inquired as Broly's brow furrowed deeper. His expression fluctuated as he replied, "There is a powerful being over there, unlike any I have encountered before." Paragus, however, remained skeptical. They had endured much on this planet, and it seemed implausible that any creature could surpass their strength. With a dismissive snort, he replied, "The monsters on this planet are no match for Saiyans. Now, gather your things. We shall investigate." Broly retrieved some meat, acknowledging that while it was not palatable, any sustenance was a blessing on this desolate world. He would consume anything to survive. Moreover, he was merely a puppet to his father, who controlled Broly with a shock collar, training him to become the ultimate Saiyan warrior. Paragus, wielding the remote control, orchestrated Broly's every move, subjecting him to pain at will. Raising his hand, Paragus commanded Broly to bring the hard-earned food to a nearby location, eager to discover what creature had captured Broly's attention. They ventured a short distance before spotting a spaceship not far off, causing Paragus's expression to shift to one of shock. "What is going on? A spaceship here? Who could it be? Is it a Saiyan, or perhaps someone from Frieza's camp?" He was bewildered by the presence of a vessel on this remote planet, its size suggesting it was anything but ordinary. The spaceship had already landed, and it appeared that its occupants had disembarked, although their whereabouts remained unknown. Paragus turned to Broly, asking, "Are they close by?" Broly scanned the area, still unable to fully control his energy signature, and shook his head. Paragus scoffed, his irritation palpable. "I've instructed you to master your power, yet you show no improvement. It seems my efforts have been in vain." Broly lowered his gaze, silent. Paragus scrutinized the spaceship ahead, a sly grin creeping across his face. "Since the ship is here, it must contain valuable resources. Broly, go and destroy that ship and seize its contents." Broly's expression darkened at the command. He was hesitant about robbing others, ready to protest, But Paragus brandished the remote control threateningly, demanding, "Get over there and take everything from the ship. If you defy me, you know what fate awaits you." Fearful, Broly's face paled as he glanced at the remote and retreated a few steps, his gaze fixed on the spaceship. Yet he ultimately took a step toward it. However, as he approached and made contact with the vessel, a beam of energy shot forth. "What do you think you are doing?" Boom! As the energy laser from number 18 shot forth, Broly's expression shifted dramatically. Causing him to retreat instantaneously, he watched in astonishment as the laser obliterated a small hill. His countenance fluctuated, realizing the formidable strength of his opponent. Paragus, with a cold smirk, observed the arrival of a woman. His gaze chillingly resolute. "It appears that this spaceship belongs to you. A mere girl can stand in our way. Broly, eliminate her and seize her vessel. Do you understand?" Just as Broly hesitated, Paragus activated the electric shock button in his hand. Crackling sounds filled the air, and as the current surged, Broly clutched the collar around his neck, trembling uncontrollably. In an instant, his anguished cries echoed. "Ah! Ah!" The agony etched on his face caused number 18 to furrow her brow, while her companion, Videl, felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Who were they, and why did he treat his own son this way? Number 18 gazed at Paragus, reluctantly acknowledging that some Saiyans were devoid of familial bonds. Driven solely by self-interest, once the electric shock subsided, Broly complied with Paragus's command and charged at number 18, delivering a powerful punch. Number 18's expression shifted as she realized that, following the electric shock, Broly's speed had increased tremendously, and the explosive force he exhibited clearly surpassed that of his Super Saiyan. She now understood that he was truly exceptional. It was no wonder Gohan had come to this planet, for such strength was remarkable. Choosing not to evade, number 18 faced him head-on, exchanging blows with Broly as they engaged in a flurry of combat that seemed to last mere moments. The ground shook as their energy waves clashed, creating numerous craters around them. As Broly sensed number 18's power, he continuously tapped into his latent potential, his strength surging at an alarming rate. Number 18 frowned, realizing she could not continue to trade blows with him, and swiftly retreated. Her expression tinged with unease as she regarded this peculiar Saiyan. "This is strange. He possesses the strength of a Super Saiyan without transforming. Why own power exceeds that of Super Saiyan 1, surpassing even Super Saiyan 2. Yet I cannot defeat this guy in his base form. Indeed, this Broly is formidable even without transformation," making number 18 truly wary. Just as Broly prepared to attack again, a voice rang out. "Hey, you two are rather hasty. I just went looking for you, and it seems you returned to my spaceship. Are you planning to loot it?" Gohan had returned with the two, having searched for Broly earlier, only to realize he had found a spaceship and rushed back. Upon seeing Gohan, Paragus's expression changed dramatically, his astonishment palpable. You are a Saiyan." "No, wait, your bloodline is mixed." "Who is your father?" "We're all Saiyans, not annihilated." "How can there still be descendants? Do you know Vegeta?" Instantly, he deduced Vegeta's involvement, his gaze shifting as he discerned Gohan's mixed heritage, realizing Gohan was indeed a Saiyan descendant. This implied that Vegeta might still be alive. Gohan smirked, casting a glance at Paragus, his demeanor calm. "I have no connection to Vegeta. You are Broly's father, I presume. It is unfortunate for him to have a father like you. Allow me to guide him instead." Paragus's expression darkened, perplexed by the Saiyan's words. Upon hearing Gohan mention familiarity with Vegeta, his fists clenched in anger. "Damn Vegeta, he is still alive. I will capture you and extract his whereabouts from you. Broly, seize him alive." He raised his hand, issuing another command to Broly. With a roar, Broly, clearly on the brink of losing his sanity, charged at Gohan with reckless abandon. Throwing a punch, Gohan did not flinch. In a swift motion, he caught Broly's fist, the ease with which he intercepted Broly's blow, standing firm against the raging winds, left both Paragus and Broly in astonishment. "No, it cannot be. You cannot possibly catch my Broly's punch. Who are you?" Broly's strength had reached that of a Super Saiyan god, and Gohan, as a mere base Saiyan, should not have been able to withstand such force. Gohan's expression remained cold, a smirk playing on his lips. It is not only this fellow who can wield Super Saiyan strength without transforming, I can do the same, and without transformation, he is no match for me. With that, he seized Broly's arm and effortlessly hurled him away to a nearby hill. The impact was catastrophic, shattering multiple hills before Broly finally came to a stop, his body battered and bruised. From behind, Chi-Lai cheered, raising her hands in excitement. Gohan, you can do it! Ha! This Broly is not so impressive after all. He cannot surpass Gohan. However, Remo's expression turned serious as he spoke gravely to know. That guy's battle power is terrifying. If he's caught Gohan's attention, he must possess some untapped potential. We should wait and see. Chi-Lai looked on curiously. Despite her favorable impression of Broly, she admired Gohan's overwhelming strength. Knowing he was far beyond this pitiful Saiyan, Broly was sent flying. Paragus' face darkened in fury. Broly, you fool. How could you be thrown aside like that? What are you doing? Eliminate this guy at once. Chapter 55. I have yet to transform. Broly's lack of strength against the mixed-blood Saiyan infuriated Paragus, who erupted in rage. He cursed loudly, raising his hand to intensify the electric shock, pushing it to its maximum. Kill him. There's no need to capture him. Just eliminate him, and I will interrogate his companions later. Get him! The electric surge reached its peak, and countless volts coursed through Broly's body, causing his already battered form to convulse violently, plunging him into unconsciousness. The powerful current lifted Broly off the ground. And not far away, Chi-Lai observed with a hint of sympathy. His father is truly despicable for treating his son this way. Remo spoke calmly. The Saiyan race has always been this way. Do not forget. They were once the fiercest warriors in the universe. Indeed, Paragus was solely focused on vengeance. Indifferent to everything else, he had rendered Broly unconscious. And in the following moment, Broly trembled violently as his latent abilities erupted forth. His muscles expanded instantaneously, and his energy surged skyward, causing the very planet to tremble under the awakening of his primal Super Saiyan transformation. The ground cracked, and molten lava began to bubble forth. Broly had completely lost consciousness, consumed only by the instinct to battle, his eyes vacant as he roared in a frenzied outburst. At that moment, Chi-Lai began to comprehend Gohan's intentions in seeking out this individual. This terrifying battle power made her tremble with anticipation. This guy is incredible. He surpasses even King Frieza. Remo nodded in agreement. Yes, his energy is far more potent. King Frieza does not possess such strength. Now I understand why Gohan sought this individual. Chi-Lai grew concerned, but what if Gohan is not his match? That energy exceeds even King Frieza's. Master Gohan will not be defeated. Will he? Leimo cast a glance at Gohan. Noting the unwavering calmness etched across his face, with a composed demeanor, he remarked, "It seems unlikely. Just observe Master Gohan. His current tranquility suggests that everything is unfolding precisely as he anticipated." It was only then that Zillai realized Gohan remained unfazed by Broly's transformation. Even in his original Super Saiyan form at 100, which could rival the power of Super Saiyan Blue, Broly represented a formidable adversary. Yet for him to overcome Gohan was utterly inconceivable. How could a mere shell of a being pose a threat to him? His gaze drifted to Paragus, who stood not far away, and he could not shake the feeling that this man was nothing short of a calamity. With him around, Broly would never be allowed to become his subordinate. An instant flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, a look that did not escape Paragus, who immediately sensed the ominous aura emanating from Gohan. Terrified, he swiftly commanded, "Broly, eliminate him. Dispose of him at once." Once Broly succumbed to his loss of awareness and transformed into a relentless war machine, he instinctively locked onto Gohan. For Gohan was the mightiest presence in the vicinity, but he yearned to challenge the strongest. This thought was his last vestige of consciousness as he charged forward, claws outstretched toward Gohan. Gohan deftly evaded, retreating with agility, while Broly pursued him relentlessly. And no matter what obstacles arose, he shattered through them with ease. This led to both combatants plunging from the surface, delving deep into the planet's core, where at the moment of a volcanic eruption, Gohan surged forth, propelling them into the sky amidst the molten fury. With a synchronized clash of fists, an explosive wave of energy erupted, fracturing the very fabric of the planet itself, as they continued their fierce exchange. Each blow sent magma spewing forth, widening the fissures across the planet. Witnessing this catastrophic spectacle, Zillai's expression soured, and he sensed the escalating peril. Gohan, Master Gohan, and that individual possess overwhelming power. If this continues, the entire planet is destined for destruction. Sister 18, Lady Videl, we should hasten back to the spaceship. Lei Mo nodded in agreement, feeling the urgency of the situation. If this persisted, the planet would surely explode. He raised his hand, calling out to Gohan. Master Gohan, we must return to the spaceship. This foe's strength is terrifying. We fear the planet may detonate. Gohan too recognized that to subdue Broly would require a level of power that the planet could not withstand, as he wished to protect his comrades. Nodding, he instructed the nearby 18. You all should board the spaceship without concern for me. I shall handle this adversary point. 18 nodded, and, accompanied by Videl, swiftly ascended aboard the spaceship, taking flight into the sky. Paragus, observing from a distance, felt a shift in his demeanor, his face twisting in dissatisfaction. He was determined not to let the spaceship escape. Damn it, you lot, leave the spaceship behind. Paragus launched himself toward the vessel. However, before he could reach it, Gohan unleashed an energy blast to intercept him. The blast whooshed past him, sending Paragus into a cold sweat as he glared at Gohan, his teeth clenched in frustration. You cannot possibly be a match for Broly. Surrender now and reveal Vegeta's whereabouts, or else you shall all perish here. Gohan chuckled, finding the situation amusing. Will you not find it peculiar that I am currently engaging your Broly without even transforming? You should be aware that beyond the Super Saiyan transformations, there are others. I'm not even employing my transformations. Paragus suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing that Gohan had been fighting in his base form all along. Even during their fist fights, his expression shifted to one of disbelief as he stammered. No, this cannot be. You possess such formidable power without transforming. If you were to transform, yet Gohan would make him believe, taking a deep breath. He unleashed his ultimate battle form. Allow me to showcase the true extent of my power. Super Rose transformation. In an instant, Gohan completed his transformation, radiating an overwhelming energy that manifested into a colossal figure. The sheer might of this form, with its unparalleled defense and destructive potential, left Paragus utterly stunned. He could hardly fathom that a Saiyan could achieve such a feat. The terrifying aura emanating from Gohan made him tremble as he gazed up at the giant figure. As Broly charged forward, Gohan's colossal form raised a hand and effortlessly swatted him away. With a single hand, Gohan's manifestation pressed Broly downward, forcing him into the ground with tremendous force. The earth shattered beneath them, and Broly was driven deep into the planet's molten core. As the magma erupted violently, the planet began to tremble ominously. Paragus, sensing the impending doom, called out to Broly, "Stop, Broly! If this continues, the planet will explode." Unfortunately, Broly had long since lost control. Driven into a frenzy by Gohan's might, he unleashed his full power as a 100 Super Saiyan. With a mighty roar, he erupted from the magma, his strength surging anew. Much to Gohan's satisfaction. Excellent. Continue to amplify your power. Only then can you serve as my training partner. How delightful that I sought you out. Gohan laughed heartily as he charged a punch toward Broly. This time, Broly seized Gohan's colossal hand, attempting to match the power of Gohan's transformation. In a fit of rage, he pushed against Gohan's grip. Gohan raised an eyebrow in appreciation, noting, "Indeed, your strength is commendable. Alas, you lack any awareness. Entirely out of control and relying solely on brute force will not suffice." As he spoke, Gohan withdrew his energy, redirecting it back within himself. In that instant, Broly, now devoid of target, stood perplexed, his expression blank as he processed the sudden disappearance of Gohan's giant form. Gohan, having recharged his energy, initiated his transformation once more, drawing in a deep breath. A glimmer ignited in his eyes, and in the next moment, the 100-fold Kaioken surged forth, propelling his speed to its utmost limit. In a flash, Gohan zipped past Broly, who remained frozen in place, unresponsive. Gohan, at the peak of his 100-fold Kaioken, appeared before Broly, who still had yet to react, and delivered a powerful punch, sending him crashing into the magma. With a more forceful strike, Broly was once again plunged into the molten core of the planet, this time causing the very heart of the planet to rupture. The explosive magma surged forth, engulfing the entire celestial body. It was clear that the planet was doomed, teetering on the brink of annihilation within mere minutes. Paragus wore a ghastly expression, his face drained of color, utterly unprepared for this turn of events as fissures began to appear beneath his feet. He had lost all desire to continue the fight. Should the planet explode, they would be doomed without a spacecraft. With a grim visage, he shouted into the magma, "Enough, Broly, stop! We must flee. This planet is about to explode." "Hurry, cease this madness." Gohan cast a cold glance at him, disdain etched on his features as he retorted, "Now you wish to halt. It is far from simple with you still present. Broly is unlikely to return to a normal state." With that, Gohan raised a hand, aiming it squarely at Paragus. Paragus's expression shifted in alarm as he attempted to resist, but Gohan offered him no chance. "Perish," he declared. A beam of energy shot forth, and Paragus's face contorted in horror. In his current state, he was powerless to withstand Gohan's wrath. It was evident that Gohan intended to end his life. He raised his hand in a futile attempt to shield himself. But the laser pierced through his very being, obliterating half of his body. Overwhelmed by agony and despair, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with an unquenchable bitterness. Gohan, with an air of indifference, glanced at him before returning his focus to the magma, smirking as he taunted Broly, "Your father is dead. If you wish to avenge him, come find me now. You can hear me, can't you? You want to perish so easily. With your strength, mere magma cannot claim your life on this planet." A surge of magma erupted, and Broly reemerged, his gaze immediately falling upon his father's lifeless form. His countenance darkening as he clenched his fist. In that moment, he erupted with rage. "Father! Father!" he roared, the emotional turmoil overwhelming him. Despite Paragus viewing him merely as a tool, Broly still held a deep-seated attachment to his father. Witnessing the destruction of his father ignited a fury within him, propelling him into a frenzied state, consumed solely by the desire to battle, heedless of the impending planetary explosion as he lunged toward Gohan. The two clashed in the skies above, descending deep into the molten core. Their exchanged blows unleashed a tempest of energy, further shattering the planet. Meanwhile, in the cosmos, Android 18 and her companions had long since departed from the doomed planet. As they hovered in space, gazing down, they observed the planet slowly disintegrating. Chilai's expression was one of awe. This battle was the fiercest she had ever witnessed, surpassing even the prior invasion by Frieza's army. "This is utterly terrifying. The planet is on the verge of exploding. I hope Gohan will be all right," she whispered, her voice laden with concern. Android 18, with a serious demeanor, replied confidently, "If it's him, he should find a way to escape." Remo quickly spotted the two figures soaring from the planet into space. "Look, that's my Gohan, and that other one is Broly," he exclaimed, prompting everyone to focus intently on the spectacle. In that moment of planetary explosion, the two ascended into the void of space. Although the vacuum of space lacked air, their formidable powers rendered such obstacles trivial, allowing them to endure for several minutes as they emerged into space. A fierce battle unfolded, sending shockwaves through the surrounding meteors, shattering them in their wake. The explosions resonated throughout the cosmos, causing violent tremors. The combatants transitioned from one planet to another, with Broly relentlessly pursuing Gohan, who maintained a measured distance, luring his adversary. The onlookers aboard the spaceship were left in stunned disbelief, witnessing the sheer magnitude of their power, which disregarded the environment itself, utterly obliterating a planet and pulverizing countless meteors. Upon landing on a desolate planet, Gohan watched as Broly charged at him with wild abandon. As Broly collided with him, Gohan deftly sidestepped, allowing Broly to crash into the barren world. Seizing the moment, Gohan raised his hand, preparing to conclude their conflict. "Enough!" The final Kamehameha, perfected to 100, Let this planet be shattered. With both hands raised, the Kamehameha charged with a crimson glow, just as Broly attempted to flee. Gohan unleashed the colossal wave, engulfing the planet and forcing Broly back into its core. This time, Broly could not resist. He was struck by the Kamehameha, propelled deep into the planet's interior. The barren world erupted, a colossal wave of energy rippling through the cosmos. Boom! The spaceship carrying Android 18 and her companions was rocked violently. Inside, they clung desperately to the handrails, fighting to remain anchored as the vessel shuddered violently. After several minutes, the tumult subsided, allowing the crew to exhale in relief, astonished that Gohan had obliterated an entire planet with such ease. Gohan hovered high above, sensing the diminishing energy of Broly. With a smirk, he soared back into the spaceship. Android 18 opened the hatch, and Gohan dove inside, relieved to breathe the oxygen within the craft. That guy was truly a handful. I nearly suffocated out there. Space battles without oxygen are exceedingly difficult for prolonged engagements. Chi Lai, still gazing at the remnants of the exploded planet, turned to Gohan with trepidation. Gohan, is he dead? Gohan waved dismissively. No, that guy's as tough as they come. He won T-Die easily, but he should be unconscious for now. Let us head over and retrieve him. Chi Lai's face reflected her anxiety as she voiced her concern. Gohan, what if he wakes up? What if he goes berserk again? His father is gone. Won't he seek revenge on us? Unfazed, Gohan replied, that father of his was nothing but trash. His death means nothing. Broly, however, still holds potential. I know he has likely been targeted by Frieza's army. I could use a powerful ally to oppose Frieza and protect my ship. He waved his hand, reassuring her, do not fear. If he wakes, I have ways to subdue him, that we must retrieve him now, or he'll truly be lost. Remo promptly piloted the ship toward the remnants of the exploded planet, soon locating the unconscious Broly. Under Gohan's direction, he donned a spacesuit, ventured into the void, and secured Broly, bringing him back aboard the ship. Broly regained consciousness a day later, with him captured and restrained. Gohan resumed his quest for the Super Dragon Balls of Universe 7. As he scrutinized Frieza's cosmic map, contemplating their direction, a distant commotion caught his attention. That Chi Lai's voice broke through his thoughts. Gohan! He awake. As Gohan turned his head, he was taken aback to discover that the bound Broly had awakened. Despite being restrained, the feeble bonds posed no hindrance to Broly's formidable strength. Upon witnessing Broly's revival, Gohan set aside the cosmic map and approached him directly. Broly, emerging from his stupor, lifted his gaze to meet Gohan's eyes. Although he had lost his sanity during their earlier confrontation, he was acutely aware that his father had perished before him, and that this individual had nearly led him to meet his demise in the vastness of space. Confusion clouded his mind as he pondered why this person had saved him and brought him aboard the spaceship. Yet, hatred blinded him, and his expression was one of fierce resentment, as if he were on the verge of erupting. Startled, Zillai quickly took refuge behind Gohan. Gohan, this individual should not have been saved. He might explode at any moment, and our spaceship could be destroyed. Gohan regarded him with an expression of icy indifference, unleashing his conqueror's haki to temporarily subdue Broly with an illusion. Calmly observing Broly's fury, he spoke in a measured tone. Broly, I can offer you the freedom you desire. Are you willing to serve under me and assist in conquering this universe? However, to Gohan's surprise, Broly suddenly broke free from his restraints, his face twisted with rage as he shouted, My father died because of you. I shall avenge him. Gohan, unfazed by Broly's outburst, dismissed him with a scoff, continuing with his cold demeanor. Your father brought this upon himself. He sought to seize my spaceship and attempted to kill me. His demise was a result of his own choices. This world favors the strong, and I prevailed over him, which is why he is dead. If the roles were reversed, I would have been the one to perish. The reason I remain alive is that I am stronger. Gohan's haughty demeanor caused Broly's expression to fluctuate as he reluctantly acknowledged the truth of Gohan's words that in the cosmos, strength reigns supreme. And even at his peak, Broly knew he could not contend with the man before him. His face paled as he grappled with the question of why Gohan had spared his life. Why? Why did you not kill me? Gohan replied coolly, because you hold value, potential valued, I do not expect you to forgive me. But since I am superior to you, you must submit to me that I offer you the chance to avenge your father. If you possess the strength to overcome, I am willing to assist you in avenging him." Broly's expression shifted dramatically, taken aback by Gohan's composure. Chapter 58. The captivating nature of food. Broly's countenance continued to change as he struggled to trust the words of this man. "Why should I believe you?" he retorted, his face twisted in hatred. Zillai, standing nearby, interjected with a pout. "If it weren't for Gohan, you would have been dead long. Oda not forget that you were defeated by him. Otherwise, why would he have rescued you, allowing you to linger in the universe a little longer? You are alive because of him." Broly fell silent at Zillai's words. Indeed, if Gohan had not saved him, he would likely have perished. Yet, he remained perplexed by the intentions of the man before him. He had killed his father, but granted him the opportunity for survival, placing the power of choice in his hands. Now, he could be considered truly free, but he was at a loss for what to do next. His simple mind could not fathom such complex dilemmas. While he desired revenge against Gohan, he knew well that he could not match the strength of the man before him. Direct vengeance would likely result in his being cast from the spaceship, a certain death. Conversely, if he refrained from revenge, what could he possibly do? Would he truly become this man's subordinate and assist him in his endeavors? Broly's face was a mask of inner turmoil, his expression one of profound anguish. Noticing his distress, Zillai approached and gently patted him on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. In truth, following Gohan is quite agreeable. He is far superior to Frieza and considerably better than your father. Your father was exceedingly cruel, controlling you with a collar. Look at Gohan. He has never resorted to such tactics. Zillai's words began to resonate with Broly, and he recognized the cruelty of his father's treatment. In comparison, this man appeared to be a far better option. Bowing his head, Broly fell silent. Zillai, rolling her eyes, returned to Gohan's side and spoke softly. "Gohan, keeping this guy on our ship poses a risk. He could erupt into rage at any moment. Should we consider restraining him again?" Gohan waved his hand dismissively. Unperturbed, no need for that. Let him come to his own conclusions. He had his own matters to attend to, and whether Broly found clarity was entirely up to him. As Gohan turned to examine the cosmic map in search of the location of the third Dragon Ball, the spaceship swiftly honed in on a planet. With the assistance of a Dragon Ball radar, they navigated toward their destination. Amidst the journey through the cosmos, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, traveling through several star systems. They observe an array of peculiar planets, their breathtaking landscapes eliciting gasps of awe from those aboard the spaceship. "Gohan, look! That planet is stunning, and it even has green vegetation like Earth," Videl exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a small Earth-like planet in the distance. Gohan took notice as well, and just then, the Dragon Ball radar registered a response, indicating they were nearing the location of the coveted Super Dragon Ball. "Indeed, let us proceed. This should be the site of the third Super Dragon Ball." He commanded Remo to pilot the spaceship toward the small Earth-like planet. Upon landing, they discovered an environment strikingly similar to Earth, with greenery flourishing everywhere and oxygen present. Numerous animals inhabited this planet. Yet it was devoid of humans, save for a few creatures. Yes, they disembarked from the spaceship. Broly trailed closely behind, experiencing his first foray into the outside world after escaping from a hellish existence. Arriving on this new planet, he surveyed his surroundings in disbelief, astonished that such a safe haven existed, and no monsters or threatening beings were present. He began to question why his father had subjected him to such a dire environment. Lowering his gaze, he glanced at the collar around his neck, his expression shifting once more. Not far away, Android 18 and Videl had already unpacked food, ready to enjoy a meal. "Gohan, this spot is perfect for a picnic. We brought plenty of food from the spaceship." With the increase in their numbers, their food supply had dwindled rapidly, yet Bulma had prepared an ample amount. The provisions could last them several months. Sufficient for their group. The delicious Earth cuisine was unveiled. Remo and Zillai's eyes lit up with excitement as they approached the spread of delectable roasted chicken, duck, hamburgers, and fries. Upon tasting the food, they were immediately captivated by its exquisite flavors. "Gohan, Your Earth's food is unparalleled. These past few days on the spaceship have offered the best meals of my life, Zilai exclaimed joyfully, devouring a hamburger with fervor. Her fingers licking clean as she savored every bite. Remo joined in, equally enthusiastic. However, Broly, observing from a distance, remained vigilant and hesitant to approach. Zilai caught sight of his apprehension and shook her head, pressing a hamburger into his hands. Here, eat. Are you afraid we might poison you? Gohan doesn't need to resort to such unnecessary measures. Enjoy your meal. I bet you haven't had anything this good in that wretched place, staring at the hamburger before him. Broly was momentarily dumbfounded. When had he ever tasted such a meticulously crafted delicacy? On his previous planet, simply having cooked meat was a luxury. Often, he was forced to consume raw flesh, which was undeniably unappetizing. Taking a bite of the hamburger, Broly's eyes widened in astonishment. With a newfound appreciation for food, he began to devour it voraciously, entering full glutton mode. Gohan observed this scene with surprise, realizing that this creature's weakness lay in Earth's cuisine. He need not utter a single word. The mere presence of Earth's culinary delights was enough to ensnare Broly. As Broly devoured his hamburger with abandon, Zilai playfully elbowed him and remarked with a grin, "How does it feel to follow our esteemed Gohan? You eat well and enjoy your freedom, far superior to whatever scraps your wretched father offers." Broly instinctively nodded, only to shake his head moments later, raising his gaze to glare at her in anger. Zilai, feigning ignorance, continued to smile brightly. "You've just admitted it yourself. Deep down, you know well the cruelty of your father. He doesn't even provide you with good food. Look at our Gohan. He is never stingy with what he offers." Broly stared silently at the hamburger before him. Zilai, feeling dissatisfied, pressed on. "If it weren't for Gohan, you would have been dead long ago. Your father controls you like a mere instrument of murder. Gohan has liberated you, yet you remain utterly ungrateful." Broly halted his eating, enveloped in silence, and set the hamburger down. Observing this, Zilai furrowed her brow, genuinely believing him to be obstinate. Just as she was about to say more, an alarm blared from the spaceship. Beep! Beep! Remo, monitoring the situation with his wrist device, paled and hurriedly informed Gohan, "This is bad. Gohan, a fleet of ships is approaching us. The insignia indicates it's Frieza's army." Frieza's legion, which had traversed much of the universe, had finally pinpointed their location. As their ship landed, Frieza's forces swiftly surrounded them. Seething with rage, intent on avenging the robbery of his base. "Frieza, those fools have landed on a planet. This is our chance. Let us surround them and ensure that they do not escape." Seated at the helm of the ship, Frieza glared coldly at the ships docked on the planet, his expression darkening with fury. "How dare they plunder what belongs to King Frieza? I will see them all perish here. Mobilize everyone. Not a single one shall escape." His subordinates, responding to his command, swiftly deployed their fleet. In no time, over 1,000 ships spread across the cosmos, encircling the planet, effectively trapping Gohan. The Frieza army had arrived. Zilai quickly noticed, her face paling in terror as she cowered behind Gohan, trembling at the mere thought of Frieza. After all, within the 7th universe, King Frieza's reputation was notorious, echoing throughout the cosmos, even more so than that of the god of destruction. For years, it was Frieza who had undertaken various tasks for the god of destruction, allowing the latter to indulge in leisure. N01 was oblivious to Frieza's terror. Remo's face mirrored her dread. If it were just Frieza, it might have been manageable, but now he brought his entire legion. Thousands of warriors filled the skies, making it clear that he had no intention of letting any of them escape. Gohan lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Frieza, who hovered menacingly in his hovering infant carriage. A look of pure wrath etched onto his face. "Remo, Zilai, you treacherous traitors! How dare you betray King Frieza? You have sealed your fate." Frieza hissed, a sinister promise in his voice. "Rest assured, I shall take my time tormenting you both until your last breath. You will not die swiftly." Frieza detested betrayal, and he intended to draw out their suffering. His fury then turned toward the Saiyan who had instigated this chaos, a tremor of rage coursing through him as he coldly declared, "And you, vile Saiyan, Your kind is insufferable. How dare you plunder my base? Chapter 59. The emergence of Golden Frieza, you despicable Saiyan. I see in you the image of someone I utterly despise. I will relish in torturing you, and you shall all perish here. Frieza's ire was palpable as he fixated on Gohan, his voice seething with rage. The Frieza army was prepared, over 10,000 warriors surrounding them. A formidable force indeed. It was evident that Frieza was truly enraged, for the devastation wrought upon his base was immense, and he could not contain his fury. He was intent on annihilating those who dared to rob him. Gohan raised his head, unfazed by Frieza's presence. However, the sheer number of warriors was somewhat daunting. If a skirmish ensued, it was likely that his allies, such as Dilly and Android 18, could be harmed. Casting a glance at Broly, he smirked and said, "Leave the one at the front to me. You take care of the rest of the rabble, but if you don't want to die here, help me with the smaller fry." Broly's expression shifted, his gaze locking onto Frieza as he surveyed the delectable food on the ground. With a scowl, he replied coolly, "No, I'll take the one in front. You handle the others." Gohan was taken aback by this unexpected response. Yet he could see the seriousness in Broly's eyes, that the smile crept across his face. "All right, it seems you've come to a decision." Broly's expression remained icy. "I am merely repaying the favor for the good food you provided." With that, he sprang forward, charging at Frieza. Frieza furrowed his brow, bewildered that this fool would willingly approach him. His countenance darkened as he raised a hand, firing an energy blast. However, Broly effortlessly swatted the blast away. Such prowess and confidence immediately alerted Frieza to Broly's true nature, leading him to realize, you two are a Saiyan. The battle commenced between the untransformed Broly and Frieza, with Broly pursuing the latter while Frieza, seated in his carriage, dodged while firing energy blasts. It appeared that Broly could stall Frieza for a moment, and in that time, Gohan resolved to eliminate the remaining foes swiftly. He had no intention of prolonging this conflict. "All right, from here on out, I will handle the rest. You all stay back. I intend to take down this entire legion of 10,000 at once." Gohan's declaration caused Zillai and Remo to exchange worried glances. Fully aware of his formidable strength, they silently retreated, waiting for Gohan to make his move. As Gohan stepped forward, the gathered Frieza warriors erupted into laughter, oblivious to Gohan's true abilities. They believed their numbers guaranteed victory. You think you could take on us all by yourself? Who gave you such audacity?" The Saiyan's bravado was laughable. Their numbers dwarfed his. Even if he could transform into a Super Saiyan, how could he possibly defeat them all at once? They were convinced that Frieza need not lift a finger. They would vanquish him themselves. The laughter of the Frieza Legion echoed, but Gohan found their arrogance amusing. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpened as he coldly retorted, "I can eliminate all of you in one fell swoop." Wiping out these 10,000 Frieza warriors would be a trivial task for him. Raising his hand, Gohan summoned a shadow clone technique. "You believe numbers give you an advantage. In my presence, they are insignificant. Shadow clone jutsu. 100 clones, 1,000 clones. Swish, swish, swish." At that moment, a thick haze enveloped the surroundings, and in the blink of an eye, Gohan multiplied into 1,000 clones that he unleashed all of them. For dealing with such trivial foes, a mere fraction of his strength was more than sufficient. Suddenly, 1,000 copies filled the sky, leaving the 1,000 warriors of Frieza's army utterly dumbfounded, their faces reflecting disbelief as they struggled to comprehend how one individual could transform into 1,000 identical beings. The 10,000 warriors exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the situation. What sorcery was this? This individual was not merely one person. How could he suddenly manifest into so many? Outrageous! Surely, this must be an illusion. I refuse to believe it. Some warriors, unwilling to accept the reality of Gohan's clones, recklessly charged forward, confronting one of Gohan's manifestations. Yet, even if Gohan's clone possessed less than 1,000th of his true power, that combat prowess still began at several million. With a single clenched fist, he unleashed a punch that sent the charging Frieza soldier flying. In the next moment, Gohan's clone initiated the Kamehameha, obliterating the opponent mid-air. The explosion of smoke erupted like fireworks, scattering in all directions. The Frieza soldiers were left in stunned silence. It became evident that Gohan's clones were indeed real and possessed terrifying combat abilities. One clone was already a formidable challenge. Now, there were 1,000, all at once. The 1,000 clones surged forward, launching themselves at the Frieza army, each one executing Kamehameha blasts or energy spheres, ruthlessly decimating the 10,000 Frieza soldiers. The tide of battle was overwhelmingly in Gohan's favor. The Frieza warriors soon realized the sheer magnitude of Gohan's power. There was no time to escape. The Kamehameha struck several soldiers, who had barely a moment to scream before being reduced to ash. Furthermore, the energy spheres disregarded defenses, slicing through 10 warriors in an instant. Chaos erupted among the Frieza army as panic set in. This was madness. The power of these clones was beyond comprehension. We cannot succumb to this fate. Frieza, save us! No, stay away! How could this individual create so many clones, each with combat capabilities in the millions? How could we possibly contend with 1,000 beings of such strength? We must flee. The Frieza soldiers scattered in all directions. Drawing the attention of Frieza himself, he could scarcely believe that his army could not withstand even half an hour. Utterly defeated with over 2,000 casualties, the remaining few thousand were paralyzed with fear. Turning to flee, unwilling to face the enemy, Frieza, enraged, let out a furious roar and transformed. Don't let anyone escape. I, Frieza, and my army are invincible. Those detestable Saiyans, I will annihilate you both. In an instant, Frieza achieved his most powerful transformation, Golden Frieza. His body gleamed with a golden hue as he hovered in the air, abandoning his infantile demeanor. With an air of superiority, he completed his ultimate transformation and gazed coldly at Broly, sneering, "The time for games is over. Saiyan, your demise is imminent. My Golden Frieza was intended for a Super Saiyan, but now it shall be used against you. You should consider yourself fortunate." Unaware of the full extent of Golden Frieza's power, Broly charged forward without hesitation. Unfortunately, lacking the Super Saiyan transformation, he was no match for Golden Frieza. With a swift punch, Golden Frieza effortlessly dodged and ensnared Broly's neck with his tail, lifting him high into the air. Broly struggled in agony, unable to break free, as Frieza held him in a vice-like grip, rendering him completely powerless. Golden Frieza, with a cruel smirk, taunted, "You a pathetic Saiyan, dare to compare yourself to me? Absurd. I shall make you the first to perish." Just as he prepared to snap Broly's neck, an energy blast whizzed past and struck his tail. With a crack, it severed Frieza's tail, prompting him to glare at Gohan, whose expression remained calm. "Frieza, this one possesses significant potential. You cannot be allowed to kill him. He is my subordinate, and his true strength surpasses your own." Golden Frieza scoffed at Gohan's words, incredulous that Broly could ever surpass him. "This pathetic Saiyan? How laughable. You interrupted me, and I will ensure you are the first to die." With that, Golden Frieza lunged at Gohan, who remained unhurried, skillfully retreating while leading Frieza to a nearby open battlefield. He was wary of the potential destruction and collateral damage that could ensue if they fought in close quarters. Gohan leaped away, with Golden Frieza in furious pursuit, seething with rage. "You little brat, stop hiding. Golden Frieza, will triumph." Chapter 90. Frieza's information is outdated. Golden Frieza brimmed with confidence, believing this transformation was tailored to combat Kakarot. In his mind, the Saiyan before him could merely achieve the Super Saiyan form. His power had long surpassed that of a Super Saiyan. Even a Super Saiyan 3 would be inadequate against him. Thus, he viewed Gohan with a condescending, cat-and-mouse mentality. Gohan led him to a flat expanse and halted, noting the mocking expression on Frieza's face, which made him smile. "Frieza, it appears you are quite confident in yourself. Do you truly believe that Golden Frieza can overcome my father, Kakarot?" Frieza furrowed his brow, finally realizing who Gohan was. No wonder he seemed familiar. This was Kakarot's son. Anger flared within Frieza as he clenched his fists. Incensed by Gohan's words, "You little brat, I had no idea you were that fool's offspring. How infuriating. I will kill you first, then deal with Kakarot on Earth." Gohan chuckled derisively, replying, "Frieza, should you manage to defeat me. You might stand a chance against my father. Frieza, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Gohan in disbelief. Oh, you dare claim to be stronger than your father, Kakarot? How is that even possible? Aside from your cheap tricks, what else can you do? Do not hide from me. In the face of Golden Frieza, you are utterly insignificant. Arrogant as ever, Frieza remained unwavering in his confidence, a testament to his unchanging nature. Gohan regarded him with a cold smile, his expression steady. Frieza, you will soon regret encountering me. I will use you to achieve my full pink transformation. Clenching his fist, Gohan understood that he had yet to reach 100% of his pink transformation, and thus his next draw had not been obtained. He needed to expedite his journey to complete the pink transformation. Frieza, bewildered, could not grasp the meaning behind Gohan's words that, oh, pink transformation, is that some sort of Super Saiyan designation? Ah, Super Saiyans stand no chance against me. Frieza, such inadequacy is laughable. They are utterly worthless. You must be unaware of the formidable prowess possessed by me, Golden Frieza. The opponent merely perceives the transformation into Rose as a Super Saiyan. Gohan feels that Frieza, now resurrected from the depths of hell, is woefully ignorant, only familiar with the first Super Saiyan transformation. Thus, upon arriving on Earth, he could never fathom that Kakarot and Vegeta had both achieved the Super Saiyan God Blue transformation. In truth, the abilities of Super Blue and Super Rose are strikingly similar. Pure Super Rose is, in fact, even more powerful than Super Blue. As Gohan senses the might of Super Rose, he continues to smirk. After a bout with that Broly fellow, my Super Rose is nearly at 80. Next, your Golden Frieza will assist me in reaching 100. Frieza, you ought to feel a sense of pride, for even my father has never witnessed the 100 transformation into Rose. And even Vegeta would be astonished to behold it. Upon hearing Vegeta's name, Frieza's brow furrows, his expression darkening significantly. That Vegeta fellow is still alive. Has he also completed the Super Saiyan transformation? This time, I shall eliminate you, and then I will pay a visit to that Vegeta. The opponent exudes confidence. Still wishing to venture to Earth, Gohan bursts into laughter. Frieza, you shall have no such opportunity. Behold, this is the Super Rose transformation at 80. With a mighty roar, Gohan's entire being trembles, completing the Super Rose transformation in an instant. The ferocious crimson energy erupts outward, transforming into countless beams of red light that scatter in all directions. Frieza, clearly oblivious to Gohan's energy, wears a cold, disdainful smile. The Super Rose transformation, akin to the Super Saiyan. You Saiyans are full of tricks, yet none appear particularly formidable. You cannot compare to my golden transformation. With an air of arrogance, Frieza crosses his arms, seemingly unwilling to engage. Gohan observes, feeling that Frieza's mind is short-circuited. He is genuinely out of touch with the true extent of his own power. Were Kakarot present, he would undoubtedly be astounded, for he has now surpassed Gogeta. Should he face Gogeta again, he could crush him with absolute strength, having traversed the universe without locating the Super Dragon Balls. He has made significant strides, taking a deep breath. This time, Gohan holds nothing back. Following Super Rose, he reaches the 10th level of Ultra Instinct, and surpassing it astonishes even him. This is the true standard of deity. Aside from the God of Destruction, no one can withstand me. Ah, White God transformation, activate. With a swift motion, the light shifts, and in an instant, Gohan undergoes yet another transformation, enveloped in a soft, white glow. This radiance envelopes him completely. His hair transitioning between red and white, displaying both colors. Frieza looks on in disbelief. He realizes that this transformation differs from that of an ordinary Saiyan. What do you mean by this? You have transformed twice. Yet I still do not sense your energy as particularly formidable. Are you attempting to insult me? Frieza's mind is too simplistic. Having not sensed Gohan's energy, he mistakenly believes himself superior. Should a God of Destruction stand before him now, even they would be astonished. After all, Gohan has perfectly fused the abilities of both transformations. His power is now rivaling that of a God of Destruction. Taking a deep breath, Gohan locks his gaze on Frieza. A playful expression on his face. Frieza, do not be startled. Watch closely. Frieza sneers, completely dismissing Gohan's words. "Enough, you little brat. Come forth and accept the punishment of your king Frieza." In the next moment, Gohan moves suddenly. With astonishing speed, in a flash, Gohan dashes forward, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Before Frieza can react, Gohan is already before him, lifting his foot and sending him flying with a single kick. Bang! Frieza, caught off guard, is struck hard by Gohan's kick. In the next moment, his entire body is propelled away, crashing into the distant mountains, obliterating several peaks. Yet his body continues to soar uncontrollably, leaving Broly and others nearby in utter disbelief. King Frieza, kicked away, circles this small planet before crashing back down to where he started. He has literally orbited the planet, landing heavily on the ground, clearly incapacitated. Golden Frieza is utterly powerless before Gohan. Zillai is completely stunned. Frieza, the mighty King Frieza, cannot even withstand a single kick. He has been sent tumbling and lies defeated on the ground. Frieza, racked with pain, struggles to lift his head to face Gohan, still unable to comprehend why his opponent's power is so terrifying. This boy's energy had remained concealed, only to erupt explosively when he struck. Lying on the ground, Frieza, seething with rage, exclaims, "You little brat. You dare deceive me. You have hidden your energy from the very beginning. You have ambushed me, the Golden Frieza." Gohan finds this utterly ridiculous. This fool claims it was an ambush. What nonsense! Does he truly believe he needs to resort to trickery? As Gohan approaches, he raises his foot, activating the 100-fold Kaioken without hesitation. "Frieza, I shall demonstrate the chasm that lies between us. I need no ambush. I stand before you, and you cannot harm me." Frieza, incredulous, grits his teeth. Rising again, panting heavily, he is significantly injured, convinced that the only reason Gohan succeeded was through ambush. Unwilling to accept defeat, Frieza raises his hand, unleashing a beam of destruction toward Gohan as he charges his finger with energy. He gazes at Gohan, who does not flinch, with a dark expression. "Had it not been for the ambush, you would not stand a chance against me. King Frieza, you wretched little brat, die." A beam of destruction hurtles toward Gohan. But as it approaches, Gohan casually swats it away with his hand. Clap. The beam is effortlessly deflected, leaving Frieza agape, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground in shock. "No, this cannot be. I am the Golden Frieza, wielding powers beyond my strongest form. You cannot possibly be this formidable. I refuse to believe that I, Golden Frieza, am outmatched by you." Frieza bellows, unleashing the full force of his 100-fold Golden Frieza power. He bombards Gohan with a flurry of destructive rays, his hands moving frantically as the beams relentlessly surge forth. Gohan requires no such effort. With one hand raised, he calmly meets the onslaught of rays, effortlessly batting them aside. Boom! 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 The beams are utterly shattered, and Gohan, appearing unfazed, begins to advance slowly. He moves deliberately, each step taking several seconds. The short distance of 100 meters seems to take him several minutes to traverse. However, with each step he takes, Frieza feels the pressure mounting as he channels energy for a devastating attack capable of obliterating planets, hurling it toward Gohan. Chapter 91. The Demise of Golden Frieza. Die, you wretched little brat. I, Golden Frieza, cannot possibly be defeated by you Saiyans. You vile Saiyans. Raising his hand, a massive sphere of energy meant to annihilate the Saiyan planet hurtles forward. Frieza intends to destroy not just Gohan, but the entire planet in one fell swoop. This attack is one that few can withstand. If unleashed on Earth, it would surely result in its destruction. Frieza, consumed by rage, pays no heed to the consequences, gathering his maximum energy to strike Gohan. Little did he know, Gohan smirks, a hint of mischief dancing at the corners of his mouth. As Frieza's hand rises, the sphere of annihilation hurtles toward him. Gohan raises both hands to meet it, bracing himself against the immense energy ball. Boom! The entire energy sphere was rampaging wildly, and Gohan raised both hands, gathering his strength to take yet another step forward. Frieza, witnessing the spectacle, wore a look of disbelief. He could hardly fathom what he was seeing. This individual was actually advancing while bearing his energy sphere. Even the most potent of his destructive energy spheres could not impede this person's progress by even a fraction. With every step Gohan took, Frieza's expression darkened further. With clenched teeth, Gohan pushed back against the energy sphere, a feat that even Kakarot in his Super Saiyan Blue form would likely struggle to achieve. Yet here he was, accomplishing it effortlessly. As he propelled Frieza's energy back, his Rose transformation intensified, breaking through limits and reaching unprecedented heights. The Saiyan Rose transformation finally transcended, hitting 90, 95, 100. The ultimate form of the Rose transformation culminated in a deafening roar, unleashing an explosion of energy in an instant. This time, the energy radiating forth astonished Frieza, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. He could not have anticipated that Gohan's energy would reach such terrifying levels. The aura was truly formidable. This kid was indeed countless times more powerful than Kakarot, and now Frieza regretted seeking trouble with Gohan. He had yet to perfect his golden Frieza transformation. It was a bitter pill for him to swallow. However, Gohan showed no mercy, letting out a roar as he activated his 100 Rose transformation, elevating his energy to new heights once more. The power of 100 Rose, a single-handed Kamehameha, with one hand withdrawing. He raised the other, launching a direct one-handed Kamehameha. The crimson beam shot forth like a laser, obliterating Frieza's destruction sphere with ease, piercing through it completely. With a sudden rupture at its center, Gohan's one-handed Kamehameha showed no signs of stopping. Crashing into a nearby small asteroid in the heavens above, one asteroid was annihilated, taking several others in its wake. Boom, boom, boom. A colossal explosion erupted in the cosmos, leaving Broly utterly astonished. It was only now that he realized the true terror of Gohan's power, which had previously bested him. Gohan was undeniably capable of eliminating him in his uncontrolled state. Even King Frieza was left in shock as the might of Gohan's one-handed Kamehameha surpassed his own, proving far more terrifying. With a single attack, multiple asteroids were obliterated. This individual could effortlessly annihilate an entire solar system. Terrified, King Frieza contemplated fleeing. He had no desire to linger in this place, but he could sense the murderous intent in Gohan's eyes, causing him to shudder as he turned to escape. Before he could ascend into the sky, Gohan seized him, acutely aware of Frieza's intention to flee, and without hesitation, he charged forward, capturing him. Frieza, did you truly believe I would let you go? Did you not proclaim your golden Frieza form to be invincible? Allow me to demonstrate whose invincibility prevails. In an instant, Gohan teleported before Frieza, raising a hand to grasp him directly. Frieza had no chance to evade. Caught in Gohan's grip as he was unceremoniously slammed to the ground as he initiated his attack, Gohan began gathering energy for a Kamehameha. Frieza, now gripped by fear, wore an expression of terror, pleading desperately. No, please don't kill me. I won't go to Earth. I beg you, spare me. Please, I don't want to die here. Grant me one chance. I implore you. Frieza's pleas bore no sincerity, merely a cunning ploy. Gohan, his demeanor cold and unyielding, showed no signs of pausing. With a fierce determination, he unleashed the 100 Rose Kamehameha. With both hands, he fired the energy wave directly at the pleading Frieza. Frieza's face reflected sheer horror as he gasped, raising his hand in a futile attempt to shield himself, only to be pierced through by Gohan's attack. The energy obliterated not only him, but also the very planet beneath them. In his last moments, Frieza's terrified expression was extinguished as Gohan completely eradicated him, leaving nothing but a vast crater in his wake. Retracting his hand, Gohan surveyed the scene, acknowledging Frieza's absence from this world. With a casual gesture, he reverted to his normal form, glancing at Android 18 and the others nearby. Chi-Lai was the first to react, her face aglow with excitement as she cheered. Amazing! Lord Gohan is the strongest. King Frieza has been defeated. Ha ha! The Frieza force is finished this time. Limo observed the remnants of the Frieza force in the sky, their remaining soldiers now gripped by fear. With their leader's demise, they scattered in panic. King Frieza is dead. This Saiyan is terrifying. Run quickly! No, it can't be. King Frieza is truly dead. He cannot be revived this time. Having already been resurrected once by the Dragon Balls, Frieza's chances of revival were now utterly extinguished. In a frenzy, the Frieza force fled in disarray. Chi, witnessing this, approached Gohan with elation, exclaiming, "Lord Gohan, you were incredible. The Frieza force will surely fear us now. Soon, we can see some of Frieza's ships. Haha, his flagship is particularly impressive. It would serve well as our spare ship." Gohan glanced at Frieza's flagship, noting its considerable size compared to his own vessel. With a journey to Universe 9 ahead, having an additional ship would prove advantageous. Seeing the need for 2 ships as their numbers grew, he nodded in agreement. Chi promptly set off to commandeer Frieza's flagship, approaching it without anyone daring to intervene. Chi boldly entered the cockpit of Frieza's flagship. While a group of Frieza's soldiers trembled and feared that, "No, please don't kill us. Spare us. King Frieza cannot be dead." They knelt, begging Chi for mercy, recalling their past interactions. With a triumphant smile, Chi responded, "This ship now belongs to us, and everything aboard is under Lord Gohan's command. You have 2 options. Obey Lord Gohan's orders, or face certain death." With no choice left, the soldiers surrendered, terrified of the Super Saiyan, yielding to Chi-Li's authority and allowing her to take control of the spaceship. Gohan and his companions soon joined her aboard Frieza's ship, marveling at its superior facilities. Android 18 and Videl were equally astonished. "Lord Gohan, this ship is magnificent. With this, we will have 2 ships. Even a journey to Universe 9 will now be devoid of fear." In Universe 9, the only threats were the God of Destruction and the assassin Hit, who manipulated time and space. The temporal control abilities of the counterpart are indeed commendable, and as long as they remain undetected by the God of Destruction, it will suffice. He surveyed the interior of the spaceship, which boasted cloaking capabilities and an array of combat equipment. For instance, not far away stood a colossal healing pod, regardless of the severity of injuries sustained. Entering this pod would facilitate recovery within just a few hours. This was an asset his own vessel lacked, and with such an abundance of battle gear, he found little need to prepare further. He resolved to designate this spaceship as his primary combat vessel, assigning it to Remo for piloting. Addressing Remo, Zillai, and Broly, Gohan spoke decisively. "Remo, you will serve as the operator of this ship. It is entrusted to your command. Zillai, you shall act as the ship's commander, primarily directing its operations in accordance with my instructions. As for Broly, you are now a combat personnel aboard this vessel. Should the need arise, I will summon you to safeguard our ship." This time, Broly, displaying a newfound obedience, nodded in agreement. Following their recent skirmish, he had come to acknowledge Gohan, recognizing that Gohan posed no threat to him, but a yearning for freedom ignited within him, compelling him to continue exploring the cosmos in search of his purpose for existence. Zillai, brimming with joy at her newly appointed rank as commander of the spaceship, exclaimed exuberantly, "This is wonderful. Hee, I am now the captain. Gohan, please issue commands to these fellows. They still have their uses, should they dare to defy us. We can eliminate them later." Casting a cold glance at the group of minions left behind by Frieza, Zillai sought to assert her authority. Gohan's indifferent gaze swept over them, and he uttered a single sentence that sent shivers down their spines. "Very well. Should they choose to disobey, I can easily send them to meet Frieza." His words elicited immediate pleas for mercy from several warriors that no, we promise to obey. Saiyan Lord, we are willing to serve you. "You are our new sovereign," they cried. "Indeed, long live Lord Gohan. Lord Gohan is the mightiest in the universe." A chorus of exclamations erupted from the alien warriors, their expressions reflecting a mix of fear and acknowledgement of their inferior strength. They dared not resist. A mere flick of Gohan's finger could spell their demise, compelling them to comply with Zillai's commands. Having seized Frieza's spaceship along with his minions, Gohan now intended to venture into Universe 9. Of course, the immediate priority was to secure the nearby 2 Super Dragon Balls. With a successful draw, he obtained the power of Sage Mode. Sage Mode. This ability allows one to enter Sage Mode, harnessing the strength of a sage, fully awakening one's ki to reach 100, thereby enhancing combat prowess. Ah, yet another invaluable skill, Sage Mode, it seems holds greater utility than the Kodoame Tsukumi. With this newfound ability in hand, he resolved to practice until he reached the 100 mark. As he pondered the application of this ability and the enhancements that awaited him at 100, the ship's communication system brought him back to the present. Lord Gohan, we have located a Super Dragon Ball, and Broly has also discovered another. Through the ship's comms, Gohan quickly learned that both Super Dragon Balls have been uncovered. Broly had indeed proven useful. With a single energy blast, he shattered the rocky exterior of the Super Dragon Balls, revealing their true forms. Zilai reported back to him, her face alight with excitement. Currently aboard his ship, Gohan was enjoying a moment of leisure with Biddy Lee and Android 18. Indulging in snacks while observing the retrieval of the two Dragon Balls, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease. This was the cosmic adventure he had long desired. With these companions by his side, he felt considerably more at ease, nodding with a smile. Indeed, excellent. Let us collect the two Super Dragon Balls. Our next destination is Universe 9. Zilai readily agreed, though curiosity prompted her to inquire, Lord Gohan, how do we traverse to other universes? Frieza's spaceship lacks such capabilities. We need to cross the cosmos. What are we to do? Raising his hand, Gohan revealed his Kaioshin ring, which he had yet to utilize. After all, the power contained within was formidable. Its use could potentially reverse time and space. Creating a parallel dimension necessitated careful consideration. He casually remarked, "This ring can assist us. Gather around, and I will use it to transcend space." Zilai was awestruck, her excitement evident as she gazed at the ring in Gohan's hand. "Incredible, Lord Gohan. With this, we have nothing to fear. Let us venture into Universe 9, see some treasures, and then return. No one will be able to detect us." "It is simply marvelous." Zilai's enthusiasm was palpable as she prepared to embark on their heist in Universe 9. Gohan observed her with a knowing shake of his head, opting not to comment, and instructed Broly to hand over the Super Dragon Balls. As the two ships drew near, Broly approached Gohan's vessel, delivering the Dragon Balls into his possession. With 4 Super Dragon Balls now secured, only 3 remained. Gohan, satisfied, stored the Dragon Balls away and commanded Zilai to bring the ship closer. He retrieved the Kaioshin ring, his expression turning serious. Chapter 93. Crossing into Universe 9, addressing the communication device. He declared, "Prepare yourselves. The temporal fluctuations will exert tremendous gravitational forces. Hold tightly to the ship lest you be cast adrift." With that, he drew Biddy Lee into his embrace, ensuring her safety while also gripping Android 18's hand firmly. Her expression was resolute. This journey to Universe 9 was of utmost importance. Aware of Gohan's intent to collect all the Super Dragon Balls, she was committed to assisting him. As Gohan lifted the ring, the Kaioshin ring erupted in a dazzling radiance that enveloped them entirely, including the surrounding space and the 2 spacecraft. Under the brilliance of the light, the 2 ships traversed the fabric of space, crossing into parallel worlds. In an instant, whoosh, the 2 parallel universes were transported into Universe 9, where another Saiyan planet and a different Frieza's domain awaited. As the transition completed, the group quickly realized they had arrived in an unfamiliar locale. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, yet the presence of a star system was unmistakable as the ships came to a halt. The first to speak was Biddy Lee, nestled in Gohan's arms. Her curiosity piqued. "Lord Gohan, have we truly arrived in Universe 9? Android 18 surveyed their new environment, noting the unfamiliar starry sky, and solemnly remarked, "It appears this indeed is Universe 9. Look over there. That planet is certainly not part of Universe 7. Indeed, a distant planet shimmered brightly, unmistakably different from Earth. Gohan, upon sighting it, instantly recognized its significance, and even without prior knowledge, Broly's expression confirmed his suspicions. This is the Saiyan planet. No, it can't be. The Saiyan planet was destroyed. How can it possibly exist here? My father said that the Saiyan planet was completely obliterated." Broly's face was one of disbelief, unable to comprehend that the Saiyan planet still existed. Zilai and the others shared similar astonishment, realizing that this was, in fact, the genuine Universe 9. After all, How else could the destroyed Saiyan planet be present in this realm? Upon sighting the Saiyan planet, Gohan's spirits soared. Moreover, the Super Dragon Ball radar began to beep, indicating that the Dragon Balls he sought were nearby, prompting a smile to spread across his face. Ha! It seems the fifth Super Dragon Ball is right here. Let us venture to the Saiyan planet in Universe 9 and investigate. Find a suitable landing spot, but proceed with caution. We must assess the situation first. He instructed Broly to return to Zillai's ship, and the two vessels slowly descended to the surface of the Saiyan planet. They located an open area and landed amidst the flourishing Saiyan civilization of Universe 9, which had yet to be developed and did not appear to be populated by numerous cosmic warriors. They are merely a group of ordinary Saiyans, yet their strength is truly unremarkable. Gohan, reflecting on the past, sensed a complete absence of formidable energy, which left him quite disheartened. It appears that the Saiyan planet of Universe 9 pales in comparison to that of Universe 7. The disparity between the two is indeed substantial. That on this Saiyan planet, tranquility reigns without the disturbances of Frieza, yet two factions have emerged. The Saiyans engage in mutual rivalry and conflict. Among them, the benevolent Saiyans constitute a significant majority. A stark contrast to the situation in Universe 7. Broly, upon stepping onto this land, was enveloped in nostalgia. Android 18 and Videl observed with curiosity. This place bore some resemblance to Earth, yet it was distinctly not Earth. Numerous streets and houses reminiscent of a bygone era were visible. The features of the Saiyans were quite similar to those of Earthlings. In truth, their arrival here would not likely go unnoticed, especially with Broly present, as his tail was a clear indication of his Saiyan lineage. The group entered the Saiyan planet without arousing suspicion. This bustling commercial street was lined with vendors selling a variety of goods. The Saiyans appeared much like ordinary residents, their combat prowess not significantly superior to that of Earthlings, evoking a sense of familiarity for Gohan, akin to returning to Earth. Gohan, should we purchase some items to bring back? Videl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the local specialties, as she accompanied Android 18 to investigate. Gohan surveyed his surroundings, feeling the oddity of this place. Indeed, Universe 9 was markedly different from Universe 7 and nearby. Zillai leaned in and quietly suggested, Lord Gohan, should we not raid this planet? Gohan shot him a disapproving glance, remarking that his suggestion sounded akin to Frieza's tactics. He had no time to plunder such an ordinary planet. Locating the Dragon Balls was far more pressing. Just as he contemplated calling Videl and 18 back, a commotion erupted among the vendors ahead, with someone shouting in alarm, No, this is terrible. Those brutes are back. Run quickly. Damn it, they're here to seize our belongings. Hey, don't just stand there. Hurry and leave. The expression of the vendors shifted dramatically as they hastily fled, abandoning their stalls. This piqued Zillai's curiosity. His face a mask of confusion. Lord Gohan, what is happening? We have yet to rob them. Why are they all running away?